Dragon God Supreme Chapter 2604 to Chapter 2687. Is that so? Kuei-Ying looked at Zhu Sun coldly without any change in his expression. Terrifying and domineering ice attribute power surged out and swept out with endless destructive force. It was like an ice storm that could freeze everything. Is this all the ice attribute power can do? Zhu Sun sneered. With his strength, he could indeed look down on Kuei-Ying's ice attribute power. This is all? Shui Wuhan couldn't help but frown. Zhu Sun didn't take such terrifying power seriously. This was the difference between them. The Holy Soul Sect Master frowned and said, Zhu Sun underestimated Kuei-Ying's strength. As expected. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, Kuei-Ying faced Zhu Sun's attack with a palm strike. There was an earth-shattering explosion as the energy ripples from the collision spread out. In the fierce head-on collision, no one had the upper hand. They were evenly matched. But was that really the case? What's going on? His power is increasing. At the moment of collision, the sneer on Zhu Sun's face disappeared. This feeling. It's dangerous. Zhu Sun was shocked. Boom. Pfft. While Zhu Sun was shocked, he suddenly felt Kuei-Ying's ice attribute power explode several times. It was very sudden. With a loud boom, Zhu Sun spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. It happened without any warning. Zhu Sun didn't expect it. How is this possible? What was that power just now? Zhu Sun's eyes were about to pop out. He was shocked beyond words. Although Zhu Sun was only a 5-star Holy Venerable, when he unleashed his full power, his combat power reached the level of a 6-star Holy Venerable. Coupled with the power of the Holy Art, his power was comparable to a peak 6-star Holy Venerable. With such strength, he was injured by Kuei-Ying's palm strike. Zhu Xinghuan and Long Jianfeng had just started probing. The others had only unleashed their power. They hadn't even started fighting, but Zhu Sun was already injured. This is the power. But it's different from before. This is even more terrifying. Shui Wuhan frowned. He didn't know where Kuei-Ying cultivated such a terrifying skill. How is this possible? Zhu Sun was injured by a palm strike? Is this a joke? Am I seeing things? Zhu Sun unleashed his full power. Even if he didn't use a skill, he shouldn't be injured by Kuei-Ying's palm strike, right? Kuei-Ying's strength has already become so strong? What happened just now? Why do I feel like a terrifying power has disappeared in an instant? The experts of the Sky Demons and the Martial Spirit Temple stared at Kuei-Ying in shock. Their attention was not on Kuei-Ying, and they only had vague memories of that moment. The moment he struck out, the power of the ice element increased by several times. It disappeared in an instant. Zhu Xinghuan looked at Kuei-Ying in shock. It seemed that only he could feel it clearly. If this punch of mine were to land, I'm afraid you would already be injured. Long Jianfeng sneered. His fist had already stopped at Zhu Xinghuan's chest, but it didn't land. Zhu Xinghuan glanced at Long Jianfeng and asked, You also cultivated such a powerful spell? I heard from the second elder that Long Shitian was able to defeat the old patriarch because he cultivated a very powerful technique. Long Jianfeng grinned and said, Won't we know once we fight? Then let's use it. Let me see. Zhu Xinghuan frowned and his expression turned serious. Long Xianfeng, let's continue. Man Chuan sneered. The battle had completely erupted. Looking at Feng Wuchen and the others, they were all gloating. Zhu Sun, this guy, of all people, had to provoke Kuei-Ying. Doesn't he know how cruel the divine shadow guards are? Long Qianye gloated. Nia Wufeng sneered and said, When Protector Kuei-Ying fought with the Saint Soul Sect Master, he didn't even use his full strength. Without the strength of a 7-star saint, it's impossible to defeat Kuei-Ying. Kuei-Ying's control of the ice element has already reached perfection. He has also cultivated the ice element technique to the extreme. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. To be able to become the great protector of the divine shadow guards, Kuei-Ying naturally had his strong points. I told you that you can't do it, but you didn't believe me. Kuei-Ying said coldly. His cold gaze swept across the other 5 5-star saints. Kuei-Ying said coldly, "You five-star saints, come at me together. Don't waste time." When Kuei-Ying said this, everyone present was dumbfounded. Their shocked gazes fell on Kuei-Ying again. The five-star saints were dumbfounded. 1 against 5? How arrogant was Kuei-Ying? Didn't he just injure Zhu Sun with one palm? Did he have to be so arrogant and condescending? To them, this was the greatest humiliation. Cold murderous aura spread from the five-star saints. "Let's do it," Xianxia said coldly. One of the five-star saints shouted angrily, "Humph. We'll kill you first. Then we'll kill Kuei-Ying. Come. I'll let you kill me." Mo-Ying smiled and took a few steps in the air. He instantly turned into a ray of blue light and shot out. Annihilation Shadow and Dark Shadow also attacked. "Kuei-Ying! How dare you look down on me?" Zhu Sun was furious. His face was ferocious and his veins were bulging. Torrential murderous aura swept across the sky. Zhu Sun took out his sacred weapon and his battle strength sword again. He then charged towards Kuei-Ying like a mad beast. As one of the 10 great demon sovereigns of the Sky Devil clan, how could Zhu Sun tolerate such humiliation and contempt? Ancient Saint Art. Devil Burial. Zhu Sun formed a seal with his hands and finally put his palms together. He roared fiercely and his aura surged like a raging sea. 2 black formations appeared under Kuei-Ying's feet and above his head. Strange black chi spread out. The terrifying demonic chi made one's heart tremble. In just an instant, Zhu Sun's aura had soared to the highest point. That was the aura that only 7-star saints and 8-star saints had. It was clear that Zhu Sun could indeed unleash the power of the ancient Saint Art to the extreme. "Kuei-Ying. Demonic chi is all-pervasive. I only need a little bit of demonic chi to enter your body and it will turn all the energy in your body into evil energy. Your ice attribute energy can't resist my demonic chi. Go to hell." Zhu Sun shouted angrily. Zhu Sun formed a sword with his right hand and the black chi in the formation turned into black snakes that coiled around Kuei-Ying. "Is that so?" Kuei-Ying's expression was cold and fearless. "Pa." Kuei-Ying put his palms together and condensed the domineering ice attribute energy. A dazzling white light burst out. Finally, he shouted, "Saint Art. Ice Soul Explosion." Boom. Just as he shouted, there was a sudden boom. Like a volcano erupting, the extremely terrifying ice attribute energy tripled in strength and exploded into an ice storm that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. It was a spectacular sight that would make anyone who saw it feel fear. In the dark space, lightning flashed and thunder roared. It forcefully destroyed Zhu Sun's black formation. It was extremely domineering. Pfft. The extremely destructive energy swept out wildly. Zhu Sun spat out a mouthful of blood, which instantly froze. Zhu Sun was directly swept into the ice storm. At that moment, the Sky Devil clan and Martial Spirit Temple Saint Venerables were completely stunned. End of chapter. The Sky Demons and the Martial Spirit Temple elites were dumbfounded by the terrifying spell. Zhu Sun's devilish burial was forcefully defeated by Kuei-Ying's skill. The devilish chi was also dispelled. What skill is that? It tripled his strength in an instant, and the ice element is even more domineering. It's unheard of. Kuei-Ying is so powerful. That power has already surpassed the realm of a 6-star Holy Venerate. No one below the realm of a 7-star Holy Venerate can withstand it. Feeling the terrifying power of Kuei-Ying's skill and seeing Zhu Sun being sucked into the ice storm, the Sky Demons and Martial Spirit Temple elites who were fighting were shocked again. They could not help but look at Kuei-Ying in shock. Only now did they realize that Kuei-Ying was so powerful. "Zhu Xinghuan, your head will explode if I punch you. But I have to remind you that there won't be a third time." Long Jianfeng's fist was already at the back of Zhu Xinghuan's head. "Thank you for the reminder." Zhu Xinghuan came back to his senses. Being distracted in a battle between elites was taboo. As a 7-star Holy Venerate, Zhu Xinghuan naturally understood. But Kuei-Ying's skill was too terrifying, which was why Zhu Xinghuan was shocked. Boom! At the same time, Xianxia walked toward a 5-star Holy Venerate. He clenched his fist and punched. With a boom, the 5-star holy venerate was sent flying. I won't be as merciful as venerable Long Jianfeng, Xianning said with a cold smile. Boom, pft, with another boom, another 5-star holy venerate was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Miang sneered. I won't be merciful either. I've been staring at you for a long time, but you didn't react at all. I'll feel sorry for myself if I don't hit you. This isn't a sneak attack. 5-star holy venerate. Manchuan shouted, fight again. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, suppressing their shock, the sky demons and the elites of the martial spirit temple unleashed their ferocious attacks once again, staging a high-intensity melee. Earth-shaking explosions rang out incessantly as wave after wave of destructive energy swept out like a tsunami, mercilessly destroying the space of the southern region. Chief Shadow waved his hand, and the terrifying ice storm disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhu Sun, who had been sucked into the ice storm, had become an ice sculpture. Zhu Sun's aura was very weak. Clearly, he had suffered a very serious injury. Through the ice sculpture, one could see Zhu Sun covered in blood. No matter how hard Zhu Sun racked his brains, he could never have imagined that Kuei Ying's strength would actually be terrifying enough to crush him. Not bad, one down, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Although Zhu Sun is still alive, he is seriously injured and unable to fight. Long Tianzhong laughed excitedly. Xiaoyao Jinyuan sneered, this is the result of being arrogant and underestimating the enemy. Next, said the leader coldly. He glanced at the Saint Venerables from the Sky Demons and the Martial Spirit Temple who had yet to act. Interesting. Truly worthy of being the Divine Shadow Guard's first protector. I acknowledge your strength, the Martial Spirit Temple's Holy Venerate, Qiu Yi, said with a cold smile. His eyes brimmed with excitement as his battle intent surged. Qiu Yi was a 6-star Holy Venerate, and his strength was ferocious. He was definitely not someone that Zhu Sun could deal with. Then let's fight. Kuei Ying glanced at Qiu Yi coldly. He did not speak much nonsense, nor did he show any signs of panic. Qiu Yi flashed over and smiled, a powerful opponent is worthy of my respect. You have consumed a lot of Saint Qi in the battle just now. Why don't you take a pill to recover? I don't want to take advantage of you. Kuei Ying did not argue. He took out a pill and consumed it to recover his Saint Qi. In the battle with Zhu Sun, he had used a powerful technique and had indeed consumed some of his strength. He could not let his opponent take advantage of him in a battle of attrition, could he, not to mention, he was an enemy. Very good. I hope you will use your true strength to fight me later, because I will not hold back. I will defeat you with all my strength and kill you. Qiu Ye's face was fierce. He was very confident in his strength. Me too, Kuei Ying said coldly. Immediately, he pushed his strength to the limit and shot out into the void. Kuei Ying's aura was even stronger than before. His strength was also more terrifying. Kuei Ying was going all out. We will fight again in half an incense stick's time. Qiu Yi sneered. Kuei Ying immediately sat cross-legged in the void to recover his strength. He turned his attention to Long Jianfeng and Zhu Xinghun. Xiu xiu xiu. Boom boom boom. Long Jianfeng and Zhu Xinghun were engaged in an intense hand-to-hand battle. Every time they clashed, it was an existence that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Deafening explosions resounded throughout the southern region. Both of them were terrifyingly fast. Their figures flickered and their attacks were so fast that they could not be seen by the naked eye. Long Jianfeng had teleportation, so his speed was absolutely terrifying. But Zhu Xinghun's speed was not at a disadvantage. However, such a fierce battle was just a warm-up. Long Jianfeng, is this your true strength? Zhu Xinghun asked in the fierce battle. Boom. Weng weng. The fierce fists collided. With a loud bang, a violent and destructive energy storm swept out. The space shook violently. Yes, this is my true strength. The Dragon God's source energy can only raise my strength to the level of an 8-star Holy Master. I can't do anything about it, Long Jianfeng said with a smile. Boom boom boom. Powerful head-on collisions continued without end. Seeing how calm Long Jianfeng was, Zhu Xinghun frowned and said, your current strength is close to that of a peak 8-star Holy Master. It seems like your physical body has become much stronger. Looking at you, you seem to be confident of defeating me. It's not that I am confident. I will definitely defeat you. Long Jianfeng said with a confident smile. His eyes flashed with ferocity. Xiao xiao xiao. As soon as he finished his sentence, he activated his teleportation ability. His body flashed and avoided Zhu Xinghun's ferocious attacks. He even left behind a clear afterimage on the spot. I can sense every movement of your teleportation. Don't forget that I have wind attribute energy. I can detect everything that is hidden in the dark, Zhu Xinghun said with a confident smile. What if I have a faster speed? If I sense it, can you avoid it? Long Jianfeng sneered. You can try. Zhu Xinghun said confidently. Boom. Just as Zhu Xinghun finished his sentence, his face changed. With a loud bang, Zhu Xinghun turned into a black line and flew out. How can this be? What kind of speed is this? Zhu Xinghun was shocked. Long Jianfeng's speed was shocking. Zhu Xinghun felt a strong sense of danger. However, it was too late for him to avoid it. Long Jianfeng's speed was too terrifying. In an instant, his speed increased by a few times. Xiao. Boom. Zhu Xinghun, who flew out dozens of meters, didn't have time to react. Long Jianfeng suddenly appeared and swept his leg. With a loud bang, Zhu Xinghun flew out again. End of chapter. Swish. Boom. Zhu Xinghun, who was sent flying, shot through a huge Saint Mountain like a bullet. The Saint Mountain crumbled instantly. Countless rocks flew everywhere. Zhu Xinghun, didn't you say that you could sense my every movement? Long Jianfeng sneered and dashed out again. Long Jianfeng's speed was unimaginably fast. What shocking speed! He's not simple, someone said in surprise. The stronger the physical body of the dragon gods, the more shocking their speed and power are. His speed is comparable to Zhu Xinghun's. He used his speed and teleportation together to achieve an unexpected effect, Martial Spirit Temple's 7-star Sacred Master Duan Mushi said solemnly. Long Jianfeng's strength has indeed increased a lot. However, it's impossible for him to defeat Zhu Xinghun with this little bit of strength. 7-star Sacred Master Zhu Mingshan sneered and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He was not worried that Zhu Xinghun would be defeated. The experts of Heaven Fiend tribe were well aware of Zhu Xinghun's strength. He was definitely stronger than Zhu Chenxin. In the blink of an eye, Long Jianfeng appeared again and threw a punch at Zhu Xinghun. Zhu Xinghun smirked. As Long Jianfeng threw a punch at him, Zhu Xinghun suddenly disappeared. The punch hit nothing. Long Jianfeng sneered mysteriously. Boom. Before Long Jianfeng could retract his palm, there was a loud explosion. Zhu Xinghun had sent him flying with a kick. Demonic Shadow. After kicking Long Jianfeng away, Zhu Xinghun shouted and 2 black shadows shot out from his original body. The demonic shadow looked exactly like Zhu Xinghun. They looked like doppelgangers but were not doppelgangers. Zhu Xinghun bent his hands and clasped them together. Between his 2 claws, there was a terrifying power and a black light flashed. Holy technique! Devil Elemental Orb! Zhu Xinghun cried out in a low voice. There was a ferocious sneer on his lips. Boom boom. Buzz buzz. At the same time, 2 demonic figures appeared in the blink of an eye and punched out at the same time. 2 terrifying fists landed on Long Jianfeng's chest and sent him flying into the mountain range below, creating a huge crater. Clone? Seeing the 2 demonic figures, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said, these are not clones, but their strength is exactly the same as the original. They are equivalent to 3 peak 7-star holy venerates. That's Zhu Xinghun's Devil Shadow. It's very hard to deal with. Even if the Devil Shadow is destroyed, it will reappear. The Devil Shadow and the real body can switch between real and fake at will. Back then, I've only seen it once. Among the 10 Devil Reverends, Zhu Xinghun's strength is the strongest. He has already surpassed the elders, Shan Tong said. Oh? There's such a technique? Feng Wuchen was shocked. Zhu Xinghun's demon shadow is indeed terrifying. In the Sky Devil clan, other than Zhu Xinghun and Elder Wuji, no one else has cultivated the demon shadow. This also shows that Zhu Xinghuan's strength is terrifying, Nie Wufeng said. No, there's another person who managed to cultivate a demonic shadow, the young master of the Sky Devil clan. Yang Zilan added. The young lord of the Sky Devil clan? Feng Wuchen frowned. This person's strength must be terrifying, right? Speaking of the young lord of the Sky Devil clan, Feng Wuchen thought of Lin Xuantian. With Lin Xuantian's terrifying strength, it was not difficult for Feng Wuchen to guess that the young lord of the Sky Devil clan in the Holy World was also extremely powerful. Very terrifying. He hasn't appeared for 100,000 years. His cultivation is probably not below Zhu Xinghuan's. Shan Tong nodded. If he was stronger than Zhu Xinghuan, it showed how powerful the young lord of the Sky Devil clan was. Long Jianfeng, your speed has indeed surprised me. However, I'm not slow either. Above the void, Zhu Xinghuan sneered coldly. At this moment, a fist-sized black energy ball was condensed in his hand. The ball was surrounded by purple lightning. Whoosh! Buzz buzz. With that, Zhu Xinghuan flicked his finger. The fist-sized black energy ball instantly turned into a black lightning bolt and shot down. It was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few seconds, it had become tens of thousands of feet large. It was like a small planet. In the huge pit below, Long Jianfeng pushed aside a huge rock and crawled out. His head swayed left and right. Long Jianfeng was unharmed. As a supremacy of the dragon gods, Long Jianfeng's cultivation was profound. His physical body was extremely tough. It would be very difficult to injure him. As he twisted his arm and watched the huge ball smash down, Long Jianfeng sneered. I haven't experienced the feeling of being beaten for many years. It feels so good. Sometimes, it's not necessarily a good thing to have a strong physical body. After losing the feeling of pain, it's hard to be angry. Indestructible golden body. Long Jianfeng shouted. A surging aura surged out. In the next second, a bright golden light flashed. Long Jianfeng seemed to have transformed. Golden dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. An even more domineering aura burst out. Buzz buzz. On the basis of his origin source energy, the fire attribute energy burst out. Long Jianfeng's aura increased significantly. The surface of his body seemed to be burning with flames. At that moment, Long Jianfeng gave off the feeling of an invincible god of war. This was Long Jianfeng's first time in such a terrifying form. Seeing this, Long Xianxia said excitedly, Nine Suns Fire Universe. Big brother Long Jianfeng is indeed powerful. You've succeeded so quickly. I haven't even succeeded yet. Oh? He can already fuse the skill art with his physical body? Feng Wuchen said in surprise. This skill art isn't easy to cultivate. So powerful. He can even fuse the skill art with his physical body. This feeling is too terrifying. Nie Wufeng was shocked and aghast. Zhu Xinghuan is finished this time. Long Tianzhong said excitedly. Long Jianfeng burst out with a terrifying aura and a brand new form. It attracted the gazes of the Heaven Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple's experts. I've never felt this aura before. Is it a new skill art? Zhu Xinghuan frowned. He could feel a terrifying and dangerous aura from Long Jianfeng. Fire attribute skill art? Man Chuan frowned. Long Jianfeng is really not ordinary strong. This aura makes me feel very uneasy. Long Jianfeng's strength has increased by a lot. With the indestructible golden body, his combat strength is at least at the peak of an 8-star Saint Venerable. Zhu Mingshan said gravely. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. I'm afraid Zhu Xinghuan is not his match. Zhu Yan frowned and said worriedly. In the huge pit, Long Jianfeng looked at the flames on the surface of his body. He felt the unparalleled power and said excitedly, power is flowing out endlessly. The indestructible golden body and the Nine Suns Fire Universe. This power is really exciting. Long Jianfeng slowly rose into the sky and looked at the huge black energy ball. Ah! Under everyone's shocked gazes, Long Jianfeng shouted. His fist condensed a domineering power and punched the energy ball. What? Is Long Jianfeng crazy? He's going against the devil origin orb with his bare hands? Zhu Mingshan's eyes widened. Zhu Xinghuan frowned again and said to himself, is he that confident? Seeing Long Jianfeng's crazy actions, Zhu Xinghuan and the rest broke out in cold sweat. Zhu Xinghuan knew better than anyone how powerful the holy art was. Even if Long Jianfeng used the holy art, he might not be able to withstand it, let alone block it with his bare hands. In the next second, Zhu Xinghuan and the rest were dumbfounded. Boom! Buzz buzz! Long Jianfeng's fist fiercely smashed onto the black energy ball. A deafening explosion resounded throughout the southern region. Immediately after, a huge golden light shuttle pierced through the energy ball and forcibly destroyed it. In the sky, the dark space was covered by a bright golden light. The southern region's space shook violently. Countless cultivators were terrified and in despair. Destructive energy ripples spread out crazily and covered 100,000 feet of space. Countless holy mountains and palaces were destroyed. How is this possible? Zhu Xinghuan's expression changed drastically. The terrifying golden light shot into the sky. Zhu Xinghuan was terrified. He broke out in cold sweat and immediately dodged. Impossible. Man Chuan's eyes widened and his face was filled with fear. He destroyed Zhu Xinghuan's demonic origin orb with one punch. Am I seeing things? Zhu Xinghuan's heart was about to jump out of his chest. What kind of power is this? How can Long Jianfeng have such terrifying power? Do Long Qi and Long Tai know it too? Zhu Yan was dumbfounded. He did not dare to imagine. Xiao Yu was dumbfounded. Is this really Long Jianfeng's power? I have never seen him use such a terrifying move before. At this moment, they looked at Long Jianfeng with fear in their eyes. With their strength, they were no match for Long Jianfeng. How terrifying. This is a skill created for the dragon gods. Kuei-Ying was shocked. That scene was too shocking. It was a visual impact. No one could believe it. Long Jianfeng had used a single punch to destroy the Candle Star Spirit Saint Art in a crazy and domineering manner. Such terrifying power had already exceeded their imagination. If such a terrifying punch landed on Zhu Xinghuan's body, there would definitely be a hole. The experts of Dragon God Temple were petrified. They were scared out of their wits. Too powerful. The Nine Suns Fire Universe is too terrifying. Long Xianxia and the others were ecstatic, and their faces were full of excitement. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, not bad. This punch completely displayed the might of the Nine Suns Fire Universe. It feels really good, too comfortable. Long Jianfeng was extremely excited, as if he was invincible in the world. In the sky, Zhu Xinghuan looked at Long Jianfeng in a daze. That punch had truly stunned him. Zhu Xinghuan could clearly feel the terrifying power of Long Jianfeng's punch. Just one look at that terrifying golden light shuttle had destroyed the mental defenses of everyone in Zhu Xinghuan. Long Jianfeng floated into the air and looked at Zhu Xinghuan. He grinned and said, Zhu Xinghuan, what do you think would have happened if that punch had landed on you? Zhu Xinghuan was speechless. In Zhu Xinghuan's mind, he kept replaying the scene of Long Jianfeng destroying the demon origin orb with a single punch. The more he replayed it, the more terrified he felt. He's in a daze again. Long Jianfeng shook his head and suddenly disappeared. Boom! When Long Jianfeng appeared again, there was a loud explosion and Zhu Xinghuan was sent flying. I just said that there won't be a third time. Long Jianfeng sneered. That punch just now, was it a holy technique? That aura has already exceeded the scope of a holy art. Zhu Xinghuan frowned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. As if he had seen through Zhu Xinghuan's doubts, Long Jianfeng smiled and said, don't worry, that punch was a holy art. It will consume a lot of energy. Before he could finish his sentence, Long Jianfeng had already appeared silently on Zhu Xinghuan's left side. Long Jianfeng's speed was much faster than before. Zhu Xinghuan's face changed drastically and he quickly looked over. I'm here. The moment Zhu Xinghuan's face flashed, Long Jianfeng had already appeared on his right side. What? Zhu Xinghuan's face changed again. Boom. Buzz buzz. Long Jianfeng swept his leg out and there was a loud explosion. Zhu Xinghuan was instantly turned into ashes. The space shook violently and terrifying energy swept out with destructive power. Demon Shadow. Long Jianfeng grinned. Long Jianfeng, your strength has indeed shocked me. I didn't expect you to have cultivated such a powerful skill. If I'm not wrong, this is a skill that can fuse with the physical body. Together with the indestructible golden body, not only will it increase your combat power, it will also strengthen your physical body. Zhu Xinghuan's voice came from another space. That was where the demon shadow was previously. The original body had already switched places with the demon shadow. The demon shadow, who had turned into ashes, had already formed again. Long Jianfeng shrugged his shoulders and smiled. You're right. So, if you don't show me your true strength, I will kill you. Buzz buzz. Zhu Xinghuan's eyes flashed fiercely. Terrifying bloodline power exploded and a surging aura spread out. Demon God transformation. Zhu Xinghuan roared and an even more terrifying and oppressive power surged out. Zhu Xinghuan's eyes flashed with red light and a strong bloodthirsty aura swept out along with the wind. Blood Demon Fall. Zhu Xinghuan took out his holy artifact and his aura surged again. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Xinghuan's power soared to the peak of an 8-star holy master. This was Zhu Xinghuan's peak state. No wonder you are the leader of the 10 demon sovereigns. Your strength is comparable to Zhu Xinghuan. Long Jianfeng smiled without any change in his expression. Is this his true strength? It's not simple. The bloodline power of the heavenly demon tribe is very violent. Feng Wuchen was amazed. The name of the 10 demon sovereigns has been terrifying since 100,000 years ago. The great elder of the sovereign spirit clan was killed by him, Shan Tong said gravely. He was filled with fear and hatred for Zhu Xinghuan. It seems like it will not be easy for Long Jianfeng to defeat him. Zhu Xinghuan also has the strength to fight a 9-star holy master. If Long Jianfeng wants to defeat him, he will have to exhaust a large amount of origin energy. Feng Wuchen nodded. The leader of the 10 demon sovereigns was not someone to be trifled with. He was definitely a carnivore. Long Jianfeng, come on. The real battle has just begun. Zhu Xinghuan sneered. He was very confident in his peak state. Just begun? Are you sure? Long Jianfeng asked with a cold smile. Long Jianfeng placed his left hand behind his back and bent his right hand into a claw. A golden halo circled around and formed a terrifying energy. Flames covered the surface of the energy. Zhu Xinghuan, you have already used up a lot of your power. Don't waste it anymore. Take out your strongest skill. Long Jianfeng sneered. Zhu Xinghuan frowned. The feeling of danger appeared again. Does Long Jianfeng still have other terrifying skills? Zhu Xinghuan stared at the energy in Long Jianfeng's hand and started to worry. End of chapter. Zhu Xinghuan, it's not easy to wait for you to show your true strength. However, I like to wait for my opponents to show their true strength before I defeat them. It's a wonderful feeling. Come. Show me your strongest ancient saint technique. The 10 demon sovereigns of the Sky Demon clan are all able to unleash the full power of their ancient saint techniques. I'm looking forward to it. Long Jianfeng's battle intent burst out from his body. His blood was boiling and he looked a little crazy. He was a battle maniac. Long Jianfeng's aura gave people the feeling that he was above all things and he looked down on the world. In short, he was very powerful. It was an indestructible confidence. Facing Long Jianfeng in this form, Zhu Xinghuan felt an immense pressure. Why is Long Jianfeng giving me such a feeling? Even I feel that I'm going to lose. I've never had such a strange feeling before. Is he really that strong? Zhu Xinghuan thought. Zhu Xinghuan didn't have time to think. He had no choice but to fight. Is Zhu Xinghuan stunned? Zhu Xinghuan frowned when he saw that Zhu Xinghuan didn't move. Long Jianfeng's aura is terrifying. I can't believe that he's so strong. A 7-star saint from the Martial Spirit Temple said solemnly. He couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. Zhu Xinghuan has lost. He can't win even if he shows his true strength. His battle intent has been suppressed by Long Jianfeng's aura. He can only fight to the death. Even if he loses, he can at least injure Long Jianfeng. Shui Wuhan thought. To think that the leader of the 10 great demon sovereigns would be intimidated by Long Jianfeng. What a disgrace. Long Tianzhong sneered in a mocking manner, his face full of contempt. Nia Wufeng crossed his arms and smiled, it's not embarrassing. Long Jianfeng is too strong. His battle intent is disappearing. Has Zhu Xinghuan given up? Shan Tong looked at the motionless Zhu Xinghuan. He hasn't given up. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, he's distracted by Long Jianfeng's aura. He's afraid. He's afraid. Afraid? Yang Zilan was shocked. The leader of the 10 demon sovereigns was afraid. Feng Wuchen laughed lightly. I'm afraid that Long Jianfeng still has an even stronger trump card. At this moment, Zhu Xinghuan was indeed afraid of Long Jianfeng. Even if it was just a little bit, it would have a huge impact on Zhu Xinghuan. What? Your fighting spirit has disappeared. Are you not going to make a move? Why do I feel like you're afraid? Although we are enemies, you are an opponent worthy of my respect. The fact that I didn't hit you with those 2 punches before is my respect for the strong. Long Jianfeng frowned and coldly shouted. Zhu Xinghuan was shocked by Long Jianfeng's words. That's right, he was an expert, the leader of the 10 great demon lords. Zhu Xinghuan heaved a sigh of relief and slowly closed his eyes. You are so annoying. Zhu Xinghuan grinned and clenched his fists. When he opened his eyes, his confidence returned. An intense battle intent burst out once again. The distracting thoughts in his heart disappeared, and he became even clearer than before. Zhu Xinghuan's power has increased. Long Tai and the others, who were in the midst of an intense battle, looked at Zhu Xinghuan. Oh? His cultivation has actually improved. Manchuan's face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? His confidence has returned. Shui Wuhan couldn't help but open her eyes wide in shock. She couldn't believe that Zhu Xinghuan had recovered so quickly. He's back. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he felt the change in Zhu Xinghuan's aura. This boiling battle intent is even stronger than before. Has he walked out of his fear? Shan Tong asked in shock. Gu Qingjue smiled faintly and said, he hasn't walked out of his fear. He has accepted his fear and seems to have comprehended it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, daring to face the fear in one's heart is beneficial for the improvement of one's cultivation. Zhu Xinghuan had comprehended something and his cultivation had improved. At this moment, his aura had already reached the level of a 9-star holy venerable. Zhu Xinghuan, I won't be merciful next. Long Jianfeng sneered and the power gathered in his hand became more terrifying. Zhu Xinghuan sneered and said, Long Jianfeng, I won't be merciful either. Holy art. Inferno Hellstorm. Long Jianfeng suddenly shouted. His overflowing aura instantly erupted several times. It was breathtaking. The condensed energy flame in his hand suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying flamestorm. It was incomparably overbearing. The terrifying flamestorm crazily spread with astonishing speed as if it wanted to devour everything. Seeing this terrifying and shocking scene, Zhu Xinghuan and the others were scared out of their wits. How is this possible? Zhu Xinghuan, who had recovered his confidence, was once again greatly intimidated. His pupils abruptly shrunk and he was completely dumbstruck. His expression stiffened and filled with fear. What kind of magic art is this? Facing such a terrifying magic art, even if his cultivation has increased, Zhu Xinghuan still felt intense danger. Retreat! Long Qi shouted loudly. He immediately gave up the fight and retreated. With their cultivation, it was not enough to withstand Long Jianfeng's terrifying power. Manchuan, Zhu Yan and the others were so scared that their courage broke. Long Jianfeng actually had such a terrifying magic art. If Zhu Tianma was here, he would definitely be scared out of his wits. Back then, Zhu Tianma was under the Inferno Hellstorm. The Inferno Hellstorm unleashed by Long Zhitian is dozens of times more terrifying than Long Jianfeng. Whether it is the aura or the power of this terrifying holy art, it has exceeded their imagination. It is an existence that they have never seen before. What kind of magic art is this? Where did Long Jianfeng cultivate it from? Zhu Yanshan said in extreme fear. His face is incomparably pale. He looked at Long Jianfeng as if he was looking at a monster. Ancient Holy Art. Netherworld Heavenly Devil Seal. Ancient Holy Art. Devil God Soul Extinguishing Sword. The terrified Zhu Xinghuan crazily urged his bloodline power and unleashed his strongest holy art one after another. Boom boom. Puff puff. The terrifying flame storm unrestrainedly swept out. The two holy arts that Zhu Xinghuan just unleashed were forcibly shattered. Zhu Xinghuan vomited blood again and again. The blood devil pendant shattered and was swallowed by the flame sea in a blink of an eye. In just one exchange, Zhu Xinghuan was seriously injured by the terrifying power. It's over. The attack range of the magic art is too big, even devil shadow transformation is useless. How can Long Jianfeng have such a terrifying magic art? This is not a holy art's magic art. Zhu Xinghuan is extremely terrified in his heart. Zhu Xinghuan. Zhu Yan and the others turned pale with fright, they are incomparably panicked. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying flame sea spread out for tens of thousands of zhang. It is a real flame sea purgatory, the scene is spectacular and terrifying. It is a ghastly sight that causes one's divine soul to tremble. Everyone present, except for Feng Wuchen, are all shocked by this incomparably terrifying magic art. End of this chapter. It was the first time that they had seen such a horrifying skill. It was something that they would never forget. The skill covered a huge area and its power was terrifying. It was overbearing. Even Long Qi and the rest were witnessing it for the first time. The Inferno Tempest is terrifying. Even an 8-star holy master could not withstand the power of the Sea of Fire. Long Tai's voice trembled. I have to master such a horrifying skill as soon as possible. Long Qi was shocked and excited. He only knew how horrifying it was after witnessing it with his own eyes. Long Xianfeng was so excited that his body was shaking. He said, the power of Zhu Xinghuan's holy skill was destroyed instantly. It is too horrifying. Manchuan, Zhu Mingshan, and the rest were filled with fear. Shui Wuhan, Saint Soul Sect Master, and Shadow Demon Sect Master were already in a vegetative state. Xing, Xian Mu, and the rest of the top powers under Dragon God Temple were petrified and could not move. That irresistible fear had spread to every corner and every cell in their bodies. The Inferno Tempest was indeed horrifying. If one was sucked into the Sea of Fire, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one knew if Zhu Xinghuan was still alive. It's actually so terrifying when it's truly used. Long Jianfeng's expression was somewhat dumbstruck, and his eyes widened. Although the skill was horrifying, it consumed a lot of energy. This could be seen from Long Jianfeng's pale face. It is too horrifying. If I use my holy weapon, I might be able to kill Zhu Xinghuan. Long Jianfeng was excited as he thought about it. Looking at the huge sea of fire, Long Jianfeng smiled and said, no matter how strong Zhu Xinghuan is, he will not be able to withstand such a horrifying skill. With that, Long Jianfeng waved his hand and the sea of fire slowly disappeared. Zhu Xinghuan appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes wide and they were dumbfounded. Zhu Xinghuan was covered in blood. His aura was weak and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He was only left with half a breath. Was he still the leader of the 10 demon reverends? Was this Zhu Xinghuan, who had half a foot into the 9-star holy venerable realm? No one could believe their eyes when they saw Zhu Xinghuan in such a sorry state. The Inferno Tempest was so horrifying. If Long Jianfeng really took out his sacred weapon, he could really use this move to kill Zhu Xinghuan. Zhu Xinghuan, looks like I've won. Long Jianfeng grinned. The moment he finished speaking, he had already appeared in front of Zhu Xinghuan. Zhu Xinghuan looked at Long Jianfeng with half-opened eyes. His figure was blurry. If you want to kill, just kill, there's something, that's hard to say, thank you. Zhu Xinghuan said weakly before falling down. Zhu Xinghuan. Zhu Mingshan immediately flashed out. Looking at the experts from the Sky Demon Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple, Long Jianfeng smiled and said, I've used up a lot of my energy. This is a good opportunity to kill me. Who wants to fight me? Long Jianfeng had indeed consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, not only was his face pale, he was also gasping for breath. Long Jianfeng's aura had been weakened by more than half. At this moment, he probably only had the combat prowess of an 8-star holy venerate or even weaker. Let me. The martial spirit temple's 7-star holy venerable expert, Tang Kong, shouted loudly. His figure shot out explosively, and a surging aura burst out. Buzz. Buzz, the terrifying power of a 7-star holy venerable was unleashed. Tang Kong's combat power surged crazily as a bright green light burst out. The space within 100,000 feet collapsed again. In a few seconds, Tang Kong's combat power stepped into the realm of an 8-star holy venerable. His strength was second only to Zhu Xinghuan. It was more than enough to deal with Long Jianfeng, who had used up a lot of his energy. Tang Kong, finish him in one move. Manchuan shouted coldly as he attacked again. Let's continue fighting. It's time for us to show our prowess. Long Qi sneered. His origin energy burst out, and he charged out without hesitation. It's time to decide the victor. Long Tai's eyes flashed with ferocity as a cold murderous aura burst out. The 5 holy venerables and the 4 divine shadow guardians attacked one after another. They were not worried about Long Jianfeng's safety. Duan Mushi squinted his eyes as a murderous aura burst out. He said viciously, "Don't show mercy. Kill." Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the battle between the holy venerables started again. All kinds of powerful holy artifacts were taken out. It was a true life and death battle. Earth-shattering sounds were incessant as destructive forces swept out without restraint. The previous warm-up exercise was already over. This time, it was a head-on clash of techniques. All kinds of powerful holy techniques emerged one after another. Long Jianfeng. Seeing that you have consumed a lot of energy, I will let you die a quick death. I will kill you with one holy technique. Tang Kong shouted as he formed seals with both hands and circulated all the energy in his body. Oh? Kill me? Long Jianfeng grinned. He was not worried at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Ancient holy technique. Thunder sword. Tang Kong let out a fierce roar. Terrifying thunder attribute power condensed into a huge thunder sword in the void. Its power was monstrous and it was filled with a divine aura. Swish, buzz. Buzz, Tang Kong suddenly waved his hand, and a huge thunder sword burst out, bringing with it a sharp and ear-piercing sonic boom. Wherever it passed, lightning dragons flickered, and the incomparable aura gave people a feeling of invincibility. Seeing the terrifying thunder sword exploding towards him, Long Jianfeng shouted in a low voice, 7-star azure profound bead. Swish. Swish. Streams of cyan light shot out, and 6 cyan beads floated behind Long Jianfeng. This was an ancient holy artifact. The moment the sacred artifact appeared, Long Jianfeng's aura skyrocketed. Long Jianfeng, don't you think it's too late for you to take out your sacred artifact now? Tang Kong sneered. That might not be the case. Long Jianfeng smiled confidently as he activated the remaining origin energy and fire attribute energy in his body. His surging aura swept out once again. Holy art. Heaven flame annihilation palm. Long Jianfeng suddenly let out an explosive shout. Both of his hands formed a profound seal, and an extremely terrifying aura burst out. Finally, he blasted out a palm. What? It actually has such a terrifying aura. Tang Kong's expression changed abruptly. This is... Duan Mushi, Zhu Mingshan, and the others looked at Chen Fan in shock again. Swish, buzz. Buzz, Long Jianfeng blasted out a palm, and a huge flaming energy palm broke through the air. Its power instantly increased by several times, bringing with it the power to destroy everything. It was a kind of aura that made people submit to it, and an irresistible pressure. How is this possible? Seeing this terrifying palm print, Tang Kong was scared out of his wits. The power of the palm technique increased by several times in an instant. Manchuan and the rest were scared out of their wits again. Rumble. Puff, in the blink of an eye, the terrifying palm print collided with the thunder sword and exploded. Tang Kong spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot as the destructive energy of the explosion engulfed him. With such a terrifying power, even if Tang Kong didn't die, he would be crippled. End of chapter. It's a pity that I've used up all my energy. Such a terrifying skill art indeed consumes a lot of energy. Looks like my cultivation can't keep up. Long Jianfeng grinned. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper and he was extremely weak. Fortunately, the terrifying energy was only directed at Tang Kong's side. Long Jianfeng's side was unaffected. Otherwise, Long Jianfeng, who had used up all his energy, would be in danger. After a few minutes, the terrifying energy ripples dissipated and Tang Kong's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Tang Kong's fate was even worse. Blood dripped from his body and he even lost an arm. His body was shaking and his consciousness was blurred. He could fall at any time. How could this be? Long Jianfeng actually has another terrifying skill art. Tang Kong was frightened and angry. He was extremely unwilling and even felt extremely humiliated. How could this be? Seeing Tang Kong's miserable state, Shui Wuhan's eyes almost fell out. He was so scared that his heart was trembling. Zhu Yan swallowed his saliva in fear and said in a trembling voice, Long Jianfeng used up such a huge amount of energy and still managed to use such a terrifying skill art to heavily injure Tang Kong. What skill art did Long Jianfeng use? How could he heavily injure Tang Kong, who has the strength of an 8-star sage? Duan Mushi said in fear. He felt that he could barely breathe. All of this was too shocking. Something that shouldn't have happened had happened. Long Jianfeng should have been defeated or killed. But the situation had reversed. Yu Shuzi and the others didn't dare to speak anymore. All the shock they had experienced in their lives couldn't compare to today. Long Jianfeng glanced at the heavily injured Tang Kong and grinned, Tang Kong, you're really tough. You're lucky that you didn't die. Tang Kong. Brother Jianfeng, you've used up too much energy. Come down and rest. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Whoosh! Long Xianxia appeared in a flash and helped Long Jianfeng down. He said excitedly, Brother Jianfeng, the inferno storm just now was really terrifying. You must guide me in my cultivation when we get back. Haha. Long Jianfeng laughed. Brother Jianfeng, are you all right? Yang Xilan asked with concern. Long Jianfeng gently shook his head and smiled, it's nothing. It's just that we've exhausted our energy. Our cultivation is insufficient, and even if we were to forcefully use the technique given by Brother Feng, it would consume a lot of energy. That's why I don't dare to use it easily. Of course, your opponents are powerful. If you don't use it, even if you can defeat them, you will be seriously injured. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. One of the reasons Feng Wuchen did not use it easily was that it consumed a lot of energy. However, this was nothing to Feng Wuchen. After all, Feng Wuchen's recovery speed was astonishing, and he also had pills. Another reason was that Feng Wuchen was cultivating the most terrifying and powerful technique, not the trash technique that was given to them. This was not to say that Feng Wuchen was stingy, but the things that were suitable for them to cultivate were the worst. Brother Jian Feng, recover your strength first. Leave the rest to them, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Long Jianfeng nodded, took out a pill and consumed it, then sat cross-legged to recover. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Various powerful techniques clashed, and deafening explosions were heard. Waves of destructive energy spread out, and the space of the southern region was changed beyond recognition. In this intense battle of life and death, the holy sages were evenly matched. Have you used your full strength? It's time. Long Qi grinned. Long Xianfeng said excitedly, I can't wait. I'll go first. Long Tai shouted excitedly, and his aura changed suddenly. What's going on? I suddenly feel a strong sense of uneasiness. Could it be? Man Chuan frowned, and his face became extremely serious. Long Qi, Long Tai, and the rest channeled the origin power of the dragon gods and began to use the terrifying techniques that they cultivated. Waves of monstrous aura suddenly increased by several times, and it was as if they had become different people. What? Feeling the change in Long Qi and the rest's aura, Zhu Yan was shocked. He panicked and said, You guys know it too. I knew it. As the 6 holy sages, it's impossible that they didn't cultivate it. Duan Mushi frowned. Long Qi and the rest have all cultivated it. Zhu Mingshan couldn't help but exclaim, and his eyes widened. Holy art. Heaven Flame Destruction Palm. Holy art. 9 Suns Universe Fire. Holy art. Extermination flame blade. Holy art, Long Qi, Long Tai, and the rest roared, and their hands formed mysterious seals. They condensed terrifying energy, and it made people feel a strong sense of fear. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Buzz buzz. Waves of terrifying energy shot out, and at the same time, the strength increased by several times. It brought along an ear-piercing sound, and the dark space was covered by a bright light. Holy art. I soul-breaking universe. Holy art. 9 I soul palm. Holy art. Deadly water god sword. Xianxia, Moing, and the rest also shouted, and their shocking aura shot up to the 9 heavens. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Buzz buzz. The moment the powerful holy art energy shot out, its strength also increased by several times. In the void, the scene was extremely shocking, as if the heavens had sent down a divine punishment, as if the heavens were enraged. At this moment, Zhu Yan, Man Chuan, and the rest all revealed a terrified expression, and the feeling of powerlessness and intense oppression made them feel suffocated. They have all cultivated such unimaginable attribute arts. Duan Mushi was so scared that his soul almost left his body, and he almost knelt down. The power of the arts instantly increased by several times, they can't block it at all. Zhu Mingshan said in horror, and his face was filled with worry and fear. Zhu Mingshan, Duan Henshi, if you're worried, you can help. We don't have any objections. Long Qi sneered. Zhu Mingshan gritted his teeth and said angrily, are you humiliating us? Preposterous. How dare you look down on us? Fight it out with them. Zhu Yan suppressed his fear and roared. They had no way out, and had to go all out. One by one, they shouted crazily and executed their best arts. Waves of ancient holy art energy shot out continuously. Overestimating yourselves. Feng Wuchen sneered. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the holy art energy clashed and a series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the void, reverberating throughout the entire southern region. Zhu Yan, Man Chuan, and the rest all spat out blood at the same time. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was like a motorcycle colliding with a train. They were seeking their own deaths. The terrifying and unimaginable explosive energy was completely one-sided as it swept towards Zhu Yan and the rest, engulfing them. No one knew if they were dead or alive. This was an overwhelming power. Duan Mushi, Zhu Mingshan, and the other Saint Venerables who had yet to take action were completely shaken by the scene. End of chapter. Heavenly Devil Clan's Demon Lord and Martial Spirit Temple's Saint Venerable have all been defeated. How could they be so powerful? This can't be real, right? When Kuei-Ying defeated Zhu Sun, we should have thought that Long Qi and the rest must have cultivated such a terrifying skill. Xianxia and Moing actually have such a terrifying skill. Where did they get it from? I've never seen such a terrifying skill. Old Ghost Yan Ming, Demon Shadow, Shui Wuhan, and the rest were terrified. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not figure out where Long Jianfeng and the rest got their skill from. Before long, the 5 Saint Venerables fell out of the terrifying energy ripples. They had already fainted from their heavy injuries and were on their last breaths. They were probably dead after falling from the void. Oh no! Zhu Xiantong and the rest have been defeated. Their injuries are very serious. Someone exclaimed. Save them! Zhu Mingshan shouted. He looked extremely terrified. A few minutes later, the energy ripples in the void gradually dissipated. Zhu Yan, Man Chuan, and the rest of the Saint Venerables appeared before everyone's eyes. They were covered in blood and their clothes were tattered. Their injuries were extremely serious. Their bodies were swaying and they looked extremely miserable. Seeing their condition, Duan Mushi, Man Chuan, Demon Shadow and the rest were all dumbfounded. They were petrified and their faces were filled with disbelief. Were they still the Heavenly Devil Clan's 10 Great Venerables? Were they still the top Saint Venerables of Martial Spirit Temple? In front of Long Qi and the rest, they could not even withstand a single blow. How could this be? Zhu Mingshan retreated a few steps in horror. He could not believe that this was real. Man Chuan and the rest have all been defeated. Duan Mushi could not believe it. The severely injured Zhu Xinghuan was equally shocked. Great Guardian, informed the Great Elder immediately. The situation is not optimistic. Saint Soul Ancestor transmitted a message. His face was grave and fearful. On the other hand, Long Qi and the rest were unharmed. They had only used up some of their origin energy. Did we hit them too hard? Long Tai smiled faintly when he saw the 3 severely injured people. He looked rather pleased with himself. It's not that hard. Aren't they still alive? Long Qi shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Long Xianfeng spread out his hands and sneered, if I knew this, I would have hit them harder and killed them. Long Tai smiled faintly and said, there's no rush. Play with them slowly and enjoy the battle. There are still 11 of them and they are all 6-star and 7-star holy venerables. We can't deal with them. It's up to you. Xianing shrugged helplessly. For Xianing and the others to be able to defeat 5-star holy venerates of the sky demons and the martial spirit temple as 4-star holy venerates was already very frightening. Even Shui Wuhan did not dare to say that she could defeat those 5-star saint venerables. Didn't I just say that they can take turns fighting me? Long Qi sneered, not worried at all. Hearing the conversation between Long Qi and the others, Duan Muxi, Zhu Mingshan, and the others exploded in anger. Long Qi was not bluffing when he said that they would take turns to fight. Instead, he was confident. If he wasn't strong enough and didn't have the support of a terrifying spell, Long Qi wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. Kuei Ying, you've recovered enough. You can make your move now, Feng Wuchen said, looking at Kuei Ying. Yes. Kuei Ying said respectfully. Humph. Come on, Kuei Ying. I can't wait to kill you, Qiu Yi roared ferociously, looking as if he was certain that he could defeat Kuei Ying. Kuei Ying, what kind of weapon do you usually use? Feng Wuchen asked. Sword, Kuei Ying replied respectfully. Bang. With a thought, Feng Wuchen activated the black flame. A black flame ignited on his palm, spreading a terrifying cold qi. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and dozens of refining materials flew out from his storage ring. His powerful soul power followed closely behind. With a flip of his hand, a fine longsword emitting a faint cold qi appeared, emitting a powerful aura. Weapon creation. A top-grade holy sword. Seeing the fine longsword and feeling the powerful aura, everyone exclaimed. Lord Sovereign can actually refine a top-grade holy sword. The grade of the holy sword is extremely high. Old man has never seen such a powerful holy sword. I didn't expect Lord Sovereign to have such a terrifying ability. Even the Pale Spirit Pagoda can't refine such a holy sword. Xingying and the other experts of the Dragon God Temple were all dumbstruck. Especially Yu Suzi and the other experts who opposed the title of sovereign. They had never imagined that Feng Wuchen, who they thought was trash, would have such an ability. In the entire holy world, which alchemist could refine such a powerful top-grade holy sword in an instant, no one, even Tian Xianzi couldn't do it. What a powerful holy sword. I've never heard of it before. Duan Muxi, Zhu Mingshan, and the others all looked at it in shock. Even the old patriarch and elder Wuji's holy weapons aren't that powerful. The heavily injured Zhu Xinghuan was dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen can actually refine such a powerful holy sword in an instant. Even Lord Gu Xuanzuan's holy weapon doesn't have such a powerful aura. Shui Wuhan's eyes widened. However, this wasn't the end. Bang! Kuei Ying activated the black flames once more, and the forging materials melted and merged with the long sword. A top-grade holy sword of the 9th rank. Hiss! When the 9th rank holy sword appeared, everyone was so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a Saint Sovereign alchemist isn't this powerful, right? Is this really Feng Wuchen's work? How old is he? How can he be so skilled in the field of alchemy? Even Tian Xianzi of the Pale Soul Tower isn't this powerful, right? He can easily refine such a top-grade holy sword of the 9th rank. Feng Wuchen's display of skill shocked everyone again and again. Even Long Qi and the others were dumbfounded at this moment. Too shocking. It was too unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. How terrifying was it to refine a 9th rank holy sword of the 9th rank so easily? If he hadn't obtained Emperor Peerless inheritance, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have been able to refine such a powerful holy sword of the 9th rank. He didn't even have the materials. With a wave of his hand, the holy sword of the 9th rank flew to Kuei-Ying. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Kuei-Ying, this is the reward you deserve. The holy sword of the Supreme. Thank you, Lord Supreme. Kuei-Ying expressed his gratitude with a dumbfounded expression. He felt like he was dreaming. What? Reward? Long Jianfeng, Long Qi, and the others cried out in surprise. Pairs of big eyes swept toward Feng Wuchen. Such a powerful holy sword of the highest rank was given to Kuei-Ying just like that. Everyone present was stunned once more. How generous was this? Brother Feng, refine a holy sword of the highest rank for me as well. Long Jianfeng was the first to speak, not bothering to recover his strength. What about us, Brother Feng? Long Xianxia asked with excitement and anticipation. Brother Feng, I want one. Too. Me too. The fact that Kuei-Ying was bestowed with the supreme holy sword by Feng Wuchen made everyone envious. That was a level 9 holy sword, the most powerful weapon in the holy world. In the entire holy world, there was no weapon that could rival the supreme holy sword. Looking at the ecstatic expressions of Long Jianfeng and Long Qi, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, after the battle is over, you guys will get your share. However, with Kuei-Ying's contribution, the supreme holy sword will only be stronger than yours. It was just a top-tier holy weapon. To Feng Wuchen, it was nothing. As long as Feng Wuchen was willing, he could make it any time. Hearing Feng Wuchen's reply, Long Jianfeng and the others were so excited that they were about to go crazy. They did not treat this place as a battlefield at all. Everyone was speechless. Kuei-Ying, drip your blood on it and use the supreme holy sword to cast spells. It will be even stronger. Feng Wuchen looked at Kuei-Ying and said. Yes. Thank you, Lord Supreme. Kuei-Ying said gratefully. He was extremely excited. After dripping his blood on it, the supreme holy sword absorbed his blood. The sword's soul formed an illusory figure. Master. The sword's soul bowed respectfully. Kuei-Ying was very satisfied. With the supreme holy sword in his hand, his aura skyrocketed. His combat strength broke through the 7-star holy master level. His combat strength increased by 2 stars. Kuei-Ying held the supreme holy sword and pointed it at the void. He was majestic and domineering. He was filled with intimidation. At this moment, the Holy Soul Sect Master and Shui Wuhan were extremely terrified. Even the Shadow Devil Ancestor and Old Ghost Yan Ming were filled with fear. I feel that Kuei-Ying is even stronger than me. The Supreme Holy Sword is too powerful. Long Qi was envious. If Kuei-Ying becomes a 6-star Holy Master, he will definitely be stronger than you. His ice attribute can counter your fire attribute. Long Jianfeng laughed. Kuei-Ying, kill that bastard Qiu Yi. Long Xianfeng roared. That's right. Kill him. He's no match for you. Long Tai also roared. Qiu Yi's face was extremely gloomy. His face was twitching violently. He clenched his fists and his killing intent sword. However, Qiu Yi's heart was filled with fear because of the Supreme Holy Sword. If he didn't have the Supreme Holy Sword, Qiu Yi was confident that he could deal with Kuei-Ying, even if Kuei-Ying cultivated a terrifying spell. Because Qiu Yi cultivated the fire attribute, he could suppress the ice attribute. Long Qi and the others rose into the air again. Looking at Duan Mushi and the others, Long Qi sneered, let's continue fighting. If you're afraid of 1-on-1, 2-on-1 is also not a problem. Long Tai arrogantly crooked his finger, and the corners of his mouth curled into a dangerous arc, shameless boasting. Duan Mushi angrily roared, Long Qi, don't be too complacent. The more powerful the technique, the more energy it will consume. As long as I avoid your technique, your strength is just SOSO. Oh? Is that so? Long Xianfeng sneered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Don't underestimate them. They are not weak. The heavily injured Zhu Xinghuan warned. Zhu Mingshan's face was ferocious and his veins were bulging. A murderous aura burst out as he gritted his teeth and roared, 1-on-1 is enough. Attack. Leave Longqi to me. Duan Mushi shouted angrily, "I'll deal with Long Xianfeng." Buzz. Buzz, 2 7-star Sacred Masters and 3 6-star Sacred Masters unleashed their terrifying strength at the same time. They took out their respective sacred weapons, and their ferocious aura swept across the area. The destructive energy broke through the sky and shot out like a ferocious tiger. "Come on, Zhu Mingshan. Let's enjoy this battle." Long Qi's murderous aura had already locked onto Zhu Mingshan. Long Xianfeng shouted, "The battle just now was not satisfying enough. Duan Mushi, show us what you've got." The battle between the sacred masters began again. "Qiu Yi, let's fight," Kuei-Ying said coldly. He pointed his supreme sacred sword at Qiu Yi and stared at Qiu Yi coldly. A violent murderous aura and a violent murderous intent spread out. The Great Guardian is going to be serious. Shening was excited and expectant. Kuei-Ying's strength is indeed terrifying, especially his speed. Even brother Long Qi praised him. Long Xianxia laughed. "He is indeed very strong." Feng Wuchen nodded. Buzz. Buzz, Qiu Yi took out his sacred weapon spear and channeled all his strength. A bright blue light shot up into the sky and lit up the dark void. Violent fire-based energy surged out like a volcanic eruption. Its power was earth-shattering. In an instant, Qiu Ye's combat strength rose to the level of a 7-star Sacred Master. In terms of strength, he was on par with Kuei-Ying. However, he had an advantage in terms of cultivation level. "Humph." Kuei-Ying sneered. His supreme sacred sword gently slid across the void, and a huge black crack tore open. The sword aura was overwhelming, just this small action alone was enough to bring endless pressure. Boom, Qiu Yi held his spear and stepped into the void. With a loud boom, his body turned into a blue lightning bolt and charged towards Kuei-Ying. His attack was ferocious and ruthless. Kuei-Ying placed his left hand behind his back and held his sword with his right hand. He did not move an inch. The supreme sacred sword was emitting a terrifying sword aura. The stance of an invincible swordsman. Seeing that Kuei-Ying did not move an inch, Qiu Yi felt a strong sense of contempt. He felt that Kuei-Ying was humiliating him. He was furious. Qiu Yi reached Kuei-Ying in an instant. The sacred spear in his hand swept out fiercely with a blue light shadow. Kuei-Ying turned a blind eye to the ruthless attack. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant, but when the sacred spear swept past Kuei-Ying's body became blurry. He was cut in half by the sacred spear. Sword aura projection. Qiu Yi frowned. He looked behind him and suddenly thrust out his spear. Clang, buzz. Buzz, the moment Qiu Yi turned around and thrust out, Kuei-Ying had already thrust out his sword. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. Terrifying energy surged. How is this possible? Qiu Ye's expression changed drastically. He felt a ruthless suppression coming towards him. In just a moment of collision, Qiu Yi was sent flying. Kuei-Ying stepped into the void and chased after him. Humph. Qiu Yi snorted angrily. He forcefully stabilized his body and shot out. Then, he jumped up high and slashed down with his spear. Scram. Kuei-Ying shouted coldly. The supreme sacred sword swept out from bottom to top. Clang, buzz. Buzz, the sacred sword and sacred spear clashed head-on. An ear-piercing sound echoed. Violent energy ripples surged again. Qiu Yi was sent flying again. Humph. Qiu Yi is no match for Kuei-Ying. The terror of the supreme sacred sword is beyond our imagination. Long Xianxia and the rest were extremely excited. This was the suppression of strength. What terrifying strength! A rank 9 sacred sword can greatly increase his strength. Qiu Yi clenched his teeth and said angrily. In just 2 clashes, Qiu Yi's hands were numb. Kuei-Ying pointed his sword at the sky and looked down at Qiu Yi. Not good. Qiu Yi's expression changed again. He felt an intense sense of danger. End of chapter. Swoosh. Buzz buzz. Kuei-Ying slashed down with his sword and a terrifying sword chi formed a crescent moon slash. It was extremely domineering, as if it was going to split the space into 2. The space within tens of thousands of feet shook violently. Boom. Buzz buzz. Qiuyi panicked and immediately raised his sacred spear to block the attack. The sharp sword qi arrived in the blink of an eye and slammed onto the sacred spear. The violent power directly knocked Qiuyi down. The sword qi is so terrifying. Qiuyi was shocked. Kuei Ying's sword qi attack was not an ordinary sword qi. This sword qi was refined by Kuei Ying. Otherwise, it would not be able to knock Qiuyi down. It directly pierced through a sacred mountain below. Has Kuei Ying become so powerful? Seeing Kuei Ying's great power, Shui Wuhan was even more shocked. Shui Wuhan could not understand. She had been fighting with Kuei Ying for so many years and there was no clear winner. But Kuei Ying suddenly displayed such terrifying power and Shui Wuhan was unable to accept it. An ordinary 7-star saint was definitely not Kuei Ying's match. We have underestimated Kuei Ying's power. Qiuyi is not his match. The 9th level sacred sword has greatly increased Kuei Ying's power. In addition, he has cultivated an extremely terrifying ice attribute skill. His power is not inferior to a 7-star saint. Qiuyi is only a 6-star saint. Qiuyi has been defeated. Other than Zhu Yuan, the rest of us are not Kuei Ying's match. Zhu Xinghuan, Man Chuan and the rest looked solemn. On the other hand, Feng Wuchen's side was filled with ecstasy. The supreme sacred sword is so powerful. Miang was extremely excited and envious. With Guardian Kuei Ying's current power, he doesn't even need to use the skill that Brother Feng gave him to defeat Qiuyi easily. Long Tianzhong laughed happily as if he had already seen Qiuyi's tragic end. Moing smiled faintly and said, as for the remaining saints who have yet to fight, Venerable Long Jianfeng alone can deal with them. We will definitely win. After taking the pill, Long Jianfeng's power had recovered by quite a bit. Boom! A blue light shot up into the sky from below. With a loud explosion, the surrounding holy mountains were turned into ashes. Qiuyi's killing intent also became terrifying, and his face became ferocious. With the support of a level 9 holy sword, your strength has indeed become very strong, but your end will not change. That is death. Qiuyi roared fiercely. With a furious roar, Qiuyi launched a fierce attack. His saint spear danced, displaying every move vividly. Ding ding ding. Buzz. A fierce battle unfolded as the sacred sword and sacred spear violently clashed. Sparks flew everywhere as the energy ripples from the collision spread out in all directions like a tsunami. No matter how ruthless and tricky the moves were, Kuei Ying could easily resolve them and counterattack. In fact, he even used his terrifying attack speed to leave behind many sword wounds on Qiuyi's body. He had been suppressing Qiuyi this entire time, forcing Qiuyi to only be able to defend and not counterattack. That grievance made Qiuyi even angrier. He was a 6-star holy venerate of the martial spirit temple. Now, he was suppressed by a strong enemy, unable to fight back at all. This was a great humiliation. Your speed is too slow. Have you reached your limit? Kuei Ying suddenly asked when he saw Qiuyi gradually falling into a passive state and unable to defend himself. Are you looking down on me? Qiuyi roared angrily. He was furious. You can understand it that way, Kuei Ying replied coldly. Preposterous. You are courting death. Qiuyi was so angry that he almost lost his mind as he roared crazily. Just as Qiuyi roared, his expression changed drastically before he could even attack. Qi. A strand of dazzling sword light flashed, and a horrifying sword mark had appeared on Qiuyi's chest. So fast. Qiuyi could not react at all. Kuei Ying's speed was too fast, too terrifying. Zhu Xinghuan frowned deeply and said, Kuei Ying's speed is much faster than Qiuyi's. There is no way he can dodge. Qiuyi can't even fight back. Zhu Yan and the others were stunned. Shadow Demon Venerate and the others who were watching from afar were all stunned by Kuei Ying's strength. I can't believe it. Old Ghost Yanming frowned and shook his head. Kuei Ying's growth speed is too terrifying. Guardian Shui Wuhan, isn't Kuei Ying's strength on par with yours? Shadow Demon Venerate couldn't help but ask. I don't know when Kuei Ying became so strong, but it must have something to do with the cultivation technique he cultivated. Shui Wuhan shook her head in shock. The cultivation technique that Feng Wuchen gave might be the worst, but it allowed Kuei Ying's strength to increase greatly after he cultivated it. He was not far from breaking through to the 6-star Holy Venerate realm. Chi chi chi. Kuei Ying flashed continuously and attacked Xiao Yi fiercely. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword shadows appeared. Xiao Ye's body had dozens of sword wounds, and his clothes were soaked with blood. He was in a sorry state. Instant shift. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and roared. The burning pain from the wound spread throughout his body. Boom. In the next second, Kuei Ying had already appeared in front of Xiao Yi. He swept his leg out, and Xiao Yi shot out like a cannonball. Boom. PFFF. Xiao Yi had just flown out a few meters when Kuei Ying flashed over again and swept his leg out again. With another explosion, Xiao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. Damn it. Xiao Yi was so frustrated that he started to doubt his life. When Kuei Ying used instant shift, Xiao Yi couldn't even detect it. It was too fast. Kuei Ying isn't from the dragon gods, but he can use instant shift as he pleases. He doesn't lose to the dragon gods at all. He clearly had the chance to kill Xiao Yi, but Kuei Ying didn't. This isn't the style of the divine shadow guards. Zhu Xinghuan had a higher opinion of Kuei Ying, but he couldn't see through him. Xiao Yi, you are too weak and too slow. If I had chopped off Nun's head, you would already be dead. With his back facing Xiao Yi, Kuei Ying spoke coldly without any human emotions. From the beginning until now, Xiao Yi had been suppressed and didn't even have the strength to fight back. This was enough to see the difference in strength. Ah. Weng Weng. Kuei Ying's words made Xiao Yi so angry that he completely lost his mind. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared crazily. A terrifying power burst out uncontrollably, and because of his anger, Xiao Ye's battle strength increased. A terrifying storm swept out, but it couldn't force Kuei Ying to take a step back. Xiao Yi roared, I will kill you. Kill me? That will depend on your ability. Kuei Ying sneered. He had successfully angered Xiao Yi and made him lose his mind. Xiao Yi, who had lost his mind, was full of openings, he wasn't a threat at all. Xiao Yi roared and unleashed his power. He roared, Holy Technique. You have lost your mind because of anger. Your entire body is full of openings. Do you still have the chance to use the Holy Technique? Kuei Ying's bone-chilling laughter suddenly sounded behind Xiao Yi. End of chapter. Xiao Yi, who had lost his mind, was full of openings. Xiao Yi was controlled by anger and had lost his judgment. Kuei Ying did not use teleportation, so Xiao Yi did not notice it immediately. Boom. Pfft. The shadow that appeared in a flash swept out with his foot. There was a loud explosion and Xiao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. His body turned into a black line and was sent flying. The spell he was casting was interrupted. You bastard. Xiao Yi could not help but curse. Kuei Ying sneered, not letting you use your technique is for your own good. Kuei Ying's kick had worsened Xiao Yi's injuries. Kuei Ying had many opportunities to kill Xiao Yi, but he did not do so. Kuei Ying wanted to defeat Xiao Yi through battle and not find an opportunity to kill him. At the same time, he wanted to get used to the Saint Sovereign sword as soon as possible. Xiao Yi has lost his mind from anger. Coupled with his injuries, he has no chance of winning against Kuei Ying. Man Chuan frowned. Zhu Xinghuan said solemnly, Kuei Ying is right. Not using his technique is for Xiao Yi's own good. Kuei Ying's ice element technique is not something Xiao Yi can block. However, the most important thing is that he is suppressed by the Saint Sovereign sword. Otherwise, Xiao Yi would not have lost to Kuei Ying. Zhu Xinghuan could not help but glance at Feng Wuchen and said, this Feng Wuchen is not simple. Looks like we have all underestimated him. With such terrifying alchemist strength, it's no wonder Long Shuling named him a sovereign. Alchemists possess extremely great attainments in their domain. No one in the saint's world is his opponent. Tian Xianxia is so powerful, yet he can't forge a saint sword like that. It's not without reason that the second elder wants to capture him alive, Zhu Yan said sternly. He glanced at Feng Wuchen coldly. As if he sensed something, Feng Wuchen also glanced over. What sharp senses. Zhu Yan frowned again. Feng Wuchen only glanced at him indifferently before turning his attention back to the battle. He did not seem to be a threat at all. Zhu Yan was indeed not a threat to Feng Wuchen. Back to the battle. Qiu Yi, who had lost his mind from anger, was stopped by Kuei-Ying every time he wanted to use his technique. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Qiu Yi, you should give up. You've been controlled by your anger, and you're full of openings. Stopping you is as easy as flipping my hand. Kuei-Ying sneered. Kuei-Ying. Qiu Yi gritted his teeth and roared. His expression was as ferocious as a ferocious beast. Qiu Yi couldn't understand why Minbai's fire attribute couldn't suppress Chief Shadow's ice attribute. Qiu Yi. Calm down. Don't be controlled by anger. Duan Mushi, who was fighting fiercely, shouted. The furious Qiu Yi didn't listen at all. Boom, Qiu Yi roared and attacked crazily again. He rushed out with his holy spear, but he was swept away by Kuei-Ying's sword. He could not resist Kuei-Ying's strong power. Again and again, the ferocious attacks were all sent flying by Kuei-Ying's sword. In terms of speed and strength, he easily crushed Qiu Yi. As the battle went on, Qiu Yi's injuries became more and more serious. His aura had weakened quite a bit, and he had consumed a lot of energy. Qiu Yi, it seems like you can't hold on any longer. I've also gotten used to the Supreme Holy Sword. It's time to send you on your way, said Kuei-Ying coldly. He had already lost his patience. Zhu Xinghuan was stunned at first, then he frowned and said, Test the sword? No wonder you didn't kill Qiu Yi at the start. The Supreme Holy Sword has just appeared, and he indeed needs time to control the sword's power. Manchuan's face was ferocious. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Ridiculous. Kuei-Ying is a bastard. He actually used our people to test the sword. He's humiliating us. The Saint Sovereigns of the Martial Spirit Temple were all furious, and their killing intent soared. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Qiu Yi roared crazily, and his violent power exploded out again. His eyes flashed with blood-red light, and he rushed out with his holy spear again. He poured all his power into the holy spear, and he even used his essence blood. His power surged crazily, and a dazzling blue light burst out. Qiu Yi roared, so what if I don't use my technique? Let's see how you block my spear. The fierce spear pierced toward Kuei-Ying like lightning. It was an explosive attack. The spear's power was infused with all of Qiu Yi's power and essence blood. It was definitely not weaker than the Saint technique. Then you better watch carefully. Kuei-Ying sneered. His surging aura exploded out, and his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Kuei-Ying held the Supreme Holy Sword with both hands and slashed it down. Ding! Buzz! The sharp sword accurately struck the tip of the spear, and there was a crisp sound. Sparks flew everywhere, and a terrifying power spread out. Is this all you've got after adding your essence blood? Kuei-Ying sneered without any pressure. Qiu Yi's attack was unable to shake Kuei-Ying in the slightest. Damn it! Qiu Yi's face was ferocious, and his anger intensified. Scram! Kuei-Ying shouted coldly. The Supreme Holy Sword suddenly exploded with a terrifying power. It was an unparalleled power. Boom! Pfft! The overbearing sword radiance exploded out, and the terrifying impact caused Qiu Yi to spit out blood. He was sent flying. In the next scene, the Supreme Holy Sword actually split Qiu Yi's holy spear in half under everyone's shocked gazes. It split Qiu Yi's holy spear in half, and it was split from the tip of the spear, as if it was splitting wood. How terrifying was the Supreme Holy Sword? What? Qiu Yi was shocked, and his eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? Zhu Xinghuan, Manchuan, and the rest were shocked. Long Shenfeng could not help but look over, and said in shock, Isn't the Supreme Holy Sword too terrifying? Brother Feng, what material did you use to create such a terrifying holy sword? Long Jianfeng asked in shock, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Mysterious material. Feng Wuchen grinned. What a terrifying holy sword. It split the holy spear easily. Old man Yanming was trembling in fear. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying scene, and it was too shocking. Kuei-Ying's lips curled into a dangerous arc. He held the Supreme Holy Sword and shot out with a majestic aura. His speed was terrifying, and he disappeared in a flash. Qiu Yi, be careful. Manchuan shouted in panic. Pfft. In the next second, the supreme holy sword pierced through Qiu Yi's shoulder. Kuei-Ying gently slashed and cut off Qiu Yi's right arm, causing blood to gush out. Ah! The pain of losing his arm made Qiu Yi scream like a pig being slaughtered. Qiu Yi, Manchuan, Duan Mushi, and the rest shouted. Boom! Pfft! Kuei-Ying kicked out, and the terrifying force caused Qiu Yi to spit out blood. He was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom! Kuei-Ying stepped into the void, and with a loud boom, he turned into a black lightning and chased after Qiu Yi. Kuei-Ying sneered, Qiu Yi, your life is mine. End of chapter. Shoo! Shoo, shoo! Shoo, shoo! Shoo! Shoo, shoo! 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 Manchuan shouted. Duan Mushi shouted, Shoo! 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 Idiot! Shoo! Shoo! Shoo, shoo, shoo! Sky Demon Race and Martial Spirit Temple are allies. Shoo! 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 Kuei-Ying, I have the strength of an 8-star Holy Venerate. You are far from being a match for me with your 7-star Holy Venerate strength. If you want to defeat me, then use your technique. Zhu Yuan said coldly. As you wish, said the Chief Shadow coldly. His monstrous aura suddenly changed. He released all his strength and poured it into the Paragon Holy Sword. The sword god shone with a dazzling white light, and an extremely terrifying ice sword chi spread out. Kuei-Ying was planning to use the Supreme Holy Sword to cast an ice attribute spell. Kuei-Ying's magic formula can also instantly increase his strength by several times. He cannot be underestimated, Zhu Yuan thought. However, he was not too worried. No matter what, Zhu Yuan had the combat strength of an 8-star Sacred Master. If he used his saint weapon and performed his saint technique, he was confident that he could match Kuei-Ying's technique. Shining looked at Kuei-Ying worriedly and said, Can Great Guardian Kuei-Ying win? Zhu Yuan's strength is not simple. Kuei-Ying might not be his match. In the previous battle, Kuei-Ying had also used up a lot of his strength. Long Jianfeng frowned slightly. Brother Long Jianfeng is right. If he is in his peak state, he might be able to fight against Zhu Yuan, said Long Qianya seriously. Feng Wuchen did not say anything. He had a faint smile on his face. Zhu Yuan, kill Kuei-Ying! Zhu Mingshan shouted angrily. You think you can kill the people of Dragon God Temple? Aren't you underestimating us? Didn't you see who injured Zhu Xinghuan and the others? Looks like we have to end the battle as soon as possible. Long Qi sneered and his face became ferocious. Hearing this, Zhu Mingshan sneered and said coldly, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come, perform your magic formula. When your strength is depleted, it will be the time of your death. Duan Mushi said coldly, from the battle between Zhu Xinghuan and Long Jianfeng, I can see that with your strength, you can only perform it twice before your strength is depleted. You have already performed it once just now. I don't dare to say that you can dodge it, said Long Xianfeng with a hideous smile. Stop talking nonsense with them, Long Qi shouted. Long Qi shouted coldly as he activated his source energy with all his might. His hands formed a profound seal as his aura continued to soar. Long Xianfeng and Long Tai formed a seal as well. Holy Formula. Heaven Flame Destruction Palm. Holy Formula. Extermination Flame Blade. Holy Formula. Nine Suns Universe. Holy Formula, Long Qi and the other four shouted, and a bright golden light shrouded the area. Auras that shook the heavens shot up to the 9 heavens like the 9 heavens war gods. However, Long Qi and the others did not perform it immediately. Their strength was still gathered in the seal. Duan Mushi, Zhu Mingshan, and the others looked extremely serious. They stared at Long Qi and the others without blinking. Everyone's eyes fell on Long Qi and the others. They all held their breaths. What? You don't dare to perform it? Zhu Mingshan sneered when he saw that Long Qi and the others did not attack. Aren't we giving you time to prepare? Otherwise, you will say that you did not dodge it. Long Xianfeng sneered as if he could already see Duan Mushi and the others being severely injured. Cut the crap. Come on. A 6-star sage shouted angrily. All right. Take this. Long Qi shouted and a terrifying energy gathered on his fist. Flames were burning on the surface of his fist. 9 Suns Universe, Zhu Mingshan frowned and his old face was extremely serious. He was ready to dodge at any time. The moment Long Qi's voice rang out, his figure suddenly disappeared. What? Not good. Zhu Mingshan's face changed and he quickly realized something. Oh no. Duan Mushi and the others were scared out of their wits. They were extremely terrified. Be careful. It's teleportation. Zhu Xinghuan was shocked and shouted. Man Chuan's face changed and he shouted in fear, dodge it. Dodge it. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bam, kacha, poof, when Long Qi appeared again, he was already behind Zhu Mingshan. He had already gathered a terrifying energy in his fist and punched Zhu Mingshan's back mercilessly. The domineering and terrifying energy shattered the bones in Zhu Mingshan's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew out like a cannonball. Bastard! It's teleportation! Zhu Mingshan roared in his heart. Even if Zhu Mingshan did not die from the terrifying punch, he would not be able to get up. Boom! 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 At the same time, Duan Mushi and the others did not manage to dodge the attack and were severely injured by the terrifying energy. Zhu Xinghuan and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. Looks like he didn't manage to dodge it. I knew it. Long Xianfeng sneered. Long Qi said excitedly, that punch felt so good, it felt so good. Zhu Mingshan won't die, right? End of chapter. The effect of close-range attacks is more obvious. The power that can be unleashed in an instant is terrifying. Long Xianfeng laughed excitedly, I gave it my all. Duan Mushi is crippled and his aura is so weak. If he is not treated in time, he will die. Li Bufan seems to have been killed by me. I can't sense his aura. Long Tai smiled. The corners of Long Qi's mouth curled up as he smiled. Looks like we've won. Long Qi, what you said is wrong. This is a battle of life and death. How can there be victory and defeat? There is only life and death. There are still a few of them who have not fought. Long Xianfeng sneered. Although Long Qi and the others were excited to enter the experts of the Heaven Demon Race and Martial Spirit Temple, they had used up a lot of energy. Facing the powerful Saint Venerables, they could not fight anymore. Go and save them. Zhu Xinghuan and Man Chuan shouted at the same time. After Zhu Mingshan and Duan Mushi's defeat, Zhu Xinghuan and Man Chuan's faces were extremely gloomy. Out of the 20 Saint Venerables, only 4 6-star Saint Venerables and 7-star Saint Venerables were left. On the other hand, the experts of the Dragon God Temple were not injured. They had only used up a lot of energy. The Heaven Demon Race and Martial Spirit Temple had lost all their face. The 20 Saint Venerables of the 2 top forces in the Holy World could not defeat the 6 Venerables and the Divine Shadow Guardians of the Dragon Gods. If this news were to spread, wouldn't they be laughed at by countless forces and cultivators in the Holy World? Long Qi and the others are almost exhausted. The 4 of you can definitely kill them. Kuei-Ying has Zhu Yuan. Don't worry. Man Chuan said angrily. It's too late. Long Jianfeng has recovered a lot of his strength. The 4 of them are not enough to fight against Long Jianfeng. We can only rely on Zhu Yuan now. Zhu Xinghuan said solemnly. What? Long Jianfeng? Man Chuan and the others' faces changed as they remembered Long Jianfeng. Manchuan gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn it. This guy is not injured. He only needs elixirs to recover his strength. Our injuries are too heavy. It will be hard for us to recover our strength." Long Jianfeng had recovered a lot of his strength. Dealing with a 6-star Saint Venerables was not a problem. If Zhu Yuan can defeat Kuei Ying, none of them will be able to escape. Zhu Yanning said angrily. Their only hope now rested on Zhu Yuan. If Zhu Yuan could defeat Kuei Ying, they would have a chance to turn the situation around. Venerable Manchuan, Shui Wuhan has already sent a message back. The Great Elder should be sending experts to reinforce us soon, the Holy Soul Sect Master said respectfully. Send a message back? When Manchuan heard this, his pale face instantly turned gloomy. What news? Was it the news of the 10 demon sovereigns of the Sky Devil clan and the 10 venerables of the Martial Spirit Temple being defeated? 20 Saint Venerables could not defeat 6 venerables of the Dragon Gods. If this kind of news were to spread, where would he put his face? Holy Soul Sect Master, who gave you the guts to act on your own? Manchuan asked gloomily. His fierce eyes frightened the Holy Soul Sect Master. The Martial Spirit Temple's venerables also had a gloomy expression. This? The Holy Soul Sect Master didn't know how to answer. Forget it. It might not be a bad thing to send the news back. Long Jianfeng is a great threat to us, and Zhu Yuan might not be able to defeat Kuei Ying. Zhu Xinghuan said indifferently. Humph. Manchuan glared at the Holy Soul Sect Master again. At the same time, in the sky above the battlefield, Kuei Ying had already injected all of his energy into the Supreme Holy Sword. The terrifying aura made people feel suffocated. Zhu Yuan had also burst out with his peak state. Obviously, he didn't dare to underestimate Kuei Ying. Kuei Ying, we are the only ones left. Come, let me see a powerful technique that surpasses the holy technique. Zhu Yuan said expressionlessly. His eyes were filled with seriousness. He was already prepared for a head-on clash. Holy technique. Ice Soul Death Sword. Kuei Ying suddenly roared. His surging aura soared rapidly. Kuei Ying then leaped up high. He held the Supreme Holy Sword tightly with both hands and slashed down. Swish, buzz. Buzz, a terrifying ice attribute energy sword that was hundreds of thousands of feet long broke through the sky. Its power instantly increased by several folds. Resplendent light covered the void. The violent sword light gave people the feeling that it was unparalleled. Looking at the terrifying sword light, Zhu Yuan frowned. He said to himself, it is indeed more terrifying than I imagined. Holy technique. Endless Heaven Slash. Zhu Yuan formed seals with both hands. Finally, he put his palms together. A huge energy slash that was hundreds of thousands of feet long instantly condensed in the void. It was filled with terrifying power. Swish, buzz. Buzz, Zhu Yuan waved his hand. A huge energy slash that was hundreds of thousands of feet long shot out. The terrifying aura seemed like it was going to split the heaven and earth in half. It was frightening. This power is not weak. No wonder he dares to make a move. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Zhu Yuan's strength is second only to Zhu Xinghuan. He is indeed very strong. Shening frowned. He seemed to be worried that Kuei Ying wouldn't be a match for Zhu Yuan. Rumble. Buzz. Buzz, PFFF. PFFF, in next to no time, the two terrifying forces collided ferociously, and they exploded with a deafening explosion that resounded throughout the southern territory. Energy ripples that were filled with destruction swept out violently, and both of them spat out blood as they were blasted flying. What a domineering technique. It can actually injure me. Zhu Yuan was extremely shocked. Not good. Zhu Yuan is also injured. Zhu Yanchen frowned. He was panicking. How can Kuei Ying have such terrifying power? He is only a 5-star sacred venerate. How can he contend against Zhu Yuan? Zhu Yanshan was dumbfounded. He did not dare to believe it. Zhu Yuan was actually injured. Duan Mushi and the rest did not dare to believe it. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. The Holy Soul Sect Master, Old Ghost Yan Ming, and the rest were all dumbfounded. Kuei Ying's strength was actually terrifying to such an extent. He could actually fight someone who was 3 stars above him. No one believed that Kuei Ying was so terrifying. Kuei Ying's strength is even stronger than ours. Long Tai's eyeballs were about to fall out. He was extremely shocked. Brother Feng, Kuei Ying's cultivation technique can't be stronger than ours, right? Even if he has the supreme holy sword, it can't be so terrifying, right? Long Xianxia asked in a daze. Without an attribute counter, how can Kuei Ying injure Zhu Yuan? Long Jianfeng was also extremely shocked. The supreme holy sword is of the ice attribute and is forged at the 9th rank. It is a holy sword that was specially made for Kuei Ying. It can help Kuei Ying increase his combat strength by a lot. Feng Wuchen explained. Yes. The supreme holy sword was of the ice attribute and was forged at the 9th rank. For Kuei Ying, who cultivated the ice attribute, he could completely unleash the power of the supreme holy sword. Kuei Ying injured Zhu Yuan. This battle would definitely shock the entire sacred world. I really did not expect that not only the 6 venerables of the dragon gods, even the divine shadow guard's great guardian also has such terrifying strength. It really makes me feel that it is inconceivable. Right at this moment, an indifferent and arrogant sneer sounded in the void. Protector Ni Feng. Long Jianfeng frowned and said, "This guy is here too." Peak 8-star Holy Master. Long Qi's face turned solemn. Protector Ni Feng? It was the first time Feng Wuchen had heard of this person. Shan Tong said seriously, "Brother Feng, this person is the protector of Martial Spirit Temple. He is even more powerful than Nangong Xian. So he is the protector of Martial Spirit Temple. No wonder his aura is so strong." Feng Wuchen nodded without any change in his expression. The experts of the major forces of Dragon God Temple were all shocked at this moment. Clearly, they were very wary of Protector Ni Feng. Above the void, an unparalleled aura covered the void. It was as if there was an existence above everything. It was filled with an aura of disdain. A figure flashed and appeared. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying energy ripples disappeared and the space became calm again. This person was the protector of Martial Spirit Temple, Ni Feng. He was a peak 8-star Holy Master. He was definitely a 9-star Holy Master. He was a terrifying top expert. Seeing Ni Feng, Manchuan, and the others were overjoyed. "Greetings, Protector." The 10 honorables of Martial Spirit Temple and the experts of Saint Soul Sect and 9 Nether Temple bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Protector Ni Feng." Zhu Xinghuan and the others also greeted him respectfully. "Protector Kuei Ying, I am impressed by your strength. It is a pity that you are still too weak." Ni Feng looked at Kuei Ying, who had used up all his strength. Boom. Puff. With a wave of his hand, Kuei Ying spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was severely injured on the spot. Even though Kuei Ying was at his peak, he could not withstand Ni Feng's power. He was already merciful. "Protector Kuei Ying." Xianning was shocked and immediately dashed out. Ni Feng. Kuei Ying has used up all his strength. How can he use such a despicable method? What kind of protector is he? Long Qi was furious. Ni Feng said arrogantly, "The battle has already begun. We are enemies. I am already merciful by not killing him." "Bastard." Long Jianfeng gritted his teeth and cursed. Veins bulged on his face and his killing intent soared. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, and a cold murderous aura flashed through his dark eyes. Ni Feng swept a glance at Man Chuan and the others, and then looked at Long Jianfeng, Kuei Ying, and the others. He said indifferently, "The result really shocked this protector. I can't even believe that the Heavenly Devil Clan's 10 Great Devil Venerables and the Martial Spirit Temple's 10 Great Venerables were actually no match for the Dragon God's 6 Great Venerables and the Divine Shadow Guardians." Manchuan and the others didn't dare to speak. Because this was the truth, no amount of explanation could change it. "Isn't it normal to be defeated?" Feng Wuchen replied calmly. "You are the supreme one of the dragon gods, Feng Wuchen?" Headwind's figure suddenly appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. His terrifying speed exceeded everyone's reaction. "Brother Feng, be careful." Long Jianfeng turned pale with fright and immediately rushed forward. Boom. Pooh. The moment Long Jianfeng made his move, Feng swept his gaze over. His terrifying aura caused Long Jianfeng to spit out a mouthful of blood. This guy is indeed terrifying. He can injure me with just his aura. Long Jianfeng was extremely shocked. This wasn't a light injury, but a serious one. Long Jianfeng, your strength is much weaker than mine. You are not qualified to fight with me, Feng said arrogantly and glanced at Long Jianfeng with contempt. Supreme Long Jianfeng. Shining cried out in panic. Bastard. Long Xianxia and the others were furious. They all looked like they were going to risk their lives. Preposterous. Feng. You are courting death. Long Qi and the others were furious. Their murderous aura surged as they swooped down. Don't attack. You are no match for him. Feng Wuchen immediately stopped them. Long Qi, just because of those words of yours, this protector should kill you. However, I'll let you have a taste of pain first. Feng sneered as he suddenly waved his hand. Boom. Pooh. Feng waved his hand again. A terrifying invisible force caused Long Qi to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured on the spot. In a moment, Long Jianfeng, Long Qi, and Kuei-ying were all severely injured by Feng. His strength was extremely terrifying. Long Xianfeng and the others still wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Feng Wuchen. Feng, you are so powerful. Feng Wuchen said coldly, your subordinates are useless. But I let a mad dog like you come out to show off. Why? Do you feel good to help them vent their anger? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment by taking advantage of others? His cold voice made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an endless dark abyss. Mad dog? Are you insulting me? Feng looked at Feng Wuchen coldly and said, the strength of a strong enemy is used to deal with the enemy. What does it have to do with taking advantage of others? Mad dog? A Saint Venerable expert from Dragon God Temple scolded softly, this kid is tired of living. How dare he insult Feng? Doesn't he know that he will get us killed? This brat only knows how to cause trouble. If he wants to die, he should die far away. Another temple master scolded softly. Some of the higher-ups of the major forces looked as if they couldn't wait for Feng Wuchen to be killed immediately. Xing Ying and Xian Mu's faces were extremely gloomy, but they couldn't say anything at this moment. After all, they were facing a great enemy. Feng Wuchen. You've got guts. How dare you insult our protector? Manchuan shouted angrily. What a mad dog like you said makes some sense. Feng Wuchen nodded expressionlessly, ignoring Manchuan's existence. Feng Wuchen, since Heavenly Demon Race and Martial Spirit Temple dared to start a war, they are not afraid of your dragon gods. Even if Long Shihun and the others come, it will be the same. Feng said arrogantly. He really didn't take Dragon God Temple seriously. Brother Xiaoyang, I'll leave this mad dog to you. Beat him to death. Feng Wuchen said coldly. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, Feng was already a dead man. Beat him to death? Did Long Xiaoyang have that ability? Of course he did. Is Brother Xiaoyang here? Long Xianfeng and the others were overjoyed. Brother Xiaoyang is definitely strong enough to kill Feng. Long Jianfeng gritted his teeth and glared at the arrogant Feng. It's time for Feng to die. Long Qianye gritted his teeth and growled. Long Tianzhong said with a relieved expression, Feng won't be arrogant for long. They were very confident that Long Xiaoyang could defeat Feng. Long Xiaoyang? Feng was stunned, then he sneered and said, Long Xiaoyang, show yourself. Let me see your strength. As soon as Feng finished speaking, Long Xiaoyang silently appeared in the void. He was an 8-star sacred master expert. Protector Xiaoyang is here. The experts of the Dragon God Temple all cheered excitedly. Feng, long time no see. Your strength has improved a lot. Long Xiaoyang said with a cold expression, his body emitting cold killing intent. You could have lived, but because of this mad dog, you all have to die. Feng Wuchen said coldly. End of chapter. Feng took advantage of the situation and injured Long Jianfeng, Long Qi, and Kuei-ying. His actions had infuriated Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had originally planned to borrow Emperor Peerless' strength to deal with Enai Feng himself, but he gave up on that idea because he didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. Enai Feng, did you hear that? Our supreme dragon gods ordered me to beat you to death. Long Xiaoyang's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Long Xiaoyang, my cultivation is higher than yours. Do you think I have the strength to do so? Enai Feng said arrogantly, his eyes flashing with ruthless killing intent. What kind of art did Long Jianfeng and the others cultivate? Did I not? Long Xiaoyang grinned hideously. The aura of an 8-star Saint Venerable suddenly erupted. Incomparable origin energy gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Enai Feng frowned slightly. Buzz buzz. In an instant, the space of the entire southern region trembled violently. The space that had just recovered collapsed once again. Countless cultivators fell into extreme fear. Long Xiaoyang's combat strength had broken through the 9-star Saint Venerable level. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying aura made everyone unable to move or exert any strength. They even felt as if they were being forcefully pressed into the ground. Gulp, Venerable Shadow Devil, the Saint Soul Sect Master, and the experts of the Dragon God's sacred palace paled. Fear was written all over their faces. They couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Long Xiaoyang has also cultivated a terrifying art that surpasses saint arts. Protector Enai Feng might not be able to defeat him. Moreover, Feng Wuchen is full of confidence in Long Xiaoyang's strength. Zhu Xinghuan thought to himself. He couldn't help but glance at Feng Wuchen. Zhu Xinghuan's expression was extremely solemn. Long Xiaoyang gave him a terrifying feeling. However, Feng Wuchen gave him an even scarier feeling. From the beginning to the end, Feng Wuchen's indifferent expression made Zhu Xinghuan feel very strange. Feng Wuchen could still be so calm in the face of such a terrifying enemy. This was not an act. It was his innate confidence. Protector Xiaoyang's strength is terrifying. Long Xianxia was shocked and excited. He couldn't help but roar, Protector Xiaoyang. Cripple that mad dog. That mad dog Enai Feng is dead for sure today. Nie Wufeng sneered fiercely, as if he had already seen Enai Feng's tragic end. Long Xiaoyang, who had erupted with a terrifying power, suddenly shot out through the air, locking onto Enai Feng with a soul-stirring aura. The moment he made his move, he felt as if he could destroy the world. Enai Feng, bring out your full strength. This protector will beat you to death. Long Xiaoyang sneered as if he was sure that Enai Feng would win. Long Xiaoyang. Don't be too arrogant. Man Chuan shouted angrily. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Didn't Venerable Gu Xian teach you that? Long Xiaoyang said coldly. Long Xiaoyang had already appeared in front of Man Chuan. Long Xiaotian's sudden appearance scared Man Chuan out of his wits. His whole body trembled, and his bloodthirsty eyes stared at Man Chuan with extreme fear. Boom. Pooh. Long Xiaoyang punched out at an extremely fast speed, so fast that it seemed as if there was no movement at all. However, with a sudden explosion, Man Chuan spat out blood and flew out like a cannonball. All the bones in his chest had collapsed. Long Xiaoyang's punch was extremely terrifying. It was unknown if Man Chuan could survive. Well done. Long Xianfeng and the others roared in anger, venting the anger in their hearts. Old dog Enai Feng, did you do the same to us dragon gods just now? Do you feel comfortable bullying the weak and taking advantage of the situation? Long Xiaoyang asked with a sneer, the viciousness in his eyes becoming more and more intense. Long Xiaoyang. Enai Feng's face turned completely gloomy, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Duan Mushi, your injuries are so serious. Why don't I send you on your way? Long Xiaoyang sneered and teleported in front of Duan Mushi. Duan Mushi's face was filled with fear and despair. Humph. Enai Feng snorted fiercely. He immediately flashed over and threw a palm strike at Long Xiaoyang. As the guardian of the martial spirit temple, how could Enai Feng let Long Xiaoyang deal with the elites of the martial spirit temple? Sensing Enai Feng's attack, Long Xiaoyang sneered. He immediately grabbed the heavily injured Duan Mushi at a terrifying speed and threw him toward Enai Feng's attack. What? Enai Feng's expression changed drastically, but it was too late to stop. Boom. Pfft. The terrifying palm strike landed mercilessly on Duanmushi's chest. With a loud boom, Duanmushi spat out a mouthful of blood onto Enaifeng's face. Enaifeng was stunned on the spot. How could the heavily injured Duanmushi withstand Enaifeng's power? His expression of fear and disbelief stiffened, and he died on the spot. Old dog Enaifeng, you're really something. You even killed your own people. Long Xiaoyang sneered mockingly. He then let go of Duanmushi's body and let it fall. The elites of the Martial Spirit Temple and the Sky Devil Clan's Demon Lord were dumbfounded. Everything happened too quickly. They did not even see what happened. They only saw Enaifeng's palm strike Duanmushi. They did not expect Long Xiaoyang to use Duanmushi to block Enaifeng's attack. Enaifeng did not expect it either. You're really ruthless. You even killed your own people. Are you worried that Duanmushi will take his position as guardian? Long Xianfeng mocked with a gloating expression. Long Xianxia sneered, tsk. I can only say that you killed him well. That's not enough, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Long Xiaoyang. I won't forgive you. Enaifeng was instantly enraged. His face was ferocious, and a monstrous murderous aura swept out. An extremely terrifying power burst out from his rage. It was violent and ferocious. His aura and power surpassed Long Xiaoyang's. Seeing how furious Enaifeng was, Long Xiaoyang spread out his hands and sneered, Enaifeng, you old mad dog, you can't blame me. You were the one who killed him. Everyone saw it. I'm going to kill you. Enaifeng roared crazily. Then, he threw another palm strike at Long Xiaoyang. The Martial Spirit Temple's demon lords behind Long Xiaoyang were all terrified. Aren't you afraid that I'll dodge? I have your people behind me. Long Xiaoyang sneered and looked at Enaifeng with a playful expression. You. Enaifeng was furious. He had to stop his palm strike. Boom, but the moment Enaifeng stopped, Long Xiaoyang seized the opportunity and punched Enaifeng's abdomen. With a boom, the domineering power sent Enaifeng flying. As expected of the Martial Spirit Temple's guardian. You're still alive after being punched by me. Long Xiaoyang sneered and slowly floated into the void. Naked sarcasm and disdain. Xianing, kill all the demon lords of the Martial Spirit Temple. If the demon lords of the Sky Demon Clan interfere, kill them too. Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. Yes. Lord Supreme. Xianing and the other three immediately shot out. What? The demon lords of the Martial Spirit Temple were shocked. You're courting death. Kill them. Zhu Mingshan roared furiously. The 4 6-star Sage Venerable suddenly shot out. End of chapter. How could 4 6-star Sacred Masters be afraid of 4 4-star Sacred Masters? It was a complete suppression of strength. However, just as they were about to strike, Feng Wuchen said coldly, since the demon honorables of the Sky Devil tribe have struck, kill the rest as well. Zhu Xinghuan frowned as he stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. Yu Shuzi, Xingying, Xianmu, Gai Jun, it's your turn now. The 10 demon honorables of the Sky Devil tribe and the honorables of the Martial Spirit Temple are severely injured and unable to fight. Kill them all. Feng Wuchen ordered. His voice was cold and devoid of any human emotions. Yes, honorable. Xingying and the rest accepted the order respectfully. Yu Shuzi and the rest of the temple masters looked terrible. However, they did not dare to disobey the order in front of Long Xiaoyang and Long Qi. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. 7 sacred masters soared into the sky and unleashed a terrifying force. Even though they had used up a lot of energy in the previous battle and were even injured, they had not lost their ability to fight. Oh no! The 4 6-star sacred masters who were fighting were shocked. However, now that they were entangled with Xianing and the rest, it was not easy for them to withdraw and help. When Zhu Yan saw Yu Shuzi and the rest charging towards him, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Feng Wuchen, you despicable man. I have already reminded you that you are courting death. Enaifeng, this mad dog, bullied the weak and injured the honorables of the Dragon Gods and the Divine Shadow Guardians. I only wanted to kill the honorables of the Martial Spirit Temple. However, you guys insisted on interfering. Don't blame me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Demon Honorable Shadow, Old Man Yan Ming, stop them. Zhu Mingshan shouted anxiously. Demon Honorable Shadow and Old Man Yan Ming replied respectfully, yes, Honorable. Can they stop me? Long Xuanfeng's cold voice was heard as he appeared in front of Demon Honorable Shadow and the rest. Long Xianfeng. When Long Xianfeng appeared, Demon Honorable Shadow and the rest were scared witless. Their faces turned pale and they did not dare to attack. Long Xuanfeng's energy has been depleted. Killing him is as easy as pie. What are you guys afraid of? Hurry up and attack. Seeing Senior Shadow Devil and the others cowering, Zhu Yan could not help but roar. Zhu Yan is right. Killing me is as easy as flipping one's hand. Come on, let's do it. Long Xuanfeng's face was filled with mockery as he laughed out coldly. In fact, he had even arrogantly crooked his finger. The Shadow Demon Honorable and the others could tell that Long Xuanfeng's aura was very weak, but they did not dare to attack. Long Xianfeng gave them a terrifying feeling. Even though his aura was weak, they did not dare to say that they could kill Long Xianfeng. Needless to say, the Saint Soul Sect Master and Shui Wuhan were severely injured. Not to mention Long Xianfeng, even a Saint Emperor Realm expert could kill them. Bastard! Do you want to watch us get killed? Zhu Mingshan roared furiously. At this moment, Xing Ying and the other Saint Venerables had already appeared at lightning speed and started a merciless massacre. Preposterous. Zhu Sun gritted his teeth and growled. Boom. Pooh. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion as Zhu Sun's chest was struck by a palm strike. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his chest caved in and he died on the spot. Boom boom boom. Poo pu pu. Following that, the other 5-star Saint Venerables were severely injured. Facing Xing and the others, they could not fight back at all. They did not even have the chance to dodge as they were all killed in one hit. Damn it! We are going to die in the hands of these trash. Zhu Mingshan gritted his teeth and roared. Zhu Yuan, hurry up and stop them. Zhu Yan shouted in panic. His heart was beating wildly. Facing death, Zhu Yan, Qiu Yi, and the others started to panic. Although Zhu Yuan's injuries were not serious, he was being held back by Yu Shuzi. He shouted anxiously, get the elders here. The Shadow Demon Honorable and Old Man Yan Ming sent the news back to the Sky Demon region in a panic. Unfortunately, they were still too late. Boom boom boom. Poo pu pu. One after another, the Saint Venerables were killed mercilessly. Qiu Yi and Zhu Mingshan could not escape death. Perhaps at the moment of their deaths, they were filled with hatred towards an iPhone. Sky Demon Enchantment. At this critical moment, Zhu Xinghuan had no choice but to activate his blood essence to cast the enchantment. Among the 10 honorables of the Martial Spirit Temple, other than Man Chuan, whose fate was unknown, the other 7 were all killed. 2 of them were still fighting with the Divine Shadow Guardians. Among the 10 demon honorables of the Sky Demon clan, other than Zhu Xinghuan, Zhu Yuan, and the other 2 6-star Saint Venerables, the other 6 were all killed. All of this was because of an iPhone. Old dog and iPhone, do you see this? This is the consequence of bullying the weak and being arrogant. You are the one who caused their deaths. I wonder if you regret it. Feng Wuchen spoke coldly as he looked at an iPhone in the void. Feng Wuchen. After this guardian kills Long Xiaoyang, you will be next. An iPhone roared in anger as he looked at Feng Wuchen with a fierce gaze. Is that so? I will wait for you to kill me. I hope you will have the chance, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Long Xiaoyang sneered, old dog and iPhone, you won't have the chance. I will beat you to death. Brother Xiaoyang, use your full strength and kill him as soon as possible. I will let him live in regret and fear for the rest of his life. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Old dog and iPhone, you are finished, Long Xiaoyang sneered as he took pleasure in An Ifeng's misfortune. Sky Demon Region's main hall. What? 6 demon honorables are dead? In the main hall, Zhu Huang's expression changed drastically as he widened his eyes in shock. Patriarch, what happened? Zhu Xinghuan frowned and asked in confusion as he realized that something had happened. Zhu Huang clenched his fists and said gloomily, the Shadow Demon Honorable sent news that 6 of the 10 Demon Honorables are dead. 8 of the 10 Honorables of the Martial Spirit Temple are dead. Guardian Ni Feng suddenly attacked and injured Long Jianfeng, which infuriated Feng Wuchen. He gave the order to kill Zhu Xinghuan and the others and even attracted Long Xiaoyang here. What? Zhu Xinghuan and the other elders and higher-ups were shocked. Long Xiaoyang has attacked as well? If that's the case, this guardian will go to the southern region immediately. Guardian Zhu Aoyun said coldly as the terrifying aura of an 8-star holy venerable spread out. Wait. Zhu Xinghuan said in a hurry, the old patriarch just went into seclusion not long ago. I'm afraid he won't come out so soon. If Long Xiaoyang loses this battle, Long Shihun and the others will definitely come out. With our strength and Nangong Xian's group, we won't be able to deal with them at all. We'll probably be killed before the old patriarch comes out. Then what should we do? Don't we care about Zhu Xinghuan and the others? Zhu Huang asked with a frown. Guardian, go to the southern region immediately and save Zhu Xinghuan and the others. Stop the battle for now. Zhu Xinghuan said solemnly. Stop the battle? Zhu Aoyun and the others were stunned. 6 of the 10 demon honorables had been killed, and they wanted to stop the battle. Wouldn't that make the Dragon God Temple and the countless forces in the Saints' world laugh at them? Zhu Xinghuan said solemnly, apart from stopping the battle for now, there's no other way. Not to mention that Feng Wuchen has a mysterious power. We didn't expect Long Xiaoyang to attack so soon. It seems like we're declaring war, but we're actually being forced to fight by Feng Wuchen. End of chapter. Martial Spirit Temple. The main hall was filled with anger and killing intent. The faces of the upper echelons were gloomy. Nangong Xian had also heard about the situation in the southern region. They had not expected that even after sending out 10 venerables, they still failed to suppress the 6 venerables and the divine shadow guardians of the dragon gods. Not only did they fail to suppress them, they even lost 8 venerables. Now that they had sent out an iPhone, they had lured Long Xiaoyang out. At first, they thought that they would show the dragon gods their determination by attacking the 4 major forces of the southern region. Moreover, it would not be too difficult to eliminate the 4 major forces. But no one had expected that the Dragon God Temple would place such importance on this matter. Not only did they send out the experts of the major forces under them, even the 6 venerables and the divine shadow guardians of the dragon gods were dispatched. The situation was not optimistic for them. The 8 venerables were the strongest forces of our martial spirit temple. They were actually killed by them. The 3rd elder gritted his teeth. His old face was terrifying. Great Elder Hanju is right. We can only stop the battle temporarily. Lord Guxuanzuan has yet to come out of seclusion. With our strength, we are indeed no match for Long Shihun and the others. Nangong Xian said gloomily. Obviously, he did not want to stop the battle, but the situation forced him to. Stopping the battle temporarily is beneficial to us. Send someone to snatch the white flame on Feng Wuchen. As long as this elder obtains such a powerful flame, the alchemists of the holy world will be under my control. Nangong Xian said coldly. We were planning to slowly exhaust the strength of the Dragon God Temple while dealing with them and waiting for Lord Guxuanzuan to come out of seclusion. But we did not expect the Dragon God Temple to send 6 venerables so quickly. They even killed 8 of our venerables. We thought that sending an iPhone would make them wary, but Long Xiaoyang came instead. Tianshan said solemnly. This Feng Wuchen is really reckless. We can't let this brat go. A Saint Venerable said angrily. Protector and iPhone, stop the battle temporarily. Nangong Xian immediately ordered. Ni Feng, who was engaged in a life-and-death battle with Long Xiaoyang, was stunned when he received Nangong Xian's order. Ni Feng, who was already filled with anger, was completely enraged. The battle of life and death had already begun. How could he leave just like that? Feng Wuchen had threatened Long Xiaoyang to beat him to death. If he left just like that, wouldn't countless cultivators in the Saints' world laugh at him for being afraid of Long Xiaoyang? Where would he put his face in the future? Moreover, even if an iPhone wanted to leave, would Long Xiaoyang give him the chance? Boom. Just as an iPhone was distracted, Long Xiaoyang's iron fist came again. With a boom, the terrifying power sent an iPhone flying. An iPhone, you dare to be distracted while fighting me? You must be tired of living. Long Xiaoyang sneered with disdain. Feng's face was gloomy and ferocious, his anger burning wildly. Great Elder, Zhuoyun is here. Together, we can kill Long Xiaoyang and the others. Feng transmitted his voice. Headwind, this is an order. Stop fighting immediately. Nangongxian shouted coldly. Damn it. Feng gritted his teeth in anger. Nangongxian. You don't have the right to order me around. Not to kill Long Xiaoyang. I swear I'm not human. The furious Feng roared. Hearing that, Nangongxian was also furious. Humph. So what if you can kill Long Xiaoyang? Can you deal with Long Shihun and the others? If you want to die, I won't stop you. Nangongxian shouted angrily. He was also a hot-tempered person. Yi Tianshan and the other higher-ups shook their heads helplessly. They knew Feng's arrogance too well. That idiot. If he wasn't so arrogant and angered Feng Wuchen wouldn't have ordered Man Chuan and the others to be killed. Nangongxian cursed. He was so angry that his old face twitched violently. Zhuoyun's appearance in the sky above the holy royal tribe attracted everyone's attention. His terrifying aura made everyone tremble in fear. It was rare to see such a terrifying expert. With Zhuoyun's appearance, Zhu Xinghuan, Zhu Yuan, and the Shadow Devil Honorable were completely relieved. A Heavenly Devil Tribe Guardian? You're indeed powerful. You're much stronger than Zhu Chenqin. Feng Wuchen sized Zhuoyun up calmly. He's qualified to be a guardian. Naturally, he's powerful, Long Jianfeng said. Long Qi frowned and said, if Zhuoyun and Feng work together, Big Brother Xiaoyang won't be their match. No matter how powerful Long Xiaoyang was, it would be difficult for him to deal with two 8-star holy venerables working together. Zhuoyun, hurry up and kill Long Xiaoyang. Feng shouted. Long Xiaoyang turned his head and glanced at Zhuoyun. He sneered and said, even a Heavenly Devil Tribe Guardian is here. It's really lively today. Why? Do you plan to work together with Feng? Zhuoyun did not speak. His expression was solemn. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of Zhu Mingshan and the others flew up. The 10 demon honorables of the Heavenly Devil Tribe and the 10 honorables of the Martial Spirit Temple ended up like this, Zhuoyun said in a low voice. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Zhuoyun continued, Feng Wuchen, you've won this battle. However, the next battle will be the end of the Dragon God Temple. Zhuoyun. What do you mean? Feng shouted angrily. The Heavenly Devil Tribe has stopped fighting. The Martial Spirit Temple's Grand Elder should have given the order. Guardian Feng, go back, Zhuoyun said indifferently. Since you've admitted defeat, the southern region will be under the control of the Dragon God Temple from today onwards. The Heavenly Devil Tribe and the Martial Spirit Temple will be kicked out of the southern region. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, also, Feng won't be able to leave. Even if Gu Xuanzuan comes, he won't be able to save him. Haha. Feng Wuchen, who do you think you are? Do you think you can stop me? Feng was so angry that he started to laugh. He became even more arrogant. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, then ask Gu Xuanzuan to come and take a look. Pass down the order. All the forces of the Heavenly Devil Tribe in the southern region will withdraw from the southern region. Zhuoyun immediately gave the order. Zhuoyun did not stay for long. He waved his hand and disappeared with Zhu Xinghuan and the others. Zhuoyun. You coward. Coward. Feng roared angrily. He was so angry that his internal organs were churning. Old mad dog Feng, let's continue to fight. I don't think you'll run away. Otherwise, you won't be able to face the other forces in the holy world if they know about this. Long Xiaoyang sneered. Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, Long Xiaoyang, I alone am enough to kill you. Oh? Is that so? Long Xiaoyang sneered. Buzz. Buzz. After he finished speaking, Long Xiaoyang formed a seal with his hands and condensed a terrifying power. The monstrous power swept out with an unstoppable force. Universe of 9 Suns Fire. Long Xiaoyang shouted and integrated the terrifying skill into his body. His body shone with golden light and a wisp of flame burned on the surface of his body. His terrifying combat strength instantly surpassed Feng's. Peak 9-star Holy Master. Feng's eyes widened. Old dog Feng, your arrogance ends here. Long Xiaoyang sneered. End of chapter. How can Long Xiaoyang have such powerful strength? Aren't they just powerful in their techniques? What's going on? Did Long Xiaoyang hide his strength? How can his strength surpass mine? Even if he took out his saint artifact, it's impossible for him to have the strength of a peak 9-star Holy Venerable. It's impossible. Feng instantly regretted when he sensed Long Xiaoyang's terrifying strength. At this moment, Feng was panicking to the extreme. Long Xiaoyang had such terrifying strength, and Feng was no match for him. Intense regret welled up in his heart. The Holy Soul Sect Master, Shui Wuhan, and the others were already in despair. They had resigned themselves to fate. Feng and the Holy Soul Sect Master were not the only ones who were shocked and terrified. Even Long Jianfeng and the others were in disbelief. They did not expect Long Xiaoyang's strength to have reached such a terrifying level. Such strength was enough to fight Zhu Tianma. What's with Big Brother Xiaoyang's strength? Peak 9-star Holy Venerable? Am I seeing things? Long Jianfeng's eyes almost popped out. Long Qi nodded like a chick pecking rice. That's right. It's peak 9-star Holy Venerable. Isn't Big Brother Xiaoyang an 8-star Holy Venerable? Even if he took out his saint artifact and used the 9 Suns Fire Universe, it's impossible for him to reach the peak 9-star Holy Venerable, right? Long Tai's face was filled with disbelief. His expression was stiff. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Big Brother Xiaoyang's comprehension of the 9 Suns Fire Universe is deeper. The strength he can unleash is naturally stronger. No wonder. I was just saying that I couldn't reach such a terrifying strength. Long Qi nodded. His eyes were filled with envy. Above the void, Feng had already started to tremble. He wanted to run away immediately. However, Long Xiaoyang's terrifying aura had already locked onto him. It was impossible for him to run away. Old dog Feng, your arrogance 100,000 years ago already pissed me off. If it weren't for the 3 traitors of the dragon gods, do you think you could have survived? Long Xiaoyang roared furiously. His face became extremely ferocious. The sky demon race stopped fighting, and Nangong Xian also gave the order. Let's see who's going to save you. Long Xiaoyang roared furiously again. Boom! With a furious roar, Long Xiaoyang suddenly stepped into the air and shot out with a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the world. It was accompanied by an ear-piercing sonic boom that was filled with pressure. Seeing Long Xiaoyang shooting over and his terrifying might and aura, Feng's face became deathly pale, and he became extremely terrified. Boom! Pooh! In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang. The horrified headwind spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. There was a fist print on his chest. The power of this punch shook the entire southern domain. Long Xiaoyang's speed was extremely terrifying. Feng, who was in a state of shock, had no way of dodging. To be able to injure Feng with a full-powered punch, how terrifying was that? What kind of power is this? Just one punch and I've suffered such serious injuries. Headwind was terrified as intense pain spread throughout his body. Well done. This punch is really domineering. Awesome. It felt so good. This punch was too satisfying. Let's see if this madness is still arrogant, haha. Brother Xiaoyang, kill this mad dog. Long Jianfeng, Long Qi, and the others cheered excitedly. Old dog Feng, your physical body is so weak. You can't even take a punch from me? Long Xiaoyang sneered viciously as his figure flashed and disappeared. Boom! Pooh! When Long Xiaoyang appeared again, there was another earth-shattering bang. Feng spat out blood again as his body fell, piercing through several sacred mountains like a meteorite. The scene was extremely shocking. With just 2 punches, Feng could not take it anymore. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart. Fortunately, his cultivation was high, and his injuries were not too serious. It did not affect his combat strength much. Ah! Buzz buzz. An iPhone roared furiously as he took out his sacred weapon and erupted with all his strength. Dazzling green light shot up into the sky, covering the sky and the earth. His aura was extremely violent. At this moment, An Ifeng's strength had reached the level of a 9-star sage. But compared to Long Xiaoyang, he was much weaker. Long Xiaoyang! An iPhone roared furiously. His face was ferocious as he charged over like a berserk beast. He was as fast as lightning. The corners of Long Xiaoyang's mouth rose into a dangerous arc. I don't believe that you have such great strength. An iPhone roared furiously as he punched out with a fist that flashed with resplendent green light. Looking at An Ifeng's horrifying stance, this punch was definitely very terrifying. It looked like a simple punch, but in an instant, it contained tens of thousands of punches. Deafening explosions rang out incessantly as destructive energy ripples surged. Long Xiaoyang's expression did not change. He relied on his astonishing speed to dodge all the attacks. Whoosh! An iPhone flashed behind Long Xiaoyang and swept out with his leg, carrying with it a terrifying might that could topple mountains and overturn seas. However, Long Xiaoyang's figure only blurred for an instant before An Ifeng's leg passed through his blurred figure. An iPhone continued to dodge and attack. He was so fast that others could not see him. However, Long Xiaoyang did not move from his original spot. All of An Ifeng's ferocious attacks hit the air. Teleportation? An Feng's face turned ferocious and ferocious. Whoosh! 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 An iPhone flashed around Long Xiaoyang at a terrifying speed, transforming into dozens of clearly visible afterimages. It was as if dozens of people had surrounded Long Xiaoyang. Humph! Long Xiaoyang only sneered softly, without any worry or fear. Whoosh! An iPhone flashed again and appeared above Long Xiaotian. He clasped his hands together and shouted angrily, "Holy technique! Spirit snake entanglement!" As his roar fell, dozens of terrifying energy snakes wrapped around Long Xiaoyang's illusory figure, locking his entire body. "Let's see how you can use teleportation." An iPhone shouted angrily with a smug sneer on his face. "Old dog An iPhone, when did you cultivate such a shameful holy technique?" Long Xiaoyang asked with a sneer. Even if he was trapped, he was not afraid at all. "Long Xiaoyang, this is my holy technique. The spirit snake is highly poisonous and can devour your strength. Its toughness is beyond your imagination." An iPhone formed a seal with his hands again and shouted angrily, "Holy technique! Tai diagram!" As his roar fell, green energy appeared in all directions around Long Xiaoyang. A huge energy Tai diagram also appeared under Long Xiaoyang's feet. A very terrifying power surged out crazily. Rumble! Buzz! Buzz! In an instant, the Tai diagram array suddenly erupted with a terrifying power, swallowing Long Xiaoyang in an instant. The destructive energy ripples unscrupulously swept out and ruthlessly destroyed the space. Haha! Long Xiaoyang! Let's see how arrogant you can be. Haha! Accept your death. An iPhone laughed crazily. With such terrifying power and being trapped by the spirit snake, Big Brother Xiaoyang will be fine, right? It's hard to say. The spirit snake is not simple. It can devour energy. If the devouring energy is given to an iPhone, I'm afraid Big Brother Xiaoyang won't be able to hold on. Big Brother Xiaoyang's physical body is stronger than ours. He also has the protection of the Nine Suns universe. An Ifeng's power can't do anything to Big Brother Xiaoyang. Long Qi and the rest were worried when they saw the energy ripples from the explosion. Haha! Long Xiaoyang, so what if you're a peak 9-star Saint Venerable? Didn't you still die in my hands? This is the result of your arrogance and underestimation. Haha! An iPhone laughed crazily. Seeing Long Xiaoyang being devoured by the terrifying energy, the Saint Soul Sect Master, Shui Wuhan and the rest were all relieved. Fortunately, Long Xiaoyang was too arrogant and underestimated his enemy. Otherwise, an iPhone wouldn't be his match. The Saint Soul Sect Master said. An iPhone turned the tide and won us a chance to survive. As long as we get rid of Long Xiaoyang, Long Jianfeng and the rest are no longer a threat. The Nine Serenity Hall Master smiled as if he saw hope. That was close. Shui Wuhan patted his chest. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. Long Xiaoyang's power was beyond their imagination. They were already in despair. Fortunately, the battle had turned around. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After laughing crazily, Feng looked at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Feng sneered, "Feng Wuchen, I've said it. You're next. If you have any last words, I'll kill you immediately. I'll kill all of you." Long Jianfeng and Long Qi looked at Feng with vigilance. Seeing Feng's crazed appearance, Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered, "How can such an idiot be a martial spirit temple protector? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan must have been kicked in the head by a donkey." Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Feng laughed even louder, "Haha. Feng Wuchen, you'll soon know the consequences of insulting me." "Is that so?" Feng Wuchen sneered and looked at Feng as if he was an idiot. "Brother Feng, is big brother Xiaoyang alright? Why hasn't there been any movement for so long?" Long Xianxia asked worriedly. Shan Tong and the others all looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng is not strong enough to hurt big brother Xiaoyang." "Don't worry," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He was not worried about Long Xiaoyang's safety at all. As expected. "Old dog upwind, is that all you've got? The power just now was too weak." While Feng was laughing arrogantly, Long Xiaoyang's disdainful sneer came from the center of the explosion behind him. Headwind's wild laughter instantly disappeared as he froze on the spot. His expression was one of intense fear. The Holy Soul Sect Master, Shui Wuhan, and the others, who had just calmed down, became nervous again. Panic and despair were written all over his face. He felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Long Xiaoyang was still alive despite such terrifying power, the spirit snake's venom, and the devouring power. Impossible. Headwind abruptly turned his head to look. A gale swept out and the destructive energy ripples were dispersed. Long Xiaoyang's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Big brother Xiaoyang is unharmed. Too strong. Too strong. Even such a terrifying power could not hurt big brother Xiaoyang at all. Long Jianfeng and the others cheered excitedly again. Long Xiaoyang was unharmed and the spirit snake that was trapped on his body had already turned into ashes. The moment he saw Long Xiaoyang, Headwind's eyes bulged out as he said in fear, "Unharmed. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The spirit snake's venom can't hurt you. It was clearly devouring your power. Why is your aura not weakening at all? It's just the spirit snake's venom. Have you forgotten about my dragon gods? What do you think the spirit snake can do to me?" Long Xiaoyang sneered. Headwind trembled in fear as his face turned pale. He did not even have the heart to resist anymore. "It's my turn to attack." Long Xiaoyang sneered as his eyes flashed with killing intent. Not good. Sensing the killing intent in Long Xiaoyang's eyes, Headwind's body trembled. He was like a rabbit being stared at by a tiger. He was scared out of his wits. Boom. PFFF. With a thought, Headwind executed instant transmission. Long Xiaoyang arrived in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion as Headwind spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body turned into a black lightning bolt and flew out. Seeing Headwind flying out, Long Jianfeng and the others cheered excitedly. They were extremely excited. Damn it. How could this be? Headwind was extremely unwilling. With this punch, Feng was already seriously injured. 3 punches. Long Xiaoyang only used 3 punches to severely injure a 9-star Holy Venerate Peak expert like him. Swish. Instant transmission was executed again as Long Xiaoyang arrived in an instant. He grabbed Headwind's face and smashed him down onto a majestic holy mountain below. Rumble. Headwind's body turned into a black lightning bolt again as he crashed onto the holy mountain below. With a loud explosion, the entire holy mountain was destroyed. Countless rocks were sent flying as large amounts of rocks fell. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. PFFF. PFFF. Long Xiaoyang continued to execute instant transmission and launched fierce retaliatory attacks on Headwind. Headwind was like a rubber ball as he flew around in the void while vomiting blood. His injuries continued to worsen. Finally, he completely lost his combat strength and became like mud. Boom. 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 However, Long Xiaoyang had no intention of stopping. His fists attacked crazily as he really wanted to beat Headwind to death. From the beginning to the end, no expert from the martial spirit temple came to rescue him. It seemed that they had already given up on Headwind. Old dog Headwind, you never thought that you would have such a day, right? Long Xiaoyang sneered as he looked at Headwind, who was covered in blood and could not get up. Kill me if you have the guts, Headwind said weakly. His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Don't worry. I said that I will beat you until you die. I will definitely do it. Long Xiaoyang sneered as his fist condensed to terrifying force and smashed down without hesitation. Boom. Long Xiaoyang's fist blasted out and exploded Headwind's head with a loud explosion. A huge energy light shuttle flew out. Headwind could not be more dead. Good kill. This is too satisfying. This dog should have been killed long ago. That's right. Killing this dog 100 times is too little. Big brother Xiaoyang is so powerful. Long Jianfeng and the others cheered excitedly. The strong sound waves shot up into the sky. The Holy Soul Sect Master, Shui Wuhan, and the others were completely scared into vegetative states. The intense fear was indescribable. Run! Run! The Holy Soul Sect Master shouted in fear and immediately flew away. Shui Wuhan and the 9 Serenity Hall Master also ran for their lives. Xianing, stop them! Kuei-Ying shouted coldly. No need to chase them. Let them go back and report to Guxuanzuan. Feng Wuchen stopped him. Looking at Headwind's corpse, Feng Wuchen sneered, it's too easy for you to die like this. End of chapter. Brother Feng, he's already dead. Long Xiaoyang smiled helplessly when he saw that Feng Wuchen wasn't going to give up. Brother Feng, are you going to cut Anifeng's body into pieces? Long Qi joked. Of course not. I'm not that disgusting, Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Big brother Xiaoyang, let them go back and treat their wounds first. Long Xiaoyang nodded and looked at Yu Shuzi and the others. He said, those of the great forces under the Dragon God Temple, return to the Dragon God realm immediately to heal your wounds. Those of the Sacred Royal Family, Sacred Tao Pavilion, Immortal Temple, and Profound Cauldron Holy Sect, clean up the battlefield. As you command, Protector. Yu Shuzi and the others said respectfully. After the experts of the Dragon God Temple left, Feng Wuchen said, the reason I asked Big Brother Xiaoyang to kill him is to let him experience the feeling of death. But this is just the beginning. Just the beginning? Long Qi and Long Jianfeng were confused. They didn't know what he meant. I understand now. Long Xiaoyang grinned. Brother Feng has the ability to bring the dead back to life. He wants to resurrect Anifeng and torture his soul. What? The ability to bring the dead back to life? Long Jianfeng and the others widened their eyes in shock. That's impossible, right? Anifeng's soul has been scattered. How can he be resurrected? Long Qi asked dumbly. He couldn't believe it. Others might not be able to, but Brother Feng definitely can. Shan Tong smiled faintly. Others might not believe it, but Long Xiaoyang and Shan Tong had seen it with their own eyes. Heaven-defying samsara. Feng Wuchen activated the ancestor of soul force and let out a low cry. In the next second, a miraculous scene appeared. Anifeng's soul was condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unlike before, it was condensing at a faster speed. Moreover, his soul was still in an awakened state, but it was still very weak. As expected of the ancestor of soul force, he condensed a soul in an instant. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. My good disciple, your mastery of defying samsara is growing stronger and stronger. Emperor Peerless suddenly chuckled. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice, Master, this is related to the ancestor of soul force. I've only used heaven-defying samsara a few times, so I can't say I've mastered it. Haha. You'll know in the future, my good disciple. Emperor Peerless transmitted with a smile. Is there really such a thing? Feng Wuchen was secretly suspicious, but he didn't feel anything. Oh my god, it's really condensed. Is this a dream? A dead person whose soul has been scattered can still condense a soul body? Brother Feng actually has such a terrifying ability. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. Seeing Feng's soul form, Long Jianfeng and the others widened their eyes in shock. They had never seen such a terrifying divine ability. This scene was too shocking. It had already exceeded the scope of Long Jianfeng and the others' understanding. The Great Emperor has such a terrifying ability. Even if we're killed, he can still resurrect us. Kuei-ing couldn't be more shocked. The hundreds of divine shadow guards were all dumbfounded. Long Xiaoyang? Feng Wuchen? When Feng saw Feng Wuchen and the others, he was so scared that he backed away. He was both confused and terrified. Didn't Long Xiaoyang kill him? How could he still see them? Was this a dream? No, this isn't a dream. This is a soul body. I'm still alive, but how is this possible? Long Xiaoyang's attack should have destroyed my soul body. Did I come back to life? How is this possible? Feng couldn't understand. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Resurrection from the dead, was this even possible? Feng, are you wondering why you're still alive? Do you feel like you're dreaming? It'd be too easy for you if I just beat you to death. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen. Feng roared, as if he wanted to eat Feng Wuchen alive. The consequences of being arrogant in front of me are very serious. You've already been abandoned by the martial spirit temple. Otherwise, Gu Xuanzuan and Nangong Xian would have come to save you long ago. Feng Wuchen sneered in disdain. Humph. Nangong Xian, that old bastard, I'll never forgive him. Feng said angrily. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Feng Wuchen sneered. With a wave of his hand, the ancestor of soul power instantly trapped Feng. Feng's weak soul body couldn't resist at all. Feng Wuchen, what are you doing? Feng panicked and struggled frantically. Brother Feng, how do you plan to deal with him? Long Tianzhong asked curiously. Bang! With a thought, the world-purifying soul flame was activated. Feng Wuchen flicked his finger, and a purple flame instantly enveloped Feng's soul body. Divine fire. Long Jianfeng and the others' eyes lit up. I want you to receive the punishment you deserve. For the rest of your life, repent in my divine fire and enjoy the feeling of your soul being burned and devoured. Feng Wuchen sneered. Ah! The purple flame spread to Feng's soul body, and Feng couldn't help but scream in pain. Feng Wuchen! You bastard! How dare you use flames to devour my soul body? Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Feng roared in pain. Hearing Feng's heart-wrenching scream, Long Jianfeng and the others didn't have the slightest sympathy. Instead, they felt even more excited and comfortable. Your soul body will only be devoured by my flames. After it's completely devoured, your fate will be to turn into ashes. You're not qualified to be a ghost. You're not worthy of being a ghost. Feng Wuchen sneered. Brother Feng, how long can this torture last? Long Qi asked. Feng isn't an alchemist, and his soul is very weak. It shouldn't be a problem for him to hold on for 3 to 5 years. If he can't hold on, I'll restore his soul body and let him hold on for another 3 to 5 years. Feng Wuchen smiled. 3 to 5 years? Feng exploded and roared, Feng Wuchen, you bastard. You want to torture me for 3 to 5 years? You'll die a horrible death. Haha. This is retribution. This is the result of arrogance. Feng, enjoy it. Haha. Long Jianfeng and the others laughed excitedly. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and took Feng's soul body into his palm. After wrapping it with his soul power, Feng entered his body. Big brother Xiaoyang, big brother Jianfeng, Kuei-ing, you guys go back first. Send divine shadow guards to investigate the southern region. If you find any Sky Devil clan or martial spirit temple forces, kill them without mercy. Feng Wuchen smiled. And, if you need anything, just let me know. Especially if it's a battle. Feng, this dog, is too weak. I haven't had enough fun yet. Long Xiaoyang happily patted Feng Wuchen's shoulder. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, if you need anything, you must find big brother Xiaoyang. Brother Feng, we'll go back first. Long Jianfeng happily smiled and left. Your subordinate will take his leave. Kuei-ing respectfully said and ordered the divine shadow guards to move out. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong arrived at the square in a flash. There were many injured people in the square. Lord Supreme, young Lord Di Tong, Xing, Xian Mu, and the other higher-ups bowed respectfully. Seniors, there's no need to be so courteous. Everyone has worked hard in this battle. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Thank you for saving us, Lord Supreme. Xing and the others thanked him respectfully. If Feng Wuchen had not sent people to help, the four forces would have been destroyed. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and said, this happened because of me. Of course, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Many of your people have died because of me. Xian Mu said respectfully, casualties are inevitable in a battle, but we have also won the battle. The Heavenly Demon Clan and Martial Spirit Temple had suffered heavy casualties in this battle. The Heavenly Demon Clan and Martial Spirit Temple have suffered heavy losses in this battle. Shan Tong said. Victory is only temporary. This battle has just begun. The true experts of the Heavenly Demon Clan and Martial Spirit Temple have yet to appear. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. With that, Feng Wuchen took out some space rings and handed them to Xing with a smile. These are 5 times space rings. They will help you improve your cultivation in a short time. Later, I will ask the Great Elder to send some elixirs to help you improve your cultivation. Thank you, Lord Supreme. Xing and the others thanked him gratefully. How's your cultivation of the cultivation technique? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Xiaoyang said respectfully, the technique bestowed by Lord Supreme is very terrifying. I have successfully cultivated it. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. That's good. I'll leave the southern region to you. As long as it's someone from the Sky Demon Clan or the Martial Spirit Temple, even if they're related, kill them without mercy. Yes, Lord Supreme. Xing and the others said respectfully. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Farewell, Lord Supreme. Young Lord Di Tong. Xing and the others bowed respectfully again. Shan Tong waved his hand and disappeared with Feng Wuchen in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the northern region's northern profound world. Brother Feng, the Heavenly Devil Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple have true immortal experts secretly supporting them. They shouldn't have any reason to stop the war. Don't you find it strange? Shan Tong couldn't help but ask. To be honest, I find it very strange too. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. I don't know why Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma aren't doing anything. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be afraid if they had a true immortal as their backer. After pausing for a moment, Feng Wuchen guessed, Gu Xuanzuan and the others didn't make a move. Maybe it's because the true immortals won't personally interfere, or maybe they gave them some treasures to cultivate and prepare to break through to the true immortal realm. It has been more than 100,000 years since the ancient times. Other than the few almighty figures who divided the realms, no one has stepped into the true immortal realm. If a true immortal realm expert takes action, the primogenitor and the others will definitely not be his opponent. If Gu Xuanzuan and the others really break through, who can defeat them? Shan Tong said solemnly. He was quite worried. What Shan Tong didn't know was that because of the spiritual qi, it was already impossible to break through to the true immortal realm. It was also because of this that Long Hun and Gu Xuanzuan couldn't break through to the true immortal realm. Of course it's a true immortal realm expert. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Shan Tong asked, Brother Feng, can Huangyan Emperor defeat a true immortal? Even 100,000 true immortals aren't a match for Huangyan Emperor. They aren't even on the same level. Feng Wuchen smiled without hesitation. He was definitely not bragging. So that's the case. Then I don't have to worry. Shan Tong nodded. Shan Tong couldn't imagine how terrifying Huangyan Emperor was. He only knew that he was an existence that surpassed the sacred world. With Feng Wuchen's words, Shan Tong could be at ease. I won't be going back to the Dragon God Temple. The battle has taken up a lot of time. I have to go to the sacred tower to bring Xiaoxiao and the others back to cultivate. You can go back first. Feng Wuchen said faintly and flew towards the sacred tower. I have to seize the time to cultivate too. With Brother Feng's speed, it won't take long for him to catch up. I hope he can break through to the 5-star Sacred Emperor realm before the next battle. Shan Tong muttered to himself and disappeared. Master, can you sense the existence of a true immortal realm expert? On the way to the sacred tower, Feng Wuchen asked through telepathy. A true immortal realm expert is in another space. It's not in the sacred world. No matter how strong your cultivation is, you won't be able to sense their existence. Emperor Peerless replied. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. The so-called other space was like an independent space. It was a world created by an expert. You have the water flame ancestor. If you sense it carefully, you should be able to sense the existence of another space. Emperor Peerless said. Feng Wuchen immediately stopped and activated the water flame ancestor. He then closed his eyes and sensed carefully. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have stopped. It was very quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes and said, I can sense it. It's a very weak spatial fluctuation. It's in the void of the profound saint world. This space is different from the ones I've seen before. It's very big, like another world. That's right. The true immortal realm experts of the sacred world and the almighty experts that divide the different worlds might be there. That space contains the aura of the ancient immortal realm. Emperor Peerless said through telepathy. The aura of the ancient immortal realm? Feng Wuchen frowned and said, it seems that only the defeated ones have the aura of the ancient immortal realm. The power of that space might be able to help cultivators break through to the true immortal realm. There's no doubt about it. The defeated ones of the ancient immortal realm didn't have the right to enter the ancient immortal realm. They could only stay in the sacred world. That's why they created this huge space. To be precise, none of us have the right to ascend to the ancient immortal realm. We've been removed from the ancient immortal realm. Feng Wuchen frowned and recalled the words of the messenger of order. That's right. None of you have the right to enter the ancient immortal realm. Even if you have enough power to ascend, you'll only end up in the heavenly tribulation. Emperor Peerless said through telepathy. If I, Feng Wuchen, want to go to the ancient immortal realm, not even the Almighty behind the ancient immortal realm can stop me. He doesn't have the right. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Haha. As expected of my disciple. Emperor Peerless laughed. Don't worry. It's just a small ancient immortal realm. I don't care about it at all. If you want to go, I can take you there right now. Forget it. I still have to pick up my wife. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Master, you don't have much time left. Is there anything you want to do? Feng Wuchen asked through telepathy. There was only 1 day left before Emperor Peerless disappeared. My wish is for you to grow as fast as possible. You are our only hope. Emperor Peerless sighed. End of chapter. Don't worry, Master. I will cultivate diligently and not disappoint the experts of the Reincarnation Pagoda. Feng Wuchen transmitted with confidence in his eyes. Emperor Peerless replied with a smile, I believe in you. I'm just an alchemist. I don't have any powerful methods, and my flames aren't as good as the ancestor of all fires. However, I do have a method that is suitable for you. Emperor Peerless continued. A method that is suitable for me? Feng Wuchen was stunned. His heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. Although Feng Wuchen had already cultivated the strongest methods of Emperor Huangyan and the others, Feng Wuchen was still very much looking forward to Emperor Peerless' method. Just as Feng Wuchen was filled with anticipation, his body shook violently as a huge amount of information rushed into his mind. Emperor Peerless transmitted, this is the ancient demonic eye. It's an auxiliary method that can help you see the essence of everything. Formations, space, and even the elemental energy within your body can be seen. Ancient demonic eye? It can see the essence of everything? Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock and his expression stiffened. Although it was an auxiliary method, it was very powerful. You will know the benefits of the ancient demonic eye after you cultivate it. With your talent, you won't need much time to cultivate it. Emperor Peerless transmitted with a smile. Thank you, Master. Feng Wuchen thanked him gratefully. His heart was filled with anticipation. Cultivate well. It won't be long before the real battle begins. I'm afraid that even the true immortals will show up, Emperor Peerless transmitted. If true immortals show up, the great progenitor and the others won't be able to defeat them even if they cultivate stronger methods. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. Master, the spiritual qi in the sacred world can't help a cultivator break through to the true immortal realm. Is there any other way? Feng Wuchen asked. You want to help Long Xinghan and the others break through to the true immortal realm? Emperor Peerless asked. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, I do have such a plan. In the previous battle, the Heavenly Fiend race and Martial Spirit Temple stopped fighting. It was indeed strange. With a true immortal backing them, why would they stop fighting? Therefore, I guess that Lord Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma should be in seclusion to break through to the true immortal realm. If they have the help of a true immortal expert, it might not be impossible for them to break through to the true immortal realm. At that time, none of the Dragon Primogenitor trio would be a match for Gu Xuanzuan or Zhu Tianma. By then, Master will definitely be gone, and I don't know when the fifth seal will be unsealed. I can't possibly borrow the power of the emissary, can I? Emperor Peerless replied with a smile. Pills are treasures of heaven and earth, but pills are out of the question. There are no ingredients in the sacred world that can be used to refine pills from the ancient immortal world. However, I have quite a few treasures in my storage ring that are suitable for Long Shirhan and the others. Breaking through to the true immortal realm shouldn't be a problem. Emperor Peerless' storage ring contained countless precious treasures. Any one of these treasures was in existence that could shock all realms. After all, it was a treasure. Thank you, Master. Feng Wuchen thanked him happily. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Sacred Alchemist Tower. When Feng Wuchen entered the sacred tower, Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang's group had just arrived. Isn't that the Alliance Master? Beta Yen said in surprise. That's not right. Big Brother Feng has only been gone for a few hours. Could it be that you saw wrongly? Lin Yu frowned. Ling Xiaoxiao saw Feng Wuchen's back and said with certainty, it really is Big Brother Feng. Big Brother Feng is back so soon? He even said that he would let us stay in the sacred tower for a few days. Seeing Feng Wuchen return, Lu Qingyang and the others were shocked. Big Brother Feng. Feng Wuchen entered the sacred tower. Annihilating Soul, Dong Huang Wuji, and the others were receiving him. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to ask, Lu Qingyang and the others' excited shouts could be heard from outside the tower. Alliance Master, didn't you say that you were going to do something? Why are you back in just a few hours? We were just about to come back and cultivate. Yi Tianwei asked curiously. Ling Xiaoxiao also asked, Husband, did you encounter any problems? It's done for the time being. It was much faster than expected. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I was just about to ask Senior Annihilating Soul where you guys went when you came back. Feng Wuchen did not expect it to end so quickly. He thought that the battle would take a few days. Of course, if Gu Xuanzuan and the others had taken action, the battle would not have ended so quickly. Since you're back, you guys can go and cultivate first. I still have things to discuss with Senior Annihilating Soul and the others. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He was not in a hurry to return to the Temple of Rakshasa. Big Brother Feng, with the help of the heaven-defying Divine Pearl, we can immediately break through to the Saint Monarch realm. Lu Qingyang said excitedly. He looked at Feng Wuchen with longing eyes. You can use it after you break through to the Saint Monarch realm. Go and cultivate. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes at Lu Qingyang. At the same time, Feng Wuchen taught Annihilating Soul powerful refining techniques. He also explained more in-depth knowledge of the alchemist domain to Annihilating Soul. 5 days later, Feng Wuchen left with Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. Lu Qingyang and the others had cultivated for a month. With the help of the heaven and earth treasures, their cultivation had broken through, and they were one step closer to the Saint Monarch realm. After breaking through to the Saint Monarch realm, using the heaven-defying Divine Pearl to cultivate, their cultivation could instantly increase by a few stars. During these few days, the Heaven Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple were relatively quiet. It was as if they were afraid of being beaten and did not dare to make a sound. However, Feng Wuchen knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The real storm was about to arrive. After returning to the Temple of Rakshasa in the profound sage domain and seeing that the Temple of Rakshasa was safe and sound, Feng Wuchen was relieved. He was originally worried that the Martial Spirit Temple would send people to annihilate them. After all, the profound sage domain was the Martial Spirit Temple's territory. It seemed like Feng Wuchen was overthinking. The Temple of Rakshasa recruited many guards and became much more dignified. Inside the Temple of Rakshasa, Miao Qingqing had successfully broken through to the one-star Saint Monarch realm. Wild Leopard and the others had also returned from the Spirit Beast Mountain. Everyone's cultivation had greatly improved. Miao Qingqing's breakthrough to the Saint Monarch realm made Lu Qingyang and the others extremely envious. They were all stimulated and went into seclusion to cultivate. The Temple of Rakshasa was now on the right track and was slowly growing stronger. It would not be long before the Temple of Rakshasa truly grew stronger and became one of the major factions in the sacred domain. Inside the divine ring, Feng Wuchen could not wait to sit down cross-legged. He took out a large number of treasures and condensed an essence soul clone to cultivate. Feng Wuchen's main body recalled the cultivation method of the ancient demon eye and quickly entered into cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The Heaven Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple that had been quiet for a long time were finally no longer peaceful. Buzz. Buzz, two extremely terrifying energies spread out from the profound sage domain and the Heaven Devil region, shaking the entire sacred domain. Countless cultivators could feel the terror of this energy. The energy and aura were beyond imagination. This was the true immortal realm. A true immortal had finally appeared in the sacred domain. End of this chapter. The sacred world welcomed an unprecedented terrifying aura. It was an existence that was truly above everything. The moment the terrifying aura spread throughout the sacred world, countless top experts and cultivators felt as if they had fallen into the 18 levels of hell, filled with endless darkness and fear. The unprecedented terrifying aura seemed to be immobilized, and countless cultivators in the sacred world were petrified. The sacred world fell into an unprecedented silence. In the Dragon God Temple, Protector Jing Wushuang, Chu Tianshu, and the three elders immediately sensed the terrifying aura. Long Xiaoyang, Long Qi, and the other venerables appeared, their faces solemn. I've never seen such a terrifying aura, it's completely unimaginable. Long Xiaoyang frowned, his eyes filled with shock. Chu Tianshu shook his head and said, it's indeed unimaginable. After 100,000 years, they've finally stepped into that realm. Jing Wushuang's face was extremely solemn. At the same time, the three dragon gods opened their eyes at the same time. Zhu Tianma's aura, Gu Xuanzuan's aura. Long Shirhan frowned, his old face was unprecedentedly solemn. Is this the true immortal realm? The Heavenly Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple stopped fighting, it's just as Feng Brat guessed. That mysterious true immortal expert helped them break through to the true immortal realm. Long Shiyun said solemnly. Long Shitian frowned and said solemnly, the aura of the true immortal realm is far from what a peak 9-star Saint Venerable can compare to. The three of us together might not be able to defeat a true immortal. Zhu Tianma, that old thing, must be very proud of himself right now, right? I've already cultivated the technique Feng Wuchen gave me. I wonder if I can fight against a true immortal. Long Shirhan thought, but he didn't have any confidence in himself. Everyone below the true immortal realm was an ant. In the Dragon God realm, the major forces under the Dragon God Temple and other major forces were all scared out of their wits. They were powerless against such a terrifying aura. They could only resign themselves to fate. Heavenly Devil region. The Heavenly Devil race cheered, and the experts under them were extremely excited. True immortal realm. True immortal realm. The old patriarch and venerable Gu Xuanzuan have both broken through to the true immortal realm. Zhu Huang was ecstatic. Elder Wuji could not suppress the excitement in his heart and said, as expected of the ancient immortal pill, it allowed the old patriarch to step into the true immortal realm in just half a month. Lord Gu Xuanzuan has also broken through. Old patriarch has finally broken through to the true immortal realm. Zhu Yi's soul was extremely excited, as if he had won the lottery. The day of the Heaven Fiend race's comeback is here. The humiliation that the dragon gods brought upon us will be returned tenfold, no, 100-fold. Zhu Qianxin roared in excitement. His old eyes flashed with a murderous aura as Zhu Qianxian laughed evilly. Feng Wuchen. So what if you have mysterious powers? The dragon gods will soon disappear from the holy realm. This elder will definitely obtain the method to increase his soul force, and then kill you. This terrifying aura is simply unimaginable. The aura coming from the profound saint world is just as terrifying. It's too terrifying. Zhu Xinghuan's face was filled with shock. In the palace where Zhu Tianma was. After hundreds of thousands of years, I have finally stepped into the legendary true immortal realm. Zhu Tianma was extremely excited as he felt the aura and the terrifying power that was emanating from him. His 100,000 years of waiting and cultivation had not been in vain. Lord Gu Xuanzuan, it seems like you have also successfully broken through. Zhu Tianma laughed excitedly. Immeasurable power, this power seems to be able to destroy the entire holy realm with a wave of my hand. The true immortal realm is simply perfect. Haha. Zhu Tianma laughed excitedly. Longsher Shun, Longsher Tian, you should have felt my power and should be prepared to bear my wrath. I will definitely repay the humiliation that you have given me. I can't wait to see your frightened eyes. Zhu Tianma's old face instantly became ferocious and furious. Candle Sky Demon's crazed expression was frightening to look at. Congratulations to the old patriarch for breaking through to the true immortal realm. In the huge palace of the Heaven Fiend region, millions of clan members knelt down and shouted. Their voices shook the heavens, and wave after wave of sound covered the entire Heaven Fiend region. Members of the Heaven Fiend race, listen to my orders. Prepare for battle. Zhu Tianma's majestic voice rang out in the Heaven Fiend region. At that moment, the Heaven Fiend clan members were crazily excited. The real war was about to come. Pil Soul Tower of the Profound Sage Realm. Tian Xianxia, Qin Shuzi, and the others were filled with fear. It was an irresistible fear. What's going on with Lord Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma? Have they both stepped into the legendary true immortal realm? This terrifying aura has spread from the Heaven Fiend region to the Profound Sage Realm. Tian Xianxi's face was filled with fear and shock. This terrifying aura made old man feel like some kind of power is forcing him to submit. Qin Shuzi's body trembled, and his old face was extremely pale. This is bad. Gongsun Wuqing was extremely terrified. He immediately rushed out of the hall and rushed to the Temple of Rakshasa. Martial Soul Temple. Because of the terrifying aura, the experts of the major forces under the Martial Soul Temple appeared immediately. Is this the true immortal realm? This aura is too terrifying. Lord Gu Xuanzuan has succeeded. Nan Gongxian was extremely excited. Nan Gongxian laughed in ecstasy. Lord Gu Xuanzuan has broken through to the true immortal realm. Zhu Tianma has also broken through to the true immortal realm. I'd like to see what the dragon gods have to fight against us. Feng Wuchen. Do you feel the aura of death? Haha. This aura is more than 100 times more terrifying than a 9-star peak holy venerable. It's definitely the true immortal realm. Yi Tianshan laughed excitedly. The third elder shouted excitedly, Protector Ni Feng and the 10 venerables can be avenged. A power that makes people willingly submit. The experts were shocked and terrified. Congratulations to Lord Gu Xuanzuan for breaking through to the true immortal realm. Become an immortal. Everyone in the Martial Soul Temple shouted respectfully. Their voices were loud and resounded throughout the Martial Soul Temple. In a unique palace in the Martial Soul Temple, Zhu Tianma and Lord Gu Xuanzuan have broken through to the legendary true immortal realm. Why isn't Long Hun doing anything? Long Hun isn't any weaker than Lord Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma. That's strange, a tall, thin, and muscular man said doubtfully. Another handsome man frowned. Does the true immortal realm really need 100,000 years to break through? Big brother, since Zhu Tianma and Lord Gu Xuanzuan have already stepped into the true immortal realm, we should go out and move around. Another black-robed man laughed arrogantly. It's not time yet. The war is about to begin. The Sky Devil race and the Martial Soul Temple will definitely work together to destroy the dragon gods. Let's just watch for now, the handsome man said indifferently. Looking at the void through the palace's window, the handsome man thought, Feng Wuchen, the dragon gods are facing a desperate situation. What will you do? In the sky above the martial spirit temple, countless nine-colored lights gathered and quickly formed Lord Gu Xuanzuan's figure. Wherever his terrifying aura passed, everything would bow down. This was simply an undefeatable stance. Congratulations to Lord Gu Xuanzuan for breaking through to true immortal. The experts of the martial spirit temple and the other factions all knelt down with respectful expressions. The vast aura shot into the sky. Lord Gu Xuanzuan slowly closed his eyes and felt the endless power. The experts kneeling on the ground all felt their blood boiling. They felt proud that they were the faction under Lord Gu Xuanzuan. Lord Gu Xuanzuan, who was like a true god, made them feel extremely honored. 100,000 years of waiting finally paid off. I have waited for this day for 100,000 years. I have finally broken through to the legendary true immortal realm. After an unknown amount of time, Lord Gu Xuanzuan finally spoke. His calm voice gave people a feeling of looking down on the world. No one dared to disrespect or resist him. Lord Gu Xuanzuan, we have lost the battle. The 10 sovereigns were killed, and Protector Ni Feng was killed. We have suffered heavy losses. We had no choice but to stop the battle, Nangong Xian said respectfully. This level of respect had never existed before. It was only because Lord Gu Xuanzuan had broken through to true immortal. Lord Gu Xuanzuan's expression did not change. It was as if he did not care at all. It doesn't matter if we lost, as long as we won, Lord Gu Xuanzuan said as he slowly floated down. Lord Gu Xuanzuan did not care about the people who died. Lord Gu Xuanzuan only cared about his own strength. Lord Gu Xuanzuan had already broken through to the legendary true immortal realm. His strength and status were far greater than before. The deaths of a few people were no threat to him. Nangong Xian frowned, but he did not say anything. He did not dare to say anything. The others could clearly hear something, but they did not dare to say anything. At this moment, Nangong Xian and the others knew that Lord Gu Xuanzuan, who had broken through to the legendary true immortal realm, was no longer the Lord Gu Xuanzuan of the past. He had changed. No, it should be said that he had revealed his true face. Lord Gu Xuanzuan, are you interested in going to the Dragon God Temple with me? At this moment, Zhu Tianma's arrogant laughter came from above the martial spirit palace. Zhu Tianma's huge old face appeared in the void. I am not interested. Lord Gu Xuanzuan smiled indifferently, as if he had transcended the world. What? Even after breaking through to the true immortal realm, you don't dare to make a move? Candle Sky Devil's old laughter rang out with a hint of mockery. Nangong Xian and the others had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Gu Xuanzuan waved his hand, and the huge face instantly disappeared. What's wrong with Lord Gu Xuanzuan? Nangong Xian was extremely puzzled. He simply couldn't figure it out. Martial Spirit Temple Protector and 10 Venerables were killed. If it was before, Venerable Gu Xuanzuan would definitely be furious. But now, he didn't care at all, as if it had nothing to do with him. Was this really Gu Xuanzuan? The Martial Spirit Temple was dead silent. No one dared to speak. Even the sound of breathing was suppressed. All of you, go back. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan said indifferently. The experts of the various major powers left silently. No one dared to stay behind. That kind of oppressive feeling made them feel worse than death. His previous hot-bloodedness and pride had now turned into intense fear. They did not know what had happened. What's wrong with this old thing, Gu Xuanzuan? He's a completely different person. In a palace, a tall and thin man frowned deeply. He was very puzzled. A black-robed man looked at Venerable Gu Xuanzuan on the square and said, I also felt it. Nangong Xian and the others also felt it. This is not the Venerable Gu Xuanzuan of the past. Powerful strength has changed Venerable Gu Xuanzuan. Or is this Venerable Gu Xuanzuan's true face? A handsome man was also puzzled. Sky Devil Domain Main Hall. Venerable Gu Xuanzuan, I've also broken through to the true immortal realm. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Candle Sky Devil sneered. Old clan leader, how was it? Zhu Huang quickly asked. Candle Sky Devil snorted coldly, that old thing refused and even forcefully broke my 10,000 miles mirror image. Old clan leader has already broken through to the legendary true immortal realm. Dealing with Long Hun and the others is as easy as squashing an ant. Why do you need to ask for a rebuff? Elder Wuji said indifferently. Yes, Elder Wuji is right. Candle Sky Devil nodded and smiled. That true immortal realm expert's strength is above mine. This person helped me break through to the true immortal realm. He will not go back on his word. If that old bastard Venerable Gu Xuanzuan doesn't do it, I'll do it myself. Old clan leader, the dragon gods have killed so many of our experts this time. We can't let any of them go. The most hateful one is that Feng Wuchen. Zhu Chenxing gritted his teeth and said angrily. His old eyes were filled with killing intent. Second elder, don't worry. I'll make them regret it. I'll pay them back 100-fold. Candle Sky Devil said fiercely. His old eyes narrowed into a straight line. Old clan leader, give the order. Destroy the Dragon God Temple. Candle Sky Devil's soul could not wait any longer. He could not wait to destroy the Dragon God Temple. No rush. Isn't it better to watch them regret, fear, and despair? If we kill them directly, how will we pay them back 100-fold? I want all of them to die in pain and suffering with regret and despair. Candle Sky Devil said fiercely. It had to be said that Candle Sky Devil was indeed a ruthless character. Long Hun. Long Shirtian. Feng Wuchen. Candle Sky Devil suddenly shouted from afar. His voice was filled with supreme majesty and resounded through the entire sacred world. A huge face appeared in the sky above the Dragon God Temple. It was Candle Sky Devil. Candle Sky Devil. Jing Wushuang frowned. Long Xiaoyang and the rest had a serious expression. All the experts had already gathered in the plaza. Brother Feng, Candle Sky Devil is here. Shan Tong immediately transmitted to Feng Wuchen. Long Shihun, Long Shiyun, and Long Shitian appeared in the sky above the Dragon God Temple. Their old faces were very serious. Is Candle Sky Devil going to attack? Nan Gongxian frowned. Tian Xianzi said seriously, the Sky Devil race has suffered heavy casualties. Candle Sky Devil will not let the dragon gods go. Candle Sky Devil has also broken through to true immortal. The dragon gods are dead for sure. Saint Soul Sect Master gloated. Shui Wuhan said expressionlessly, no matter how strong the dragon gods are, they are just ants in front of a true immortal. Temple of Rakshasa. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others were all scared witless. Feng Wuchen was called out by the owner of this terrifying aura. All the cultivators in the sacred world heard Candle Sky Devil's voice and started discussing. Are you ready to bear this seat's anger? Candle Sky Devil's angry roar resounded through the sacred world again. Every word was filled with endless cold killing intent. It was breathtaking. This arrogant old thing. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him. Long Shirtian gritted his teeth and said angrily. He was so angry that his internal organs were tumbling and the veins on his old face bulged. Whoosh! In the sky above the Dragon God Temple, an old figure appeared out of nowhere. An extremely terrifying aura swept out. It was Candle Sky Devil. His killing intent covered the entire Dragon God realm. End of chapter. At the Temple of Rakshasa. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had fear written all over their faces. They all looked in the direction of the martial spirit temple in horror. The terrifying aura of a perfected immortal was not something they could withstand. They could not resist at all. Whoosh! Gong Sun Wuching suddenly appeared above the temple. Who is it? The guards of the Temple of Rakshasa immediately rushed over. However, when they saw who it was, their expressions instantly became respectful. The leader hurriedly said, it's the fourth elder of the Pill Spirit Tower. The new elder of the Pill Spirit Tower, Gong Sun Wuching. Qi Xiao immediately recognized Gong Sun Wuching. Everyone's gaze fell on Gong Sun Wuching. Su Qingfeng was puzzled. Why is he here? Gong Sun Wuching descended and asked anxiously, where's Lord Feng? Ling Xiaoxiao said seriously, my husband has been in seclusion for half a month and has yet to come out. Feng Wuchen had been in seclusion ever since he returned from the North region. Venerable Gu Xuanzuan has already broken through to the perfected immortal realm. That old bastard Nan Gongxian will soon make his move. It's very dangerous here. Quickly leave the profound sage world. Old man stays here and waits for Lord Feng. Nan Gongxian won't dare to do anything to the old man, Gong Sun Wuching said anxiously. Although Gong Sun Wuching had not been in the Pale Spirit Tower for long, he knew about the enmity between Nan Gongxian and Feng Wuchen. He also knew about the previous battle. It could be said that they would fight to the death. Now that Venerable Gu Xuanzuan had stepped into the perfected immortal realm, Nan Gongxian was even more fearless. He would definitely send people to deal with Feng Wuchen. Looking at the anxious Gong Sun Wuching, Ling Xiaoxiao said firmly, "We won't leave before my husband comes out. We'll go wherever Big Brother Feng goes." "What's the point of leaving just like that?" Lu Qingyang spread out his hands. "That's right. Elder Gong Sun, we can't leave Big Brother behind. We'll fight to the death." Xiao Yun said firmly, as if he was not afraid of death. Bai Duyan, Yi Tianqing, and the others were also determined not to leave. Gong Sun Wuching froze on the spot, his expression stiff. Were these people not afraid of death? Don't you know how terrifying a true immortal is? Don't you know how ruthless Nan Gongxian is? Elder Gong Sun, thank you for your kindness. Before my husband comes out of seclusion, we will not leave. I will also not abandon the temple of Rakshasa, Ling Xiaoxiao said gratefully. The more critical the situation was, the more she would not abandon Feng Wuchen. How could Ling Xiaoxiao easily give up on the palace that she had found after much difficulty? Sigh. Gong Sun Wuching sighed helplessly, but he didn't leave. In the sky above the Dragon God Temple, Zhu Tianma's terrifying pressure mercilessly suppressed the experts of the Dragon God Temple, causing them to turn pale with pain. None of them were able to move. Even the three primogenitors felt a heavy pressure from the terrifying aura. Those with weaker cultivations fell to the ground as if they were being suppressed by gravity. The closer they felt this aura, the more terrifying it was. Staring at Long Tian with fierce eyes, Zhu Tianma sneered, "Long Tian, you must have been very happy when you acted so atrociously in the Heavenly Devil region, right? You must have been very happy and proud to have used a powerful spell to injure me, right? You must have been very happy to have killed my Heavenly Devil clan's demon venerable powerhouse, right? Zhu Tianma, what do you want?" Long Shihun frowned and asked. Zhu Tianma slowly descended to the Dragon God Temple square and sneered, "I don't want to do anything. The shame that Long Tian brought to the Heavenly Devil clan, I will let you return it 10 times today." 10 times? Long Tian's old face darkened. He said coldly, "Zhu Tianma, don't think that you can show off in the Dragon God Temple just because you have advanced to true immortal realm. So what if I show off? You cultivated a powerful spell, didn't you still go to the Heavenly Devil region to show off? What? Can't I? Or are you afraid?" Zhu Tianma sneered and glanced at Long Tian with disdain. "Zhu Tianma, you have just broken through to true immortal realm and have not consolidated your realm. You may not be able to display the true strength of a true immortal." Protector Jing Wushuang said coldly. "Oh? Is that so? Why don't you all try together?" Zhu Tianma said arrogantly. He was actually so arrogant that he wanted Long Shihun and the others to attack together. "Humph. I want to see if you, a true immortal, have the qualifications to be arrogant." Long Tian shouted angrily. A vast and surging aura instantly erupted, his figure explosively shot out, a terrifying fist smashed towards Zhu Tianma. Long Tian used all his strength in this punch. Moreover, he also condensed the power of a spell, instantly increasing it by several times. The power of this punch is absolutely terrifying. It is enough to instantly kill a 9-star saint expert. However, Zhu Tianma only sneered contemptuously and did not move at all. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Long Tian's tyrannical fist smashed into Zhu Tianma's chest, a deafening explosion sound exploded. Then, there is no then. Long Tian's terrifying fist was powerless to shake Zhu Tianma. Even the terrifying power instantly vanished like smoke in thin air, like a stone sinking into the sea. I used all my strength, plus the power of the spell, it actually instantly dissipated. Long Tian is extremely shocked in his heart. What made Long Tian even more shocked is that his fist did not touch Zhu Tianma at all, as if there is a layer of formless terrifying power blocking outside. However, he could not sense the slightest bit of energy aura. Zhu Tianma did not resist at all. Third brother's power instantly disappeared. True immortal realm actually made Zhu Tianma's body strong to this extent? Long Shihun frowned and thought, his expression became even more grave. He ignored the power of the third ancestor. Zhu Tianshu's old face became gloomy. True immortal is indeed terrifying. Long Xiaoyang frowned and thought, he is also extremely shocked in his heart. Long Shitian, is this all you have? Zhu Tianma said with a condescending sneer. Zhu Tianma's contempt made Long Shitian furious in his heart. He once again launched a crazy attack. Boom boom boom. Teleportation plus terrifying speed, Long Shitian surrounded Zhu Tianma and launched a fierce and ruthless attack. In an instant, he launched tens of thousands of attacks, exploding unceasingly. However, all of Long Shitian's attacks were blocked by Zhu Tianma with one hand. All the attacks had no effect. No energy ripples spread out. The experts of the Dragon God Temple were dumbfounded by what they saw. True immortal realm is so terrifying. Long Shitian, your power is not enough. Zhu Tianma said with a mocking sneer. When Long Shitian's attack stopped, everyone realized that Zhu Tianma only used one finger to block Long Shitian's full power attack. How terrifying is the disparity between them. Long Shihun, I know. You are stronger. Attack together, all of you attack together. Zhu Tianma said extremely arrogantly. Oh right, before we attack, let me announce something. Zhu Tianma proudly laughed and immediately shouted towards the void, from today onwards, I will call myself Devil Immortal Old Ancestor. From today onwards, I'll call myself Demon Immortal Ancestor. Zhu Tianma's majestic voice resounded in every corner of the holy world and entered the ears of every cultivator. Domineering aura, at that moment, it was as if Zhu Tianma had appeared in front of everyone. No one dared to resist his majestic aura, it was unprecedentedly strong. Countless forces in the holy world panicked, they felt that the holy world was about to change. Besides Gu Xuanzuan, who else could contend against such a terrifying Zhu Tianma calling himself Demon Immortal Ancestor, how arrogant was he? Although he was extremely arrogant, Zhu Tianma had the right to be arrogant, who in the holy world dared to say a word, absolutely not, unless they didn't want to live anymore. Even a true immortal who called himself Demon Immortal had the right to do so. Xiao. At this moment, Elder Wuji and Zhu Huang of the Sky Devil clan appeared at the same time. A terrifying aura spread out, mercilessly intimidating the experts of the Dragon God Temple. Long Xiaoyang said gloomily, they came as expected. Jing Wushuang, Zhu Tianshu, and the others became alert and flashed to the sky above the palace. Elder Wuji smiled indifferently, 3 primogenitors, we're only here to watch, we won't take action. Zhu Tianma had already broken through True Immortal, he alone was enough to destroy the Dragon God Temple, why would he need Elder Wuji and the others to take action? Long Shihun, come at me together, including the elders and venerables. If others want to take action, they can too. Zhu Tianma sneered arrogantly, he didn't put the experts of the Dragon God Temple in his eyes. As he spoke, Zhu Tianma's figure slowly flew into the sky. Preposterous. Looking at Zhu Tianma's arrogant attitude, Long Shitian gritted his teeth and exploded in anger. This old bastard is so arrogant that he's out of control. Does he really think we're afraid of him? Long Xiaoyang clenched his fists and a cold murderous aura burst out. Great primogenitor, give the order. Long Qi couldn't bear it anymore. Zhu Tianshu said solemnly, Great primogenitor, Zhu Tianma definitely won't let this go. This battle is unavoidable, give the order. Seeing Long Shihun's indifference, Zhu Tianma sneered again, Long Shihun, I'm giving you a chance, one-on-one, you're not my opponent. If you don't take this chance, don't regret it. Don't do anything. Long Shihun said in a deep voice. His figure flashed into the sky as an incomparably terrifying aura began to erupt from him. Long Shuling was well aware of how terrifying a true immortal was. Numbers alone were not enough to defeat a true immortal. Jing Wushuang and Long Xiaoyang were powerful, but they were only ants in front of Sky Candle Demon. If they attacked, other than being heavily injured or even killed by the Sky Candle Demon, they would not be of any help. Long Shiyun and Long Shitian followed in a flash, and a soul-stirring aura spread out. The 3 patriarchs of the dragon gods made their move. Dragon Soul Killer, just the 3 of you? Zhu Tianmo asked with a cold smile. The viciousness in his eyes intensified. He could not wait to attack. Staring fiercely at Zhu Tianma, Long Shirhan said coldly, "If the three of us can't defeat you, the rest of us will just be sending ourselves to our deaths. Do you think they won't die if they don't attack? Long Shirtian likes to use the strong to bully the weak. I also happen to have this kind of hobby." Zhu Tianma said with a sneer. How could Zhu Tianma let anyone from Dragon God Temple go? Over our dead bodies first. Long Shiyun said in a deep voice, and a cold murderous aura swept out. Zhu Tianma, although you have broken through to the true immortal realm, who knows what will happen if we don't fight? Long Shirhan said coldly, and the origin energy in his body slowly increased. Buzz buzz. The power of a peak 9-star Holy Venerable was fully unleashed as a dazzling golden light soared into the sky. It was as if a giant dragon had awoken from its slumber, and it was filled with an intimidating and oppressive power that shook the entire space of the Dragon God realm. There were not many people under the true immortal realm who could fight against Long Shirhan with this terrifying power. The first patriarchs of the Dragon Gods were this strong. Long Shirhan and Long Shirtian also used their full strength, and 3 destructive powers covered the space of the Dragon God realm, and even spread to other realms. Has it begun? Feeling the terrifying power of Long Shirhan and the others, Nangongxian sneered, "It seems that our martial soul temple does not need to act. The 3 patriarchs have started fighting." Tian Xianxia frowned deeply, and his old face was very serious. "Can the 3 patriarchs defeat a true immortal?" Qin Shuzi frowned. At the side, Nangongxian sneered disdainfully, "Forget Long Shirhan and the others, even 30 of them will not be able to defeat a true immortal realm expert. Long Shirhan and the others are dead meat." Nangongxian was not bragging. After all, the strength of a true immortal was unimaginable. The collapsed space of the Dragon God realm was completely engulfed by resplendent golden light. It was a dazzling sight. This power is indeed extremely frightening. However, this is not your true strength. With just this bit of power, even if I had not broken through to the true immortal realm, you guys would not be able to win against me in a one-on-one fight. The Heaven Candle Demon sneered. This was indeed not Long Shirhan and the others' true strength. 9 Yang Fire Universe. Long Shirhan and the others shouted at the same time, and the power of fire erupted. Their auras rose sharply, and faint flames ignited on the surface of their bodies. The power of the 3 patriarchs rose crazily. Long Shirhan's combat power had surpassed the peak 9-star Holy Venerable level. His combat power has more than doubled in an instant. Long Shirhan's strength has reached such a level. Elder Wuji frowned deeply, and his heart was filled with shock. Zhu Xinghuan frowned and thought to himself, such terrifying strength. Even if the old patriarch and Elder Wuji joined forces, they would not be Long Shirhan's match. Zhu Huang and the others were also shocked. Fortunately, Long Shirhan had not made a move, or the heavenly devil race would have been destroyed long ago. At the same time, Long Shiyun and Long Shitian's combat power had reached the peak of 9-star Holy Venerable level. The 3 patriarchs' strength was absolutely unparalleled below the true immortal realm. Long Shirhan, I have to say that you are very strong. No one below the true immortal realm is your match. Zhu Tianma praised. This was the truth. Attack! Long Shirhan shouted coldly. The 3 patriarchs shot out at the same time, and with a loud boom, their speed was extremely fast. Oh? You don't plan to use any skills? You are very confident. Zhu Tianma did not show any fear, and instead became excited. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, Long Shirhan and the other 2 unleashed a ferocious barrage of attacks. Every single one of their attacks was extremely vicious and tyrannical, causing deafening explosions to shake the heavens and earth. Like before, the heavenly candle devil used a single finger to block their attacks, causing the space around the Dragon God realm to violently and destructively shake. Zhu Tianma was fighting 1 against 3, but his body did not move at all. He used a single finger to block the domineering attacks of the 3 patriarchs. The gap between them was so big that it could not be closed. End of chapter. Damn it. That old bastard Zhu Tianma. He's humiliating the 3 primogenitors. Seeing that Zhu Tianma had only used 1 finger, Jing Wushuang exploded in anger. His face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. 1 finger? Long Xiaoyang's face was extremely gloomy. No matter how strong he is, there's no need to humiliate the three primogenitors like this. That old bastard Zhu Tianma. I'm so angry. Long Jianfeng gritted his teeth. His chest heaved violently, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Calm down. Chu Tianchu shouted. His old face was extremely serious. Looking at the intense battle in the void, Bai Chongfeng said seriously, Zhu Tianma hasn't used his power yet. He's already able to fight against the three primogenitors with just his powerful physical body. Even if all of us attack together, we won't be able to change anything. The three primogenitors are already very strong, and they've even cultivated Brother Feng's fire attribute technique. Even with their strength, they can't even defeat a finger of a true immortal. Shan Tong frowned deeply. He was extremely shocked. The terror of a true immortal was something that Shan Tong could not imagine. In the intense battle, the three primogenitors were both shocked and angry. They were shocked because of the terrifying strength of a true immortal, which made them feel powerless. They were angry because Zhu Tianma had humiliated them by using only one finger to fight against them. However, the three primogenitors were helpless. Everyone below a true immortal was an ant. On the other hand, the top experts of the Sky Fiend clan all had gloating smiles on their faces. They were all high and mighty. The angrier the experts of the dragon gods were, the more excited they were. It was as if they were watching a clown. Boom! 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 In the intense battle, Zhu Tianma suddenly attacked at an even more terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the three primogenitors were sent flying. I couldn't even sense it. Long Shirhan was shocked. Is the true immortal realm really so terrifying? Long Shirtian was shocked. He used all his strength, but no matter how ruthless his attacks were, they were useless. Zhu Tianma was so fast that Long Shirhan could not even see it. He could not even sense Zhu Tianma's attack. Long Shirhan, how do you feel? Do you feel powerless? Do you feel very angry? Zhu Tianma asked coldly and arrogantly. His lips curled into a mocking sneer. The faces of Long Shirhan and the other two were incomparably gloomy. The terror of the true immortal realm was much more powerful than they imagined. Holy art! Hellfire tempest! Long Shirtian suddenly roared. Both of his hands quickly formed seals. His overflowing aura instantly exploded several times. The flame on his fingertips instantly erupted into an extremely terrifying firestorm. It was incomparably overbearing. The terrifying sea of flames was spreading at an astonishing speed. Holy art! Hellfire palm! Long Shiryun roared as he condensed a surging tyrannical power. Soon after, he struck out with his palm, and a terrifying palm print of 100,000 feet flew out. The horrifying palm print rapidly enlarged in front of everyone's eyes, and its power skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by several times. The second ancestor's skill is even stronger than ours. Long Qi's eyes widened. He could tell from the terrifying aura alone. Why didn't we know about this technique? Long Jianfeng and the others were dumbstruck. What a terrifying spell. It's definitely not a spell from the sacred world. Elder Wuji was so scared that his entire body trembled. Long Shiryun's spell is even more terrifying than Long Shirtian's Hellfire Tempest. Zhu Huang's old face also became shocked. Sol Zhu and the others could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although I don't know where you got this powerful spell from, just this little bit of power is not enough to deal with me. Zhu Tianma sneered without any fear. He was full of confidence in his own strength. Holy art! Might shakes the heavens. Long Shirhan roared angrily. A dragon's roar that shook the heavens swept out mercilessly. The violent dragon's roar that carried destruction caused everyone's expression to change drastically. This is... The sudden terrifying dragon's roar pierced Zhu Tianma's eardrums and caused his mind to collapse. Sound wave dizziness? Oh no! Elder Wuji's face changed drastically as he hurriedly covered his ears. Is this a sound wave spell or a dragon's roar? Zhu Huang panicked and covered his ears. When did the great primogenitor cultivate such a terrifying spell? Long Xiaoyang and the others were also incomparably shocked. It was another terrifying spell that they had never seen before. Great primogenitor, the effect of this spell is not bad. Recalling what Feng Wuchen had said, Long Shirhan thought to himself, it's indeed effective. No matter how strong one's cultivation is, one's mental state is weak. Boom boom. Buzz buzz. Zhu Tianma's mind collapsed and he felt dizzy. Long Shiyun and Long Shitian's spell attack arrived in an instant and mercilessly bombarded Zhu Tianma's body. The explosion resounded through the 9 heavens. An immeasurably terrifying energy ripple swept out without restraint. The entire sacred world shook violently, and countless cultivators swayed along with it. Countless cultivators were extremely terrified. A strong sense of despair welled up in their hearts, and they gave up on escaping. Old Patriarch, Elder Wuji and the others turned pale with fright. They could not help but roar out in panic. Without any defense, even a true immortal would not be able to withstand such a terrifying energy bombardment, right? Again. Long Shirhan shouted. Long Shirhan did not dare to underestimate his opponent. After all, he was a true immortal expert. Just with the power just now, it was absolutely impossible to defeat Zhu Tianma. But if they could injure Zhu Tianma, it meant that they still had a chance of winning. Zhu Tianma, I'll let you see my strongest spell. Long Shitian roared crazily. His hands formed seals again, and finally he shouted, Holy Art! Burning dark profound sword. The energy sword that was hundreds of thousands of meters long carried endless power, as if this sword could destroy the sacred world. Holy Art! Burning dark finger. Holy Art! 9 heavenly dipper seal. Long Shirhan and Long Shiyun formed seals and shouted at the same time, attacking with all their strength. Seeing the terrifying energy in the void, everyone was scared out of their wits. The terror of the power was far beyond their imagination. The holy art that Long Shirhan and the others used was on a completely different level from the one that Long Xiaoyang and the others cultivated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Extremely gorgeous and terrifying holy art energy broke through the air, crazily and mercilessly bombarding. The deafening explosion swept out again. The explosion energy ripples had already covered the entire void of the Dragon God realm, and spread to the various realms. Everywhere it passed, countless holy mountains collapsed, and majestic palaces collapsed, as if they were automatically destroyed. The destructive power had reached an unprecedented level of terror. Old Patriarch, Elder Wuji and the other top experts of the heavenly devil race were extremely terrified. Long Shirhan and the other 2 old things actually have such a terrifying spell. This is not a spell of the dragon gods, nor is it a spell of the sacred world. I've never seen it before. With our strength, we can't block it at all. In the dark, 3 men were watching the battle, and their expressions revealed shock. End of chapter. Oh? This is Long Hun's strength? I've been in the sacred world for many years, but I've never seen such a powerful technique, nor have I seen Long Hun and the others use it. If I hadn't broken through to the true immortal realm, I wouldn't even be able to defeat Long Shitian, let alone Long Hun. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan muttered to himself in the martial spirit temple. This isn't some saint technique, it's an immortal technique. Suddenly, a faint laughter rang out in the temple. A figure appeared silently. This person was none other than that true immortal expert from before. Even though I've stepped into the true immortal realm, I still can't sense his existence? Could the true immortal realm be divided into 1 to 9 stars? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan was secretly shocked. They were both true immortals, but the mysterious man was much stronger than Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan. Immortal technique? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan looked at the mysterious true immortal and asked, what's an immortal technique? It's an existence that's even more powerful than saint techniques, and it's also very powerful among immortal techniques. However, with Long Hun and the others' cultivation, they can't fully grasp it, so they can't unleash the true power of the immortal technique. The mysterious true immortal said calmly. There shouldn't be such a powerful immortal technique in the sacred world. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan frowned. The mysterious man nodded and said, you're right, so I'm also very curious. Where did Long Hun and the others get such a powerful immortal technique from? Even I don't have such a powerful immortal technique. You don't have it either? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan was shocked again. His old face was filled with disbelief. Keep an eye on Long Hun. If he summons the dragon god totem, help me get it back. It's not convenient for me to do it now. The mysterious man said calmly. Yes. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan nodded. It should be soon. The mysterious man smiled and disappeared as soon as he finished speaking, as if he had never appeared. This person's cultivation is much stronger than mine. I'm afraid he's not just a true immortal. Otherwise, how could I not see through his cultivation? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan thought. It took me 100,000 years to reach the true immortal realm. Could it take me 200,000 years to reach a higher realm? Impossible, something must have happened. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan guessed. No matter how hard it was, it's impossible to spend 100,000 years to break through a realm. Back at the Dragon God Temple battlefield. Boom boom boom. Buzz. The three progenitors unleashed their terrifying immortal spells and bombarded the Candle Sky Demon. Energy ripples swept out for hundreds of thousands of feet. Looking at the immeasurably terrifying energy in the void, everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if he had been petrified, not moving at all. What a terrifying spell. Has Zhu Tianma been defeated? Long Xianxia frowned and stared at the void without blinking. It shouldn't be that easy. Long Xiaoyang shook his head. Jing Wushuang said gloomily, Candle Sky Demon can stop the attacks of the great ancestors with a single finger. Even if we use powerful spells, we won't be able to defeat him. How could a true immortal be defeated so easily? How is the old patriarch? Why hasn't there been any movement after so long? The Sky Devil race experts were burning with anxiety. They were so nervous that their palms were sweating. If Candle Sky Devil was defeated, they would really have no chance. Elder Wuji frowned deeply and said solemnly, the old patriarch has already broken through to the true immortal realm. He definitely won't be defeated so easily. In the void, Long Shihun and the other two progenitors wore solemn expressions as they stared at the center of the energy ripples. Big brother, do you think we can hurt Candle Sky Demon? Long Shiyun asked with a frown. I don't know. Long Shihun shook his head. He was not confident either. After a few minutes, the terrifying energy ripples gradually dissipated. The dark space gradually brightened. Everyone stared anxiously at Candle Sky Demon's location. As the energy ripples gradually weakened, Candle Sky Demon's lips curled up slightly. Then, he waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept out. The energy ripples dissipated in an instant. Candle Sky Demon's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. The old patriarch is unharmed. When they saw Candle Sky Demon's figure, Zhu Huang and the other Sky Devil race experts cheered in joy. Looks like it was a false alarm. Looks like we've underestimated a true immortal's strength. Elder Wuji sighed in relief. Long Shihun and the other two progenitors' faces darkened. They thought that they could injure Candle Sky Demon, but he was unharmed. The might of a top-grade immortal spell was definitely terrifying, but it could not do anything to Candle Sky Demon. He's unharmed? How's that possible? Long Xiaoyang's jaw dropped. He was stunned. Jing Wushuang clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, damn it. He's unharmed. Chu Tianshu frowned deeply. He said worriedly, the three progenitors have used up a lot of their origin power. The consequences are unthinkable. The three progenitors gave it their all, but they couldn't hurt Candle Sky Demon? How's that possible? Can a true immortal really be so powerful? No injuries at all. Are the three primogenitors going to lose? Long Qi and the others were stunned. They looked at Candle Sky Demon as if they were looking at a monster. Long Shihun and the other two progenitors unleashed their terrifying immortal spells, but they could not hurt Candle Sky Demon at all. The might of a true immortal had once again refreshed their understanding of it. Long Shihun, your skill just now was not bad. It actually made me feel dizzy. It's a pity that you're still too weak. Otherwise, you might have been able to hurt me, Candle Sky Demon said with a cold smile. Candle Sky Demon hasn't used his power yet. He's completely relying on his physical strength. Is the gap between a 9-star Holy Venerable and a true immortal really that big? Long Shihun thought to himself. Long Shihun, what other powerful skills do you have? Feel free to use them. I'm giving you a chance now, Candle Sky Demon said arrogantly. It sounded nice, but it was just to humiliate Longshan and the others. At the same time, it could show off Candle Sky Demon's strength. Big brother, with our strength, even if we give it our all, we won't be able to defeat him, Longshan said solemnly. Give me your power, Longshan said solemnly, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. It was a desperate look. For the Dragon God Temple, Longshan was going all out. Bam! Bam! Longshan and Longshan struck Longshan's back with a single palm, injecting all their power into Longshan's body. Buzz! Buzz! Longshan activated all his power. He put his palms together, and an extremely terrifying energy erupted like a volcano. His unparalleled aura surged wildly. Dragon God Totem! Longshan roared, summoning the Dragon God's Dragon God Totem. Great Primogenitor, summoning the Dragon God Totem. Long Xiaoyang and the others immediately became excited. Roar! A dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The roar shook 1,000 mountains. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple instantly felt their blood boiling. The Dragon God Totem was the most powerful existence among the Dragon Gods. Above the void, an extremely huge Dragon God Totem descended from the sky. A 5-clawed golden dragon circled, emitting an immeasurable terrifying power. At this moment, Longshan's battle strength soared again. The million-meter-tall totem seemed to have traveled through time and space. It seemed to cover the entire Dragon God realm. The scene was extremely shocking, spectacular, and visually impactful. In front of the Dragon God Totem, humans were just grains of sand. Back then, the millions of heavenly devil clansmen had fled because of the million-meter-tall totem. Now that it had appeared again, its size was still terrifying. The Dragon God Totem has finally appeared, what a perfect existence. A mysterious man stood proudly in the void. He looked at the gigantic Dragon God Totem with an evil grin on his face. Dragon Soul Killer's power has increased again. With the appearance of the Dragon God Totem, Gu Xuanzuan also moved. In the air, Candle Sky Demon looked at the huge and powerful Dragon God Totem and grinned. As expected of the symbol of the Dragon Gods, the Dragon God Totem is still so powerful. When the Dragon God Totem was summoned, Dragon Soul Killer's power had completely surpassed the level of a peak 9-star Holy Venerable. It should be close to a true immortal. But Candle Sky Demon still didn't care about such a terrifying power. Dragon Soul Killer flashed to the top of the Dragon God Totem and looked down at Candle Sky Demon. Dragon Soul Killer put his hands together and muttered an incantation. The million-meter-tall Dragon God Totem shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye under everyone's shocked eyes. In the end, it was only tens of thousands of meters tall, but it was still intimidating. Dragon Profound Saint Armor. Fire Dragon Soul Severing Blade. Dragon Soul Killer shouted and took out the Saint Armor and Saint Blade. An even more vast aura swept out. Dragon Soul Killer's aura rose again, his power had completely surpassed his peak. Fire Dragon Soul Severing Blade. The Great Progenitor's power has increased. The second and third Progenitor's power and the Dragon God Totem's power should be close to a true immortal, right? The Great Progenitor is going all out. Using this power to cast a powerful spell, he might be able to defeat Candle Sky Demon. The experts of the Dragon God Temple were extremely excited, as if they had seen hope. Elder Wuji and Zhu Huang were all scared out of their wits by Dragon Soul Killer's power. If Candle Sky Demon wasn't here, Elder Wuji and the others would have fled long ago. How could they still be in the mood to watch the battle? Did they have the guts? Third brother, we have used up all our strength, let's retreat first. Long Shiyun said seriously. The 2 weak ancestors descended into the Dragon God's sacred palace. Zhu Tianshu immediately took out some pills for the 2 primogenitors to recover their strength. Roar! The incomparably huge 5-clawed golden dragon roared towards the sky. Its might was monstrous and breathtaking. Staring disdainfully at Long Shuling, Zhu Tianma sneered, "You're pretty strong. Below the true immortal realm, there's no one who's a match for you. Come, attack me with all your might. Let me see the true power of you." Long Sharhan snorted coldly and ruthlessly. Soon after, he controlled the Dragon God Totem that was hundreds of thousands of feet large and ruthlessly smashed it towards the Candle Sky Demon. The scene was extremely shocking. Everyone from the Dragon God Temple and the Sky Demon clan held their breaths as their gazes fell on the Dragon God Totem. Long Hun, you were able to injure me back then because of the Dragon God Totem. This time, don't even think about injuring me. Zhu Tianmo sneered confidently. In the face of the enormous and terrifying Dragon God Totem, Zhu Tianmo was not afraid at all. Although he wasn't afraid, Zhu Tianmo didn't dare to ignore him. Buzz. The power of the true immortal realm was unleashed. The moment it was unleashed, a ferocious aura swept out like a tsunami. The entire sacred world shook violently and collapsed. The power of a true immortal was indescribable. Is this the power of a true immortal? It's so terrifying. It's completely surpassed the Grand Primogenitor. Jing Wushuang couldn't help but exclaim in fear as his body trembled. The Grand Primogenitor summoned the Dragon God Totem, but his power is still suppressed by Zhu Tianma. Zhu Tianshu's eyes widened. This was the first time he had experienced such a terrifying power. Overwhelming power. The Grand Primogenitor is in danger. Long Xiaoyang was both frightened and anxious. What kind of power is this? Long Jianfeng and the other experts of the Dragon God Temple were completely stunned by the power of a true immortal. Unimaginable power. The entire sacred world is shaking. The power of a true immortal is too terrifying. Zhu Yu's voice trembled. He was both frightened and excited. Long Hun will lose for sure. His aura and power are suppressed by the Grand Primogenitor. Even with the Dragon God Totem, he's definitely not the Grand Primogenitor's match. Zhu Huang was overjoyed as his blood boiled. This was the first time they had experienced the power of a true immortal. Boom. Buzz. Pfft. Looking at the Dragon God Totem that was several tens of thousands of meters long smashing towards him, Zhu Tianma directly met it with a fierce palm strike. With a deafening boom, an immeasurable amount of destructive energy that could destroy all things tumbled and vibrated. Instantly, the Dragon God Totem came to a halt. At the same time, an even more terrifying power pierced through the Dragon God Totem and rushed towards Long Hun, causing him to spit out blood. This was truly overwhelming power. Grand Primogenitor. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Dragon God Temple was scared out of their wits. Their faces were filled with despair. Their hope was instantly shattered. Big brother. Long Shiyun and Long Tian were both panicking. Unfortunately, they had given their power to Long Hun, so it was impossible for them to help. The Grand Primogenitor is injured. What can we do? Who can contend with Zhu Tianma? It's over. The Grand Primogenitor can't win against a true immortal expert. If he falls, we'll all die. How can this be? The Grand Primogenitor is so powerful, but he can't do anything to Zhu Tianma. The experts of the Dragon God Temple's major forces fell into despair. Why isn't Brother Feng here yet? The Grand Primogenitor can't stop Zhu Tianma. Shan Tong was extremely anxious and terrified. Long Hun had already used up all his power, but he was easily injured by Zhu Tianma. The difference was like heaven and earth. Long Hun is already injured, he can't turn the situation around. Elder Wu Ji laughed happily, the worry in his heart had completely disappeared. Zhu Huang laughed excitedly, old patriarch's power is so terrifying. Even if Long Hun is not injured, there's only one outcome, death. With a light palm strike, the terrifying Dragon God Totem was suppressed and Long Hun was injured. This was just a casual palm strike from Zhu Tianma. If he used a technique, Long Hun would definitely be severely injured or even killed. The power of the Dragon God Totem was instantly dispersed. My body is strong, but I can't withstand the power of a true immortal. Long Hun was in disbelief, his old face was extremely stiff. Long Hun, how do you feel? Do you feel powerless and hopeless? Zhu Tianma sneered, the contempt in his eyes was even more intense. At this moment, Long Hun did indeed feel powerless. Long Hun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, Zhu Tianma, I haven't lost yet. How can I feel hopeless? End of chapter. Oh? Is that so? Zhu Tianma sneered in disdain. I will definitely make you feel despair. Against my current strength, Zhu Tianma activated his Heavenly Devil Clan bloodline power. In other words, if he doesn't activate his power, he might be injured by me. Long Shan thought. Thinking of this, Long Shan felt more confident. Even if he couldn't defeat Zhu Tianma, he could still injure him. If you want to make me feel despair, we'll have to see your ability. Long Shan said coldly as his aura burst out again. Shameless boasting. Zhu Tianma sneered as his old eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Zhu Huang sneered in disdain and mocked, Long Shan, you're already injured. Even if you're at your peak, you can't beat old clan leader. I think you should give up and die happily. You're courting death. Zhu Aoyun shook his head. Long Shan, old clan leader's strength isn't something you can fight against. Why bother? Hand over Feng Wuchen and I might spare your life. Zhu Qinqin mocked. Shut up. Long Shan roared. Yo, you're still so arrogant even after you've exhausted your power. Long Shan, are you tired of living? In your current state, killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant for me, Zhu Huang said with a ferocious grin. Don't interfere. Zhu Tianma said. Looking at Long Shan, Zhu Tianma said coldly, Long Shan, come. Let's continue our battle. I'll see how long you can last. Buzz buzz. Long Shan clasped his hands together and activated his origin power and fire attribute power. The calm space shook violently again. Because of his injuries, Long Shuan's power was weaker than before. Are you still planning to resist? Gu Xuanzuan looked at Long Shan in confusion. Has Long Shuan's head been kicked by a donkey? Although his injuries aren't serious, they have weakened his aura. His power is completely suppressed and he still hasn't given up. A man frowned. This old thing is really tired of living. Another man said coldly. The leading handsome man said seriously, when have you seen Long Shan give up? He seems to have an even stronger trump card. So what? Can he defeat a true immortal? The tall and thin man shook his head disapprovingly. The Dragon Soul Killer did indeed have an even more powerful trump card. Dragon Soul Killer, don't disappoint me, Zhu Tianma said viciously. Bang! Long Hun slammed his palm onto the Dragon God totem under his feet, and a huge golden formation appeared, spreading out a violent energy aura. Dragon God's Rune! Long shouted. Long Shuling actually used the clan mark of the Dragon God totem. The three men in the dark were shocked. Long Xiaoyang also exclaimed, this is the divine dragon mark of the divine dragon totem. As Long Shuhan shouted, a black clan tattoo formed from mysterious runes spread out from the huge golden formation. Then, it started to spread onto Long Shihan's body. Wherever the clan runes passed, black clan runes would appear on Long Shihan's skin, including his face, as if they were tattoos. He actually managed to draw it to his body. Everyone's expression changed drastically once more. What is this? Zhu Huang's face was filled with shock and confusion. I've never seen it before. Perhaps it's some secret technique of the dragon gods. Elder Wuji frowned deeply. This was the first time everyone present had seen Long Shuhan like this, including Zhu Tianma. If they had never seen it before, it meant that Long Shuhan had never used it before. Now that he had used the dragon god's rune, it meant that Long Shuhan was at his wit's end. Is this the power of the dragon god totem? In the void above, the mysterious true immortal expert stared at Long Shuhan with an evil smile. Long Shuhan, you actually have such a move. Zhu Tianma was a little stunned. Looking at Long Shihan's appearance, he was a little scared. The Grand Primogenitor's power has increased. Long Qi exclaimed. That's right, Long Shihan's power had increased again. With the mysterious black clan tattoo, Long Shihan's power was even stronger than before, and his aura was even more terrifying. The dragon god's rune can be used like this. Long Xiaoyang and the rest were dumbfounded. They never knew that the clan tattoo in the dragon god totem could be summoned to increase one's power. Second primogenitor, what realm has the grand primogenitor's power reached? Long Xianxia asked in horror. Long Shuyun shook his head and said, I don't know either, but it has already surpassed the realm of a 9-star saint. It said that it's a true immortal, but it doesn't have that kind of power. It said that it's between the two, but it's stronger. Such terrifying power, but it hasn't reached the true immortal realm. Can the Grand Primogenitor defeat Zhu Tianma? Long Jianfeng's face was filled with worry. No one knew, and no one dared to say. Longshan, I've really underestimated you. Zhu Tianma sneered and said, if you had used this move back then, the Sky Devil race would have been completely defeated. Don't you think it's too late for you to use it now? Long Shihan's old face revealed a smile, and said coldly, don't you want to see my true power? I'll show you now. Come, attack me with all your strength. Zhu Tianma sneered confidently. Where does Long Shihan's confidence come from? Sovereign Gu frowned again. He saw a trace of confidence in Long Shihan's deep old eyes. Long Shihan roared, and his aura suddenly changed. It was extremely domineering, and like a tsunami, his ultimate power crazily exploded. Bright and dazzling golden light covered the space of the Dragon God realm. Holy art! Thousand flames, demonic flame! Long Shihan formed a seal with his hands, and with a final roar, the terrifying power that exploded out was all injected into the holy blade. The blade flashed with golden light, and the domineering blade energy slowed down. In an instant, the temperature of the space within tens of thousands of kilometers soared. Gulp, the domineering blade energy shook everyone, and they swallowed their saliva in fear. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. It was a fear that came from the 18 levels of hell. Zhu Tianma's disdainful old face disappeared, and was replaced by a serious expression. Obviously, he felt a trace of threat from Long Shihan's blade energy. A top-grade immortal art. The mysterious true immortal expert's expression changed. Whoosh! Buzz buzz. Long Shihan held the holy blade tightly with both hands, and a golden blade energy that was hundreds of thousands of meters long broke through the air. The terrifying power rose at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it actually increased by several times. The entire space of the sacred world trembled. At that moment, the terrifying blade energy seemed to want to split the world into two. The scene was extremely shocking. Hiss, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air in fear, and were completely stunned. Even Zhu Tianma, a true immortal expert, couldn't help but be shocked by this terrifying blade energy. Zhu Tianma, do you, a true immortal expert, dare to ignore my power? Long Shihan asked coldly. His old face was filled with arrogance and schadenfreude. End of chapter. Where did Long Hun get such a terrifying immortal art? Who is helping the dragon gods in the dark? This power actually makes the sovereign feel threatened. Gu Xuanzuan, who was hiding in the dark, was also shocked by Long Hun's top immortal art. If Gu Xuanzuan saw the mysterious true immortal expert's shocked expression, who knew how he would feel? Buzz. Zhu Tianma's old face turned serious. The terrifying power of the true immortal realm was unleashed. Bright black light shot into the sky. Under the golden radiance, it was still very dazzling. In an instant, Zhu Tianma unleashed an even more terrifying power. The dazzling black light covered the sky as if the space was dominated by darkness. No one could imagine how terrifying it was. Whether it was the aura or the power, it instantly suppressed Long Hun. Long Hun! I'll let you see the true power of the true immortal realm. Zhu Tianma shouted coldly. His terrifying aura continued to soar. The space was filled with terrifying energy ripples. Demonic transformation! Zhu Tianma shouted. His power soared again. His old eyes flashed with blood-red light. His aura became extremely violent. Ancient demon god pendant! Zhu Tianma shouted again. He took out his natal sacred weapon. His terrifying power soared again. This was Zhu Tianma's peak state. Everyone present was scared out of their wits. They were stupefied on the spot. Long Hun's old face was filled with pressure. Holy art! Heavenly demon Saint Mystic Claw! Zhu Tianmo roared and formed a seal with one hand. Then, he waved his claw and a destructive aura swept out. It was simply an invincible existence. Whoosh! Buzz! A huge black energy claw flew out. Its size was enough to scare people to death, not to mention the terrifying power it contained. The ear-piercing sound made everyone cover their ears. Countless sacred mountains and palaces in the sacred world collapsed. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Too terrifying. Is this the true power of a true immortal? In front of this power that surpassed Long Hun's, even a 9-star sacred venerable expert felt like he was an ant. Long Hun, how is my power? I didn't disappoint you, did I? Zhu Tianma sneered confidently. The contempt in his eyes reappeared. Long Shihan's old face was incomparably gloomy as he said coldly, this seat's strength will not disappoint you either. Rumble. Buzz. Pooh. Two unimaginable destructive energies fiercely collided in front of everyone's terrified gazes. At the instant of the explosion, Long Hun spurted out a mouthful of blood, which was instantly swallowed by the energy ripples. In this head-on collision, Long Shuling suffered an extremely terrifying impact. Even with the protection of the holy armor, he was already severely injured. The huge explosion shook the heavens and the earth, causing the eardrums of countless cultivators to hurt. Gu Xuanzuan, you can attack now. This is the perfect opportunity. No one will know that it was you who did it. The voice of the mysterious person rang out in Gu Xuanzuan's head. Gu Xuanzuan frowned and immediately attacked. Terrifying energy ripples covered a large area of the void. Lord Gu Xuanzuan took the opportunity to attack and snatch the dragon god totem. Gu Xuanzuan, I thought you really didn't want to interfere. Zhu Tianma sneered in his heart. He had already sensed Gu Xuanzuan's existence. Great primogenitor. At the same time, seeing Long Hun spurt out blood, Long Shirtian and the rest of the dragon god temple turned pale with fright. Their hearts beat wildly and they were extremely worried. Great primogenitor. Long Xiaoyang and the rest shouted in panic. That kind of worry and fear was as if the dragon god temple would be destroyed in the next second. Great primogenitor is heavily injured. Shan Tong was burning with anxiety. He transmitted again, Brother Feng, great primogenitor can't hold on any longer. Come quickly. Still can't win? Long Shiyun and Long Shirtian's faces were filled with worry and unwillingness. They originally thought that after cultivating a powerful immortal technique, it would be enough to crush the Heavenly Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple. Unexpectedly, a true immortal expert appeared and helped Zhu Tianma and Gu Xuanzuan step into the true immortal realm. Long Shirtian, Long Shiyun, did you see that? No matter how strong Long Hun is, he is not a match for a true immortal. Your dragon god temple is finished. Haha. Zhu Huang laughed complacently. Long Hun was heavily injured by the old patriarch. Facing such a terrifying power, even if he doesn't die, he won't be able to fight anymore. Zhu Xing sneered excitedly. Long Shiyun, are you feeling very hopeless right now? Zhu Chen Xian gloated as he asked. His old face was full of mockery. The Heavenly Devil clan experts cheered excitedly, their faces full of excitement and joy. Long Shiyun and the other Dragon God Temple experts' faces were ferocious, they were all furious. In this battle, Long Hun was heavily injured, it was undoubtedly a destructive blow to the Dragon God Temple. A true immortal expert was too terrifying, they were simply powerless to resist. The terrifying energy ripples lasted for more than 10 minutes before the space gradually calmed down. The gray space also gradually brightened. Long Hun and Zhu Tianma's blurry figures had already appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When everyone saw clearly, they realized that Long Hun was heavily injured. His body was covered in blood, his old face was extremely pale and his aura was incomparably weak. The dragon god's mark had already disappeared and he was only left with half a breath. With such heavy injuries, Long Hun was unable to fight anymore. Facing the terrifying power of Zhu Tianma, it was already very good that Long Hun was able to survive. If not for his super strong physical body, Long Hun would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Great primogenitor's injuries are very serious. His aura is weak and he is unable to fight anymore. Chu Tianshu said anxiously, his palms sweating. Great primogenitor is heavily injured. Who can resist Zhu Tianma? We are finished. Yang Xian was also starting to panic. Shan Tong, is Brother Feng not here yet? Long Xiaoyang asked anxiously, his face full of worry and anxiety. Brother Feng did not respond. He is probably in seclusion. Shan Tong said helplessly. At this crucial moment, they could not contact Feng Wuchen. This made them very anxious. On the other hand, the Heavenly Devil clan experts saw the heavily injured Long Hun, Zhu Huang and the rest and cheered wildly. Looking at Illumination Demon again, Illumination Demon wasn't injured at all after the fierce clash. The difference in power was too great to be made up for by powerful immortal techniques. The Dragon God Totem is gone. What happened? The heavily injured Long Hun's pale face suddenly shook. Sensing the disappearance of the Dragon God Totem, Long Hun was scared out of his wits. Long Hun looked around. In the huge void above, the Dragon God Totem was long gone. The Dragon God Totem that Long Hun summoned had disappeared into thin air. The Dragon God Totem can't disappear by itself. It's impossible. It can't be destroyed. Long Hun panicked. This was the symbol of the Dragon Gods. It had mysteriously disappeared. Long Hun, how do you feel? Do you feel despair? Do you see the difference between us? Zhu Tianma asked with a cold smile. End of chapter. Great Ancestor, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Chu Tianshu frowned deeply. He could see that Long Shihun was extremely flustered and worried, causing him to be extremely puzzled. As the great ancestor of the dragon gods, Long Shihun had never revealed a flustered expression when facing Zhu Tianma, so why was he flustered now? Could it be that he was flustered because he lost? Impossible. Did something happen? Jing Wushuang was also rather curious. Long Shiyun said gloomily, the dragon god totem is gone. When Long Shiyun said this, the expressions of Long Xiaoyang and the rest changed greatly. They all realized that the dragon god totem did not disappear on its own, but was taken away by someone else. Chu Tianshu said gloomily, could it be that Zhu Tianma's goal is the dragon god totem? Someone secretly stole the dragon god totem. It's either Zhu Tianma or Gu Xuanzuan, or that mysterious true immortal. Long Shitian said gloomily and angrily, his old face was extremely sinister. Long Xiaoyang was furious, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, preposterous, it must be that old bastard Zhu Tianma who did it. Only he has the ability here. Who else could it be? Long Jianfeng gritted his teeth, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Zhu Tianma is here for the dragon god totem, that cunning old thing. Long Qi scolded angrily, clenching his fists, he wanted to rush out and risk his life. Long Shiyun suppressed the anger in his heart and said, don't be rash, even the great ancestor is not a match for Zhu Tianma, so we don't have the ability. Even if it was done by Zhu Tianma, we can't do anything if he doesn't admit it. Long Shiyun's words were not without reason. Even if it was done by Zhu Tianma, without evidence, no one could do anything to him if he did not admit it. Not only would they not be able to do anything, they would instead be mocked by Zhu Tianma and the others for being sore losers. Are we just going to watch as the dragon god totem is taken away by Zhu Tianma? Long Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and said angrily. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The situation is very unfavorable for us right now, don't be anxious, I have already sent the divine shadow guards to the temple of Rakshasa, I hope that Brother Feng can come as soon as possible. We still have to stall for time, Brother Feng is most likely in closed-door cultivation. Yes, that's the only way. Long Shiyun nodded. Up in the sky, the severely injured Long Shihun immediately suspected Zhu Tianma, but he did not say anything. Long Shihun was well aware of the current situation. Long Shuling, the power you unleashed just now was indeed not simple. You did not disappoint me. You should be proud to be able to force me to use my full strength. Zhu Tianma sneered as he walked towards Long Shuling. Long Shihun stared at Zhu Tianma without saying a word. What is Zhu Tianmo trying to do? Seeing Zhu Tianmo walking towards the heavily injured Long Shihun, everyone from Dragon God Temple panicked. Old clan leader, kill him. Zhu Chen Xian roared furiously. That's right. Old patriarch. Kill Long Hun and the others. The others roared in anger. Elder Wuji stretched out his hand and gestured for them to quiet down. He said indifferently, all right, the old patriarch has his own plans. Swish. Swish. Just when Zhu Tianma was a few meters away from Long Shuling, Long Xiaoyang, Zhu Tianshu, and the others flashed over. Zhu Tianmo, you have already won by bullying the weak. What else do you want? Long Xiaoyang said coldly as he stared at Zhu Tianmo with vigilance. Don't be nervous, I don't plan to kill Long Shihun. It's not time yet. Moreover, I haven't had enough fun yet. Long Tian injured many experts of my Heavenly Demon clan in Heavenly Demon domain. Great Elder was also heavily injured by him. I haven't settled this debt yet. Zhu Tianmo sneered as his deep eyes flashed with ferocity. Zhu Tianmo, if you have the guts, come at me. Long Tian roared. Zhu Tianmo glanced at Long Tian with disdain and sneered, I'll give you a chance. Come at me together or I'll be the first to kill Long Tian. Do you think we're afraid of you? Long Jianfeng roared as he burst out with his full strength. He could no longer bear it. If you want to kill our 3 ancestors, you have to pass through us first. Long Qi roared. Great ancestor, I'll send you down to treat your injuries first. Leave this to us. Long Xianfeng quickly said as he supported the heavily injured Long Shihun down. Long Shihun said gravely, you're not Zhu Tianmo's opponent. Don't throw away your lives. Great ancestor, don't worry. We know what we're doing. We've already sent divine shadow guards to inform Brother Feng. Long Xianfeng explained. N. Long Shihun nodded. He felt relieved after hearing this. Great Elder, pills. Long Xianfeng hastily said. Chu Tianchu flashed over and immediately took out a few pills for Long Shihun to consume. Long Shihun warned, be careful. Zhu Tianmo. Dragon gods have never been afraid. Long Xiaoyang also burst out with terrifying power. He stepped into 9-star Saint Realm in the blink of an eye. His killing intent overflowed to the sky. Oh? 9-star Holy Venerates. Very good, very good. Truly worthy of being a member of the Dragon Gods. This great one admires your courage. Come, attack together, the Candle Demon said with a cold smile. His contempt could not be more obvious. Long Xiaoyang furiously roared, attack. The 3 great elders, Jing Wushuang, Long Xiaoyang, 6 great venerables, and 4 divine shadow guards all burst out with their full strength. Their might overflowed to the sky. The battle started again. 15 Dragon God Temple Saint Venerables attacked at the same time. Boom. Boom. Boom, 15 Peak Saint Venerables attacked fiercely without showing any mercy. However, all of their terrifying attacks sank like stones into the sea. Not a single trace of energy spread out. What was even more shocking was that Zhu Tianma had his arms crossed in front of his chest the entire time when facing the attacks of the 15 Saint Venerables of Dragon God Temple. He did not defend, nor did he resist or counterattack. He did not move at all. All of the attacks landed on Zhu Tianmo's body. The attacks did not have any effect. Zhu Tianmo seemed to have the ability to ignore physical attacks. He did not even frown. What? Is this all you've got? I can feel it at all. Zhu Tianmo mockingly sneered. His words were not false at all. Long Shutian's previous terrifying attacks could not shake Zhu Tianmo at all. Long Xiaoyang and the other's strength was even more impossible to shake Zhu Tianmo. Use your techniques. Jing Wushuang furiously roared. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Long Xiaoyang and the others immediately used their basic saint tools. Their fighting strength skyrocketed. Then they used their powerful immortal techniques to attack. The power of each technique could instantly increase their fighting strength by several times. Surging aura crazily swept out. Heaven-shaking and earth-shaking explosions unceasingly sounded. They actually all cultivated immortal techniques. They also have ice attribute and water attribute immortal techniques. The mysterious true immortal expert was already dumbstruck. Where did the dragon gods obtain so many immortal techniques? Seeing it with his own eyes, Gu Xuanzuan was also stupefied. He was extremely shocked. However, such terrifying immortal techniques could not harm Zhu Tianmo at all. He doesn't even need to dodge our attacks. No matter how ferocious our attacks are, they can't hurt him. Our spells disappear before they even get close. It's as if there's a terrifying force on the surface of Candle Demon's body. That old monster is too scary. Even if we use all our strength, we can't hurt him at all. The Grand Primogenitor summoned the Dragon God Totem and used spells that are even more terrifying than ours, but he still can't hurt him. Let's try to buy time. Long Xiaoyang and the others' fierce attacks were all useless. The Candle Sky Devil was simply an invincible existence. Why did you stop? I've given you a chance. Don't regret it when you lose it. Candle Demon sneered. He glanced at Kuei-ing and sneered, Kuei-ing, your sacred sword is very good. It's even stronger than my sacred weapon. I'm really envious. Kuei-ing's expression was cold. He didn't say anything. Old Patriarch, that sacred sword was forged by Feng Wuchen. It's called the Supreme Sacred Sword. Zhu Xinghuan reported respectfully. Oh? Feng Wuchen forged it? Candle Demon was shocked. He looked at Zhu Xinghuan. How is that possible? Feng Wuchen can forge such a powerful sacred sword? It's a level 9 sacred sword. Feng Wuchen can do that? Zhu Chenqin's eyes were about to pop out. He was shocked and couldn't believe it. It's absolutely true. It was forged with a single thought. Zhu Xinghuan said respectfully. The 3 primogenitors, Chu Tianshu, and the rest of the upper echelons were also deeply shocked. They were all dumbfounded. That stinking brat can really forge a sacred weapon? Yang Xuanyi was shocked. No wonder Feng Wuchen kept asking for the sacred spirit stones in the treasury. Feng Wuchen could forge a level 9 sacred sword. And it was the best of the best. Kuei-ing, can you let me see the supreme sacred sword? Candle Demon asked Kuei-ing. His eyes were filled with greed. You don't have the right. Your hands are too dirty. The supreme sacred sword forged by the supreme sacred weapon cannot be tainted by you. Kuei-ing said coldly. Candle Demon nodded and sneered, it doesn't matter. I'll take it myself later. Arrogant old bastard. Long Qi gritted his teeth and cursed, his face twitching violently. Alright, if you don't make a move, I'll have to do it myself. My patience is limited. The experts of the Dragon God Temple haven't made a move yet. Zhu Tianma sneered. Hearing Zhu Tianma's words, Yu Shuzi and the rest of the experts were scared out of their wits. Exchanging blows with this kind of freak, wasn't that courting death? Let's do it. Hold him back. Chu Tianshu said in a low voice. Boom boom boom. Buzz. Long Xiaoyang and the others shot out once again, attacking with all their might. All kinds of powerful magic techniques were used one after another, causing the void to tremble. He was doing his best to stall for time. Reporting to Divine Shadow Protector, the Temple of Rakshasa has been attacked by the Martial Spirit Temple's subordinate forces. Lord Supreme is still in seclusion. At this moment, a Divine Shadow Guard's respectful voice sounded in Divine Shadow's ear. The expression of the Divine Shadow who was watching the battle changed drastically, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice to ask, how is the battle going? What force is it? The Saint Soul sect under the Martial Spirit Temple's subordinate forces, Qingheng Protector has arrived personally. The battle has just begun. The Divine Shadow Guard transmitted his voice respectfully. Hearing this, Divine Shadow instantly exploded with anger and said gloomily, reporting to the 3 primogenitors, Brother Feng has yet to come out of seclusion. The Saint Soul sect under the Martial Spirit Temple is attacking the Temple of Rakshasa. What? Shan Tong and the others were shocked. Long Qianya said worriedly, this is bad. Qingheng and the others are in danger. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were only at the Saint Lord realm. They were definitely no match for the experts under the Martial Spirit Temple. The 3 primogenitors' faces were extremely gloomy. Dealing with Zhu Tianma already gave them a headache. Now that the Martial Spirit Temple had sent people to deal with the Temple of Rakshasa, if they didn't send reinforcements, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others would definitely be in danger. But once they sent reinforcements, they might even attract the experts from the Martial Spirit Temple or even Gu Xuanzuan. If Feng Wuchen still didn't come out of seclusion, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shan Tong, Divine Shadow, immediately bring people to the Temple of Rakshasa to help. Long Shirtian shouted coldly, his old face extremely sinister. Shan Tong and Shening immediately led dozens of Divine Shadow Guards to the Luosha Temple in the profound sage world. No matter what, they couldn't let the people of the Temple of Rakshasa be in danger. When the battle just started, Long Qianya and Divine Shadow immediately came to help, so the Temple of Rakshasa didn't fall into danger. Divine Shadow Protector. Qianya Protector. And Shan Tong. Seeing Divine Shadow and dozens of experts appear, Lu Qingyang and the others were overjoyed. Fortunately, Gongsun Wuqing had been staying at the Temple of Rakshasa. Otherwise, the consequences would be hard to say. Divine Shadow, Long Xianxia, the dragon gods can't even protect themselves, and you still want to interfere? Qinghong Protector asked coldly. Divine Shadow shouted angrily, not only do I want to interfere, I want to kill you. Divine Shadow Protector, I hope you have the strength to do so. Shui Wuhan's cold voice sounded, and her figure flashed. Shui Wuhan. Divine Shadow frowned deeply, and his face was extremely gloomy. If this protector wants to kill you, the dragon gods won't be able to send experts to save you. Shui Wuhan's cold eyes swept over Divine Shadow and the others, and she transmitted her voice, reporting to Great Elder, Divine Shadow has brought people to help the Temple of Rakshasa. Should we eliminate them? Do whatever you want. This elder only wants Feng Wuchen's white flame. Nangong Xian transmitted his voice with a smile. In addition, the 9 Prefecture Sacred Elixir Pavilion was also in trouble. The people behind the 4 major forces had already started to take action, crazily suppressing the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. The 4 major forces even threatened to kill anyone who dared to sell their treasures to the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. They even forcibly annexed many shops of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, and many experts of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion were injured. Even if the Heavenly Law Temple took action, the 4 major forces were still not afraid. Mu Honglian, Shui Yuner, and the others were still bitterly holding on. If not for the Heavenly Law Thearcha's help, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion would have been razed to the ground. The Dragon God Temple was attacked by the Heaven Demon race, and there was a possibility of being exterminated at any time. The Temple of Rakshasa was also under the attack of the Martial Spirit Temple's subordinate forces. At this moment, no one could care about the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Mu Honglian and the others could only rely on the Heavenly Law Temple to resist the enemy. It was just unknown how long they could hold on. As the battle went on, Long Xiaoyang and the others' strength was almost exhausted, and their faces were already paling. However, Zhu Tianma was still standing on the same spot, unharmed. Looks like you guys can't hold on anymore. It's my turn to make a move, Zhu Tianma said with a mocking sneer. His deep old eyes flashed with a vicious killing intent. Swish, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, a black bolt of lightning suddenly flashed, but in that instant, Long Xiaoyang and the other Saint Venerables vomited blood at the same time and were sent flying. In an instant, he had heavily injured 15 Saint Venerables. Zhu Tianma's speed was terrifying. Even Long Xiaoyang and Jing Wushuang, who were as strong as Long Xiaoyang, didn't notice his attack. Zhu Tianma's attack was ruthless. Although he didn't kill Long Xiaoyang and the others, he made them lose their ability to fight. Long Tai, Long Qi, Kuei-Ying and the others, who were weak, fainted on the spot. What terrifying power! Just one palm was enough to heavily injure me. Long Xiaoyang was extremely terrified. His heavily injured body was on the verge of collapse. Even if he had a super strong physical body, it was like a decoration. I feel like my internal organs have been shattered. Jing Wushuang said weakly. His old face was incomparably pale. Chu Tianshu quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. He said, I didn't notice anything. It's too terrifying. You dared to attack. I really admire your courage. Long Tian, the feeling of bullying the weak is really good. No wonder you ran to Tianma region to behave atrociously. Today, I also behaved atrociously in Martial Spirit Temple. How does it feel? Zhu Tianma sneered. Long Tian's old face was extremely ferocious. He gnashed his teeth, as if he wanted to eat Zhu Tianma alive. Don't look at me like that. When you were rampant in Tianma region, you should have thought that there would be a day like this. I'm just returning a tooth for a tooth. Zhu Tianma sneered. Zhu Tianma waved his hand and forcibly sucked the Supreme Saint sword over. Oh? It feels different. As expected of the Supreme Saint sword. It's the first time I've seen such a powerful Saint sword. Unfortunately, you can't unleash the true power of the Saint sword. Zhu Tianma was shocked. The moment he held it in his hand, he felt the power of the Saint sword. The dignified patriarch of Tianma clan, are you planning to snatch other people's things? Long Shihun said gloomily. He stared at Zhu Tianma fiercely. Long Shihun, a loser has no right to talk to me. In a world where strength is respected, only the strong have the final say. Zhu Tianma sneered. Zhu Tianma glanced at Kuei and sneered. I will never snatch other people's treasures. Although the Saint Sword is powerful, it's not mine. I don't care. I just want to see the Saint Sword refined by Feng Wuchen. A Saint Sword is indeed worthy of the word. The Saint Sword is of high grade. Pale Spirit Pagoda's Tian Xianxia and the others. Although we don't use swords, we're quite knowledgeable about swords. As Dragon God Supreme. That. Zhu Tianma waved his hand and the Supreme Holy Sword flew towards Kuei. Attack attack. How? The speed was too terrifying. The heavily injured leader's shadow had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the Saint Sword pierced through Huang's shoulder and nailed him to the wall of a palace. Zhu Tianma sneered. Kuei, you said that my hand will stain the Saint Sword. So I'll use your blood to wash it clean. Kuei. Long Qi and the others were shocked. Protector Kuei. Long Tianzhong flashed over. Fortunately, Zhu Tianma didn't kill him. Otherwise, Kuei would have died. Bastard. Long Jianfeng clenched his teeth and cursed. He looked like he wanted to tear Zhu Tianma into pieces. Yes. It's this kind of angry expression. When Long Shirtian bullied the weak, the experts of the Heavenly Devil clan were also like this. However, I will make you even angrier. Zhu Tianma sneered arrogantly. Yu Shuzi, it's your turn. Back then, Long Shirtian injured many experts of the Heavenly Devil clan. Since I want to return the favor tenfold, none of you can escape. Make your move. Zhu Tianma's cold gaze swept towards Yu Shuzi and the other Saint Venerables. Yu Shuzi and the others were terrified. They didn't dare to make a move. Seeing that Yu Shuzi and the others were indifferent, Zhu Tianma laughed evilly. Since you don't want to make a move, then I won't be polite. Hearing Zhu Tianma's words, Yu Shuzi and the others' faces changed. Whoosh. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. Zhu Tianma was ruthless and ruthless. In a flash, dozens of experts vomited blood and were sent flying. Those with weak cultivations were killed on the spot. Zhu Tianma was invincible. I'm really sorry. I couldn't control my strength and accidentally killed a few. But they're not from the dragon gods. It shouldn't matter. Zhu Tianma sneered. Nearly 20 people were killed. How many were killed? Long Shihun and the others exploded in anger. Monstrous anger surged in their bodies. Pairs of murderous eyes stared at Zhu Tianma. That kind of sullen feeling was worse than death. But they couldn't do anything. Even if Zhu Tianma killed Long Shirtian, they couldn't do anything. The matter of bullying the weak is over. Let's talk about other things. I heard that Feng Wuchen occupied the southern region? Protector, is this true? Zhu Tianma sneered and looked at Zhu Aoyun. Zhu Aoyun respectfully said, Old Patriarch, there is indeed such a thing. Feng Wuchen said it himself. Good, then our Heavenly Devil clan will occupy the Dragon God realm. Pass down the order, send 1,000,000 clansmen into the Dragon God realm. All forces under the Dragon God temple will be controlled. Whoever dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Zhu Tianma ordered coldly. When Zhu Tianma said this, Long Shihun and the others became even angrier. Their faces became more and more ferocious. They were so angry that their internal organs were violently tumbling. Yes. Old Patriarch. Zhu Aoyun respectfully accepted and immediately gave the order. 1,000,000 clansmen of the Heavenly Devil clan rushed to the Dragon God realm. Long Shirtian, this matter is caused by you. You can't blame me. Zhu Tianma sneered disdainfully. Long Shirtian gritted his teeth and said angrily, Zhu Tianma, you won't be proud for long. Humph. Zhu Tianma coldly snorted. A terrifying energy shook Long Shirtian on the spot, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Long Shirtian was seriously injured on the spot. Long Shirtian, you don't have the qualifications to speak in front of this deity. You came to the Heavenly Devil clan to behave atrociously and humiliate the Heavenly Devil clan. This deity should have killed you, but killing you is too easy for you. This deity wants you to watch all the people of the Dragon God Temple die one by one, because they all died because of you. This deity wants you to enjoy this kind of pain until you die. Zhu Tianma coldly said, his fierce old eyes narrowed into a straight line. This was the real reason why Zhu Tianma didn't kill Long Xiaoyang and the others. Long Tian, you trespassed into the Heavenly Devil region and injured many experts of the Heavenly Devil race. You even heavily injured the Great Elder of the Heavenly Devil race. The 6 venerables of the Dragon Gods have killed many of the Heavenly Devil race's devil sovereigns. You must compensate them, right? Feng Wuchen took away Elder Zhu Chenxin's flowing light crystals and regenerative Saint Profound Jades. The Dragon Gods will compensate 10 times that amount. You will kill 1 person for each flowing light crystal and kill the people of the Dragon Gods first. In addition, you will give them 10 saint artifacts. Feng Wuchen can refine them anyway. Zhu Tianma was asking for too much. Flowing light crystals were so rare that even Zhu Chenxin only had 100 of them. If the compensation was 10 times that amount, where would the Dragon Gods find 1,000 of them? They couldn't even take out the Pill Soul Tower. If you can't take it out, don't blame this elder for being merciless. Zhu Chenxin shouted fiercely. Also, tell Feng Wuchen to get out here. The faces of Long Shihun and the others darkened. Where would the Dragon Gods find so many of them? Chu Tianshu said angrily, flowing light crystals are the best materials to refine spatial treasures. They are extremely rare. This elder only has 12 or so of them and 100 regenerative Saint Profound Jades. It's impossible to compensate them. If they couldn't take it out, wouldn't thousands of people die? Humph. You're asking for too much. Jing Wushuang said darkly. Chu Tianshu, as a holy venerable realm artificer, you should be able to take it out, right? There are many people in the Dragon God Temple. If you can't take it out, you can pay with your life. Zhu Chenxin sneered mockingly. Chu Tianshu's face darkened even more. Old chief, 1 million of our clansmen have stepped into the Dragon God realm. In 6 hours, we can take control of all the forces under the Dragon God Temple. Zhu Aoyun reported respectfully. Very good. Send more people to seal the Dragon God Temple. No one is allowed to leave. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Zhu Tianma sneered fiercely. Zhu Tianma wanted to imprison everyone in the Dragon God Temple. Also, we can't let them recover from their injuries. We'll fight them when they're better, Sol Zhu said coldly. Chu Tianshu, I'll give you an hour to prepare. If you can't, don't blame me for being merciless. Zhu Xinghuan, get ready. Zhu Chenxin sneered mockingly. His old eyes narrowed and flashed with pride. Yes. Second Elder. Zhu Xinghuan respectfully accepted the order and glanced at Long Jianfeng. The Dragon Gods only had half an hour. In other words, the Dragon Gods would suffer if they couldn't pay 10 times the compensation in half an hour. There were less than 30 Dragon Gods in total. Only half an hour. Zhu Chenxin sneered. Feng Wuchen took more than 100 flowing light crystals and more than 300 regeneration Saint Xian Jades from me. 10 times the compensation. If you can't take it out, many of you will die. Once Zhu Chenxin said that, everyone in the Dragon God Temple had a change in expression. Intense fear surged in their hearts. Feng Wuchen, that brat, took so much. Now that the Dragon God Temple is in trouble, he still hasn't come. Yang Xuani cursed in his heart. His old face was extremely ugly. Shan Tong, how is it? Is Brother Feng still not out of seclusion? Long Xiaoyang hurriedly asked. Not yet. He's breaking through to become a 3-star Saint Lord. It's a crucial moment now, but it should be soon. Shan Tong replied. That's great. Long Xiaoyang was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, Grand Ancestor, Brother Feng is at the crucial moment of his breakthrough. He'll be out soon. Their only hope was now placed on Feng Wuchen. Long Xiaoyang's words made Long Shihun and the others heave a sigh of relief. At least they still had hope. After all, there was still an hour. Now, they could only hope that Feng Wuchen would come out of seclusion within an hour. Temple of Rakshasa. A great battle was happening. Shening and Gongsun Wuqing were working together to fight against Shui Wuhan. Despite using all their strength, they were still heavily injured by Shui Wuhan. They could not hold on for much longer. The difference in strength was too great. Long Xianxia was fighting against the Qinghong Protector. The Qinghong Protector had already become a 2-star Saint Lord, and her strength had increased greatly. Even if Long Xianxia became an 8-star Saint Emperor, he was still no match for the Qinghong Protector. The battle was not looking good. At the same time, Shan Tong and the Divine Shadow Guards were engaged in a life-and-death battle with the experts of the Holy Soul sect. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others could not help at all. Fortunately, Shan Tong was strong enough to suppress the experts of the Holy Soul sect. However, as the battle went on, Shening and Gongsun Wuqing could no longer hold on and were heavily injured. Bang! Pfff. Shui Wuhan walked over step by step and stomped on Shenying's chest. The ground of the plaza exploded and Shening spat out a mouthful of blood. Divine Shadow Protector. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were anxious and furious. Do you have any last words, Shening? Shui Wuhan asked coldly. The heavily injured Shening sneered and said, the strongest protector in the profound saint territory is not that powerful. He is far weaker than great protector Kuei-Ying. Kuei-Ying has only cultivated a powerful spell, Shui Wuhan said coldly. A ruthless killing intent flashed in her eyes. Boom. Pfff. As soon as she finished speaking, Shui Wuhan swept out her leg. With a boom, the heavily injured Shening spat out blood again and was sent flying. He crashed into a huge stone pillar in the plaza of the Temple of Rakshasa. Shui Wuhan's kick was extremely powerful. The life of Divine Shadow Protector was in danger. Divine Shadow Protector. Zhang Junlan quickly flashed over with a face full of panic and worry. Shenying's injuries were very serious. He had already fainted and could die at any time. This be *****. Lu Qingyang and the others were furious. Their faces were ferocious, and their killing intent soared. They could not wait to eat Shui Wuhan alive. Gongsun Wuqing, I will not kill you because you are the 4th elder of the Pill Soul Tower. Shui Wuhan glanced at Gongsun Wuqing coldly. Gongsun Wuqing was already powerless to resist. At the same time, Long Xianxia and the Qinghong Protector were fighting. Long Xianxia's injuries worsened, and his face was pale. He could not hold on any longer. Divine Shadow Protector is seriously injured and unconscious. Elder Gongsun can no longer fight. Xianxia is also seriously injured. What should we do? This is troublesome. Brother Feng is still in seclusion. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others were very worried. They wanted to help, but they did not have the strength to do so. They were extremely frustrated. Long Xianxia, I have broken through to 2-star Holy Venerate. The increase in strength is much greater than when you broke through to 8-star Holy Emperor. Even if you have a powerful technique, you can't defeat me. Just accept your death, the Qinghong Protector said coldly. Long Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Qinghong Protector, if I had also broken through to Holy Venerate, would you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? It was not my intention to kill you in this way. I am only following orders. Die, the Qinghong Protector said coldly. His body shot out like lightning. Stop. Lu Qingyang and the others shouted in panic. Shui Wuhan, Qinghong, who gave you the courage to come to the Temple of Rakshasa and behave so atrociously? At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice came from the palace. The error-free chapters of Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated on the Handmade Bar. There will be no advertisements on the website, so please bookmark and recommend the Handmade Bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark Dragon God Supreme. Husband. Big Brother Feng. Alliance Master. Hearing this familiar voice, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang and the others are overjoyed. The suppressed anger and sullenness in their hearts instantly erupted and they all turned to look at the main palace. Feng Wuchen? Shui Wuhan slightly frowned. Is he out of seclusion? Qinghong Protector stopped and turned to look. Brother Feng is finally out of seclusion. It's not too late. Long Qianxia's expression is extremely excited, he finally saw hope. Brother Feng is out of seclusion. That's great. Shan Tong's face flashed as he looked over. He is ecstatic in his heart and immediately transmitted back, reporting to the three great ancestors. Protector. Elder. Brother Feng is out of seclusion. He's finally out. Brother Feng is out of seclusion. Shan Tong's sound transmission made Long Shihun feel completely relieved. Finally, Feng Wuchen has arrived. Long Shitian's originally sinister and gloomy old face instantly revealed an excited smile. Finally, he even laughed loudly. Long Xiaoyang, Zhu Tianshu, and the others are even more ecstatic in their hearts. Excited smiles are all written on their faces. This strange change in the dragon gods caused Zhu Tianma and the others to be puzzled. Even the experts of the great powers under Dragon God Temple are also puzzled. Are they going crazy from despair? Long Shitian, what are you laughing at? Zhu Tianma coldly asked, coldly staring at Long Shitian. Haha. Long Shitian laughed loudly, nothing, I just can't help but want to laugh, haha. Zhu Huang disdainfully sneered and said, Old Patriarch, I think they have gone crazy from despair. Laugh, if you don't laugh now, you will never have the chance in the future. Half an hour is almost up. Zhu Chenxing coldly said. You are right, I am afraid that in the future, I will never have the chance to laugh so happily like now, haha. Long Shitian laughed loudly, there is no trace of despair or worry in his voice. Temple of Rakshasa. Feng Wuchen walked out of the hall. My good disciple, I'm leaving. I'm very happy to have you as my disciple, but I don't know if I'm qualified enough. After 3 days of being together, you've given me hope. The road ahead will be more difficult and dangerous, but I believe that you can overcome all the difficulties. I also hope that you can set foot in Panga realm as soon as possible. Keep this jade pendant. You will need it in the future. I will be waiting for you in the Panga realm. Emperor Peerless words echoed in Feng Wuchen's mind. It's my honor to be able to become the disciple of the first alchemist since the creation of the world. Master, don't worry. I will absolutely not disappoint you, nor will I disappoint the seniors. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, and a wisp of firmness and confidence flashed through his eyes. Don't worry, as long as you succeed, we can all be resurrected. Moreover, we can help you eliminate all your enemies. A haughty laugh sounded in Feng Wuchen's mind. Eliminate all the enemies? Does that include that person as well? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Stinking brat, are you itching for a beating? A haughty, angry voice rang out. Husband, you're finally out of seclusion. Ling Xiaoxiao appeared in a flash. Her pale face was filled with both joy and anxiety. Feng Wuchen smiled gently and comforted her. Don't worry, my wife. I'm here. Nothing will happen. Master, the divine shadow protector is unconscious due to his injuries. The heaven-devouring tiger is healing him. Elder Gongsun has been severely injured by Shui Wuhan. Zhang Junlan hurriedly said. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, his tense nerves finally relaxed. Brother Feng, Candle Demon and the others are at the Dragon God Temple. The great progenitor is severely injured. We need to go back and help him. Shan Tong said anxiously. Brother Feng, go back now. Long Xianxia also hurriedly shouted. Feng Wuchen's face turned incomparably cold. He hadn't even been in seclusion for a month, and such a big thing had happened. Help? Qinghong Protector disdainfully glanced at Shan Tong and sneered. Feng Wuchen wants to save the dragon gods? Young Master Di Tong, is your head kicked by a donkey? Qinghong Protector, you will soon despair. Long Qianxia sneered as if he could already see Qinghong Protector's tragic end. Feng Wuchen, this protector has been waiting for you for a long time. Shui Wuhan said coldly as she stared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen checked Divine Shadow's injuries. There was no longer any danger to his life. Shui Wuhan, who sent you? What's their goal? I don't think it's as simple as killing me. Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Hand over the white flame and this protector may let you die quickly. Shui Wuhan said coldly. So it's Nangong Xian. Feng Wuchen immediately guessed that it was Nangong Xian. He sneered. Since Nangongxian wants it so much, shouldn't he come to me himself? Instead, he sent you to die. Feng Wuchen, the dragon gods are facing a great disaster. Long Shihun and the others won't be able to live for long. You better put away your arrogance. No one in the dragon gods can save you. Qinghong Protector said disdainfully. Qinghong Protector, last time you were spared because of Shui Wuhan. Have you forgotten what I said? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His figure slowly flew into the void and arrived in front of Qinghong Protector in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that Qinghong Protector jumped in fright. His cold and terrifying eyes made Qinghong Protector take a few steps back. What amazing speed! This protector couldn't detect it? What's going on? Shui Wuhan frowned deeply. He didn't believe that Feng Wuchen had a cultivation stronger than him. Realizing that he had lost face in front of a junior, Qinghong Protector's face turned red. He was furious. His face instantly became ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Feng Wuchen. You're courting death. A terrifying power burst out crazily. His killing intent soared to the sky. Qinghong Protector punched at Feng Wuchen mercilessly. Big brother Feng, be careful. Lu Qingyang and the others were scared out of their wits. They couldn't help but shout. Leave him alive. Shui Wuhan hurriedly shouted. Chi. Puff. However, at that moment, Feng Wuchen made his move. His palm and fingers were like sharp swords. They pierced Qinghong Protector's chest. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Shui Wuhan's expression changed drastically. His eyes almost fell out of their sockets. How is this possible? Qinghong Protector looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and despair. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could kill him in an instant. Lu Qingyang and the others were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they were like wooden chickens. Gongsun Wuqing was also dumbfounded. Only Shan Tong and Long Xianxia were rejoicing in Feng Wuchen's misfortune. Only they knew that Feng Wuchen possessed terrifying power. Feng Wuchen pulled out his arm and shook off the blood on his hand. He said to Shui Wuhan, go back and tell Nangongxian that his life is mine. Venerable Gu Xuanzuan can't protect him. Emissary, guard the palace for me. If anything happens to my wife, bring her head to me. Feng Wuchen immediately transmitted his voice to the emissary of order. Shan Tong, big brother Xianxia, let's go meet Candle Demon. Feng Wuchen sneered. With a wave of his hand, the three disappeared. The error-free chapters of Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated on the Handmade Bar. There will be no advertisements on the website, so please bookmark and recommend the Handmade Bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark Dragon God Supreme. Shui Wuhan and the dozens of experts from the Holy Soul sect were shocked. They were petrified. What happened just now? The Qinghong Protector was killed by Feng Wuchen in one move. Since when did Feng Wuchen have such a terrifying cultivation base? Lu Qingyang and the rest were stunned. Feng Wuchen was still breaking through to the 3rd-star Saint Lord realm. How could he kill a 2-star Saint Lord Qinghong Protector in one move? What kind of terrifying strength was that? Beta Yen swallowed his saliva in fear. He said in shock, the Alliance Master killed a 2-star Saint Lord in one move. What kind of strength is that? Am I seeing things? That's too terrifying. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Feng Wuchen have? The three-eyed demon ape's face was filled with fear and disbelief. Xiao, is Big Brother Feng really a 3rd-star Saint Lord? Lu Qingyang asked in a daze. He could not believe it. I'm not too sure about my husband's cultivation base. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. Ling Xiaoxiao was not too shocked. After all, she had seen it before. However, she could guess that it was not Feng Wuchen's strength. Dragon God's Sacred Palace. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Other than Long Shihun and the rest of the upper echelons, the rest of the experts from the major factions were filled with despair and fear. Chu Tianshu, time is almost up. Aren't you going to compensate us? Zhu Chenxin asked coldly when he saw that Chu Tianshu did not move. Chu Tianshu was not worried at all. He sneered, it's not time yet. Why are you so anxious? Zhu Chenxin's face twitched. He snorted, humph. I'll see how you die. What's going on? Why can't Long Shirhan and the rest be worried? Do they think we don't dare to kill them? Or do they have a trump card? Elder Wuji frowned. He felt uneasy, but he could not put his finger on it. The hour was almost up. Long Shirhan and the rest were not worried at all. Instead, they were very calm. Did they have a trump card or were they not afraid of death? Zhu Tianmo also felt that something was amiss. Previously, he could still see the furious and worried expressions on Long Shihan's and the others' faces. However, they were gradually disappearing. Is it because of Feng Wuchen? Candle Sky Demon guessed, it's true that Feng Wuchen has a mysterious power, but do they really believe that Feng Wuchen can defeat me? No matter how powerful Feng Wuchen's mysterious power is, it's impossible for it to surpass the true immortal realm. Time ticked by and an hour was up. An hour is up. If you can't pay up, then pay with your life. Zhu Chenxin roared angrily. His old face became extremely terrifying. Long Shirhan, looks like you guys don't intend to compensate. Since that's the case, let's do it. I'm a man of my word. Seeing that Long Shirhan and the others were unmoved, Zhu Tianma's old face darkened. Zhu Chenxin roared furiously, kill. Boom, Zhu Xinghuan abruptly stepped on the void and shot out, bringing with him an ear-piercing boom as he charged towards Long Qi at lightning speed. His attacks were fierce and merciless. Let's start with the dragon gods. Compensation? What compensation? At this moment, Feng Wuchen's cold and emotionless voice rang out. Swoosh, before he could finish his sentence, Feng Wuchen appeared with Shan Tong and Long Xianxia in a flash. They're here. A smile appeared on Long Shihan's old face. Brother Feng is here. Candle Sky Demon, you guys can start trembling. Long Xiaoyang was overjoyed and his face was filled with excitement. Brother Feng is finally here. Long Jianfeng and the others cheered. Everyone from the Dragon God Temple, as well as the experts from the major forces, were confused. Why would Long Shirhan and the others be so happy and excited when Feng Wuchen was here? Feng Wuchen's appearance was like a celebration. Long Xiaoyang and the others were overjoyed. Even if Candle Sky Demon was here, they were not afraid. Candle Sky Demon and the top experts of Sky Demon tribe were extremely gloomy. As a true immortal expert, they were actually ignored by a junior. Yang Xian looked at Feng Wuchen and said, does this kid really have the ability to defeat Candle Sky Demon? Great Ancestor, Third Ancestor, Great Elder, are you guys alright? Feng Wuchen quickly asked. Seeing that everyone was heavily injured, Feng Wuchen's anger soared to the sky. Haha, I'm fine, I'm fine. Long Shirtian laughed happily. Long Shirhan laughed happily, you're here, everything is fine. Great Ancestor cultivated such a powerful technique and was still unable to injure that old thing. True immortal realm is indeed powerful. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, his handsome face did not have the slightest bit of worry. Long Shirhan nodded and said, it is indeed very terrifying. I used all my strength but was unable to injure him. Brother Feng, the dragon god totem summoned by Great Ancestor was taken away by Candle Sky Demon. We must make that old thing hand it over. Long Xiaoyang quickly said. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, you guys take care of your injuries. Leave the rest to me. Brother Feng, don't show mercy. Help us vent our anger. Long Jianfeng gritted his teeth and said angrily. He could not wait to see Feng Wuchen beat up Candle Sky Demon and the others. I will definitely help you vent your anger. Feng Wuchen laughed and then turned to look at Candle Sky Demon and the others. After a simple glance at Candle Sky Demon, Feng Wuchen looked at Zhu Chenxin and asked with a sneer, Old man Zhu Chenxin, what is the compensation you were talking about? Long Shirtian went to the Sky Demon region to behave atrociously and injured many experts of the Sky Demon tribe. The 6 venerables of the dragon gods killed several demon venerables of the Sky Demon tribe and you used Long Shirtian to threaten me to compensate you. Don't tell me that you don't need to compensate me? No matter how many flowing light crystals and regeneration Saint Xian jades you took from me, you have to compensate me 10 times more. Kill one person for one less. Zhu Chenxin shouted angrily. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a sneer, I agree to compensate you. However, you have injured so many people of the Dragon God Temple. You also need to compensate me, right? On top of my compensation, I want you to compensate me 20 times more. My compensation will be deducted from that. If you can't pay it, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to return alive. Haha. Stinking brat, I know you have a mysterious power. However, do you really think you can fight against the old clan leader? Zhu Qianxin laughed maniacally and looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was an idiot. Is a true immortal very strong? Feng Wuchen sneered and walked towards Zhu Qianxin step by step. True immortal? Even my guard dog is 10,000 times stronger than him. A domineering voice sounded in Feng Wuchen's mind. Zhu Qianxin, I don't think you can pay 20 times the compensation. I might as well kill you first. Feng Wuchen sneered and ignored the existence of Candle Sky Demon and the others. Kill me? That will depend on your ability. Zhu Qianxin laughed sinisterly. Glancing at Candle Sky Demon with contempt, Feng Wuchen sneered, Are you referring to Candle Sky Demon? I don't think he has the ability to protect you from death. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Not even Candle Sky Demon could stop him? How arrogant was Feng Wuchen? End of chapter. Is this kid that confident? Is he bluffing? Elder Wuji frowned and stared at Feng Wuchen. He thought to himself, there's no panic in his eyes. He's full of confidence. It doesn't seem like he's faking it. Zhu Huang stared at Feng Wuchen gloomily and said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, do you know the consequences of insulting the old clan leader? Even Long Shihun was defeated by the old clan leader. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Feng Wuchen did not stop walking. He shrugged and said, I'm just speaking the truth. Arrogant brat. Hearing Feng Wuchen's arrogant words, Zhu Tianma's face darkened completely. He squinted his deep eyes and a trace of viciousness flashed through them. Feng Wuchen clearly did not take him, a true immortal expert, seriously. How could Zhu Tianma, a true immortal expert, tolerate Feng Wuchen's disdain? Feng Wuchen, I'd like to see how strong your mysterious power is. Zhu Tianma said coldly. A cold murderous aura spread out, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhu Tianma suddenly flashed out at a terrifying speed. He fiercely slammed his palm towards Feng Wuchen, bringing with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. His palm power was terrifying. Seeing Zhu Tianma attack, Zhu Qianxin laughed sinisterly, Brat, you're courting death. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Zhu Tianma's terrifying palm landed and the entire sacred world shook violently. In the blink of an eye, it turned dark. However, Zhu Tianma's palm did not hit Feng Wuchen. Instead, it hit the air. Teleportation. Zhu Tianma frowned and thought to himself, this brat can actually dodge my attack. It seems like his mysterious power is not simple. No wonder Long Shihun and the rest trust him so much. He was a true immortal, but Feng Wuchen had used teleportation to dodge his attack. He actually dodged it. Elder Wuji's face changed. This meant that Feng Wuchen was not simple. Who could dodge the attack of a true immortal expert? Even the Dragon Soul Killer could not do it. How is this possible? Zhu Huang, Zhu Er, and the others were shocked. So fast. I didn't notice it at all. Long Shuling's eyes widened in shock. Is this the power of Desolate Flame Emperor? Long Shitian was both shocked and ecstatic. What a brat, you're actually so strong. Yang Xian's eyes widened, and he was petrified on the spot. Everyone from the Dragon God Temple, as well as the experts from the other forces, were dumbstruck. Their expressions stiffened as waves of shock rose in their hearts. Feng Wuchen actually had this kind of super strength. The ones who were most shocked were those who opposed Feng Wuchen being conferred the title of sovereign. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they still couldn't imagine that Feng Wuchen had such terrifying strength. Zhu Qianxian's face was filled with fear and shock. His old face was pale and his body was trembling. He broke out in a cold sweat. Because Feng Wuchen was right in front of him. What kind of terrifying speed was this? Old man Zhu Qianxin, what did you just say? Say it again. Feng Wuchen sneered. Zhu Qianxian was so terrified that he couldn't speak. Feng Wuchen bent his hand and grabbed Zhu Qianxian's throat. He sneered, I just said that if I wanted to kill you, even Zhu Tianmo wouldn't be able to protect you. Why didn't you believe me? Are true immortals very strong? Zhu Tianmo, are you very strong? Why don't you try to save him? Feng Wuchen looked at Zhu Tianmo and asked. His words were filled with sarcasm. Zhu Tianmo's old face was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, Feng Wuchen, don't be so arrogant. Boom. Pfft. Feng Wuchen's fist landed on Zhu Xianxia's abdomen. With a boom, Zhu Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain caused him to scream. Arrogant, then I'll show you how arrogant I am. With just one punch, Zhu Xianxia seemed to have suffered 1,000,000 times the damage. His injuries were extremely serious. Feng Wuchen's punch instantly caused Long Xiaoyang and the rest to cheer wildly. Old thing, go to hell. Feng Wuchen suddenly said fiercely. Feng Wuchen, stop. Zhu Huang suddenly shouted angrily. Zhu Erhun also shouted angrily, if you dare to kill Second Elder, all of you will die. Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. He was completely unaffected by the threat. Don't kill me. Zhu Xianxia was extremely terrified. He looked at Zhu Tianmo with pleading eyes. Only Zhu Tianmo could save him now, but was that really the case? Brother Feng, kill this old thing. Long Jianfeng shouted. His face was filled with agitation and excitement. Brother Feng, kill him. Kill him. Long Qi, Miao Wufeng, and the rest shouted as well. If Feng Wuchen had not arrived in time, they would definitely have been killed by Zhu Xianxia for not being able to compensate for the loss. Because of this, they hated Zhu Xianxia to the core. They could not wait to tear Zhu Xianxia into pieces and skin him alive. Old thing, did you hear that? Their hatred for you runs deep. They have no choice but to kill you. Feng Wuchen sneered. He looked at Zhu Xianxia as though he was looking at a dead man. Zhu Xianxia suppressed the fear in his heart and said in a panic, Feng Wuchen, Long Shihun, and the rest are all heavily injured. If you kill me, the Heavenly Fiend tribe will definitely go to war with the Dragon God Temple. How many of them can you save? You still dare to threaten me when you are about to die. Feng Wuchen sneered. He was about to crush Zhu Xianxia's throat. Swish. Right at this moment, a terrifying and ear-piercing energy burst out with a sharp sonic boom. Zhu Xianxia said in a panic, Old Patriarch, save me. Zhu Tianmo, I told you that you cannot protect him. Feng Wuchen sneered. He instantly dodged Zhu Tianmo's terrifying attack. Is that so? Zhu Tianmo's fierce and cold voice suddenly sounded behind Feng Wuchen. Following that, he sent a palm strike at Feng Wuchen. The terrifying attack showed no mercy. Boom. Buzz buzz. Zhu Tianmo struck out with his palm. His aura overflowed. The space of the sacred world shook. The explosion was deafening. Extremely terrifying energy ripples swept out without restraint. However, this palm strike still did not hit Feng Wuchen. It still hit the air. How is this possible? He was actually able to dodge my attack. Candle Sky Demon was shocked. His speed just now was already the fastest he could do. Elder Wuji, Zhu Huang, and the rest were stunned again. They did not move. Feng Brat's speed is far above Zhu Tianmo's. Huang Yan Emperor's strength is indeed terrifying. Long Tian became more and more excited. Long Shihun smiled faintly. Huang Yan Emperor's strength has definitely surpassed the limits of the sacred world. Zhu Tianmo is dead for sure this time. Long Tai and the rest were overjoyed. Stinking brat, if you have the ability, don't use teleportation. Zhu Tianmo gritted his teeth and roared. Being teased by a junior like this, Zhu Tianmo was about to explode. Old man Zhu Xianxia, go on your way. Zhu Tianmo can't save you. Feng Wuchen sneered and directly crushed Zhu Xianxia's throat. Blood splattered out. Zhu Xianxia did not even have time to beg for mercy. Feng Wuchen did not give him a chance either. Second Elder. Zhu Tianmo and Elder Wuji roared in grief. They really did not believe that Feng Wuchen would dare to kill Zhu Xianxia. End of chapter. Feng Brat. Good kill. Long Tian was the first to jump out and laugh. Don't mention how much hatred he had. That's right. Good kill. This old thing is courting death. Dying 10,000 times is not enough. This is too satisfying. It's really comfortable. He deserves to die. Haha. Even a true immortal expert can't stop him. You've lost all your face. Zhu Tianma, if I were you, I'd rather die. The dragon god's people shouted excitedly, almost crazily. After suppressing their anger and grievance for so long, they finally vented it out. That feeling was even better than being reborn. The stunned people of Dragon God Temple and the experts of their factions finally realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was, and their faces gradually became excited. Dragon Soul Killer's title was indeed not wrong, only now did they know that opposing Feng Wuchen was a stupid decision. How ridiculous was it to question Dragon Soul Killer, because they were the real frogs at the bottom of the well. Who could kill someone in front of a true immortal expert? Even Dragon Soul Killer did not have that ability. But Feng Wuchen did it easily. Feng Wuchen. You dared to kill my Heavenly Devil Clan's elder. Zhu Huang roared furiously, his face sinister, killing intent soaring to the sky. Zhu Yao gritted his teeth and roared, Feng Wuchen. You're courting death. Killing the Heavenly Devil Clan's second elder in front of a true immortal expert was simply courting death. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, sorry, my hand slipped. Hand slipped? Heavens, can you find a more ridiculous excuse? Pinching Zhu Qianxin's throat, this is called hand slip. When Feng Wuchen said this, Zhu Tianma and Elder Wuji completely exploded in anger. Their old faces twitched violently, and they wished that they could tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Old Patriarch. Kill this little bastard. Zhu Yao roared angrily. Zhu Tianma's old face showed unprecedented anger. He lowered his voice and roared, stinking brat, do you know the consequences of angering me? Consequences? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He looked at Zhu Tianma and shook his head with a cold smile. I really don't know. Is it a fight to the death? Or will I live and you die? Why don't you tell me? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Zhu Tianma's old face turned green with anger. An extremely terrifying murderous aura burst out crazily. It was as if it had materialized and was oppressing people to the point of suffocation. Buzz. When the true power of a true immortal erupted, the tremendous and inestimable power swept out like a tsunami, shaking up every single corner of the saint's world. It was surging. This destructive power was several times more terrifying than before. Candle Sky Devil's strength has increased. Long Shuyun's old face changed. Is this his full strength? Long Xiaoyang frowned deeply. The terrifying power made him feel uncontrollably fearful. As expected, Candle Sky Devil didn't use his full strength. Long Hun was extremely unwilling to accept this. The Candle Sky Devil unleashed an even more terrifying power, causing everyone present to feel fear once again. Countless shoujo were once again swept into the terrifying tremors and were once again dominated by fear. Only Feng Wuchen remained indifferent, without any change in his expression. Candle Sky Devil gritted his teeth and roared, stinking brat. If I don't kill you, I'm not human. Ignoring Candle Sky Devil's monstrous murderous aura and terrifying power, Feng Wuchen sneered again, who doesn't know how to talk. Frankly speaking, it's good that Zhu Qianxin died. This old thing is not a good person. You guys are also not good people. The entire Heavenly Devil race is not good people. Brother Feng, a million Heavenly Devil race clansmen have stepped into the Dragon God realm. They plan to control the major forces under the Dragon God Temple. Long Xiaoyang roared. Oh? A million clansmen stepped into the Dragon God realm? Feng Wuchen looked at Long Xiaoyang in surprise, then looked at Candle Sky Devil and the rest. He sneered, I say, sending a million clansmen to their deaths isn't too good, right? Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? What? Are you afraid? Zhu Huang roared. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled, it's just a little too little. Feng Wuchen. Hand over your life. Zhu Tianmo roared furiously and shot out like a bolt of black lightning. His aura was terrifying. His speed was several times faster than before. His attack was so strong that it was practically invincible. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon God Temple held their breaths and stared unblinkingly at Feng Wuchen. Elder Wuji, Zhu Hun, and the rest were also nervous. Could Feng Wuchen fight Candle Sky Devil, who was stronger between the two of them? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Tianma arrived before Feng Wuchen. His fist, which contained destructive power, smashed into Feng Wuchen's chest. There was an earth-shattering explosion. Destructive energy rippled and spread out in all directions with an unstoppable force. It devoured everything. In the blink of an eye, the space within 1,000,000 meters was covered by this power. The space of the holy world suffered an unprecedentedly terrifying impact. The real apocalypse had arrived. However, it was this terrifying and destructive power that blasted onto Feng Wuchen's body that petrified everyone present. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Candle Sky Devil was also dumbfounded and had a dumbfounded expression. In the face of Candle Sky Devil's terrifying power, Feng Wuchen did not move at all. He did not even frown, and there was still a faint smile on his handsome face. Feng Wuchen did not defend at all, nor did he use any power. Feng Wuchen just stood there and let Candle Sky Devil attack. How terrifying was this strength? How is this possible? Candle Sky Devil's old face was filled with shock and disbelief. As a true immortal expert, Candle Sky Devil's full power could not shake Feng Wuchen at all. How could Candle Sky Devil accept this? Long Hun and the rest, as well as Elder Wuji and the rest, had all become mutes. They could not speak at all. Everyone was completely petrified and motionless. This scene was too shocking and too terrifying. Candle Sky Devil, is a true immortal very powerful? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. When Feng Wuchen asked earlier, Candle Sky Devil felt that Feng Wuchen was very ignorant and stupid. However, when Feng Wuchen asked again, Candle Sky Devil realized that he was the one who was truly ignorant and stupid. Candle Sky Devil's old face was replaced by fear. He shook his head and said, "Impossible. Impossible. I'm a true immortal. You can't be stronger than me. Absolutely impossible." The more Candle Sky Devil spoke, the more agitated and furious he became. He had spent 100,000 years to step into the legendary true immortal realm. Such a terrifying level of power couldn't shake Feng Wuchen at all. Candle Sky Devil could not accept this fact. Smack, Feng Wuchen slapped him and asked coldly, "Is a true immortal very impressive?" Feng Wuchen's slap stunned Candle Sky Devil again. The supreme ruler of the Heavenly Devil clan, who also had the legendary true immortal realm, was slapped by a junior. End of chapter. Good hit. Feng Brat, slap him a few more times. Long Shirtian was the first to jump out and roar. His face was filled with relief and excitement. Brother Feng. Slap him a few more times and let him know that there's always someone better than him. True immortal is nothing special. Zhu Tianma, your time of death has come. Haha. What true immortal expert? Bah, that's all you have. The dragon gods continued to mock and ridicule him. How dare he? Seeing Feng Wuchen slap Zhu Tianma, Elder Wuji, and the others trembled in fear, feeling as if they had fallen into hell. This slap, to Zhu Tianma, was simply a great humiliation. Was a true immortal so great? This was simply an insult to a true immortal expert, coupled with the ridicule of the dragon gods. It completely infuriated Zhu Tianma. Rage instantly knocked Zhu Tianma unconscious. At this moment, Zhu Tianma went berserk. There was no longer any elegance accumulated over time, only boundless monstrous anger. Roar. Buzz buzz. Zhu Tianma roared crazily, his anger erupting. His face was sinister and his eyes flickered with a bloody light. Like a crazy beast, his strength and aura soared once again. An incomparable cold-killing intent, accompanied by an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas, enveloped the entire sacred world. Every corner could feel Zhu Tianma's incomparably terrifying killing intent. It's over, the old patriarch can't control it. Zhu Huang's face was filled with fear, his old face pale, and his soul scared away. Quickly retreat. The old patriarch has lost his mind. Elder Wuji said in panic. The Zhu Tianma who had lost his mind would definitely not recognize anyone. If he didn't leave, he would be courting death. This is bad, this old thing has gone crazy. What a terrifying power. Long Jianfeng's face was filled with fear, his face was extremely pale. His strength has increased by a lot, what a monster. Long Xiaoyang was also extremely shocked. Retreat to the palace. Long Shirhan hurriedly shouted. Facing the crazy Zhu Tianma, that berserk power was definitely not something they could withstand. However, Feng Wuchen, who was standing in front of Zhu Tianma, still did not have any change in expression, nor was he affected by the terrifying power of Zhu Tianma. Just how confident was he? Feng Wuchen. I will turn you into ashes. The candle demon roared crazily as he stared at Feng Wuchen with his blood-red eyes. His ferocious face was extremely frightening. Oh? Burn his bones and scatter his ashes? Since you're so confident, I'll play with you, and at the same time, see if you have the power to crush my bones and scatter my ashes. Feng Wuchen smiled evilly. The sky-scorching demon roared furiously and threw a punch at Feng Wuchen mercilessly. His power was extremely violent, and his attack was terrifying. It was as if this punch could destroy the entire saint's world. Feng Wuchen grinned and greeted him with a lazy punch. There was nothing fancy about it, there was no imposing manner to speak of, and he didn't even use a trace of strength. It was just an ordinary punch, and it felt like any kid could do it. Feng Wuchen's actions had undoubtedly scared Long Hun and the others out of their wits. No matter what, Candle Sky Devil was a true immortal expert. Feng Wuchen didn't need to be so arrogant, right? Did he think a true immortal expert was a kindergarten kid? If he couldn't defeat the sky-scorching demon, wouldn't he be at a great disadvantage? However, Long Hun and the others worried too much. Boom! Buzz, buzz! The two fists collided with an explosion that shook everyone's eardrums. The energy ripples from the collision spread hundreds of thousands of feet away with lightning speed. It was already indescribably terrifying. Not only did the sky-scorching demon fail to push Feng Wuchen back, but he also took a few steps back. An intense pain came from his arm. Seeing this, everyone's jaws almost dropped. How is this possible? The sky-scorching demon looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. His expression was stiff and stunned. Was this a human or a ghost? A true immortal expert unleashed his full power and even obtained the power of anger. Even Gu Xuanzuan dared not provoke such a terrifying form. However, he was unable to shake Feng Wuchen. Not only that, the sky-scorching demon was pushed back a few steps. The Dragon God's sacred hall was dead silent. Everyone seemed to have stopped breathing as they stared at Feng Wuchen. In the distance, the faces of Elder Wuji, Zhu Huang, and the other heavenly devil experts were filled with shock and fear. Huge waves surged in their hearts. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? In front of Feng Wuchen, the legendary terrifying realm was actually so insignificant. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen? Sky-scorching demon, is this the power you want to use to grind my bones to dust? Feng Wuchen asked with a mocking smile. He looked at the stupefied sky-scorching demon with a playful expression. You're not Feng Wuchen. Who are you? The sky-scorching demon's old face turned ferocious again. He did not believe that this junior before him was Feng Wuchen. He did not believe that Feng Wuchen possessed such strength. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a cold smile, I'm Feng Wuchen. You're not. The sky-scorching demon roared and attacked crazily again. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the sky-scorching demon attacked crazily. He used both his fists and legs. His speed was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. He used all sorts of vicious moves and attacked Feng Wuchen mercilessly. Earth-shattering sounds could be heard. Feng Wuchen stood where he was and blocked with one hand. His expression did not change and he did not retreat at all. The sky-scorching demon's vicious attacks were completely useless. What's so great about the true immortal realm? Your strength is even worse. You think you're invincible? Feng Wuchen mocked. Ridiculous. The sky-scorching demon roared. He was so angry that his organs were about to explode. Even after using all his strength, he still could not do anything to Feng Wuchen who had not activated his strength. The sky-scorching demon roared crazily. Boom. Boom. Boom, but at this moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly attacked. In a flash, he appeared behind the sky-scorching demon. At that moment, a series of explosions exploded on the sky-scorching demon's body. A terrifying speed and an invisible attack. There were dozens of fist prints on the sky-scorching demon's body. How is this possible? What kind of speed is this? The sky-scorching demon was shocked. He did not notice Feng Wuchen's attack. How terrifying was this speed? Sky-scorching demon, how do you feel? Do you still think that the true immortal realm is great? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Feng Wuchen. The sky-scorching demon suddenly turned around and glared at Feng Wuchen. He clawed at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Boom, Feng Wuchen turned around and swept his leg out. With a loud boom, a terrifying storm swept out and forced the sky-scorching demon to stop his attack. 2 streaks of blood appeared on the sky-scorching demon's old face. With a sweep of his leg, the wind blades that were brought out could actually injure a true immortal realm expert. Feng Wuchen looked at the sky-scorching demon mockingly and said with a cold smile, "Sky-scorching demon, what do you think the consequences would be if this kick landed on you?" End of chapter. Feng Wuchen's kick stunned Candle Sky Devil. That incomparably sharp aura and the storm it brought about were all destructive existences. If this kick landed on Candle Sky Devil's body, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Candle Sky Devil is no match for Brother Feng. The terrified Long Xiaoyang opened his mouth and said, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. Haha. Long Shitian laughed wildly in excitement, is there even a need to say? With Feng Brat's strength, dealing with Candle Sky Devil is as easy as flipping his hand. Candle Sky Devil unleashed all of his power. All of his attacks just now were blocked by Brother Feng with one hand. They are not on the same level at all. Long Jianfeng also said in extreme shock. He could no longer imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was. Jing Wuxuan took a deep breath and said, is Desolate Flame Emperor's strength so terrifying? Lord Sovereign has not even used his power yet and he can already suppress Candle Sky Devil. At this moment, Long Shihun and Long Shiyun's old faces were also filled with shock. The gap was too big. Only now did they know that Feng Wuchen was not arrogant and conceited, but he really had the terrifying strength to ignore Candle Sky Devil. At this moment, besides shock, there was endless joy. What? Are you afraid? Don't you think that true immortals are very powerful? Seeing Candle Sky Devil's expression, Feng Wuchen mocked. The sarcasm was extremely obvious. Feng Wuchen. Don't think that you are very strong. I also have one. Candle Sky Devil's old face became sinister again. He roared crazily and retreated in a flash. He stared at Feng Wuchen with an extremely vicious gaze. A terrifying power was released. He formed a seal with both hands and roared, Saint Art. Heavenly Devil Soul Suppressing Seal. A huge black energy seal was condensed and spread with an unprecedented terrifying aura. Candle Sky Devil suddenly waved his hand and the energy seal smashed down. Buzz buzz. The energy seal was so huge that it was enough to scare people to death. The more terrifying the power was, the more it could destroy the sacred world. It was extremely intimidating and made people unable to resist. The Dragon God Temple's palace below was shaking violently. Everyone was panicking. Large cracks appeared on the palace, and it could collapse at any time. Dragon God Barrier. Long Shihun clasped his hands together and forcefully activated his recovered strength, forming a Dragon God Barrier to envelop the palace. Is that it? Feng Wuchen raised his head and glanced at it. He didn't take it to heart at all. Die. Zhu Tianmo roared furiously. His huge hand pressed down once again. The huge black energy seal instantly increased its speed and smashed down. Feng Wuchen sneered as he raised his right hand towards the sky, his palm facing the terrifying energy seal. It was just a simple movement without any power, but it instantly stopped the energy seal that was smashing down. The terrifying aura and deterrent force instantly dissipated. What? Candle Sky Demon's old face suddenly changed, his old eyes bulging. Such a terrifying energy seal, and he actually stopped it just like that. How is this possible? The old patriarch's soul-suppressing seal has stopped. He blocked the old patriarch's attack just like that? I can't sense any power. How did he do it? Where did Feng Wuchen's power come from? How can it be so terrifying? Elder Wuji and the others widened their eyes again. The shock and fear in their hearts were indescribable. Feng Wuchen slowly floated to the front of the huge energy seal. Then, under everyone's terrified gazes, Feng Wuchen threw a punch at it. Boom! Buzz buzz. It was a simple punch. With a boom and immeasurably domineering power, it destroyed the huge energy seal on the spot, turning it into ashes. Shocking. Extremely shocking. In front of the huge energy seal, Feng Wuchen was just a grain of sand. Yet, he could destroy it with a single punch. The scene was visually shocking. Everyone present was scared out of their wits the instant they saw that scene. Their livers and guts were torn apart. How powerful was that punch? It was unimaginable. It was beyond everyone's understanding. This, my soul-suppressing seal, was actually destroyed by his punch. Candle Sky Demon was also so scared that his entire body was trembling. Fear appeared on his old face. This kind of terrifying strength was not something a true immortal could contend against. No matter how much Candle Sky Demon didn't want to believe it, he had no choice but to face the truth. Feng Wuchen's strength was far above his. Hee hee. That old thing Candle Sky Demon was shocked by Brat Feng's strength. He has lost all his fighting spirit. He is afraid. Candle Sky Demon is afraid. Long Shirtian sneered proudly. That's right. Candle Sky Demon is afraid. The dragon gods were incomparably excited. Long Shirhan laughed happily. Feng Wuchen's punch just now was too terrifying. Candle Sky Demon, this kind of little trick can't do anything to me. If you have any other abilities, just use them. Feng Wuchen hooked his hand and sneered. Little trick, this was an ancient sacred art. How terrifying was its power? Feng Wuchen actually said that it was a little trick. However, Candle Sky Demon did not dare to refute. Old Patriarch is not his match at all. Old Patriarch is in danger. Elder Wuji said with a dull face. He had already realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. What should we do now? Zhu Yihun and the others were completely panicking. They were at a loss for what to do. Quick! Pass down the order. Heavenly Devil Clansmen immediately withdraw from the Dragon God realm. Quick! The extremely panicked Zhu Huang hurriedly said. He hoped that it was not too late. Feng Wuchen's terror had already made them feel despair. One could imagine the consequences of millions of Heavenly Devil Clansmen daring to step into the Dragon God realm. Withdraw from the Dragon God realm? Feng Wuchen's icy cold gaze swept towards Zhu Huang, and he laughed coldly. Zhu Huang, are you indulging in fantasy, you old bastard? The millions of Heavenly Devil Clansmen were destined to die the moment they stepped into the Dragon God realm. Do you think they can withdraw from the Dragon God realm? Is the Dragon God realm a place where you can come and go as you please? What? Zhu Huang and the others' expressions changed greatly. When I came, I already set up a Dragon God barrier to seal off the Dragon God realm. None of you can leave. Feng Wuchen sneered. After saying that, Feng Wuchen walked step by step towards the terrified Candle Sky Demon. Candle Sky Demon, aren't you in the true immortal realm? Didn't you think that you were very strong? What's wrong? Don't you dare to attack? Feng Wuchen stared fiercely at Candle Sky Demon and asked. When he saw Feng Wuchen's terrifying gaze, Candle Sky Demon almost knelt down in fear. Intense fear surged in his heart. Candle Sky Demon was really scared. He could feel the strong aura of death approaching. Feng Wuchen had not used his power from beginning to end, but he could suppress Candle Sky Demon. With such strength, how could he not be afraid? Feng Wuchen stared fiercely at Candle Sky Demon and sneered, since you don't dare to attack, then I won't hold back. You, what do you want? Candle Sky Demon said in fear. Although it was very embarrassing, he was really afraid. Dragon God Supreme will continue to update on Green Dough. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend Green Dough. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme Green Dough updates the fastest. Why? You're the supreme leader of the Heavenly Fiend clan and you've reached the legendary true immortal realm. Are you afraid of death? Feng Wuchen sneered when he saw how terrified Candle Demon was. Candle Demon was furious, but he didn't dare to do anything. Candle Demon couldn't be arrogant in front of an absolute expert. Feng Wuchen, I know this isn't your power. Although it's stronger than me, I won't let you humiliate me, Candle Demon said angrily. Slap. Feng Wuchen slapped Candle Demon as soon as he said that. He was so fast that Candle Demon couldn't react at all. Candle Demon was furious after being slapped by Feng Wuchen again. For a leader of the Heaven Fiend race to be slapped by a junior, who could endure such humiliation? So what if I humiliated you? I didn't just humiliate you, I slapped your face, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen. Zhu Tianma's old face was hideous. He wanted to eat Feng Wuchen alive, but he suppressed the anger in his heart. Candle Demon didn't dare to attack at all. Because Feng Wuchen could kill him at any time. It wasn't easy to reach the true immortal realm after cultivating for 100,000 years. Candle Demon was more afraid of death than anyone else. Boom. Poof. Zhu Tianmo roared. Feng Wuchen punched him. Boom. Zhu Tianmo, who was a true immortal, coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body transformed into a black bolt of lightning and shot away. Old clan leader. Elder Wuji and the others were shocked. SSS, everyone from the Dragon God Temple, including the 3 primal ancestors, sucked in a breath of cold air in fright. The shock and fear on their faces intensified. He could make a true immortal spit out blood with one punch. What kind of terrifying power was that? How is that possible? What domineering power? Just one punch can injure me. What kind of power is this? Candle Demon was terrified. He could not believe that Feng Wuchen had such terrifying power. As a true immortal, Zhu Tianma was definitely powerful enough to crush countless experts in the saints' world. He refused to believe that a single punch from Feng Wuchen was enough to make him vomit blood. However, just as Zhu Tianma was in shock, he suddenly felt a terrifying suction force pulling him back. The illuminating Sky Demon was still unable to resist this terrifying suction force. At this moment, Candle Sky Demon felt that he was just an ant in front of Feng Wuchen. There will definitely be casualties in a battle. Otherwise, how can it be called a battle? Don't you think so, old patriarch Zhu Tianmo? A frightening evil smile appeared on Feng Wuchen's face. The illuminating Sky Demon was forcefully pulled back. Needless to say, he was terrified. The feeling of powerlessness was like falling into the 18 levels of hell. It made him feel extreme fear and even despair. The illuminating Sky Demon was powerless to break free from this terrifying power. He gritted his teeth and roared, Feng Wuchen, if you kill me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Pa. Puff. Feng Wuchen fiercely slapped him. The strength was so great that illuminating Sky Demon spat out blood and his old face was deformed. Good hit. Long Shirtian roared excitedly. Everyone from the Dragon God Sacred Hall became excited. Become a ghost? Do you have the qualifications? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully, with your little ability, so what if you become a ghost? Aren't you still under my feet? Not to mention that you are only a true immortal now, even if you are stronger than a true immortal, I can still trample you under my feet. Illuminating Sky Demon was so angry that his old face turned green. He was extremely sullen in his heart, but he did not dare to do anything. Who asked Feng Wuchen to be stronger than him? Pa. Puff. Finished speaking, Feng Wuchen slapped him again. The strength was so great that illuminating Sky Demon once again spat out blood and a few of his front teeth flew out. With this slap, illuminating Sky Demon's injuries worsened by a lot. His old face is already red and swollen. Burning pain spread all over illuminating Sky Demon's body. This is the greatest humiliation to illuminating Sky Demon. Elder Wuji and the others who are watching the battle from afar don't dare to fart. They are terrified to the extreme. Illuminating Sky Demon, so many experts from the Dragon God Sacred Hall are seriously injured. This is all you're doing, right? If I don't let you see some blood, how can I explain it to them? Don't you think so? Feng Wuchen revealed a brilliant smile to illuminating Sky Demon. Seeing Feng Wuchen smile, illuminating Sky Demon panicked. Hand over the Dragon God Totem and I might spare your life. Feng Wuchen said with a brilliant smile. When Illuminating Sky Demon heard this, his old face changed greatly and his heart beat wildly. What should he say? Confess the mysterious true immortal behind him? Isn't that courting death? But if he doesn't say it, Feng Wuchen won't let him go. That true immortal won't leave me in the lurch, right? Illuminating Sky Demon thought. He can only take a gamble now. Dragon God Totem? I didn't take it at all. How can I hand it over? Illuminating Sky Demon said coldly, pretending not to know. The Dragon God Totem was indeed not taken by Illuminating Sky Demon. Looking at Illuminating Sky Demon, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, even if you didn't take it, with your cultivation, you must know who took it. Am I right? Illuminating Sky Demon said coldly, I don't know. Are you sure you don't want to say it? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? I hope you don't regret it. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen, no matter how you threaten me, I don't know, Illuminating Sky Demon said firmly. That mysterious true immortal was terrifying. Illuminating Sky Demon didn't dare to betray him. Moreover, Illuminating Sky Demon still needed that mysterious true immortal's help to increase his cultivation. Boom. Pfft. As soon as Illuminating Sky Demon finished speaking, Feng Wuchen punched him. The domineering power made Illuminating Sky Demon spit out blood. He felt like he was going to vomit out his organs. The power was even more terrifying than before. Damn it. Just how powerful is Feng Wuchen, that little bastard? Zhu Tianma was both furious and terrified. Boom, boom, boom. Pft, pft, pft. Feng Wuchen started to beat him up crazily. He didn't care if he was dead or alive. The explosions kept sounding and Illuminating Sky Demon kept spitting out blood and screaming. Are you going to tell me? Are you going to tell me? Are you going to tell me? Who took the Dragon God Totem? Feng Wuchen shouted coldly as he beat him up. His methods were extremely vicious. Old Patriarch, Elder Wuji and the others were terrified. They didn't dare to interfere and could only watch. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. At this moment, the entire Dragon God Temple was filled with excited shouts. So what if he's a true immortal? How dare you come to the Dragon God Temple and be so arrogant in front of me? Who do you think you are? Feng Wuchen scolded as he slapped Yizichin non-stop. After a few minutes, Illuminating Sky Demon was seriously injured. His limbs were broken and his body was deformed. He was only half alive. Illuminating Sky Demon said weakly, Stop hitting me, stop hitting me, Illuminating Sky Demon, I thought you had a backbone. Tell me, who took the Dragon God Totem? Feng Wuchen sneered. Illuminating Sky Demon said, Lord Guxuanzuan. End of chapter, Venerable Guxuanzuan? Feng Wuchen grinned and sneered. As expected, I also guessed that it was related to Venerable Guxuanzuan. In any case, it was either you or Venerable Guxuanzuan. The heavily injured and weak Candle Sky Demon stared at Feng Wuchen viciously with his half-opened eyes. He wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Don't look at me like that. If you had said so earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Look at how miserable you are now. Feng Wuchen sneered. Candle Sky Demon's injuries were severe. His old face was deformed and his limbs were broken. Who knew how many bones in his body were broken? He no longer looked human. If I hadn't set up the Dragon God barrier, perhaps Venerable Guxuanzuan would have come to save you. Or perhaps the expert behind you would have come to save you. What do you think? Feng Wuchen sneered. Candle Sky Demon was shocked. Feng Wuchen actually guessed that there was someone behind them. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. You don't deserve to die to this power. Feng Wuchen sneered. Then, he waved his hand and the heavily injured Candle Sky Demon flew towards Elder Wuji and the others. Old Patriarch, Elder Wuji and the others were panicking, but they were finally relieved. Without my permission, none of you can leave. Stay here. Feng Wuchen grinned and sneered. Feng Wuchen. What else do you want? Zhu Huang shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, Nothing. It's just that 1,000,000 members of the heavenly devil race trespassed into the Dragon God realm. We have to clean them up, right? Although there aren't many experts among them, it will take a lot of time to eliminate them. After all, there are 1,000,000 of them. What? Zhu Huang and the others' faces changed. Feng Wuchen really wanted to eliminate 1,000,000 members of the heavenly devil race. Where are the divine shadow guards? Feng Wuchen immediately shouted. Your subordinates are here. The hundreds of divine shadow guards respectfully knelt down on one knee, their loud voices soaring into the sky. There are millions of heavenly devil race enemies in the dragon god realm waiting for you to exterminate them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Feng Wuchen shouted loudly as a surging aura erupted from his body. Understood. Xianxia, Miaing, and the other guardians immediately led the divine shadow guards out. Kuei-ying, you are seriously injured. You don't need to fight, Feng Wuchen said, glancing at Kuei-ying. Yes. Kuei-ying replied respectfully. All major forces under the Dragon God Temple, heed my command. Kill all the heavenly devil clansmen in the Dragon God realm and show them the strength of the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen immediately ordered. Yes, Lord Supreme's order. The experts from the various forces accepted the order respectfully, including Jade Void Child and the other experts who had opposed Feng Wuchen. They were all very respectful at this moment. The upper echelons of the major forces immediately returned home and issued orders. The 4 great forces of the Sacred Emperor clan had also received the order, and they immediately rushed back to the Dragon God realm in full force. Yang Qingkue, you lead the Dragon God Temple's experts. Big brother Feng Wuchen, big brother Wufeng, you two should attack as well. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Haha. I was waiting for brother Feng to say that. I just reached the Holy Venerable realm, so I can test out the power of a Holy Venerable. Nie Wufeng laughed loudly, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from him. We can finally start a massacre. Long Xianxia and the others looked crazed, and the Saint Emperor Realm Guardians moved out one after another. Feng Wuchen looked at Long Xiaoyang and the others and said, Big brother Xiaoyang, your injuries are too serious. You don't need to go, just focus on healing. For a time, almost all the experts of the Dragon God Temple had moved out except for those who were injured. The counterattack was in full swing. Battles had broken out all over the Dragon God realm. There were millions of heavenly devil clansmen, but there weren't many experts. The true experts were either dead or injured. The experts of the major forces under the heavenly devil race were still healing in the western regions. They couldn't send reinforcements at all. Therefore, the counterattack was definitely a feast of carnage. This time, the heavenly devil race had suffered a double loss. The massacre has begun. Feng Wuchen grinned, and looked at Zhu Tianma and the others, and said with a smile, you shouldn't have to wait too long. Zhu Tianma and the others stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely, wishing that they could eat Feng Wuchen alive. Feng Wuchen flashed to the palace square. With the help of the healing pills, Long Shihun and the others' injuries had stabilized, and they had also recovered a little. Brother Feng, it must be very satisfying to beat up Zhu Tianma, right? Long Qi asked excitedly. How can it not be satisfying to beat up a true immortal expert? Feng Wuchen laughed happily. Long Xiaoyang smiled and said, Huang Yan Emperor's strength is really terrifying, much stronger than a true immortal. Even if that mysterious true immortal appears, he will definitely not be a match for him. Zhu Tianma was beaten up like this, but that mysterious true immortal didn't appear. I think he was scared by Brother Feng's strength. Long Jianfeng laughed. Brat Feng, what realm is this Huang Yan Emperor at? Long Shitian asked curiously. Everyone also looked at Feng Wuchen curiously. Huang Yan Emperor's strength is able to easily defeat Zhu Tianma, which has already surpassed the sacred world. Even the supreme expert from the various realms would not be a match for Huang Yan Emperor. Long Shihun said. To be honest, I don't know Huang Yan Emperor's cultivation realm either. In short, he is very powerful. Feng Wuchen laughed. He really did not know what cultivation level the reincarnation pagoda's experts were at. Great ancestor, Zhu Tianma said that the dragon god totem was taken away by Gu Xuanzuan. Feng Wuchen continued. Gu Xuanzuan? Long Shihun and the others' faces instantly darkened. Long Shitian gritted his teeth and said angrily, I knew it was one of them. Zhu Tianma does not have the qualifications to die in the hands of Huang Yan Emperor, and I do not want to humiliate Huang Yan Emperor. Therefore, I will need the great ancestor to do it himself in the future. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. With that, Feng Wuchen took out 3 items and gave them to Long Shihun, and said with a smile, just relying on the sacred world's spiritual energy and all sorts of heavenly treasures, it is impossible to break through to the true immortal realm. This world has already been restricted, these 3 treasures can help the 3 ancestors break through to the true immortal realm. What kind of treasure is this? Long Shihun and the others asked in shock, their eyes wide open. They were sure that this was definitely not something from the sacred world. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, I don't know what kind of treasure it is, but the power inside is extremely violent, helping the 3 ancestors break through to the true immortal realm is definitely not a problem. Great! As long as I break through to the true immortal realm, I will personally kill that old thing Zhu Tianma. Long Shitian said excitedly. Feng Wuchen, is this given to you by Huang Yan Emperor? Long Shihun asked. Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded. Please help us thank Huang Yan Emperor. He is the great benefactor of our dragon gods. Long Shihun immediately said, feeling grateful to Huang Yan Emperor from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, great ancestor. Feng Wuchen laughed. Brother Feng, what did you mean when you said that this world has been restricted? Long Xiaoyang asked in confusion. Long Jianfeng and the others were also puzzled. Feng Wuchen said in a serious tone, simply put, in the sacred world, no one can break through to the true immortal realm. The power to break through to the true immortal realm has already disappeared. What? The power to break through to the true immortal realm has disappeared? Long Xiaoyang and the others' faces suddenly changed. End of chapter. Old clan head, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Elder Wuji asked. He had already fed Zhu Tianmo a pill. At the same time, he used his energy to heal Zhu Tianmo much better. Zhu Tianma nodded. His injuries were getting better, but it would be difficult for him to fully recover. Feng Wuchen had attacked fiercely. Zhu Tianma's injuries were very serious. It would be extremely difficult for him to fully recover. Staring at Feng Wuchen with a vicious gaze, Zhu Tianma gritted his teeth and said angrily, we have underestimated Feng Wuchen's mysterious power. Old clan head, what do we do now? Feng Wuchen's strength is so terrifying. He even set up the dragon god barrier. We can't leave at all. Zhu Huang asked anxiously. Elder Wuji shook his head and said, with Feng Wuchen's terrifying power, it's useless no matter where we go. The only one who can save us now is that true immortal. Zhu Yao said seriously. Other than that, he couldn't think of anyone else. Yes, yes, yes. There is still that true immortal. Zhu Huang nodded excitedly. Zhu Tianma shook his head and said, I have already tried to ask true immortal for help, but there was no response. What? Zhu Huang's old face froze. The hope that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished. He said in a panic, does he not care about our lives? Aren't we dead meat? Zhu Yao and the others were also panicking. Their eyes were filled with despair. They didn't believe that Feng Wuchen would let them go. Zhu Tianma was also helpless. Other than regret, there was also fear. If he had known that Feng Wuchen's mysterious power was so terrifying, Zhu Tianma wouldn't have dared to kill his way into the Dragon God Temple even if he was given 10,000 guts. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Swish. At this moment, a figure flashed over and said with a panicked face, Old clan head, the Divine Shadow Guardians led the Divine Shadow Guardians to kill over 30,000 of our people. Old clan head. The Divine Shadow Guardians led the Divine Shadow Guardians to kill tens of thousands of our clansmen. We were powerless to resist. Another clansman flashed over, extremely terrified. Old Patriarch, something has happened. The large organizations under the Dragon God Sacred Palace have launched an all-out counterattack. There are over a dozen Saint Venerables and several hundred Saint Emperors. Our clansmen are powerless to resist and have suffered heavy casualties, reported another clansman. Reporting to the old clan chief, the Dragon God realm is sealed off by a powerful barrier, so we can't leave. The teleportation formation has also been sealed off, and our clansmen have suffered heavy casualties. Another clansman came to report. Bad news came one after another. Zhu Tianma and the others' old faces were so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Zhu Tianma and the others were unable to restrain the experts of Dragon God Temple. Even if they had 1,000,000 clansmen, they would still be completely annihilated. The experts of the forces under the Dragon God Sacred Hall started a frenzied slaughter, and the battle spread throughout the entire Dragon God realm. The Heavenly Devil clansmen were completely powerless to resist, and the number of casualties was still rapidly increasing. The counterattack had only started for less than 10 minutes. At this rate, even if there were 1,000,000 clansmen, they would be wiped out within 2 hours. TSK, the casualties are heavy. This is just the beginning. I'm afraid that less than 100,000 people have died. Do you want to save them? I advise you not to act blindly without thinking. When I become ruthless, I will kill people. Feng Wuchen said with a sneer. A naked threat. If 1,000,000 clansmen are all dead, what kind of scene would it be? Corpses all over the ground? Piled up like a mountain? I really don't dare to imagine. Long Qi said with a sneer. Long Jianfeng said with schadenfreude, to be honest, I have never seen 1,000,000 corpses. Zhu Tianma, what's the use of having so many clansmen of your Heavenly Devil clan? Our Dragon God Sacred Palace and the large organizations under it don't even have 50,000 people. Long Shirtian said with a sneer. Words of ridicule made Zhu Tianma and the others explode with anger. Preposterous. They deliberately humiliated us and made us watch our clansmen being killed. Zhu Tianma gritted his teeth and said angrily. He was so angry that his internal organs were rolling. Old Patriarch, Heavenly Devil clan must not let Feng Wuchen humiliate us like this. Fight them. Zhu Aoyun's face was ferocious. He clenched his fists and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Don't act blindly without thinking. Zhu Tianma shouted gloomily. Fighting with all their might would only be throwing away their lives in vain. It would not change anything. Anger, madness, sullenness, panic and so on, almost drove them crazy. After an hour, 500,000 to 600,000 clansmen of Heavenly Devil clan had died. Heavenly Devil clan's corpses were everywhere in Dragon God realm. The strong smell of blood spread in the air. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses were piled up like mountains. The scene was shocking. Heavenly Devil clansmen were extremely frightened and despaired. News came one after another. Zhu Tianma and the others were extremely sad, but there was nothing they could do. Zhu Tianma, you must be heartbroken, right? Soon, 1,000,000 clansmen of Heavenly Devil clan will die miserably in Dragon God realm. Long Jianfeng sneered. I don't think so. It's just 1,000,000 clansmen. If they die, won't there be more than 2,000,000? Long Tai mocked. Zhu Tianma and the others tried their best to restrain the monstrous anger in their hearts. As expected, in less than 2 hours, Xianning returned in a flash. Reporting to Lord Supreme, the 1,000,000 clansmen of Heavenly Devil clan who set foot in Dragon God realm have all been killed. Dragon God realm can no longer sense the aura of other Heavenly Devil clan members. Xianning respectfully reported. 1,000,000 clansmen, all killed. 1,000,000 clansmen were killed in 2 hours. Zhu Tianma and the others were completely dumbfounded. Good kill. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. The barrier I set up is not very strong. The true immortal expert behind Zhu Tianma should be able to sense it. But after waiting for so long, I don't see him appear. Does he really not care about Zhu Tianma's life or death? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked curiously. Feng brat, you still want to deal with that person? Long Shirtian asked in astonishment. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, that's not it. If he doesn't make a move, I can't be bothered. I still have to hurry up and cultivate. I don't know why, but I keep feeling that things are not so simple. This person helped Zhu Tianma and Gu Xuanzuan step into the true immortal realm just to deal with us. But why would he want to deal with us? Is there a grudge? Feng Wuchen was puzzled. If there was no grudge, why would that mysterious true immortal help Zhu Tianma and Gu Xuanzuan to deal with the dragon gods? Could it be that he had nothing better to do? Impossible. Long Shirhun frowned deeply and said solemnly, other than Heavenly Devil Clan and Martial Spirit Temple, dragon gods do not have any great enmity with other forces. Long Shuyun also shook his head, I also can't think of any other enemies. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and said with a smile, there must be a reason, it's just that we don't know yet. But we will know sooner or later, there's no need to rush. At this point, Feng Wuchen looked at a certain void and said, the three of you have been watching for so long, don't you plan to show yourself? End of chapter. As expected, Feng Wuchen had already sensed our existence. Hiding in the dark, the man in the lead was not surprised at all. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, it was normal for him to sense their existence. Swish swish swish. Not long after, three figures appeared in the sky above Dragon God Temple. The three of them emitted an extremely terrifying aura. They were all 9-star Saint Realm. Their strength was absolutely terrifying. It's them. Zhu Tianma frowned. Do they not want to live anymore? They actually dared to show themselves. Elder Wuji was shocked. Seeing the three figures, Long Hun and the people of Dragon Gods instantly changed their faces. They were filled with hatred and cold-killing intent burst out. The three of them were none other than the traitors of the Dragon Gods, Long Xiaofeng, Dragon Emperor, and Long Xiaoyan. The leader, Long Xiaofeng, was handsome. He was dressed in white brocade and had a noble temperament. Moreover, his aura was the strongest. This person was even stronger than Long Xiaoyang. Three grandpas long time no see. Long Xiaofeng said with a faint smile. So it's you three traitors. You actually dare to show yourself. Long Hun gritted his teeth and said angrily. His narrowed eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Traitor! Long Shutian said gloomily, if it wasn't for my exhaustion, I would have torn you into pieces today. Dragon Emperor, who was wearing a black robe, grinned and said, Third Grandpa, you're still the same. Your temper is especially bad. Your injuries are very serious. Don't get angry. Long Xiaotian shouted angrily, I'm not your grandfather. Long Xiaoyang stared at the three of them coldly and said, Long Xiaofeng, are you courting death? Xiaoyang, long time no see. I didn't expect your strength to have caught up with us. Long Xiaofeng said with a smile and looked at Long Xiaoyang indifferently. Brother Feng, they are the traitors of the Dragon Gods. The one in front is called Long Xiaofeng, he was originally the young master of the Dragon Gods, the grandson of the great ancestor. The one on the left is called Dragon Emperor, and the one on the right is called Long Xiaoyan. Long Jianfeng said coldly, his words carried a strong killing intent. Brother Feng, kill them. Avenge the dead Dragon Gods. Long Qi clenched his teeth in anger. If it weren't for his heavy injuries, they would have charged out long ago. Even if they could not defeat Long Xiaofeng and the others, they would not be afraid. That's right. Kill them all. The Dragon Gods roared, their cold-killing intent becoming even more terrifying. At this moment, all the members of the Dragon Gods wanted nothing more than to eat the three traitors alive. Feng Wuchen sized up Long Xiaofeng and the other two. It was Feng Wuchen's first time seeing the three traitors of the Dragon Gods. Suppressing his heavy injuries, Long Shushan forcefully activated his power and said coldly, Today is the day you three traitors die. Grandpa, with your current injuries, you won't be able to defeat us. You should focus on recuperating. Dragon Emperor smiled. Grand Primogenitor, don't get angry. Your injuries aren't light. Feng Wuchen advised. Feng Wuchen, kill them quickly. We can't let these three traitors get away with it. Long Shushan roared. He had never been so furious before. You've been secretly monitoring me, but you never made a move. What's your goal? Feng Wuchen looked at Long Xiaofeng and asked with a smile. Clearly, he was very familiar with Long Xiaofeng's aura. Long Xiaofeng looked at Feng Wuchen, spread out his hands, and said with a faint smile, to see what's so special about the Supreme Dragon Gods. Your terrifying strength has indeed shocked us. So that's how it is. If I'm not wrong, your goal today should be to worry about the destruction of the Dragon God Temple, right? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. You're thinking too much. We are traitors of the Dragon Gods. Why would we worry about the destruction of the Dragon God Temple? We're just here to see the glory of a true immortal. It's a pity that Zhu Tianma met you. Long Xiaofeng said with a faint smile. Zhu Tianma's old face was incomparably gloomy. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, "Indeed, I'm thinking too much. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way. Feng Wuchen, although you have super strong strength, it won't be so easy for you to kill us." Long Xiaoyan sneered confidently. "If I, Feng Wuchen, want to kill, no one can escape from my palm." Feng Wuchen sneered. Then, he waved his hand and removed the dragon god barrier. With that, Feng Wuchen clenched his right fist and condensed a terrifying power. A terrifying aura crazily spread out. What kind of power is this? Zhu Tianma was extremely frightened and his entire body trembled. Elder Wuji said in shock, Is this Feng Wuchen's power?" Feng Wuchen finally activated his power. This boundless and terrifying power was not something they could imagine. But what was certain was that it definitely surpassed the true immortal realm. Wind attribute? Long Shirhan and the others were shocked and stunned. The power that Feng Wuchen activated was indeed wind attribute power. Moreover, it was the ancestor of the wind spirit, the first wind attribute power in the creation of the world. Very domineering power. I've never seen such a terrifying wind attribute power. Long Xiaofeng frowned deeply. His expression was incomparably solemn. Dragon Emperor frowned and said, "Where did Feng Wuchen get this power from? How can his body withstand this kind of power? Gu Xuanzuan, are you interested in coming to the Dragon God Temple? Don't you plan to care about the lives of the 3 Dragon Gods traitors?" Feng Wuchen sneered at the void. Feng Wuchen. The moment the Dragon God barrier disappeared, Gu Xuanzuan sensed a terrifying power coming from the Dragon God Temple. What kind of power is this? Why is it on Feng Wuchen's body? The power disappeared. What's going on? Zhu Tianma's aura is so weak. Did he lose? What the hell is going on? Gu Xuanzuan frowned deeply. A strong sense of unease surged in his heart. Because that terrifying aura made Gu Xuanzuan feel threatened. Whoosh! With a flash, Gu Xuanzuan instantly appeared above the Dragon God Temple. Gu Xuanzuan. Zhu Tianma and the others were overjoyed. It was as if they had seen a life-saving straw. The moment he saw Zhu Tianma, Gu Xuanzuan's old face couldn't help but be stunned. A true immortal expert had fallen to such a tragic end. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Gu Xuanzuan definitely wouldn't have believed it. Gu Xuanzuan, you must be careful. Feng Wuchen has a terrifying power. I was injured by him. Zhu Tianma quickly said. Feng Wuchen? Gu Xuanzuan turned his head and looked at Feng Wuchen. He frowned and asked, Feng Wuchen, what was that power of yours? Seems like Gu Xuanzuan cares about your lives. Feng Wuchen glanced at the 3 traitors. Long Xiaofeng and the other 2 didn't say anything. Their expressions were very serious. Gu Xuanzuan, hand over the Dragon God totem. It's not yours. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled and extended his hand towards Gu Xuanzuan. Dragon God totem? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't care about the things of the dragon gods. Does it have anything to do with me if it's gone? Gu Xuanzuan coldly said. The Candle Sky Demon said it was you, but you said you didn't know. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Feng Wuchen's face turned cold. He stared at Gu Xuanzuan with a terrifying gaze, as if he could see through Gu Xuanzuan. A cold gaze caused Gu Xuanzuan's heart to tremble. Is it an illusion? Or is it because of his power? This kid actually has such a terrifying gaze. Gu Xuanzuan was overwhelmed with shock. Cold sweat broke out on his back. At that moment, Gu Xuanzuan felt an unprecedented pressure. Even that mysterious true immortal expert didn't give Gu Xuanzuan such a feeling. Gu Xuanzuan, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the Dragon God totem, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Cold killing intent had already spread out. Gu Xuanzuan frowned and said in a deep voice, the Dragon God totem is not with me. Wrong answer. You have no chance. Feng Wuchen shook his head. His expression was extremely cold. Feng Wuchen glanced at Long Xiaofeng and the other 2 and said, you have no chance either. Since you're a traitor, don't even think about leaving today. Feng Wuchen, are you that confident in defeating us? Although you're very powerful, how long can you last? Dragon Emperor sneered. You don't have to worry about that, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Gu Xuanzuan, it seems like there's no other way. Long Xiaofeng glanced at Gu Xuanzuan. I also want to see that power just now, Gu Xuanzuan said coldly. The aura of a true immortal erupted, shaking the heavens. The power of a true immortal was also activated. The terrifying power that surpassed the candle sky demon erupted like a volcano. That kind of invincible posture gave people a feeling of submission and worship. The terrifying aura swept out without restraint, almost instantly covering the entire space of the sacred world. It shook countless cultivators until they couldn't move and fell to the ground. The true immortal realm was so terrifying. Retreat. Elder Wuji said in panic. Elder Wuji, are we not going to attack? If we join forces, we might be able to defeat Feng Wuchen, Zhu Huang quickly said. Elder Wuji shook his head and said, Feng Wuchen's strength is unfathomable. Let's find a chance to leave. This old thing is really not simple. I'm afraid that I can only fight against him in the state of heavenly demon. Zhu Tianma frowned and thought to himself. Long Shiyun frowned, the strength of this old thing, Gu Xuanzuan, is indeed a bit stronger than Zhu Tianma. Humph. Courting death. Long Shitian disdainfully said. Buzz. Long Xiaofeng and the other two simultaneously used all their strength and took out their saint artifacts. 3 surging and boundless energies crazily swept out. Their overflowing might shook the hearts and souls of people. The space that had not been calm for long once again shook and collapsed. The presence of destruction swept through the saint's world once more. In the blink of an eye, the auras of Long Xiaofeng and the other two had already reached peak 9-star holy venerates. One could easily imagine how strong they were. With such strength, he would not lose to the 3 primogenitors of the dragon gods. Even if he could not defeat the 3 primogenitors, he would not be much weaker. What terrifying strength! Long Jianfeng frowned deeply. The strength of the 3 of them has already reached such a level? If I did not cultivate the technique that Feng Wuchen gave me, I'm afraid that I would not be able to win against the 3 of them. Long Shihun frowned and thought to himself. Chu Tianshu and the others were all shocked by the strength of Long Xiaofeng and the others. It was precisely because their strength was so terrifying that Gu Xuanzuan protected them. As expected of the 3 geniuses of the dragon gods, your strength is indeed powerful. It's a pity that you are unable to break through to true immortal. Even Zhu Tianma did not have the strength to fight back in front of me, let alone you. Make your move. Feng Wuchen sneered. His figure slowly floated into the sky and stood side by side with Long Xiaofeng and the others. Feng Wuchen. Kill them. Long Shitian shouted angrily. Long Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly and said, do it. Boom boom boom. Long Xiaofeng and the other two shot out at the same time, turning into 3 golden lightning bolts. With an intense ear-piercing rumbling sound, their speed was extremely fast. Whoosh! At the same time, Gu Xuanzuan appeared above Feng Wuchen in a flash and took the initiative to attack. A palm ruthlessly smashed towards the top of Feng Wuchen's head. His method was extremely vicious. Looking at the terrifying momentum, if this palm hit, Feng Wuchen would definitely be turned into ashes. The corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth rose slightly, and he casually met it with a palm. Boom! Buzz buzz! The 2 palms collided, and with an explosive sound, the destructive power of the collision rolled out with an earth-shattering force. The power of the physical body. Gu Xuanzuan frowned again, secretly shocked in his heart. Feng Wuchen was able to block his attack with just the power of the physical body. This made Gu Xuanzuan feel that it was unbelievable. Gu Xuanzuan did not know that Feng Wuchen had beaten Zhu Tianma to a pulp with just the power of the physical body. Gu Xuanzuan, use your full strength. Don't think about testing my strength. You are not qualified. Feng Wuchen sneered. Gu Xuanzuan's old face sank. Without thinking much, his figure flashed and disappeared. At this time, Long Xiaofeng and the other 2 had already shot over. They flashed around Feng Wuchen and fiercely attacked Feng Wuchen. Boom boom boom. Long Xiaofeng and the other 2's fierce attacks landed squarely on Feng Wuchen's body. The power was absolutely tyrannical. However, Feng Wuchen did not move at all, and his expression did not change. The attacks of the three did not cause the slightest bit of damage to Feng Wuchen. What's going on? Our power disappeared in an instant. Was it absorbed by him? Long Xiaofeng was shocked. Dragon Emperor was also shocked. I feel like my fist has sunk in. The moment they attacked, the three of them felt their power disappear, and they felt like they had fallen into a quagmire. I can't even move Feng Wuchen with my full strength. It's even more impossible for the three of them. Gu Xuanzuan and the others have no chance of winning. Zhu Tianma frowned and thought to himself. Feng Wuchen sneered, I don't feel anything at all. The three of them reacted extremely quickly. Before their attack succeeded, they immediately teleported away to avoid being heavily injured by Feng Wuchen. Long Xiaofeng, the three of you distract him. I will attack. Gu Xuanzuan said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Long Xiaofeng and the other two used teleportation again. They flashed around Feng Wuchen, leaving behind a large area of clear afterimages. Boom boom boom. A moment later, Long Xiaofeng and the other two launched a fierce attack. They used teleportation to constantly change their positions to attack. Every attack unleashed their strongest power. A series of explosions shook the heavens and the earth, resounding through the space of the holy world. However, Feng Wuchen still did not move, allowing the three's attacks to land on his body. Whoosh! At this moment, Gu Xuanzuan suddenly flashed and appeared below Feng Wuchen. He grabbed Feng Wuchen's ankles with both hands. Feng Wuchen, have a taste of my 10,000-year mysterious ice. Gu Xuanzuan said coldly. A violent and terrifying ice attribute power forcefully entered Feng Wuchen's feet. 10,000-year mysterious ice? Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Not good. My 10,000-year mysterious ice has been devoured. Gu Xuanzuan's old face suddenly changed. End of chapter. The 10,000-year profound ice was instantly devoured, causing sovereign Gu Xuanzuan to retreat in fear. Gu Xuanzuan originally planned to use the tyrannical 10,000-year black ice to freeze Feng Wuchen's meridians and devour Feng Wuchen from within. Even if he could not kill Feng Wuchen, he could at least heavily injure Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan never expected that Feng Wuchen would be able to devour his 10,000-year profound ice. 10,000-year black ice isn't much. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. This sovereign's 10,000-year profound ice has been refined for 100,000 years. It is extremely tyrannical and can freeze any power. Even the ancient divine flame cannot melt it, so how could it be devoured by him? Sovereign Gu Xian was extremely shocked. What Gu Xuanzuan did not know was that Feng Wuchen possessed the Ice Soul Ancestor, the first ice attribute power since the creation of the world. How could a mere 10,000-year-old profound ice compare to the Ice Soul Ancestor? In front of the Ice Soul Ancestor, the 10,000-year profound ice was nothing. Gu Xuanzuan, don't use these useless tricks. Bring out your true strength. Otherwise, you will soon become the second Zhu Tianmo. Feng Wuchen sneered with disdain. Gu Xuanzuan's old face darkened. He glanced at Zhu Tianma and sent a message. Zhu Tianma, does Feng Wuchen have any weaknesses? He has no weakness. I can't break through his defense. His physical body is extremely powerful. Even after using all my strength, I can't injure him in the slightest. He hasn't even activated his power yet. Zhu Tianma transmitted. Buzz. Hearing this, Gu Xuanzuan's old face became even more unsightly. The true power of the true immortal realm erupted. An extremely dazzling blue light shot into the sky, illuminating the dusky space. The ancient sacred artifact was also brought out. The destructive power crazily soared. In the blink of an eye, Sovereign Gu Xian's strength had already soared to its peak. Be it in terms of aura or power, Gu Xuanzuan was stronger than Zhu Tianma. As expected of the overlord of the holy world. Just who is it that can force Lord Gu Xuanzuan to such an extent? Nan Gongxian frowned deeply. He couldn't guess who it was. Great Elder, are you not going to take a look? Tian Xianzi asked. Nan Gongxian shook his head and said, the power of a true immortal isn't something that we can withstand. Didn't Pagoda Master also sense the wind attribute power just now? Very terrifying, unfathomable. Tian Xianzi nodded. If Nan Gongxian knew that this power came from Feng Wuchen, he would have fainted on the spot. Is this your full strength? Come on, attack me. Feng Wuchen sneered with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Gu Xuanzuan's strength was only slightly stronger than Zhu Tianma, so Feng Wuchen did not put it to heart at all. Swish. Buzz. Lord Gu Xuanzuan suddenly waved his hand, and an intense ear-piercing sound rang out. A terrifying blue energy beam broke through the air, carrying the might of heaven and earth as it rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Bang! Feng Wuchen sneered and lightly waved his hand, easily defeating Lord Gu Xuanzuan's power. Luckily we didn't attack. Lord Gu Xuanzuan can't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Zhu Huang's face was filled with fear, his voice was trembling. Old Patriarch, Elder Wuji, let's leave quickly. If we continue fighting, Lord Gu Xuanzuan will definitely lose. Xianxia quickly said, no longer daring to stay. Feng Wuchen, this power doesn't belong to him. With Feng Wuchen's cultivation, he shouldn't be able to hold on for long. His body also doesn't allow it. Perhaps we can still kill him. Zhu Tianma frowned and said. Elder Wuji's face changed and said in shock, Old Patriarch, if Feng Wuchen can control this power, it means that he has a terrifying expert behind him. It might be a soul body. Second Elder is already dead, and we don't have a strong soul power to suppress him. If this person appears, the consequences will be unimaginable. Elder Wuji, do you think that true immortal doesn't have a powerful alchemist? Even if he doesn't, with Nangong Xian's soul power, he should be able to suppress it. Zhu Tianma was beaten to a pulp by Feng Wuchen. How could he be satisfied? If we fight head-on, I'm definitely not his opponent. However, Feng Wuchen's mysterious power can help me increase my cultivation. I might even surpass that person. Lord Gu Xuanzuan frowned and thought to himself. His old eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Such a terrifying power, and he broke it with a light wave of his hand. Long Xiaofeng was once again shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. Long Xiaoyan said with a helpless face, we have no chance of winning. This kid's power is too terrifying. Pa. Lord Gu Xuanzuan suddenly put his palms together. With a crisp sound, he condensed a terrifying power and shouted, I seal. Ancient Saint Art. Heavenly soul-locking moon. The terrifying ice attribute power instantly froze Feng Wuchen. Lord Gu Xuanzuan, your 10,000-year mysterious ice can't trap me. Feng Wuchen sneered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lord Gu Xuanzuan ignored him and waved his hand. Dozens of powerful black energy chains shot out. Each chain emitted a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to tremble. In the end, they condensed into black pythons. The energy chains had turned into living pythons. Ancient evil spirit. Long Shirhan and the other two primogenitors exclaimed in unison. Lord Gu Xuanzuan actually has an ancient evil spirit. Zhu Tianma, Elder Wuji, and the others were shocked. Their eyeballs almost fell out. Long Xiaofeng and the other two's faces were filled with fear. Lord Gu Xuanzuan said coldly, Feng Wuchen, no matter how strong you are, in front of me, you can only die. Oh? The Saint Art has a life form? Feng Wuchen was shocked. This was the first time he had seen this kind of technique. I didn't expect such a small sacred world to have such a little monster. Feng Xiandi's surprised voice sounded. Little monster? Feng Xiandi, what is this thing? How did it merge into the technique? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. To be able to make Feng Xiandi so surprised, it must be something extraordinary. Feng Xiandi said, Brat, this is an ancient evil spirit. It can devour all evil thoughts in the world. The more it devours, the more terrifying its power will be. It can devour any power. In ancient times, it was also known as devouring evil spirits. This is not merging into the technique, but this old thing signed a contract with the evil spirit. When he used the Saint Art, he released the evil spirit. Devour all evil thoughts? Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. Everyone has evil thoughts in their heart, and you are no exception. This is only an illusion of the evil spirit. The real evil spirit is in that old thing's body. Ordinary attacks can't kill the evil spirit. Even if the evil spirit is torn into pieces, it can instantly recover. In other words, this old thing has an immortal body. Once the evil spirit is devoured, you are finished. Feng Xiandi said. Immortal body? Isn't that too terrifying? Then how do we deal with the evil spirit? Feng Wuchen was covered in cold sweat. The more he heard, the more afraid he became. Don't worry, this evil spirit is not very strong. Moreover, it is restricted by this old thing. The real powerful evil spirit is very feared by the experts of Panga realm. Feng Xiandi said. Feng Wuchen asked anxiously, tell me how to deal with it. End of chapter. Devouring evil spirits is very difficult for others to deal with, but it is very easy for you. Ancestor of myriad fire, ancestor of ice soul, ancestor of water flame, and even this emperor's ancestor of wind soul can easily destroy it. However, this is only the illusory body of the evil spirit. With the power you control now, you can destroy it at any time, but you must not be devoured by it. Illusory bodies can also devour evil spirits. Feng Xian Emperor's lazy and proud laughter sounded. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen felt a lot more relieved. Almost in the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen, who was frozen, is now sealed by dozens of pythons. The power is very dreadful. Venerable Gu Xian actually has such a trump card. Long Xiaofeng deeply frowned. Such dreadful power, can Feng Wuchen break free? Dragon Emperor stared at the dozens of dreadful pythons. Not good. If Feng Wuchen is devoured by the evil spirit, it will be troublesome. Long Shihan's old face greatly changed, his heart is burning with anxiety and panic. Long Shirtian's old face is incomparably gloomy, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, this old thing actually signed a contract with the evil spirit and sold his soul. Brother Feng. Be careful. Long Xiaoyang and others roared one after another. Seeing Feng Wuchen being sealed by dozens of pythons, Dragon God's people were scared out of their wits. Oh? This power is not simple. With such formidable power, Candle Sky Devil will definitely not be able to block it. Feng Wuchen is endlessly amazed in his heart. The power of the holy technique and the evil spirit has fused together. Ordinary true immortal experts are not this old thing's match. This old thing signed a contract with the evil spirit, and the evil spirit's body also has the power of a true immortal. Feng Xian Emperor said. Simply speaking, the holy technique used by Venerable Gu Xian is equivalent to the power of two true immortal experts fusing together. One can imagine how formidable it is. Humph. Just one bite is enough to heavily injure you. Venerable Gu Xian sneered in his heart, as if he can already see Feng Wuchen's miserable end. Boom. Just as the pythons were about to seal the frozen Feng Wuchen, there was a sudden explosion. A domineering and terrifying power sent dozens of pythons flying. The evil spirit illusions were directly turned into ashes. What? Gu Xuanzuan's old face suddenly changed as he said in disbelief, how is this possible? The combination of the holy art and the evil spirit's power was actually easily broken by him. Gu Xuanzuan, you are underestimating my strength too much. Feng Wuchen grinned and sneered as he stared at Gu Xuanzuan with disdain. This is impossible. Sovereign Gu shook his head in a daze. His heart trembled again and again. It was equivalent to the fusion of the power of two true immortals. Feng Wuchen could easily break it without using his power. How could Gu Xuanzuan accept such terrifying strength? I knew that I wouldn't be able to do anything to him. His power is beyond my imagination, Zhu Tian demon thought to himself. The fear in his heart grew stronger. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was safe and sound, Long Shihun and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Feng brat, be careful of the evil spirit. This monster can devour people's evil thoughts. Long Shitian hastily shouted. Third ancestor, don't worry. This thing can't hurt me, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Brat, the devouring evil spirit is not a demonic beast. It is a monster born from evil thoughts. Its body is like evil thoughts and cannot be destroyed. It is much stronger than many other races and has a very high status. To be able to sign a contract with it, Gu Xuanzuan is not simple, Feng Xian the Arch transmitted. He is indeed not simple. Even if Gu Xuanzuan has not broken through to true immortal, the great primogenitor and the others are not his match, Feng Wuchen transmitted. Gu Xuanzuan had an undying body. He could exhaust his opponents to death in a battle of attrition. Brat, I am talking about his identity. Feng Xian the Arch cursed. Identity? Feng Wuchen was stunned at first. Then, he asked, what other identities does Gu Xuanzun have? How would I know what his identity is? Feng Xiandarj said unhappily. Feng Wuchen curled his lips. He did not care about Gu Xuanzun's identity at all. Looking at the stunned Gu Xuanzun, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, Gu Xuanzun, these little tricks of yours can't do anything to me. What other powerful moves do you have? Go ahead and use them. If not, it will be my turn to attack. Brat. Don't be so arrogant. Gu Xuanzun said angrily. A cold-killing intent swept out. Buzz. Gu Xuanzun's face was malevolent. A terrifying power surged out of his body. His aura rose again. The destructive power once again caused the space of the sacred world to tremble. The power of the undead race? Seems like you have some relationship with the undead race. Feng Wuchen was shocked. You know about the undead race? Gu Xuanzun frowned. He seemed to have guessed something. An intense fear surged in his heart. I was the one who exterminated the undead race. How could I not know? Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and sneered. Feng Wuchen exterminated the undead race? Zhu Tianma, Elder Wuji, and the others were dumbfounded. Sure enough, Gu Xuanzun's heart trembled once again. At that time, Feng Wuchen already had the power to exterminate the undead race. If Feng Wuchen took action to deal with the martial spirit temple, who could stop him? Humph. Then I'll let you have a taste of the fusion of the evil spirit and the undead race's power. Gu Xuanzun shouted angrily. Both of his hands were clawed. On one side was the power of the evil spirit, and on the other side was the power of the undead race. Buzz. Gu Xuanzun forcefully fused the two powers, bursting out with an even more terrifying power. It surged to the extreme, and a huge energy vortex appeared in the sky. Gu Xuanzun's aura and power once again increased by several times. Is this old bastard so powerful? Long Tian and the others were all shocked by Gu Xuanzun's power. Gu Xuanzun is so powerful? Zhu Tianma was stunned. His old face was extremely stiff, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Of all the people present, only Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. Ancient Saint Art. 8 Desolation Heavenly Punishment. Gu Xuanzun formed a seal with both hands and roared. Above the void, a huge energy vortex spun crazily. The destructive power that was brewing suddenly turned into a huge energy light shuttle that swooped down with unstoppable momentum. The size of the light shuttle was extremely shocking. If Feng Wuchen couldn't block it, the space of the sacred world would definitely be destroyed. At the same time, the evil spirit illusions were released again. A large number of black pythons swooped down. The terrifying scene and death aura made people feel extremely uneasy. Feng Wuchen. Die. Gu Xuanzun roared. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, this power is indeed no small matter, but, at this point, Feng Wuchen clenched his fists tightly. Then, he stepped on the void and soared into the sky. He punched towards the energy light shuttle that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. The power is too weak. Feng Wuchen shouted. Boom. Feng Wuchen punched out. Resplendent golden light exploded. Under everyone's terrified gazes, the unimaginable destructive power instantly swallowed Gu Xuanzun's energy light shuttle. End of chapter. The dazzling golden light covered the entire world, making it hard for people to open their eyes. The dazzling golden light came quickly and disappeared quickly, as if it was gone in a flash. When the golden light disappeared, there was nothing left in the void. Gu Xuanzun's terrifying light shuttle had already disappeared without a trace, and even the huge energy vortex had disappeared. Gu Xuanzun was stunned. What kind of power is this? Gu Xuanzun's holy art power disappeared directly. How terrifying is Brother Feng's punch? It's too terrifying. Feng Wuchen took care of it with one punch. The people of Dragon God Temple, Zhu Tianma, and the others were all dumbfounded. It was as if someone had used a body freezing technique on them. They were motionless, and their eyes were filled with endless fear. The power of the evil spirit merged with the power of the undead, but it was destroyed by Feng Wuchen with one punch. Long Xiaofeng was shocked to the extreme, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. How is this possible? Dragon Emperor was so scared that his face was pale, and his body trembled. To be able to destroy such a terrifying power with one punch, and it was only the power of the body. How strong was Feng Wuchen? Unimaginable power. It was an overwhelming force. A strong sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. Gu Xuanzuan only felt that he was a tiny ant in front of Feng Wuchen. How can this be? I used all my strength, but Feng Wuchen took care of it with one punch. Gu Xuanzuan's old face was pale, and he was extremely terrified. Gu Xuanzuan could no longer imagine how powerful that punch was. At this moment, Gu Xuanzuan finally realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was. It was also at this moment that Gu Xuanzuan felt that he had fallen into the 18th level of hell. Other than darkness, there was only fear, and there was no light or warmth. There was a gloomy and cold aura in all directions. The power of the evil spirit and the undead is not much. Looks like this is your strongest move. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Long Xiaofeng and the other two were deeply shocked as well. They looked at Feng Wuchen with fear in their eyes. Lord Gu Xuanzuan, I heard that evil spirits are very hard to kill. Normal attacks, even if they can cut evil spirits into 10,000 pieces, evil spirits can instantly recover. I don't know if that is true. Feng Wuchen continued to sneer. Seeing Feng Wuchen walking over from the void, Gu Xuanzuan was so scared that he took a few steps back. He was filled with dread towards Feng Wuchen. Even the mighty overlord of the saints' world has times when you're afraid. Are you afraid of death? Let me see if you have the same undying body as the evil spirit. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen suddenly stepped into the void. With a loud bang, the void shook. His body turned into a black line and shot out at an extremely fast speed, 10 times faster than the speed of sound. Boom, Feng Wuchen's speed was so fast that Gu Xuanzuan couldn't react at all. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a terrifying and overbearing power instantly pierced through Gu Xuanzuan's chest. Pfft! The moment his chest was pierced, Gu Xuanzuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Only now did he react. I didn't notice at all. Gu Xuanzuan was even more terrified. How terrifying was the speed? Feng Wuchen retracted his fist and sneered, Gu Xuanzuan, you have signed a contract with the evil spirit. For an ordinary attack like mine, even if it causes fatal damage to you, you can still recover, right? As expected. The moment Feng Wuchen's words fell, the hole in Gu Xuanzuan's chest actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this miraculous scene, Feng Wuchen laughed in surprise. As expected, you can recover in an instant. This is the same as my undying and indestructible body. Although Feng Wuchen's punch had injured Gu Xuanzuan, the moment his wound healed, his injuries had also healed completely. Ordinary attacks were indeed unable to kill Gu Xuanzuan. Seeing this scene, Long Shihun could not help but exclaim, evil spirit's undying body. Gu Xuanzuan also has an undying body. As expected. Evil spirit's undying body. Long Shitian immediately cried out in surprise. Gu Xuanzuan's injuries have actually healed. Long Xiaoyang is extremely shocked. His expression is lifeless, as if he is in a vegetative state. The legend is true. After signing a contract with the evil spirit, one can obtain the evil spirit's undying body. No matter what kind of attack, one will not die. With such a terrifying undying body, who can be Gu Xuanzuan's opponent? Zhu Tianma said in fear, his soul was scared away. This can't be true, right? Such a serious injury instantly healed, is it really an undying body? Zhu Aoyun and the others are all stupefied, they are extremely frightened. Gu Xuanzuan himself is also shocked, his face is filled with shock and disbelief. Although he knew that the evil spirit had an undying body, this is the first time he has seen it. Is this the feeling of rebirth? Is this an undying body? This feeling is truly exciting. Gu Xuanzuan is extremely ecstatic in his heart. This kind of comfortable feeling made him want to look up to the sky and howl. Gu Xuanzuan enjoys it very much. How is it? Does the undying body make you very happy? Feng Wuchen asked with sneer. Gu Xuanzuan's old face revealed a fierce and evil grin. He said in a cold voice, Feng Wuchen, even if your strength is above this sovereign has an undying body and the evil spirit can help me recover my strength. As long as you exhaust all your strength, this sovereign can still kill you. Is that so? While you can be happy now, you should be happy because you won't be able to be happy in a while. Feng Wuchen said with sneer. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if he is in control of everything. Shameless boasting. This sovereign has an undying body, you can't kill this sovereign. Gu Xuanzuan's appearance became crazy, monstrous killing intent crazily erupted. Boom. Gu Xuanzuan, who was almost in a deranged state, shot towards Feng Wuchen like lightning. He suddenly launched a fierce and merciless attack, his might shaking the heavens. Feng Wuchen stood on the spot with his arms crossed in front of his chest, allowing Gu Xuanzuan to launch a fierce and merciless attack. However, no matter how fierce and tricky Gu Xuanzuan's attack was, it could not hit Feng Wuchen at all. Boom. Puff. Feng Wuchen's mouth curled into an evil smile, and directly punched Gu Xuanzuan's head. The domineering and terrifying power directly blasted Gu Xuanzuan's head into a bloody mist. Hiss, seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. They were so frightened that they sucked in a breath of cold air. An ordinary punch could instantly kill a true immortal. This terrifying strength once again refreshed everyone's imagination of Feng Wuchen's strength. Gu Xuanzuan was killed? No. In the next second, Gu Xuanzuan's head recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The undying body was so terrifying. Your speed is too slow, you can't even hit me, how are you going to kill me? Feng Wuchen had a playful and cold smile as he looked at Gu Xuanzuan with a contemptuous gaze. Haha. The undying body is so powerful that it can recover from any attack. Feng Wuchen, your death is not far away. Haha. Gu Xuanzuan laughed excitedly. In the new year, I wish my brothers and sisters all the best and good health. Qi Luan wishes my brothers and sisters a new year. Thank you brothers and sisters for supporting Qi Luan. Your support is Qi Luan's greatest motivation. Fan group, 254466679. There will be red packets tomorrow morning, end of chapter. Seeing you so happy, I really can't bear to make you despair. But I also really want to see your expression of despair. Feng Wuchen grinned, he looked like he was going to eat Gu Xuanzuan. This sovereign is actually looking forward to how you will make this sovereign despair. Gu Xuanzuan said with a sinister smile. With such a powerful undying body, Gu Xuanzuan's confidence is bursting. Feng Wuchen just punched Gu Xuanzuan's head and he was able to recover. With such a terrifying undying body, he can't die even if he wanted to. Feng Wuchen doesn't seem to be worried at all. Dragon Emperor frowned and said. Long Xiaofeng shook his head and said, it's not that he seems to be worried at all. Long Xiaoyan looked at Feng Wuchen and said with a frown, could it be that Feng Wuchen has a way to deal with Gu Xuanzuan's undying body? Does Feng Brat have a way? Long Shirtian deeply frowned and said doubtfully, that punch just now couldn't kill Gu Xuanzuan, is there any other way? Jing Wushuang said gravely, Feng Brat doesn't seem to be worried at all, I hope he has a way to deal with evil spirits. Long Shirhan nodded gravely. Great ancestor, evil spirits can't die even if they turn into ashes? Long Jianfeng asked. You haven't seen evil spirits, so you don't know how terrifying they are. Evil spirits can recover even if they turn into ashes. Even if their soul body dissipates, they can still recover. From ancient times until now, there hasn't been a way to kill evil spirits. Gu Xuanzuan signed a contract with evil spirits, so he is also an evil spirit, he can't be killed. Long Shirhan shook his head and said. There's no way to kill evil spirits? Long Xiaoyang and the others were stupefied, they were stunned on the spot. Gu Xuanzuan is undoubtedly an invincible existence. Feng Wuchen, hit this sovereign here. Gu Xuanzuan arrogantly flashed in front of Feng Wuchen, he arrogantly sneered while pointing at his chest. This old brat knows about undying body, he is actually so arrogant. Feng Xian Emperor disdainfully sneered. Seeing Gu Xuanzuan's arrogant attitude, not to mention Dragon God Temple's people, even Zhu Tianma and the others can't help but curse in a low voice. Brother Feng. Beat him up. Long Qi couldn't bear it and roared. Too arrogant. Isn't it just undying body? What was there to be arrogant about? Isn't it the same as selling your soul to the evil spirit? Long Xiaoyang angrily cursed. Feng brat. This old bastard has an immortal body, we can't kill him but we can seal him. Long Shirtian loudly shouted. Seal the true body? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan disdainfully glanced at Long Shirtian and coldly said, Long Shirtian, don't forget that aside from devouring evil thoughts, this sovereign's evil spirit can also devour any power. Sealing this sovereign is only providing the sealing formation power for this sovereign to devour. Long Shirtian angrily shouted, what if it devours you? Is there anything in this world that can compare to the evil spirit's devouring? Gu Xuanzuan sneered complacently. Feng Wuchen sneered, how would a frog at the bottom of a well like you know? Feng Wuchen, this sovereign knows that this is not your power. With your little bit of cultivation, this sovereign doesn't put you in my eyes. The owner of this power might be a soul body, he won't be able to hold on for long. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan coldly said, every word is filled with cold-killing intent. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's chest. He said with a confident smile, you don't need to worry about this. You should worry about yourself. Don't you want to see yourself in despair? I also want to see it. Everyone here should want to see it. Then give it a try. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan remained unmoved, he is full of confidence in his immortal body. At this moment, everyone's eyes are focused on Feng Wuchen, staring at Feng Wuchen's index finger, they all held their breaths. Can Feng Wuchen break the immortal body? The space strangely calmed down, one can hear a pin drop, a flame suddenly appeared on Feng Wuchen's fingertip. It was a white flame. It was very weak, but the aura that spread out was very terrifying. It was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Not only that, the moment the flame appeared, all the fire attribute alchemists in the entire dragon god realm felt an aura of submission. What kind of aura is this? This? What's going on? My fire attribute seems to be submitting. Long Shihan's old face changed greatly, he was extremely shocked. That's right, I also have this feeling. Long Shiyun was extremely shocked. Long Shitian stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open, and said with extreme fear, white flame. What kind of flame is this? The aura is extremely terrifying. This sovereign has never seen it before. Chu Tianshu exclaimed, old man's true fire is also submitting. What kind of flame is Lord Sovereign activating? What kind of flame is that? It can actually suppress our fire attribute power. Long Xiaofeng and the others also had faces full of fear and disbelief. Zhu Tianma and the others were also scared silly by the aura of the white flame, as if they were petrified. The most terrified one was still Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan. Facing the weak white flame, he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. His old face was pale, and his soul flew out of the sky. The terrifying aura of the ancestor of all fires had already locked Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan. At this moment, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Looking at the terrified Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan, Feng Wuchen sneered, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan, if the evil spirit dies, do you think your undying body will still be there? No, stop. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan shouted in fear. He wanted to break free and escape, but found that he couldn't move at all. The ancestor of all fires had already trapped Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan. It's too late to regret now. Feng Wuchen sneered, the undying body of the evil spirit is indeed powerful, but it's not impossible to kill, it's just that you don't know. Brother Feng. Quickly kill him. Lord Sovereign, kill this old thing. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan. Your arrogance and conceit ends here. Haha. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the people of Dragon God Temple all roared in ecstasy. Feng Wuchen really has a way to kill the evil spirit? Zhu Tianma's face was full of confusion. Such a terrifying white flame, it should be possible. Elder Wuji said in confusion. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the terrifying ancestor of all fires quickly spread throughout Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's body. The dense white flame made people feel afraid just by looking at it. Ah! Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan suddenly let out a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered, and then he spat out mouthfuls of blood. The surface of his body also began to spread out black smoke. Roar! Within Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's body, a strange and miserable cry came out. Feng Wuchen really can kill the evil spirit. Zhu Tianma cried out in fear and almost lost his balance. A moment later, the black smoke disappeared, and Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan became extremely weak. He only had half a breath left. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan was heavily injured and did not recover. This meant that the evil spirit was killed, and the undying body no longer existed. Feng Wuchen sneered, "Killing the evil spirit is too easy. Now do you believe that you are a frog at the bottom of a well? Hand over the dragon god totem, or I'll take it myself." "You want it? I'll give it to you." An arrogant sneer suddenly came from the void. End of chapter. Lord True Immortal. Hearing this arrogant sneer, Gu Xuanzuan, Zhu Tianma, and the others were overjoyed, as if they had seen their savior. That true immortal? Long Shirhan and the others looked at the void with solemn eyes. He finally appeared. Feng Wuchen grinned. However, what puzzled Feng Wuchen was that this person, as a true immortal expert, why did he want to seize the dragon god totem? The dragon god totem was not even at the level of a sacred artifact. It only had the power granted by the dragon gods. A true immortal expert should not be interested in this little bit of power. Buzz buzz. In the sky above the dragon god temple, the void rotated and 1,000,000 feet large spatial vortex appeared. Bright golden light enveloped the earth. The aura of the dragon god totem. It's actually in his hands. This person can actually control the dragon god totem. Long Shihan's old face was gloomy to the extreme. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. What's going on? How can the dragon god totem be in his hands? Who is he? Long Shirtian was shocked. I can't sense this person's aura. He's hidden very deeply. Long Shiryun frowned. Zhu Tianshu said solemnly, "This person is even more terrifying than Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma." Before long, in the massive golden space vortex, the 1,000,000-foot-long dragon god totem seemed to pass through space and time. Its mighty aura shook the stars as it arrived. This shocking scene was extremely visually impactful. At that moment, the space of the sacred world once again shook violently. Whoosh! On the dragon god totem, a figure flashed and appeared. It was a young man wearing white brocade. He held a folding fan in his hand. He was handsome and had a unique temperament. His entire body emitted the aura of a king. This person was also a true immortal expert. He was stronger than Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma. Feng Wuchen and the people of the Dragon God Temple were sizing up the man. This person is not a great expert of the different worlds. I have never seen him before. Long Shirhan frowned. This was a very unfamiliar man. Never seen him before. Jing Wushuang and Chu Tianshu also shook their heads. He is also not from the dragon gods, but he can control the dragon god totem. Who is he? Long Shiryun was very curious. No one had ever seen this strange young man before, let alone know who he was. Lord Gu Xuanzuan, it seems that I have misunderstood you. You can't blame me for this. Zhu Tianma is slandering you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The heavily injured sovereign Gu Xuanzuan. Feng Wuchen simply looked at the man and said with a smile, "Since your excellency has sent us back, we won't be polite." Well said, the mysterious man said proudly. The corner of his lips curled up into an evil smile. No matter how he looked at it, the mysterious man did not look like a good person, nor did he look like someone who would return the dragon god totem. The mysterious man's gaze never left Feng Wuchen. He said proudly, "I really never thought that there would be such a great power in the saints' world. It really has exceeded my expectations. Feng Wuchen, if I've guessed correctly, the owner of this power should be someone from the ancient immortals world." Ancient immortal world? Feng Wuchen was slightly taken aback. Humph. This brat dares to look down on me. Not to mention the small ancient immortal world, even those old bastards from the Pangu world have to kneel down and call me grandpa when they see me. Feng Xian Thearka's voice came. Feng Xian Emperor was definitely not bragging. Ancient immortals world? Everyone was confused. They had never heard of the ancient immortals world. Even Lord Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma had never heard of it. It should be someone who lost a battle. Am I right? The mysterious man looked at Feng Wuchen and sneered. Feng Wuchen shrugged and asked with a smile, Do you want to test the power of someone who lost a battle in the ancient immortals world? Someone who lost a battle? Lord Guxuanzuan and Zhu Tianma were confused again. Many people from the Dragon God Temple did not understand either. There's no need to test it. The mysterious man opened his fan and smiled. He had a high and mighty attitude. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a smile, "Since you don't want to test it, then please go ahead. I'll take the Dragon God Totem." As he spoke, Feng Wuchen's body slowly floated into the sky. He really thought that the mysterious man was going to give the Dragon God Totem back. "Then you better take it." The mysterious man sneered and waved his fan. It looked like a casual movement, but it brought with it a powerful aura. The million-foot Dragon God Totem suddenly shone with a bright golden light. It was like a pillar that reached the sky. Then, it smashed down with an unparalleled aura. In front of the million-foot Dragon God Totem, everyone was as small as a grain of sand. Indeed, he came with ill intentions. Long Shihun frowned. Long Xiaoyang was slightly worried. "Brother Feng, can you block it? I wonder if Lord True Immortal's strength can defeat Feng Wuchen." Zhu Tianma looked at the mysterious man with a serious expression. Long Xiaofeng and the other two traders also looked at the True Immortal expert with a serious expression. Feng Wuchen's face showed no fear. His body slowly stopped. The moment the million-foot Dragon God Totem smashed down, Feng Wuchen pointed with his finger. The mysterious man frowned slightly, as if he was surprised that Feng Wuchen was so confident. One had to know that the mysterious man's strength could instantly kill a true immortal like Gu Xuanzuan with one strike. He was an extremely powerful existence. The moment Feng Wuchen's index finger touched the Dragon God Totem, the million-foot Dragon God Totem suddenly stopped. There was no energy fluctuation. Seeing this, Gu Xuanzuan, Zhu Tianma, and the others were shocked. Their expressions stiffened. "Oh? He actually took it so easily. It seems that I underestimated the strength of the loser." The mysterious man was slightly surprised and smiled. "Maybe." Feng Wuchen grinned. The mysterious man activated a strange power and waved the fan in his hand. The power of the Dragon God Totem skyrocketed again. The Dragon God's totem flew out from the totem and covered the surface of the totem. Boom! Puff puff puff. The moment the Dragon God Totem erupted with terrifying power, a loud sound suddenly rang out, shaking Feng Wuchen and the Dragon Gods to the point that they vomited blood. The three traders, including Long Xiaofeng, also vomited blood. "What?" Long Shihun's old face changed greatly. He said in shock, "Feng Wuchen can't block his power? How is this possible? What terrifying power?" Long Shitian was extremely shocked. His old face instantly paled. Three ancestors. Chu Tianchu and the others were extremely alarmed. They didn't know what was going on. Brother Feng was actually injured by the shockwave. Could it be that this guy is even more terrifying than Desolate Flame Emperor? Long Xiaoyang and the others couldn't believe it. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Gu Xuanzuan, Zhu Tianma, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. Their hearts instantly surged with ecstasy. Feng Wuchen was injured. This guy is so powerful. Elder Wuji could not help but exclaim. Not only Feng Wuchen, Long Shihun, and the people of the Dragon Gods were all injured. What the hell is going on? Zhu Erhun was shocked and puzzled. End of chapter. When Feng Wuchen was injured, the hearts of everyone from Dragon God Temple turned cold. Feng Wuchen was their only hope. If Feng Wuchen could not defeat this mysterious man, who else could? Could it be that this mysterious man was even more terrifying than Huanyan Emperor? Otherwise, how could he injure Feng Wuchen? Brother Feng was injured and could not block this power. If he starts a massacre, we won't be able to stop him. This is troublesome. Long Jianfeng's face was filled with worry, his heart was burning with anxiety. This damned bastard. Not only did he injure Brother Feng, he also injured us. He is sincerely humiliating our dragon gods. Long Qi's face was filled with malevolence as he exploded with anger. Long Shihun and the others were already heavily injured. If they were injured again, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another. At this moment, even Long Shihun could not stand up. Great! Feng Wuchen is heavily injured. It's time for them to die. Zhu Huang's face was filled with excitement. Zhu Aoyan laughed sinisterly and said, "That's right. With Lord True Immortal's terrifying strength, destroying the dragon gods is as easy as flipping one's hand." At this moment, Zhu Tianma also revealed a gloating sneer. "Feng Wuchen, looks like you can't take it." The mysterious man sneered in disdain as he gently waved the fan in his hand. Feng Wuchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a frown, "What a tyrannical power. It can actually ignore Feng Xian Emperor's power and directly injure me. Moreover, it can also injure Great Ancestor and the others." However, what made Feng Wuchen feel strange was that even with Feng Xian Emperor's power, he did not sense such a terrifying attack at all. What kind of attack was this? Was the mysterious man's strength really so terrifying? "Senior Feng Xian Emperor, what's going on? Even your strength can't block his attack? Isn't this guy just a true immortal?" Feng Wuchen asked with a sound transmission, extremely puzzled. Feng Xian Emperor was one of the first experts after the creation of heaven and earth. His strength was terrifying and definitely not something a small true immortal could shake. "Stinking brat, this has nothing to do with my power," Feng Xian Emperor scolded. "What's going on?" Feng Wuchen asked. "The dragon god totem is the symbol of the dragon gods. Your injury is also related to the dragon god totem. The dragon god totem is the lifeline of the power of the dragon gods. That is to say, your power of the dragon gods was suppressed by the dragon god totem. That is to say, your power of the dragon gods was suppressed by the dragon god totem. That is to say, your power of the dragon gods was suppressed by the dragon god totem. That is to say, your power of the dragon gods was not able to withstand it. The dragon god totem is forcefully suppressing power? So that's how it is. No wonder the people of the dragon gods were injured. I also felt that the power of the dragon god's origin had been weakened by more than half. Could it be that this guy stole the dragon god totem to deal with me?" Feng Wuchen transmitted. "Stinking brat, you are now seriously injured. You are unable to control this great emperor's power. If you forcefully control it, it will greatly affect your cultivation progress." Feng Xian Emperor transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen's injuries were very serious, and the life annihilation art could not heal his injuries. "To think that you can still stand. This is really surprising." The mysterious man smiled evilly, and the arrogance on his face increased. "You stole the dragon god totem for this?" Feng Wuchen coldly stared at the man with a cold gaze. His voice was bone-chilling, causing people to feel fear. "Feng Wuchen, we will meet again." The mysterious man smiled evilly and did not answer Feng Wuchen. He waved his hand, and Gu Xuanzuan, Zhu Tianma, and the others disappeared. Long Xiaofeng and the other two also disappeared. In the void, the huge dragon god totem also disappeared as if it had never appeared. The mysterious man left just like that, causing the people of the dragon god temple to be confused. This was the best chance to destroy the dragon gods. He left just like that. Gu Xuanzuan, Zhu Tianma, and the others were also very confused. They did not understand why the mysterious man chose to leave instead of destroying the dragon gods. He left just like that? He did not want such a good opportunity? What is he trying to do? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Isn't it because he is afraid of this emperor's power? When you were fighting with Gu Xuanzuan, he was watching in the dark. He could not see through your power, so why would he dare to make a move? Using the dragon god totem to heavily injure you is the best way. This brat is very smart. Feng Xiandi transmitted. That's true. Feng Wuchen nodded, then descended with heavy injuries. The moment Feng Xiandi's power disappeared, Feng Wuchen almost fell down. His injuries were extremely serious. Lord Supreme. Kuei-Ying flashed over and supported the heavily injured Feng Wuchen. Long Qi asked worriedly, Brother Feng, how are your injuries? Feng Wuchen, are you okay? Long Shihun also asked weakly. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Brother Feng, what happened to that guy? For him to be able to injure you, his strength must be very terrifying. Why did he suddenly leave? Long Xiaoyang asked puzzledly. This person is indeed very strong, much stronger than Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma. However, the reason why he was able to injure me was not because of his strength. Feng Wuchen slightly shook his head. It's not his strength? Long Shihun and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Feng Wuchen explained, the reason why he was able to injure me and even injure you at the same time is because the Dragon God Totem can suppress the power of our dragon gods. With this kind of suppression, Huang Yan Emperor can't help me. He didn't dare to make a move because he was afraid of Huang Yan Emperor's power. He used the Dragon God Totem to heavily injure me, so they had the chance to escape. So that's how it is. No wonder I felt my origin power weaken so much in an instant. Furthermore, Long Xiaofeng and the other two traitors were also heavily injured. I thought it was because my injuries were too serious. Long Shitian nodded. Can the Dragon God Totem suppress our origin power? Long Xiaoyang and the others were shocked. Long Shihun said solemnly, if that's the case, then this person can completely use the Dragon God Totem to suppress us. Even if Feng Wuchen has the power of Huang Yan Emperor, he will not be able to avoid the suppression of the Dragon God Totem. This is indeed a headache. As the symbol of the dragon gods, it can actually restrain our power. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. However, Feng Wuchen was not worried in the slightest. Great Ancestor, this person is not from the dragon gods. Why is he able to control the Dragon God Totem? Long Jianfeng asked in confusion. Long Xiaoyang and the others were also very curious. I don't know either. Long Shihun shook his head. Long Shiyun sighed lightly, we don't know much about the Dragon God Totem. Back then, we accidentally summoned it. After so many years, other than knowing about the Dragon God's mark, we don't know much about the Dragon God Totem. The Dragon God's mark is where the power of the Dragon God Totem lies. If we can summon the Dragon God's mark, we might be able to get rid of the suppression of the Dragon God Totem. It's a pity that the Dragon God Totem was taken away by him. Long Shihun guessed. Let's not bother about the matter of the Dragon God Totem for now. The three ancestors should cultivate in seclusion as soon as possible. Breaking through the true immortal realm and defeating Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma won't be a problem. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. End of chapter. The Dragon God Totem was already controlled by the mysterious man, and there was no way to take it back in a short period of time. As long as we break through to the true immortal realm, Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma will definitely not be our match. Long Shitian said confidently. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, the power of your cultivation techniques will be even more terrifying. Even if it's that mysterious man, you might not be unable to fight him. You have to summon the Dragon God's runes in advance. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. This person appears and disappears unpredictably. It won't be easy to find him. Long Shihun sighed. Brother Feng, is that mysterious man also a true immortal? His strength is much stronger than Gu Xuanzuan. Long Tai asked. I'm not too sure about the details, but he's definitely a true immortal. I just don't know how many stars he has. Great Ancestor, you all should go back and heal your injuries. I also need to recover as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and smiled. The battle had finally come to an end. In this battle, Feng Wuchen had displayed terrifying strength, and it could be said that Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma were completely shocked. If not for the mysterious true immortal's help, it would have been very difficult for them to leave alive today. After this battle, Sky Devil Clan and Martial Spirit Temple would definitely not dare to easily offend Dragon God Temple, unless they had the mysterious man's help. Millions of Sky Devil Clan members were slaughtered, and they could only admit that they were unlucky. Martial Spirit Temple. In the main hall, the mysterious man, the heavily injured Gu Xuanzuan, and Zhu Tianma appeared out of thin air. Greetings, Lord True Immortal. Second Elder Tianshan and the other higher-ups bowed respectfully. Gu Xuanzuan, I didn't expect you to sign a contract with an evil spirit. Those who can sign a contract with an evil spirit are not ordinary people. The mysterious man looked at Gu Xuanzuan and smiled. He was very curious about Gu Xuanzuan's true identity. Gu Xuanzuan was silent for a moment, then said, I accidentally found the evil spirit. At that time I was extremely weak, so I forcefully signed the contract. All these years, I have been using the evil spirit to devour evil thoughts to raise my cultivation. I see. The mysterious man nodded. True Immortal, why didn't you take the opportunity to destroy the dragon gods? Feng Wuchen is no match for Lord. Eliminating them is as easy as flipping my hand, Zhu Tianma asked in confusion. Feng Wuchen is very powerful. We are not his match. Why didn't you kill him? If we kill Feng Wuchen, we can eliminate all future troubles, Elder Wuji continued. The mysterious man shook his head and said, don't underestimate Feng Wuchen. What injured Feng Wuchen was not my power, but the power of the dragon god totem. The power that Feng Wuchen is controlling is above mine. I am not a match for that power, and now is not the time to move against him. What? The power of the dragon god totem? Even my lord's strength is no match for Feng Wuchen? Is Feng Wuchen's strength really that terrifying? Gu Xuanzuan, Zhu Tianma, Long Xiafeng, and the others were shocked and in disbelief. Their eyeballs were about to fall out. Although Feng Wuchen did not use his power, he was able to easily defeat you. Clearly, he has reached the realm of a loser. I did not expect that there would be such an expert in the holy world. I just don't know which loser he is. With such strength, he is definitely not simple, the mysterious man said indifferently. What is a loser? What is the ancient immortal world? Zhu Tianma asked curiously. The mysterious man said indifferently, now is not the time to tell you. Focus on healing. Then, when will we move against Feng Wuchen? Gu Xuanzuan asked. Wait for the news. That old thing is not easy to deal with, but it will be soon, the mysterious man said indifferently. Then, his figure disappeared. Old thing? Gu Xuanzuan frowned. He was secretly shocked. From the mysterious man's words, it was not hard to tell that there was an expert stronger than him. Gu Xuanzuan thought to himself, there is an expert stronger than him in the holy world. It is impossible for them to spend hundreds of thousands of years to reach their current realm. There must be a difference between their realm and the Holy Master realm. Gu Xuanzuan became more and more certain of his guess. What is a loser? Is it a realm? Zhu Tianma frowned and guessed. He looked at Gu Xuanzuan. I don't know, Gu Xuanzuan shook his head. Elder Wuji frowned and said sternly, even Lord True Immortal is no match for them. The one who lost might be a realm above True Immortal. As for the ancient immortal world, it should be an even more powerful world, above the saints' world. Very likely, Zhu Tianma nodded. Zhu Tianma, go back and heal. The situation is tense now. It will be good for us to heal quickly, Gu Xuanzuan said seriously. Elder Wuji smiled and said, you are right, Gu Xuanzuan. Okay, I will take my leave, Zhu Tianma nodded. Feng Wuchen healed in the Dragon God Temple for a day. He had already recovered and went to the Temple of Rakshasa immediately. Messenger, how is the Temple of Rakshasa? Did the Martial Spirit Temple send anyone to cause trouble? Feng Wuchen asked. Lord, the Temple of Rakshasa is very safe, the messenger said respectfully. A few days later, Feng Wuchen safely arrived at the Temple of Rakshasa. Seeing Feng Wuchen return safely, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were completely relieved. The Temple of Rakshasa was filled with excited cheers. Big brother Feng, what is with your strength? Where did that terrifying power come from? Alliance Master, what is your cultivation now? You killed the Qinghong Protector in one move. Are you already a holy master? Alliance Master, what was that terrifying power a few days ago? Alliance Master, what was the result of the battle? Lu Qingyang and the others kept asking, which gave Feng Wuchen a headache. In the end, he roughly explained what happened and even told them that Long Xinghun defeated Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma. Lu Qingyang and the others were extremely shocked. There is actually a true immortal expert above the Holy Master. No wonder the two powers were so terrifying. Lu Qingyang was filled with excitement and shock. Holy Masters are already terrifying enough. There is actually a true immortal. Everyone was extremely shocked. Swish. Right at this moment, a figure flew over. With a few flashes, he appeared above the Temple of Rakshasa. It was Heaven Dao Temple's Venerable Fuchen. Greetings, Lord Supreme. Venerable Fuchen knelt down respectfully. Fuchen? Feng Wuchen was astonished and asked, what happened? Lord Supreme, we have already found out the person behind the four major factions. It is the Jade Void Temple's protector, Fuchen reported respectfully. Protector? In that case, this matter has nothing to do with Jade Void? Feng Wuchen nodded. Lord Supreme, we have also found out that the person who wants to deal with the Sacred Elixir Pavilion is Lu Yan. Lu Yan is in cahoots with the Jade Void Temple's protector. Lu Yan intends to use this person to eliminate the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Fuchen continued respectfully. Lu Yan? Ling Xiaoxiao was startled and said with astonishment, it is actually her. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements in the bar. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark Dragon God Supreme. Lord Jizun, Lu Yan has already made his move. When this subordinate came down, they had already sent people to deal with the 7 branches of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. With the strength of the Sacred Dam Pavilion and the 7 branches, they won't be able to hold on for long. The Heavenly Tao Emperor is being suppressed by the experts of the Jade Void Temple. We can't do anything. Fuchen said respectfully. Feng Wuchen sighed helplessly. Looking at Lu Qingyang and the others, he said with a wry smile, now you know why my cultivation is improving so slowly, right? I just came back from the Dragon God realm. There was no time to cultivate at all. Miao Qingqing and the others couldn't help but snicker. Venerable Floating Dust had an awkward expression and didn't know what to say. You guys cultivate well. I'll make a trip to the Sacred Dam Pavilion. Feng Wuchen said helplessly. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come back and directly went over from the Dragon God's Sacred Palace. If one's cultivation had reached the level of a sage emperor, one would be able to teleport there. It was a pity that Feng Wuchen was only a 3-star saint. My Wind Soul ancestor is enough to increase your speed by several folds. It won't take much time. The voice of the Wind Xian the Arch could be heard. Husband, I'll go with you, Ling Xiaoxiao said. Let's go. Feng Wuchen nodded. Divine Sky City of the 9 Prefectures. After the great battle, the 7 branches of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion had been broken through by the 4 great powers. The casualties were heavy, and the Sacred Elixir Pavilion had suffered heavy losses. At this moment, if not for the Heavenly Temple, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion would have been razed to the ground. However, the Heavenly Emperor, Gui Ao Feng, had already been injured. Not only that, but the Great Elder of the Heavenly Tao Temple, Gao Wuyun, and the other Great Elders were also heavily injured, and many experts were mercilessly killed. Sacred Dam Pavilion Huangfu Kong, Elder Wu Jinghan and the others were also injured, and dozens of guards died tragically. The streets around the Sacred Elixir Pavilion were already packed with people. In front of the Sacred Pill Pavilion, a woman wearing a fiery red qipao said coldly and arrogantly, Huangfu Kong, long time no see. Do you still remember me? The heavily injured Huangfu was empty, his old face incomparably gloomy, Lu Yan. The woman in the fiery red cheongsam was Lu Yan. She was once one of the most beautiful women in the Divine Sky City and had countless suitors. Yuner, who is she? Mu Honglian asked with a frown. Shui Yuner immediately told Mu Honglian what happened back then in full detail. Back then, you had caused me so much trouble. Today, I will make you pay 10 times the price. Lu Yan said coldly. Lu Yan, you were the one who looked down on others back then. You only have yourself to blame. Shui Yuner said indifferently, her attitude domineering. Little bitch, shut up. Lu Yan shouted angrily, if it weren't for you, would I be laughed at by everyone in Divine Sky City? You're the one who destroyed everything I had. I'll definitely make you regret this. You will be the one who regrets this. I can guarantee that. Mu Honglian sneered confidently. Her beautiful eyes were filled with contempt as she looked at Lu Yan. Kill her for me. Lu Yan fiercely glared at Mu Honglian. Humph. Let's see who dares. Gui Ao Feng shouted angrily, not caring about his injuries. Palace Master. Gao Wuyun, Feng Tianhai, and the other 2 elders were worried. However, they were already seriously injured and couldn't get up. Gui Ao Feng, back then, your people from the Heavenly Temple also interfered. I advise you to get lost immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. From now on, the position of the overlord of the 9 prefectures will change hands. Lu Yan shouted angrily, extremely arrogant. The current Lu Yan was even more arrogant and condescending than before. Gui Ao Feng glanced at Lu Yan with disdain and sneered, "Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? You are not qualified to ask me to get lost. Gui Ao Feng, don't you know your own identity? If it weren't for young Master Di Tong, I would have already killed you." A middle-aged man said expressionlessly. This man was Zhang Ziqing, the commander of the Jade Void Temple. He was a 1-star holy venerable. Gui Ao Feng was only a 6-star holy emperor. He wasn't Zhang Ziqing's opponent at all. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Gui Ao Feng didn't back down at all. He said fiercely, "Zhang Ziqing, you don't have to threaten me. I know I'm not your opponent. However, even if I die today, I won't let you destroy the sacred pill pavilion." Humph. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Zhang Ziqing's face turned completely cold. His eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent. "Commander Zhang, kill him," Lu Yan said coldly. Lu Yan's order immediately put Zhang Ziqing in a difficult position. Although he was the commander of the Jade Void Temple, Gui Ao Feng was still one of Dan Tong's people. He wasn't afraid of putting on a brave front. However, he really didn't dare to kill Gui Ao Feng. "What are you still standing there for? This is an order. Don't forget who you are." Lu Yan rebuked angrily and slapped him. She slapped Zhang Ziqing, a holy venerable, in front of everyone. Just how arrogant was Lu Yan, she was simply lawless. Everyone present was frightened by Lu Yan's slap and broke out in a cold sweat. Huang Fu, Shui Yuner and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe Lu Yan's change. Lu Yan was simply arrogant and shrewish. She didn't consider anyone else to be beneath her. Zhang Ziqing's heart was already burning with rage. As a holy venerable expert, he was being ordered around by a woman. She even slapped him in front of everyone. Who could endure it? However, Zhang Ziqing didn't dare to flare up because Lu Yan was a woman that the Jade Void Temple protector had taken a fancy to. Because of this, Zhang Ziqing could only forcefully endure the monstrous anger in his heart. "Zhang Ziqing, you are a holy venerable expert. Now you are being ordered around by this little bitch. She is treating you like a dog. You can still endure it?" Gui Ao Feng sneered. "Shut up." Zhang Ziqing glared at Gui Ao Feng. "Why aren't you attacking? If you dare to disobey this order, your position as a commander will come to an end when you return." Lu Yan shouted angrily, ignoring Zhang Ziqing's anger and feelings. Zhang Ziqing clenched his fists tightly. Cold killing intent erupted as he stared fiercely at Gui Ao Feng. "Palace Master, be careful." Feeling Zhang Ziqing's true killing intent, Gao Wuyun and the others turned pale with fright and could not help but shout. "Zhang Ziqing, how dare you? You don't even know who you have offended." Mu Honglian hastily shouted angrily. "Little bitch. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Jade Void Temple is one of the great powers under the Dragon God Temple. There is no one we can't afford to offend." Lu Yan arrogantly sneered. "Gui Ao Feng. You are courting death." Zhang Ziqing shouted angrily. He viciously punched out with a fist that contained terrifying power. "Stop." Mu Honglian and the others shouted. For the position of commander, Zhang Ziqing had no choice but to attack. Gui Ao Feng's old face was incomparably gloomy. He used all his strength to punch out. Even if he died, he would not retreat half a step. "Zhang Ziqing, who gave you the guts?" Just as the two of them were about to punch out, an ice-cold voice filled with monstrous power sounded out. "Divine Shadow Guard Protector." Zhang Ziqing's expression suddenly shook. The terrifying aura and pressure scared him out of his wits. In an instant, a black shadow appeared between the two of them without making a sound. End of chapter. Greetings, Guardian Xianxia. Zhang Ziqing and Gui Aofeng immediately knelt down respectfully. Zhang Ziqing was extremely frightened. His face was pale and his body was trembling. Guardian Xianxing's words made Zhang Ziqing realize that he was in big trouble. He finally understood the meaning of Mu Honglian's words. "Greetings, Divine Shadow Guardian." The seriously injured Gao Wuyun and the others also knelt down respectfully. "Temple Master of Heavenly Law, you are injured. No need to be so polite. Get up. Xianning said indifferently. Thank you, Guardian Xianning. Gui Yaofeng and the others said respectfully. The crowd on the street instantly quieted down. They looked at Guardian Xianning with fear. On the other hand, Mu Honglian and Shui Yuner were not only relieved, but also full of smiles. They knew that the appearance of the Divine Shadow Guardian meant that Feng Wuchen was here. Divine Shadow Guardian? Lu Yan's face was filled with panic. Lu Yan didn't know what the Divine Shadow Guardian was, but seeing Zhang Ziqing kneel down respectfully, she knew that this person's identity was terrifying. In the Dragon God realm, the only people who could make Zhang Ziqing bow down were the Dragon God Temple and the higher-ups of the Jade Void Temple. Obviously, Guardian Xianning was an expert of the Dragon God Temple. Lu Yan also guessed it. But Lu Yan was not reconciled. She was not reconciled to lose like this. The profound Pill Pavilion incident had already ruined Lu Yan's reputation and she had lost everything. It wasn't easy for her to become a guardian of the Jade Void Temple. Now that she had a chance to take revenge, how could she give it up so easily? Lu Yan would never allow herself to be humiliated in front of so many people in the Divine Sky City again. Zhang Ziqing. Get up. Lu Yan shouted angrily. I order you to get up now. Zhang Ziqing was indifferent. He didn't dare to get up in front of Guardian Xianning. Lu Yan didn't know how terrifying the Divine Shadow Guardian was, but Zhang Ziqing knew very well. He definitely had the privilege to act first and report later. Zhang Ziqing was terrified. The experts of the four forces were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to let out a fart. None of them thought that the sacred Pill Pavilion was backed by the Dragon God Temple. A strong sense of regret. Lu Yan still dared to be so arrogant. Zhang Ziqing and the others really wished they could tear Lu Yan into pieces. Seeing Zhang Ziqing ignore her order, Lu Yan felt that she had lost all her face and instantly exploded. Pa! Zhang Ziqing was indifferent and ignored her order. Lu Yan was angry and went forward to slap him again. Zhang Ziqing. You've reached the end of your days as a commander. After we go back, I will definitely protect you and kill you. Lu Yan angrily rebuked, like a crazy bitch. All the cultivators on the street were scared witless by Lu Yan. He had never seen such a vicious shrew. Lu Yan. You better shut up. Otherwise, even the protector won't be able to save you. Zhang Ziqing resisted the urge to kill Lu Yan and roared in a low voice. Not only did Zhang Ziqing ignore her orders, but he also dared to growl at her. Lu Yan was furious, and her anger had begun to devour her reason. Pa! The furious Lu Yan slapped him again. A crisp sound rang out, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Wasn't Lu Yan afraid that Zhang Ziqing would go berserk? That was a Saint Venerable expert. Zhang Ziqing. Who do you think you are? You're just a dog slave, what right do you have to shout at me? Lu Yan shouted angrily and then ruthlessly slapped him again. Lu Yan's vicious gaze swept over Xianning Protector. She shouted angrily, I don't care who you are, get lost immediately. Otherwise, be careful of your little life. Don't think that you're amazing just because you're a Saint Venerable expert. No one can save you if you offend me. Xianning looked at Lu Yan coldly as if he was looking at a corpse. Do you know who I am? Seeing that Xianning Protector was unmoved, Lu Yan shouted angrily again, I'm the fiancé of Jade Void Temple's Protector Luo Jiwashan. Do you know Protector Luo Jiwashan? If you dare to meddle in other people's business, I guarantee that you'll die without a burial ground. Protector Luo Jiwashan's fiancé? It's actually Protector Luo Jiwashan. No wonder Lu Yan is so arrogant. Protector Luo Jiwashan is a 4-star Saint Venerable. His strength is very terrifying. It is said that he is second only to Jade Void Child. Lu Yan is actually Protector Luo Jiwashan's fiancé. This can't be true, right? Hearing Luo Jiwashan's name, the onlookers were all scared out of their wits. Xianning Protector and the others might not know, but who in the Dragon God realm didn't know of Protector Luo Jiwashan's fame and terrifying strength? However, even if Lu Yan had such a terrifying background, Xianning Protector's expression was still cold, and he completely ignored Lu Yan's existence. If it was someone else, Xianning Protector would have already killed them. However, the situation was different this time. Xianning knew that Feng Wuchen wanted to settle it himself, so he wouldn't interfere. Die without a burial ground? What big words, but I don't know if Luo Jiushan has the guts. Just as Lu Yan's angry shout fell, a cold and emotionless voice came from the sky of Divine Sky City. Lord Feng is here. Hearing the familiar voice, Mu Honglian's charming face revealed a charming smile. Honorable Supreme Being. Gue Ao Feng and the others' pale faces were filled with respect. A large number of cultivators in Divine Sky City looked at the sky at the first moment. Everyone was very curious, who was so daring. Whoosh whoosh. After a while, in the sky of Divine Sky City, two figures flashed and appeared. It was Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. Who are they? They look unfamiliar, I've never seen them before. Could it be that this brat's background is more terrifying than Protector Luo Jiushan? I've seen him before, he seems to be the real master of Sacred Pill Pavilion. What's the background of this brat? He doesn't look like much, but the girl is very beautiful. Many cultivators in Divine Sky City were discussing in low voices, they were very curious about Feng Wuchen's background. It's you guys. But when Lu Yan saw Feng Wuchen and Lu Ruyan, her charming face instantly became incomparably cold and angry, a terrifying killing intent crazily spread out. Even if Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao turned into ashes, Lu Yan would still recognize them. The upper echelons of the four major forces panicked. Although they did not know Feng Wuchen's identity, a strong sense of uneasiness and fear surged in their hearts. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao descended, and the Xianning protector said respectfully, Lord Jizun. The Xianning protector's Lord Jizun scared Zhang Ziqing into a vegetative state on the spot. You don't even know who you have offended. Mu Honglian's angry roar, as if it was replayed, continuously appeared in Zhang Ziqing's mind. So the weight of this sentence was so terrifying. The person he had offended was actually the Lord Jizun of the Dragon Gods. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely cold, and his terrifying eyes made people not dare to look straight at him. Lu Yan glared at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao, and shouted angrily, You're finally here. Today, I, Lu Yan, will definitely make you beg for death. Lu Yan, to be honest, I really didn't expect it to be you. Feng Wuchen said coldly, without the slightest bit of human emotion. End of chapter. When Venerable Fuchen told me that you were the one behind all of this, I was really surprised. I didn't think that you would have a chance to turn things around. I also didn't think that you would borrow the strength of the Jade Void Temple to deal with the Sacred Pill Pavilion. It seems that I have underestimated you. In the beginning, Feng Wuchen thought that the Jade Void Temple was against the sovereign title, which was why they dealt with the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Feng Wuchen really didn't think that Lu Yan was the one behind the four major forces. You destroyed everything I had, humiliated me, ridiculed me, and made me the laughingstock of the 9 continents. Do you know what that feels like? Do you know how much pain I am in? It's all because of you. You destroyed everything I had. Lu Yan's viper-like eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. She was emotional as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. He was still cold and emotionless. Ling Xiaoxiao remained unmoved and said coldly, Lu Yan, you only have yourself to blame for all of this. You can't blame anyone else. You're the one who thinks you're infallible, and you're the one who looks down on others. The one who's truly ruined you is yourself. You reap what you sow, little bitch. You're courting death. Lu Yan went crazy. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao approaching, she wanted to kill Ling Xiaoxiao with a palm strike. Seeing Lu Yan's action, Zhang Ziqing and the four major forces' upper echelons were almost scared to death. Humph. PFFF. The Xianning protector snorted. His terrifying aura made Lu Yan spurt out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. Feng Wuchen held Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and brushed past Lu Yan. He didn't even look at her. The Xianning protector respectfully retreated to the side. Lord Sovereign, Madam Sovereign. Seeing Feng Wuchen walking over, Gue Yaofeng, Gao Wuyun, Huang Fukong, Shui Yuner, and the others all bowed respectfully. Lu Yan glared at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao the entire time. She didn't hear the words Lord Sovereign at all. Even if she heard it, Lu Yan didn't take it to heart. Lu Yan had been blinded by anger. However, Zhang Ziqing and the upper echelons of the four major forces were all dumbfounded. He He is Lord Supreme. The purple profound holy hall is finished. What? Lord Supreme? It's over. This time, he was dead for sure. We actually offended Lord Supreme. Commander Zhang, what should we do now? The sacred dam pavilion is actually backed by the supreme dragon gods. Can we still be saved? After finding out about Feng Wuchen's identity, the higher-ups of the four great powers were scared out of their wits. Their faces were filled with fear, and their bodies were trembling. They didn't dare imagine what kind of terrifying outcome they would face. The four great powers had broken through the 7 branches of the sacred elixir pavilion, severely injuring the sacred elixir pavilion's hall master and elders, as well as injuring the upper echelons of the sacred elixir pavilion. This was equivalent to completely offending the Lord Jizun. Zhang Jiqing's mind went blank. That kind of fear was not something he could bear. She had never been so scared before. The faces of the people on the streets around the sacred elixir pavilion were filled with shock and fear. As citizens of the Dragon God realm, they knew better than anyone else just how terrifying the power of the words Lord Supreme Being was. Furthermore, there was only one Lord Supreme in the entire sacred world. Fallen Absolute Mountain, Zhang Jiqing, and the four great powers were completely finished this time. Shui Yuner said respectfully, Lord Supreme, the 7 branches of the sacred elixir pavilion have been broken through by them. The 7 great powers have suffered heavy casualties, and many experts of the heavenly temple have also been killed by them. The various shops of the sacred elixir pavilion have also been destroyed by them. Feng Wuchen nodded lightly and didn't say anything. However, the anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Feng Wuchen swept his gaze across Zhang Jiqing and the higher-ups of the four great powers. All of them were trembling in fear, and their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. His gaze fell on Zhang Jiqing as Feng Wuchen asked coldly, Are you from the Jade Void Temple? This subordinate is. Zhang Jiqing replied respectfully. Zhang Jiqing. Are you going to betray the Jade Void Temple? Lu Yan shouted in a heart-wrenching manner, as if she wanted to eat someone. Are you all blind? What are you still standing there for? Are you still waiting for that trash Zhang Jiqing to make a move? This trash is going to betray the Jade Void Temple. Hurry up and kill the 2 of them. Lu Yan got up angrily and shouted at the higher-ups of the four great powers. The higher-ups of the four great powers didn't dare to move. Lu Yan still didn't understand the situation. Zhang Jiqing and the others wanted nothing more than to turn Lu Yan into ashes. Were you the one who injured Gui Ao Feng and the others? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, ignoring Lu Yan's existence. Yes. Zhang Jiqing didn't dare to hide it, nor did he explain too much. He directly admitted it. Feng Wuchen was expressionless as he asked coldly, Do you want me to do it, or do you want to end it yourself? Lu Yan was about to vomit blood as she cursed, Zhang Jiqing. You trash. Coward. Zhang Jiqing ignored her. He raised the divine sword in his hand and placed it on his neck without hesitation, wanting to commit suicide. This subordinate will end it himself. Zhang Jiqing closed his eyes in despair. He knew that it was too late. If there is an afterlife, I, Zhang Jiqing, will never enter the Jade Void Temple again. Zhang Jiqing hated himself for following the wrong person, hated himself for not having the strength. Qi. As soon as Zhang Jiqing finished speaking, blood spurted out and he fell to the ground. A single sentence from Feng Wuchen was enough to make a Saint-Venerable expert commit suicide on the spot. Seeing this scene, Lu Yan was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Zhang Jiqing to really commit suicide like this. The higher-ups of the four great powers and everyone present were scared out of their wits. What kind of terrifying status did this person have to be able to make a Saint-Venerable expert commit suicide with a single sentence? Do you have anything else to say? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Lord Supreme, please spare our lives. All of this was caused by that bitch Lu Yan. It has nothing to do with us. Please spare our lives. The Purple Profound Palace Master was the first to kneel down and beg for mercy. That's right. Lord Supreme, Lu Yan used the Jade Void Temple to threaten us. We had no choice. The Raging Flames Pavilion Master also immediately knelt down. Lord Supreme, please spare our lives. We were also forced to do so. The Jade Void Temple Protector personally gave the order. If we didn't follow it, we would all die. The Sacred Fire Palace Master knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. The Ninth Shade Sect Master knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. Lord Supreme, we didn't know that the Sacred Pill Pavilion belonged to you. That bitch Lu Yan also didn't say that everything was done by her. Please spare our lives. The higher-ups of the four great powers were so regretful that their intestines turned green. At this moment, other than despair and fear, there was only fear and despair. Left. Purple Profound Palace, Ninth Shade Sect, Sacred Fire Palace, and Raging Sun Pavilion, leave no one alive. The losses of the Sacred Pill Pavilion will be borne by the four great powers. Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. This subordinate will immediately give the order. Xianxia said respectfully. What? The higher-ups of the four great powers were in complete despair. It was too late. Lu Yan, you are the mastermind. They all died because of you. You can't live either. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept towards Lu Yan. End of chapter. Can't live? You still want to kill me? Do you know who I am? I am the fiancé of Protector Luo Jiwashan. If you dare to kill me, all of you will die. I have already sent a message to my fiancé. He will be here soon. Lu Yan was frightened and panicked. She shouted angrily. She was a little scared now. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the onlookers shook their heads helplessly. No one sympathized with her. Zhang Ziqing committed suicide because of Feng Wuchen's words. The upper echelons of the four major forces were scared to the point of begging for mercy. Isn't all this obvious enough? Is Lu Yan blind or too confident in herself? Lu Yan has been blinded by anger. She hasn't seen the situation clearly. Protector Luo Jiwashan is really unlucky. A dignified Saint Venerable expert was killed by her. Even Luo Jiwashan was dragged down by her. This woman is unforgivable. Her death is not worth pitying. It's useless even if the Jade Void Temple Master comes, let alone Luo Jiwashan, who is just a protector. Lu Yan still hopes that Luo Jiwashan can save her? It's ridiculous. Everyone sighed and shook their heads. No one sympathized with her. Lu Yan has completely lost her judgment at this moment. The shopkeeper of Profound Pill Pavilion was both beautiful and smart. She had countless pursuers, but now she is extremely stupid. She is just a crazy bitch. Lu Yan, haven't you harmed enough people? Shui Yuna really couldn't stand it anymore. Little bitch. Shut the hell up. Once my fiancé arrives, it will be the time of your death. I will personally tear the three of you into pieces. Lu Yan pointed at Shui Yuna and cursed. She looked extremely vicious and crazy. Don't waste your breath on her. She is hopeless. Mu Honglian shook her head. Lu Yan is indeed hopeless. Lu Yan's fate today is all because of her own actions. She can't blame anyone else. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. No one else will pay for you. Reporting to Lord Supreme, the people of the four major forces have all been eliminated. They are the only ones left. Protector Xianxia reported respectfully. The upper echelons of the four major forces have lost the will to resist. They are all resigned to their fate. A mistake is a mistake. No matter how they beg for mercy, the result is death. Buzz. At this moment, an extremely terrifying force suddenly spread out from the sky above Divine Sky City. The space shook violently and collapsed. The terrifying aura swept over with an unstoppable force. Protector Luo Jiwashan had arrived. Who dares to bully my fiancé? A furious roar came from the sky and resounded throughout Divine Sky City. A soul-stirring roar was accompanied by a monstrous killing intent. All the cultivators in Divine Sky City were scared out of their wits. In the face of the terrifying aura, a large number of cultivators collapsed to the ground, their faces pale with pain. Even Saint Emperors would not be able to withstand the overwhelming pressure. This person is extremely powerful, second only to Jade Void Child, Gui Ao Feng said solemnly. 4-star Holy Venerate. Xianxia Protector said indifferently. He did not place Luo Jiwashan in his eyes at all. Feng Wuchen's expression did not change at all. He did not count the terrifying power of Desolation Mountain. Feng Wuchen did not care about a mere 4-star holy venerate. Xianning Protector was also a 4-star holy venerate. With him around, the people of Divine Pill Pavilion would not be suppressed by Luo Juoshan's aura. My fiancé is here. Your time of death has come. You two little bitches, and you beast, none of you should even think about living. Lu Yan roared in ecstasy. However, Lu Yan did not notice that Feng Wuchen and the rest did not have any worry or panic on their faces. Whoosh! In the sky above Divine Sky City, a figure appeared. It was Jade Void Temple's protector Luo Juoshan. Who dares to bully my fiancé? Stand out for this protector. This protector will definitely turn him into ashes. Luo Juoshan roared. A cold and terrifying killing intent swept out as he looked at the densest part of the crowd in Divine Sky City. Luo Juoshan had already sensed Lu Yan's aura. Big brother Juoshan, I'm here. Lu Yan shouted as if no one knew. In the blink of an eye, Luo Juoshan had already arrived. He looked at Lu Yan with a face full of worry. Yan, who dares to hurt you? Who is it? Tell me, I'll kill him. Luo Juoshan's eyes were filled with anger. His killing intent instantly increased by several times. Luo Juoshan only cared about Lu Yan's injuries and did not notice the existence of Feng Wuchen and Xianning. If Luo Juoshan saw it, he would probably be scared to death. Big brother Juoshan, it's him. He's the one who dares to hurt me. The 4 great forces have already betrayed me, but now I'm kneeling down in front of them. Also, they're the ones who humiliated me before. They made me suffer all kinds of humiliation and ridicule. Big brother Juoshan, you must avenge me and kill them all. Lu Yan pointed at Feng Wuchen and the rest and said angrily. Yan, don't worry. Today, I will definitely make those who humiliated you regret living in this world. Luo Juoshan said coldly. Looking at the injured Lu Yan, his heart ached. Purple Profound Palace Master, how dare you? How dare you betray this protector? You must be tired of living. Luo Juoshan said fiercely. His right palm had already condensed a terrifying power. The Purple Profound Palace Master and the rest were extremely terrified. They were so frightened that they couldn't speak. There's no need for the 4 great forces to continue existing in the 9 prefectures. Luo Juoshan said coldly. Soon after, he waved his hand and an extremely terrifying power swept out. Boom! Boom, boom. Wherever the terrifying power passed, the Purple Profound Palace Master and the rest of the 4 great forces' upper echelons exploded at almost the same time, turning into clouds of bloody mist. His methods were ruthless and merciless. The spectating practitioners were all frightened by Luo Juoshan's ruthless methods and broke out in cold sweat. Feng Wuchen and Xianning did not stop him. After all, the upper echelons of the 4 great forces deserved to die. Big brother Juoshan, well done. Lu Yan's face was filled with hatred and was extremely proud. Her malicious eyes swept towards Feng Wuchen and the rest. Lu Yan sneered proudly and said, Little bitch, how is it? Are you scared? It will be your turn soon. Aren't you some Xianning protector? Aren't you a Saint Venerate expert? If you dare to injure me, I will definitely make you die miserably. Is that so? Xianning Protector said expressionlessly. Xianning Protector? Luo Juoshan's body suddenly trembled. His expression instantly stiffened. Intense fear and uneasiness surged into his heart. At this time, Luo Juoshan also saw Zhang Jiqing's corpse. At this moment, Luo Juoshan seemed to feel the aura of death. Big brother Juoshan, it's them. This Xianning Protector injured me. This stinking brat called Feng Wuchen is the one who bullied me back then. He caused me to lose everything and suffer humiliation and ridicule. Lu Yan did not notice the change in Luo Juoshan at all. She kept pointing at Feng Wuchen and the rest proudly. Feng Wuchen. Hearing these 3 words, Luo Juoshan's body trembled. His face was extremely pale. He did not even dare to turn around to look. Luo Juoshan already knew who Lu Yan offended. Big brother Juoshan, what happened to you? Seeing Luo Juoshan not moving, Lu Yan panicked and quickly asked. End of chapter. What happened? Lu Yan actually dared to ask, who did you offend, don't you know? Luo Zhushan's anger and killing intent instantly disappeared without a trace. Lu Yan, don't you find it strange? Don't you see that you're in big trouble? Luo Zhushan's heart was filled with anger and fear. Lu Yan, you bitch, you've caused me to be in trouble. Big brother Zhushan, why aren't you saying anything? What happened? Lu Yan's heart was getting more and more panicked, and asked anxiously. Luo Zhushan's body trembled, his head slowly turned over like a machine. When Luo Zhushan saw Xianxia protector, his soul had already flown away, his face was pale. But when Luo Zhushan saw Feng Wuchen, his soul instantly scattered, and he almost knelt down, his eyes were filled with despair. That intense fear was unable to be concealed. Lu Yan actually offended Feng Wuchen, that was a terrifying expert who easily injured Zhu Tianma and Gu Xuanzuan. Offending Feng Wuchen of all people, was simply courting death. Big brother Zhushan, I know you're very angry, none of them can run now, quickly kill them. Lu Yan laughed proudly. Seeing Luo Zhushan trembling, Lu Yan thought it was because of anger. Pa. But the moment Lu Yan finished speaking, Luo Zhushan could no longer bear it, and slapped over. With a crisp sound, Lu Yan spat out blood, and fell to the ground. The strength of that slap was not small. Luo Zhushan wished he could kill Lu Yan, but with Feng Wuchen here, he did not dare to make the decision. With Luo Zhushan's slap, the spectating cultivators felt that their hatred had been vented. Big brother Zhushan, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? Didn't you want to kill them? Lu Yan's face was filled with confusion, she covered her burning face and asked, tears falling down her face. You bitch, shut up. Luo Zhushan roared, veins popping out on his face, his appearance was extremely frightening. Big brother Zhushan, don't scare me. I'm your fiancé, they bullied me, you didn't help me, and even hit me. Lu Yan was so scared that she lost her mind, her face was full of fear. You damned bitch, the one I hit was you. If you want to die, die far away. Don't come and harm me. Luo Zhushan angrily cursed. Only now did Lu Yan realize that Luo Zhushan's eyes were filled with fear and despair. At this moment, Lu Yan finally realized something. She abruptly turned her head to look at Feng Wuchen, her eyes full of fear and regret. Fallen Absolute Mountain was afraid of him, that was right. Luozhu Mountain was afraid of Feng Wuchen. Lord Supreme. Lu Yan, who had regained a bit of consciousness, finally reacted. The man in front of him was actually the supreme one of the dragon gods. This subordinate is at Mount Ju. Greetings to Lord Supreme. Greetings Xianxia Protector. Luo Zhuashan immediately knelt down in fear and said respectfully. His fierce gaze fiercely glared at Lu Yan. Seeing this, Lu Yan instantly turned into a vegetable. Was this still the fiancé who kept saying that he wanted to marry her, her biggest support, her fiancé, actually knelt down in front of her enemy and even called himself a subordinate? Lu Yan simply could not believe her eyes. She originally thought that by relying on Luo Zhushan's position, she could do whatever she wanted. She could wash away her previous shame and kill all those who humiliated her. But Lu Yan never thought that her biggest enemy was actually her fiancé's immediate superior. Unprecedented fear and regret surged in her heart, causing Lu Yan to almost suffocate. This kind of despair was like falling into the 18 levels of hell, the feeling of never being reincarnated. Feng Wuchen did not care. His cold gaze looked at Lu Yan, and asked coldly, your fiancé can't save you. Who else do you know? I'll give you a chance to call them over. Lu Yan completely lost her temper, only fear and despair. Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity had already exceeded her imagination. Luo Zhushan, other than you, who else in Jade Void Temple is involved in this matter? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Luo Zhushan was extremely terrified, and replied respectfully, reporting to Lord Supreme, I am the only one in Jade Void Temple. The Hall Master and the elders do not know about this matter. It was me who stood up for Lu Yan and made the 4 major forces deal with Sacred Pill Pavilion. I did not know that Lord Supreme was behind Sacred Pill Pavilion. Otherwise, even if I had 10,000 guts, I would not dare to deal with Sacred Pill Pavilion. I beg for Lord Supreme's forgiveness. In front of Feng Wuchen, Luo Zhushan did not dare to hide anything. Everything he said was the truth. Pa. Pft. Feng Wuchen slapped him. The force was so strong that Luo Jushan spat out a mouthful of blood, and a few of his front teeth flew out. This slap did not have the slightest bit of mercy, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. Forgive? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, a terrifying killing intent flashed across his cold eyes, and said coldly, "Do you know how many people died?" The 7 branches of Sacred Pill Pavilion were breached, the casualties were heavy, and the experts of Heavenly Temple were killed. Now you are asking me for forgiveness? Lord Supreme, please spare my life. I know my mistake. It is all my fault for being blinded by women. It is all that bitch Lu Yan's fault. If Lord wants to kill someone, you should kill her. Please spare my life. Luo Jushan kowtowed out and begged for mercy in extreme panic. Hearing Luo Jushan's words, a desperate smile appeared on Lu Yan's pale face. The intense regret and fear had already made her give up on survival. Spare your life? How am I going to explain to the people who died? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Luo Jushan kowtowed out and begged for mercy, reporting to Lord Supreme, I can redeem myself. As long as Lord spares my life, I will do anything Lord wants me to do. Even if I have to kill that bitch Lu Yan, I will not go back on my words. Lu Yan. Anything? Feng Wuchen asked. That's right. Anything? Luo Jushan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Then kill yourself. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His face was extremely cold. As soon as he said this, Luo Jushan's expression stiffened. After saying all the good words, he kowtowed out and begged for mercy. Feng Wuchen still did not want to let him go. When he knew that Luo Jushan was supporting Lu Yan, Feng Wuchen did not plan to let Luo Jushan go. He did not plan to let any of them go. Lord Supreme, please spare my life. I don't want to die. Please give me a chance. Luo Jushan was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Originally, he had a good future, but because of Lu Yan, it was ruined. You are not qualified. Feng Wuchen said ruthlessly. Xianxia, send him on his way. Yes. Lord. Xianxia said respectfully. His palm turned into a claw and fiercely grabbed at Luo Jushan. Xianxia. Don't kill me. No. Luo Jushan shouted in fear. He wanted to resist, but found that Xianxing's strength was extremely terrifying. He was suppressed to the point that he could not move. Boom. In an instant, there was an explosion. A bloody hole appeared in Luo Jushan's chest. He died on the spot. Killing a 4-star holy master in one move. Xianxing's terrifying strength greatly shocked the Divine Sky City's practitioners. End of chapter. The Divine Sky City was dead silent. The air was filled with the smell of fear. Lord Supreme, how should we deal with this woman? Xianxia asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen glanced at Lu Yan and said indifferently. Keeping this kind of person alive will only harm others. There is no need to keep her alive. Although Feng Wuchen didn't kill women, he still had to see what kind of woman she was. For a woman like Lu Yan, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be lenient even if he killed 10,000 of her. Boom. PFFF. Xianxia mercilessly hit Lu Yan's head, causing her to vomit blood and die on the spot. No one sympathized with her, no one pitied her. Lu Yan reaped what she sowed. There were even some people present who cheered in satisfaction. This is so satisfying. This kind of person should be killed. Ling Xiaoxiao laughed heartily. Guardian Xianxia, make a trip to the Jade Void Temple. Jade Void Z is also responsible for this matter. Feng Wuchen looked at Xianxia. Yes, Lord. My lord. Xianxia replied respectfully and immediately disappeared. Temple Master of the Heavenly Dao Temple, go back and treat your injuries first. Feng Wuchen continued. Yes, Lord Supreme. Gui Ao Feng and the others said respectfully and then flew away. Grand Elder, send some people to send some Saint Emperor Realm and Saint Emperor Realm elixirs to the Heavenly Dao Temple. Feng Wuchen immediately transmitted a message to Chu Tianshu. The Heavenly Dao Temple would definitely reward them for their contributions. Shui Yuner, pass down the order. Bury the dead and compensate their families. Send people to take over the 4 major forces and rebuild the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Feng Wuchen immediately ordered. Yes, Lord Supreme. Shui Yuna replied respectfully. After this incident, he believed that the people of the 9 prefectures wouldn't dare to behave atrociously in the sacred elixir pavilion again. After the incident, Mu Honglian's mission was considered completed. She then followed Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao back to the Temple of Rakshasa. After returning to the Temple of Rakshasa, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the Divine Ring and started to refine spatial rings and Saint Emperor and Saint Lord level divine pearls. He couldn't leave out the soul crystals either. Smelly brat, this great emperor's time is up. I hope we can meet again. Just as he entered the God Ring, Feng Wuchen heard the voice of Feng Xian the Arch. Senior Feng Xian Di, take care. Feng Wuchen said calmly. He was already used to it. Why do I feel that you are not sad at all? I am going to disappear. Don't you have anything to say to me? Feng Xian Emperor asked in astonishment. No. Feng Wuchen shook his head. The Feng Xian the Arch instantly exploded with anger. This was a parting of life and death. If Feng Wuchen failed, they would never meet again. Feng Wuchen, this brat, did not play by the rules. This great emperor gave you my inheritance. I am going to disappear. You really have nothing to say? Feng Xian the Arch resisted the urge to swallow Feng Wuchen and asked. Senior Feng Xian the Arch, what do you want me to say? Feng Wuchen looked at the Feng Xian the Arch who was going crazy. Feng Xian the Arch. Those experts before, which one of them didn't make Feng Wuchen sad, but why did Feng Wuchen not care at all when it came to the Feng Xian the Arch? This didn't make sense. The Feng Xian the Arch was about to go crazy. Martial Spirit Temple. In the deepest part of the underground palace, in a huge eerie cave, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's injuries had already recovered. Around Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan, several black pythons were continuously devouring energy to provide for Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's cultivation. These were all evil spirits. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan had obviously signed a contract with an evil spirit. Didn't Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's evil spirit get destroyed? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan clearly didn't only have one evil spirit. In the deepest part of the underground palace, there were 5 more evil spirits, and they were even stronger than the evil spirit that was destroyed. Other than the evil spirits, there was also a tombstone in the cave, and it was wrapped around by an evil black python. It was very mysterious and strange. No matter how I cultivate, even if I devour evil spirits and other powers, my cultivation hasn't improved at all. There must be a problem. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan said with a gloomy face. Even after cultivating crazily, whether it was devouring evil spirits or other powers, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's cultivation didn't improve at all. This seemed to be the peak of the sacred world's cultivation realm. But it wasn't. Because the mysterious true immortal's cultivation was above Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's. What's the problem? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan couldn't figure it out. Other than Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan, Candle Sky Demon also encountered the same problem. His cultivation couldn't increase at all. If I devour his evil spirits and power, maybe I can increase my cultivation. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan had a very terrifying thought. That was to devour the evil spirits and power of the mysterious true immortal. In front of enough power, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan didn't believe that his cultivation couldn't increase. This idea was fine, but the problem appeared again. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's strength was no match for the mysterious true immortal. Devouring his evil spirits and power was simply wishful thinking. What's making grandfather so unhappy? At this moment, a soft laugh sounded. Xian. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's face shook. He turned around to look at a tombstone, and then he said with joy, Xian, you've come out of seclusion? The evil black python on the tombstone disappeared, and the tombstone exploded with bloody light. It was extremely dazzling, and at the same time an extremely terrifying aura spread out. Not long after, a figure condensed from blood-red light appeared on the tombstone. It was a handsome young man in black brocade. This person was the young master of the martial spirit temple, Gu Xuanzuan. From the terrifying aura that spread out from his body, one could tell that his cultivation had reached the peak of 9-star sacred master. Gu Xuanzuan slowly opened his eyes, and the bloody light disappeared in a flash. He smiled faintly and said, I've been in seclusion for many years. After reaching the peak of 9-star sacred master, my cultivation hasn't improved at all. Maybe it's because I'm not strong enough. Not coming out of seclusion is a waste of time. Peak of 9-star Sacred Master. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's face was filled with joy and excitement. He said excitedly, "Great. This is great. As expected of my grandson, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan." Haha. Gu Xuanzuan's age was about the same as Long Xiaoyang and the others, but his cultivation far surpassed them. It could be seen how terrifying Gu Xuanzuan was. "Grandfather, did something happen?" Gu Xuanzuan asked with a smile. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan nodded, and then he told him everything, including Feng Wuchen and the mysterious True Immortal. True Immortal? Feng Wuchen? Gu Xuanzuan frowned slightly, and a huge wave surged in his heart. This Feng Wuchen has the power of a defeated person. He's very terrifying. That mysterious True Immortal also said that he can't defeat Feng Wuchen, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan said gravely. I didn't expect so many things to happen in the sacred world while I was in seclusion. Gu Xuanzuan frowned and said, I thought that once I reached the peak of 9-star Sacred Master, I could deal with the dragon gods and heaven demons with grandfather. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. The mysterious True Immortal has the dragon god totem suppressing Feng Wuchen, so I don't have to worry too much. It's just that I can't increase my cultivation. Grandfather really can't figure it out, and I don't know where the problem lies. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan sighed. End of chapter. Grandfather is right. When my cultivation reached the peak of 9-star Saint Master, Father's power was enough for me to continue. But what made me curious was that no matter how much I devoured Father's power, even if I devoured my father, my cultivation did not increase at all. At first, I thought that I had reached the limit of the saint world, and my cultivation could not increase any further. If grandfather did not say that there were true immortals, I would not have known. Since there are true immortals, and our cultivation cannot increase, there must be a problem. I remember the few almighty beings who divided the realms back then. I thought they were only slightly stronger than grandfather. Perhaps they were true immortals as well. Grandfather, why don't you ask that true immortal? Gu Xuanzuan nodded, we can only ask him. Grandfather, why did you sign contracts with other evil spirits? Gu Xian asked, puzzled. Evil spirits can really give us a powerful undying body, but Feng Wuchen has a way to destroy them. Grandfather was injured by him, and the evil spirits were also destroyed. This time, I signed contracts with them, and I hope they can be stronger. Gu Xuanzuan said. Gu Xian frowned, is Feng Wuchen's power really so terrifying? If there's a chance, I want to try. You must not. Gu Xuanzuan was shocked, and quickly said, Xian before you break through to true immortal, you must not provoke him. This is not to say that you are weak, but that power is beyond imagination. Feng Wuchen's cultivation is only Saint Lord. Gu Xian nodded and smiled, Grandfather, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If I'm not confident, I won't do it. I just want to see how Feng Wuchen looks like. Gu Xuanzuan was relieved. He knew his grandson very well. Gu Xian was not a brute. Grandfather, I'll go to Sky Devil Clan to see an old friend. I have been in seclusion for so many years, and I haven't exercised for a long time. Gu Xian smiled, and disappeared. That mysterious true immortal is not Feng Wuchen's opponent, if he is seriously injured by Feng Wuchen. Gu Xuanzuan thought to himself, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Gu Xian came out of seclusion, and did not alert the experts of Martial Spirit Temple. When Gu Xian appeared again, he had already appeared in the Sky Devil region soundlessly. Zhu Jun hasn't come out yet? Gu Xian frowned. He couldn't sense Zhu Jun's aura. As soon as he said that, Gu Xian raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly, Old Patriarch has indeed advanced to the true immortal realm. Peak of the 9-star Holy Venerable Realm. You've really surprised me. You've been in seclusion for so many years, yet you've managed to reach this level. As expected of the young master of the Martial Spirit Temple, Zhu Tianma laughed in surprise as he appeared out of nowhere. Old Patriarch, is Zhu Jun still in seclusion? Gu Xian asked with a faint smile. I'm afraid it won't be that soon. Zhu Tianma shook his head. Sigh, I originally planned to find him to exercise my muscles. Gu Xian shook his head in disappointment. Young Master Gu Xian, if you want to exercise your muscles, I can test your strength. Zhu Aoyun's laughter resounded and his figure appeared in a flash. 8-star Holy Venerate, Protector Zhu Aoyun's cultivation has improved a lot. It's a pity that Protector Zhu Aoyun's strength is unable to make me use my full strength, Gu Xian said with a faint smile. He sized up Zhu Aoyun with a calm gaze. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Zhu Xinghuan, Zhu Yaohun, and the other upper echelons of the Heaven Demon clan appeared in a flash. Even Elder Wuji had come. Young Master Gu Xian. Peak of the 9-star Holy Venerable Realm. As expected of the genius young master. His strength is strong enough to contend with Elder Wuji. It's really admirable. He reached the peak of the 9-star Holy Venerable Realm before our young master. Isn't his cultivation speed a little too terrifying? Zhu Yaohun and the other upper echelons were all shocked by Gu Xian's terrifying strength. Elder Wuji, Patriarch Zhu Huang is here. I'm really sorry to have disturbed you, Gu Xian said with a faint smile as he cupped his fist and bowed politely. Elder Wuji stroked his white beard gently and said with a faint smile, Young Master Gu Xian is too polite. Where are Long Xiaofeng and the others? Why can't I sense their auras? Gu Xian asked curiously. Long Xiaofeng and the other two are in the Martial Spirit Temple. Young Master Gu Xian has just come out of seclusion. Don't you know? Zhu Tianma asked in return. Other than my grandfather, no one knows that I have come out of seclusion, Gu Xian said with a faint smile. This guy is here to pick a fight, right? Zhu Xinghuan frowned and thought. How could the upper echelons of the Sky Demon clan not know about Gu Xian's character, as expected? Since you are all here, Elder Wuji, why don't you come with the other two elders and the protector? I have been in seclusion for many years and have come out today to test my strength, Gu Xian said with a faint smile. As soon as Gu Xian said that, Zhu Tianma, Elder Wuji, and the others' faces turned gloomy. Gu Xian clearly did not take Elder Wuji seriously. Gu Xian's arrogance had not changed at all. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of a peak 9-star Holy Venerable exploded from Gu Xian's body. An unparalleled aura and a power that made others feel powerless swept out like a tsunami. This power was violent and terrifying, far surpassing the peak 9-star Holy Venerable realm. This kid's strength is not simple. If I had not become a true immortal, he might have been able to contend with me, Zhu Tianma said to himself. Elder Wuji and the others were shocked. Since that is the case, we will accompany young Master Gu Xian and try. Elder Wuji suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a faint smile. Buzz. The aura of a peak 9-star Holy Venerable suddenly changed, and a terrifying power burst out. A blinding black light instantly covered the sky, and the Sky Demon region space was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, Elder Wuji's strength had surpassed the peak 9-star Holy Venerable realm. As expected of Elder Wuji. This power is indeed very powerful, Gu Xian said with a faint smile, but his expression did not change. Buzz. Zhu Aoyun, Zhu Erhun, and the others also unleashed their full power. A terrifying power spread throughout the entire Sky Demon region, frightening countless cultivators in the West region. Young Master Gu Xian, sorry for the offense. Zhu Aoyun smiled coldly and was the first to burst out. His overwhelming aura was terrifying. Elder Wuji, Zhu Erhun, and the others also flashed out. Swish. Boom. Gu Xian's lips curled up, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, there was a sudden explosion, and Zhu Aoyun flew out directly. His speed was extremely fast. What a terrifying speed. I actually could not detect it. Zhu Aoyun was shocked. His strength had also reached the 9-star Holy Venerable realm. Old Man did not detect it either. Elder Wuji was shocked. The difference between their strengths was not ordinary. Guardian Zhu Aoyun, are you alright? Gu Xian asked with a smile. Although Gu Xian did not use his full power, his attack was extremely vicious. It would be strange if Zhu Aoyun was fine. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. End of this chapter. I'm fine. Young Master Gu Xian is indeed very strong. Zhu Aoyun endured the pain and grinned, showing that he was unscathed. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz. At this moment, Gu Xian and Elder Wu Ji were engaged in an intense battle. Gu Xian was fighting 1 against 4, and the fierce collisions were incessant. Waves of destructive power swept out like a tsunami, mercilessly destroying the space. Is this kid really so strong? Elder Wu Ji and the other 3 can't suppress him even if they work together. Zhu Aoyun was secretly shocked and immediately joined the battle. The 5 top experts worked together and launched a fierce and violent attack. Peak 9-star Sacred Venerable would definitely not be able to resist such a terrifying lineup. However, Gu Xian was different. Under the fierce attacks of the 5 top experts, his expression did not change at all. He was at ease and did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. Gu Xian's strength was beyond imagination. Gu Xian's cultivation shouldn't have reached peak 9-star Sacred Venerable in just a few decades. Even with the help of powerful pills and the Rainbow Chaos Stone, it's still difficult for Junior to reach 9-star Sacred Venerable. How did he do it? Zhu Tianma frowned and wondered. Zhu Tianma did not know that Gu Xian's current cultivation was not only because the evil spirit devoured evil thoughts and power, but also because he had devoured his own father's power. The intense battle caused destructive power to sweep out without restraint. It had already spread from the western region to the eastern region and the profound sacred world. This aura is the young master's aura. The young master has come out of seclusion. Nangong Xian's face was filled with shock. Yi Tianshan said in shock, "That's right. This is the young master's aura." For a moment, the upper echelons of the martial spirit temple were filled with shock and ecstasy. Gu Xian. Long Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes. This guy's strength has surpassed you, big brother. This is impossible, right? Gu Xian's talent is not as high as yours. Dragon Emperor was shocked. Long Xiaoyan frowned and said, 1 against 5? He's really arrogant. At the same time, in the Dragon God Temple. Gu Xian. This guy has come out of seclusion. Long Xiaoyang frowned deeply, and his expression became extremely solemn. Peak 9-star Sacred Venerable? Jing Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. He can actually reach this step. Shock was written all over Chu Tianchu's old face. He said in disbelief, how can Gu Xian's cultivation improve so quickly? Is it really that easy to reach the peak of a 9-star Holy Venerable? Gu Xian's power spread from the western region, alarming the peak experts of the various organizations in the Saints' world. What made people feel even more astonished was that Gu Xian actually fought with the Heavenly Fiend clan's 5 top powerhouses, fighting 1 against 5. Boom boom boom. Buzz. Intense and ferocious collisions occurred one after another. Facing the ferocious attacks of the 5, Gu Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he met them head-on with an even stronger force. Such a crazy fighting style showed that he didn't take his opponent seriously at all. Gu Xian said that he was here to test his strength, but he was actually here to humiliate the upper echelons of the Heaven Fiend race. This could also be considered a threat. The fierce battle lasted for 5 minutes. The third elder, Sol Zhu, and the other 3 were all injured in the head-on clashes. This kid is actually so strong. Zhu Aoyun could not believe it. Sol Zhu frowned and said, all of our attacks are useless. Zhu Huang gritted his teeth and said angrily, he hasn't used his full strength yet. The 4 of them had already been defeated and did not attack again. They could not afford to lose face like this. Only Elder Wu Ji could hold his own against Gu Xian. However, he was already at a disadvantage and might not be able to hold on for much longer. Elder Wu Ji, is this already your full strength? Gu Xian asked with a faint smile as he saw Elder Wu Ji gradually falling into a disadvantage in the fierce battle. Humph. Elder Wu Ji was instantly enraged. Gu Xian, you just came out of seclusion and you can't wait to show off in my Heavenly Fiend clan. At this moment, a cold and arrogant voice came from the Heavenly Fiend palace. Young master. Elder Wu Ji and the others all looked over. They were both shocked and overjoyed. Junior is out of seclusion. Zhu Tianma was overjoyed. Zhu Jun. Gu Xian was stunned at first. Then, he was overjoyed. Finally out of seclusion. I thought I would have to wait for a long time. Swish. In the depths of the Heavenly Fiend Palace, a black shadow shot out at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of sound. It brought with it boundless might and power. The sonic boom seemed to tear the void apart. "Young master is here," Zhu Xinghuan said excitedly. Buzz. Buzz, Zhu Jun's terrifying power erupted. His aura surged crazily. It was breathtaking and extremely domineering. "Nine-star sacred venerate!" Elder Wuji and the others exclaimed again. The excitement on their faces was even more intense. Zhu Tianma was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Junior broke through to 9-star sacred venerate. Heavenly Fiend transformation. Demonic soul descent." Zhu Jun shouted continuously. His aura surged crazily again. His combat strength instantly reached the pinnacle of 9-star sacred venerate and was still increasing. "Young master's combat strength has increased," Zhu Xinghuan exclaimed. He looked excited. "Oh? This power is not weak. It seems like you have cultivated a sacred art that can increase your combat strength. You did not disappoint me. I was right to come today." Gu Xian was shocked. However, an excited smile appeared on his face. Dense battle intent surged out. "It's actually the demonic soul descent. Young master's power has surpassed the pinnacle of 9-star sacred venerate. It has surpassed Elder Wuji." Zhu Huang couldn't help but exclaim. "What powerful power! Junior actually succeeded in cultivating the sacred art passed down by our ancestors." Zhu Tianma was even more overjoyed. "Gu Xian, bring out your full strength," Zhu Jun said coldly. His terrifying aura had reached an unprecedented height. Zhu Jun's combat strength had surpassed Elder Wuji. "Zhu Jun." Destructive energy spread out crazily. The experts of the Dragon God Temple, Martial Spirit Temple, Pale Soul Tower, and countless cultivators were shocked once again. Gu Xian had just come out of seclusion and Zhu Jun had come out as well. Boom. Gu Xian didn't dare to underestimate Zhu Jun. He immediately unleashed his full strength. He stepped into the void. With a loud explosion, his body turned into a ray of blood light and shot out. He really didn't use his full strength. Elder Wuji frowned. Swish. Rumble. Buzz. Above the void, dazzling black light and blood light streaked across the sky. They were as fast as lightning. In the end, they fiercely collided. It was as if Mars had collided with Earth. Loud rumbles resounded throughout the Heaven Demon region. Extremely destructive energy ripples with destructive power rolled out without restraint. Elder Wuji, Zhu Huang, and the others were all pushed back by the terrifying energy ripples. In the void, Gu Xian and Zhu Jun's fists fiercely collided. Their strength was equally matched. "How is it? My strength didn't disappoint you, right?" Gu Xian smiled faintly. He was very confident in his own strength. Zhu Jun sneered. "I didn't expect your cultivation to reach the pinnacle of 9-star sacred venerate before me. End of chapter. I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level. The saint technique you practice must be very powerful. I'm really looking forward to it." Gu Xian smiled faintly. His fighting spirit grew stronger, and he couldn't wait to fight with Zhu Jun. "Don't you want to fight with me?" "I'll satisfy you today," Zhu Jun said confidently. Even though his cultivation wasn't as good as Gu Xian's, he was confident in his own fighting strength. "Good, straightforward." Gu Xian smiled heroically, and his aura rose again. "Gu Xian, don't waste time. We'll decide the outcome in one move," Zhu Jun said confidently. He was ready to attack with all his might. Decide the outcome in one move? Elder Wuji frowned slightly, as though he was worried that Zhu Jun couldn't defeat Gu Xian. "Young master is so confident?" Zhu Ke was shocked. This isn't Jun'er's style. But since he dares to say that, it seems that he's quite confident, Zhu Tianma said to himself. He wasn't too worried. Seeing Zhu Jun so confident, Gu Xian smiled faintly. "Alright, we'll decide the outcome in one move. Let's fight." Gu Xian's answer was so straightforward. It was obvious that he was very confident. Zhu Jun and Gu Xian had fought for many years and were familiar with each other's moves. Instead of wasting time, it was better to decide the outcome in one move. Buzz buzz, Zhu Jun put his hands together, and his long hair moved without wind. Unparalleled destructive power gathered wildly, and a wave of air swept through the space like a tsunami. Ancient Saint Technique. Demon Soul 9-layer seal. Zhu Jun suddenly shouted. Above the void, a black energy seal that was hundreds of thousands of feet large quickly condensed. Black lightning curled around the surface, and it was filled with terrifying power. The scene was spectacular and visually shocking. Just looking at it was frightening. Countless experts in the Sky Demon region were frightened out of their wits by the huge black energy seal in the void. The more timid cultivators fainted on the spot. The young master of the Sky Demon clan was so terrifying. Demon Soul 9-layer seal. Elder Wuji and the others were shocked and excited when they saw the huge black energy seal. Juner, you really didn't disappoint me. Zhu Tianma's face was full of pride. If such a terrifying energy seal were to smash down, it would definitely destroy the entire West region. Gu Xian, do it. Zhu Jun sneered confidently and waved his hand. Whoosh. Buzz. The huge energy seal smashed towards Gu Xian with astonishing speed. It seemed to shake up the entire Saint's world. It was unstoppable as spatial storms of death swept out fearlessly. The power of the holy technique is indeed strong. It just so happens that I've also cultivated an even stronger holy technique. I'll let you experience it, Gu Xian said excitedly. His hands quickly formed seals as he gathered all the power in his body. Ancient Saint Arts. Thousand Buddha's Grief Palm. Gu Xian suddenly let out an explosive cry. Both of his hands flashed with a bright blood light. Immediately, he threw a palm at the black energy seal that was smashing over. Swish. Swish. Buzz. Gu Xian struck out with his palms consecutively. In an instant, he struck out a dozen huge and destructive blood-red palm prints. His attacks were ferocious and violent, giving people a feeling that he was invincible. Gu Xian's technique is also very impressive. These two powers are about the same. Zhu Huang's face was filled with fear and his old face was extremely pale. Even I don't dare to say that I can stop this kind of power. Elder Wuji frowned and his old eyes flashed with shock. Zhu Jun, how is it? Are you satisfied? Gu Xian laughed excitedly. Zhu Jun sneered, very satisfied. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, in the next second, 6 or 7 terrifying blood-red palm prints bombarded the black energy seal in front of the horrified eyes of countless experts in Tianma region. Deafening sounds pierced the eardrums of countless cultivators in Tianma region. Under the ferocious and crazy bombardment, Zhu Jun and Gu Xian were shaken to the point that they vomited blood. After the ferocious head-on collision, the two were severely injured. Both of their auras had weakened significantly. Buzz. Buzz. The energy ripples from the collision and explosion spread hundreds of thousands of feet away in the blink of an eye. Thick smoke churned, and shockwaves surged. The light from the explosion was extremely dazzling in this dark space. The destructive power could no longer be described as terrifying. Fortunately, Zhu Tianma was around to control this power within a certain range. Otherwise, the western regions would have been destroyed beyond recognition. Zhu Jun, can you still hold on? Gu Xian asked with a smile. Even you have not fallen. How can I fall? Zhu Jun sneered. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. 7 or 8 blood-red palm prints followed and bombarded the black energy seal. Earth-shattering explosions rang out, and the destructive energy ripples once again caused the two to vomit blood. Their injuries instantly worsened. Young master. Zhu Aoyun and the others were worried and nervous. Their palms were sweating. Both sides are injured? Elder Wuji frowned. Boom. Buzz. Buzz. When the last blood-red palm print collided with the energy seal, it exploded. The two were swallowed by the energy ripples in the blink of an eye. The space of the western region shook violently, and countless cultivators shook along with it. Gulp, countless experts in Tianma region were filled with endless fear. Their faces were pale, and they looked as if their souls had scattered. Old Patriarch, how is the young master? Zhu Xinghuan asked anxiously. Don't worry. Juner will not die. Zhu Tianma smiled faintly. He was not worried at all. As he finished speaking, Zhu Tianma waved his hand, and the destructive energy ripples that had spread hundreds of thousands of feet disappeared instantly. Zhu Jun and Gu Xian's figures appeared in the void. They had used all their strength to decide the outcome of the battle. Gu Xian and Zhu Jun were severely injured. They were covered in blood, and their auras were extremely weak. The battle between the two super geniuses of the holy world could be said to be a lose-lose situation. However, what was shocking was that Gu Xian, who was severely injured, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did he recover, but Gu Xian's energy had also recovered to its peak. Seeing this, Zhu Jun was dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. The undying body of the evil spirit. Zhu Tianma was shocked. Gu Xian also has an evil spirit? And they have signed a contract. How is this possible? Elder Wuji's eyes were about to fall out. Evil spirit? Zhu Jun was shocked. It was fine if Gu Xian had one, but Gu Xian also had an evil spirit. Where did so many evil spirits come from? Zhu Jun, looks like we're even. It's been many years since we last fought. Today is really satisfying. However, if it's a life and death battle, the one who dies will be you. Gu Xian smiled faintly. Gu Xian had already recovered to his peak. It would be easy for him to kill Zhu Jun now. Zhu Jun shook his head slightly and said, Gu Xian, you haven't used your full strength, right? I think you should still be hiding some kind of power. Moreover, you haven't released your evil spirit. I just haven't used my saint weapon. Gu Xian shrugged and said with a smile, you haven't reached the peak of a 9-star holy venerable. It's a fair battle to preserve some strength. End of chapter. The moment Gu Xian said that, Elder Wuji and the others were shocked once again. A peak 9-star saint venerable could unleash such destructive power, and it was still not Gu Xian's full strength. How terrifying was Gu Xian's strength? If he did not have such terrifying strength, how could Gu Xian dare to fight 1 against 5? With Gu Xian's current strength, perhaps only Long Xinghun could defeat him under the true immortal realm. Zhu Jun, aside from Long Xiaofeng, you are the opponent I respect the most. When you truly reach peak 9-star holy venerate, I will defeat you with all my strength. Today's battle ends here, Gu Xian said with a faint smile. When I came out of seclusion, I heard some interesting things. For example, Feng Wuchen. Everyone should know him. I can't wait to meet him. Goodbye. Gu Xian smiled and disappeared. Sovereign Gu Xian has already told Gu Xian. Is he going to fight with Feng Wuchen? Zhu Xinghuan guessed. Elder Wuji shook his head. Gu Xian should know that Feng Wuchen has a terrifying mysterious power. He won't act rashly. Young master, are you all right? Zhu Aoyun asked as he rushed over. Zhu Jun shook his head. I'm fine. Father. Who is Feng Wuchen? Zhu Jun looked at Zhu Huang and asked. Zhu Jun had just come out of seclusion and did not know what had happened in the sacred world. Zhu Huang then told Zhu Jun everything that had happened in the sacred world. Defeated? Above Saint Venerable, there are true immortals. Above true immortals, there are defeated. Grandfather cultivated for 100,000 years to reach true immortal realm. Without that pill, I don't know how long it would take. I didn't expect the dragon gods to have such an amazing genius. Once this person grows up, he will be even more terrifying than Long Xiaofeng. Zhu Jun was not shocked. He was also curious about Feng Wuchen. Juner, before you break through to the true immortal realm, you can't fight with Feng Wuchen. I'm a true immortal realm expert, but I can't fight back against him, Zhu Tianma warned solemnly. Grandpa, without that pill, I will not be able to break through to the true immortal realm. Grandpa has been a 9-star sacred venerate for many years. No matter how much you cultivate, your cultivation base has not improved at all. This is enough to show how difficult it is to break through to the true immortal realm. Zhu Jun shook his head. Zhu Jun's words were not false. It would take 100,000 years to break through to the next realm, and that was with the help of pills. There was simply no way to break through. Zhu Tianma hurriedly smiled and said, Juner, don't worry. Grandpa will ask for a pill from that true immortal next time to help you break through to true immortal. Is it really so easy to obtain such a powerful pill? Zhu Jun shook his head inwardly. Temple of Rakshasa. As soon as Feng Wuchen came out of the divine ring, he saw Zhang Junlan and many other people standing in the square. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. What's wrong with you guys? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Teacher. Zhang Junlan suddenly woke up. Alliance Master, there were two terrifying experts fighting just now. Their auras were very unfamiliar. One of them was from the Heavenly Devil clan, and I don't know who the other was. The battle just ended, Yi Tianwei said in fear. His body was still trembling. The Crimson Emperor said respectfully, Alliance Master, before this person was fighting with the 5 sacred venerates of the Heavenly Devil clan. Big Brother Feng, this Heavenly Devil clan's aura is as powerful as the 3 great primogenitors. He's a 9-star sacred venerate. The other one is slightly stronger. We can all feel the power of their battle, Lin Yu added. His pale face was still filled with fear. The young master of the Heavenly Devil clan? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. The first person he guessed was Zhu Jun. Feng Wuchen did not think too much about it. He looked at Qi Xiao and asked, is there any news about the regrowth Saint Mystic Jade and flowing light crystals? More than 100 flowing light crystals had been used to refine many 5-time spatial rings. However, this was still not enough. Qi Xiao shook his head and sighed softly. Sigh, there is news. However, they demanded an exorbitant price and did not manage to negotiate. They even praised the flowing light crystals. They wanted 3 sacred artifacts for 1 flowing light crystal. I almost killed them to steal their treasures. Boss Feng, flowing light crystals are too rare and difficult to find. We'll have to ask the Pill Soul Tower for help, Su Qingfeng said with a shrug. Flowing light crystals were too rare. Wanting to refine a large number of spatial rings was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Feng Wuchen was secretly disappointed. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to say something, he suddenly frowned. He seemed to have sensed something. Peak 9-star sacred venerate. It seems that this person is the person Lin Yu spoke of. I've never sensed such an unfamiliar aura before, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He had sensed a terrifying powerhouse hiding in the dark. There are heaven-defying divine orbs and some 5-time spatial rings in the storage ring. Go back and cultivate. Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly became cold. Zhang Junlan and the others could hear the change in Feng Wuchen's tone. Then, they all returned to their palaces. Since you are here, just show yourself, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. A figure silently appeared in the plaza. He did not startle anyone, as if he had always been there. This person was Gu Xian. No matter how well Gu Xian hid, he could not avoid Feng Wuchen's detection. Gu Xian calmly sized up Feng Wuchen. Then, he smiled faintly and said, you should be the prime of the dragon gods, Feng Wuchen, right? I am Gu Xian, the young master of the Martial Soul Temple. I guessed it. Feng Wuchen nodded. Then, he asked, why are you looking for me? Gu Xian smiled faintly and said, nothing much. I just heard from my grandfather that you possess a mysterious power. Even true immortals are no match for you. So, out of curiosity, I came to see the glory of the prime of the dragon gods. If you are done, then leave. Feng Wuchen directly asked him to leave. He could not be bothered to waste time. What if I don't leave? Gu Xian grinned with a playful expression. With your abilities, I can kill you with a single finger. That includes the evil spirit in your body. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. He looked at Gu Xian with disdain. He can actually see the evil spirit in my body. Gu Xian was secretly shocked. The dragon god totem can suppress the power of the dragon gods. I don't think you will joke around with the lives of the dragon gods. If you want to kill me, you have to take back the dragon god totem first. Gu Xian smiled faintly. He was not threatened by Feng Wuchen at all. If I want you to kill me, your grandfather can't stop me. That person can't stop me either. Do you think he will save you? Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Then, he turned and walked towards the main palace. This person is indeed not simple. I can't sense anything. He is just like an ordinary person. Moreover, I can feel a formless pressure in front of him. Gu Xian thought to himself. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Gu Xian clenched his fists tightly. Then, a ferocious look appeared on his face. He thought to himself, this is the first time I have felt such a terrifying feeling. If I can devour the mysterious power in his body, breaking through to the true immortal realm is just around the corner. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen, you have to pay the price for being so arrogant in front of me. Don't let me get the chance. Otherwise, when I devour the mysterious energy in your body, I will make you regret it. Gu Xian sneered in his heart as a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Feng Wuchen didn't care about Gu Xian's appearance at all. However, what surprised Feng Wuchen was that Gu Xian also had an evil spirit. This made Feng Wuchen recall the Fengxian Thearch's words. Gu Xian's identity wasn't simple. An evil spirit is born from evil thoughts. To be able to sign a contract with it, one must have evil energy. What is the identity of this Gu Xian? Feng Wuchen wondered. Ordinary people couldn't sign a contract with an evil spirit. It could be seen that Gu Xian's identity wasn't simple. Feng Wuchen was only curious and didn't care too much. After Gu Xian left, Feng Wuchen immediately sent a guard to the Pill Soul Tower. If he wanted to get the flowing light crystals, he had to ask the Pill Soul Tower for help. Gongsun Wuqing was in the Pill Soul Tower, so it would be much easier to ask him for help. Other than that, Feng Wuchen also needed a large amount of Saint Spirit stones to refine Saint artifacts. Other than giving them to Long Xiaoyang and the others, the Temple of Rakshasa and the Dragon Soul also needed them. Right now, the most important thing was to strengthen the Temple of Rakshasa and the Dragon Soul's strength. Within the Divine Ring, Feng Wuchen was frantically refining pills and heaven-defying divine pearls. Saint Monarch and Saint Emperor Realm. The pills and heaven-defying divine pearls were enough to help the Temple of Rakshasa's cultivators increase their cultivation quickly. The herbs and worldly treasures are being consumed too quickly. The Saint Pill Pavilion can't provide them to me so quickly. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. The herbs and worldly treasures were all used up. Looking at the majestic reincarnation tower, Feng Wuchen said, that guy stole the dragon god totem. He will definitely find another chance to make a move. The dragon god totem is indeed troublesome. Before the great primogenitor and the others come out, I should continue my seclusion. I am only a 3-star Saint Monarch now. I hope to enter the Saint Emperor realm soon. After saying that, Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged and took out Emperor Peerless' storage ring. The storage ring that Master gave me contains a huge amount of cultivation resources. Together with the heaven-defying divine pearl, breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm will not be a problem, Feng Wuchen said to himself. Feng Wuchen took out a Saint Lord realm heaven-defying orb and a unique treasure from Emperor Peerless' storage ring. He was about to begin his cultivation. Of the divine. Of the divines S's. Of the divines S's. Of the divines S's. Of the S divine. Of the divine. Bring them to the Temple of Rakshasa. Feng Wuchen transmitted. However, Feng Wuchen knew that it wasn't Long Tianqiu and the others. Those of the older generation couldn't ascend so quickly. It would take at least 3 to 5 years. Brother Feng, there are quite a lot of people who have ascended this time. The leader of the God Slayers, the alchemist Divine Pagoda, the descendants of the Dragon Gods, the assassins of Sky Shadow Pavilion, Yan Long and the 18 Celestial Emperors. Oh? So many people have ascended? Feng Wuchen was overjoyed when he heard Shan Tong's transmission. He immediately stopped his cultivation. The 18 Celestial Emperors and Sky Shadow Pavilion have just joined the Dragon Soul. I'll leave the storage ring to them. With the help of the pills and the heaven-defying divine pearls, their cultivation will catch up soon. Feng Wuchen thought. Hualing Tian, come to the Temple of Rakshasa to see me immediately. Feng Wuchen transmitted to Hualing Tian and left the divine ring. Swish. Greetings, Master. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, Hualing Tian appeared in the main hall and knelt down on one knee. 5-star Holy Emperor? Seeing Hualing Tian appear in an instant, Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. He immediately smiled and said, "Your cultivation has increased quite quickly. Your soul power is so strong. You are about to break through to the Holy Sovereign Realm. How long has it been?" The cultivation methods and magic incantations given by the master are hundreds of times more powerful than the cultivation methods of the fire spirit race, Hualing Tian said gratefully. Hualing Tian was ecstatic after he started cultivating. "Get up," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. "Sky Shadow Pavilion and the 18 celestial emperors will ascend to the holy world soon. I plan to let them join the Dragon Soul. You will arrange it?" "Yes, master," Hualing Tian said respectfully. "How is the development of the Dragon Soul? What is the cultivation level of Gu Yuan and the others?" Feng Wuchen asked. Hualing Tian said respectfully, "Master, Gu Yuan and the others have already become 5-star holy monarchs. They will enter the Holy Emperor realm soon. The Dragon Soul is growing very quickly. I have recruited many experts. There are already more than 300 people. 13 of them are holy emperors while the others are holy emperors. It won't take long for them to break through to the Holy Emperor realm. I have also arranged for more than 100 people to go to the Profound Saint World and some people to go to the southern region." 5-star holy monarchs? Feng Wuchen was shocked. Their cultivation level had actually surpassed him. Wasn't this cultivation speed a little too terrifying? "Master, they don't have any missions. Other than cultivating, they are training. With the 5 times spatial ring, heaven-defying divine pearl, and elixirs, their cultivation level will naturally increase very quickly," Hualing Tian said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "The heaven-defying divine pearl is increasing too quickly. It must not affect their foundation. Otherwise, it will affect their future cultivation. We must let them train in private." "Don't worry, master. I will supervise them," Hualing Tian said respectfully. Feng Wuchen said, "The direction of the Dragon Soul's development will be decided by you. I will not interfere. I only want one thing, and I will not betray you. Don't worry, master. I will not show any mercy to those who betray you," Hualing Tian said respectfully. "How is Xiao Wutian's cultivation?" With such a powerful physique, his cultivation level must have increased very quickly after cultivating an immortal technique, right? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. 6-star Holy Emperor," Hualing Tian said respectfully. "What? 6-star Holy Emperor? Isn't this too abnormal?" Feng Wuchen's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? It was much more terrifying than Feng Wuchen had imagined. Seeing Feng Wuchen's shocked expression, Hualing Tian said with a bitter smile, "That guy is showing off in front of me all day long. He doesn't care if I can take it or not. Xiao Wutian is really not simple. Give him half a year and he will definitely break through to Holy Emperor," Feng Wuchen said with a surprised smile. "With a 5-times space ring, pills, and treasures, 1 month is enough," Hualing Tian said respectfully. Feng Wuchen said with a bitter smile, "Looks like I have to increase my cultivation as soon as possible. A 3-star holy monarch is really too weak. Brother Feng, there's some trouble. The Holy Soul sect under the Martial Spirit Temple has stopped us. They said that the Martial Spirit Temple's young master, Gu Xian, gave the order to control the gate of the Holy World." Shan Tong suddenly said. "Gu Xian?" Feng Wuchen frowned and said coldly, "Gu Xian, looks like you don't want to live anymore." End of chapter. Master, did something happen? Hualing Tian asked when he saw Feng Wuchen's face turn cold. The Holy Soul sect stopped them. It was the order of the Martial Spirit Temple's young master, Feng Wuchen said coldly. A cold and terrifying murderous aura spread out. "Gu Xian?" Hualing Tian frowned. Feng Wuchen looked at Hualing Tian and asked, "Hualing Tian, do you know Gu Xian? Do you know who they are?" Hualing Tian said respectfully, "I've seen them before. I heard from Grandpa Bing that Gu Xian and the others are not humans. They are ancient mutated beasts. They can take human form and completely hide their mutated beast aura." Ancient mutated beasts? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He thought to himself, what kind of mutated beast can make a contract with an evil spirit? The status of the exotic beasts from antiquity times is the same as that of the mythical beasts from antiquity times. They also have super powerful bloodline power. But I don't know what kind of exotic beast they are. Grandpa Bing said that they are extremely rare, Hualing Tian replied respectfully. I see. It seems that you know a lot about the ancient era, Feng Wuchen said lightly. I heard it from my grandpa, Hualing Tian said. Feng Wuchen then asked, do you know the Almighty who divided the different worlds? I do. However, after the division, they disappeared and have never appeared. Back then, when the sovereign spirit race and the dragon gods were destroyed, they were the ones who supported the sky demon race. Master, you should know about this, Hualing Tian said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded. Hualing Tian continued, aside from the sky demon race, the martial spirit temple also secretly interfered. The dragon ancestor and the others did not know about it. They also had the support of the Almighty from the different worlds. Because of this, the 7 races joined the sky demon race. If that's the case, why didn't they attack directly? Feng Wuchen asked, puzzled. I'm not sure either. Hualing Tian shook his head. Bring me to the gate of the holy world, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Hualing Tian waved his hand and disappeared with Feng Wuchen in a flash. With Hualing Tian's cultivation, he could reach the gate of the holy world in a few seconds. At the same time, outside the holy world, Shan Tong, Emperor Extermination, and dozens of others who had just ascended were besieged by the experts of the Holy Soul sect, led by Guardian Shui Wuhan. 3 Saint Venerables and 6 Saint Emperors. Staring coldly at Shan Tong, Shui Wuhan said coldly, Di Tong, you've got guts. Without Lord Gu Xuanzuan's permission, you dared to trespass into the profound saint world, ignored the rules of the martial spirit temple, and even dared to come to the gate of the sacred world. Don't you know who is in charge of the gate of the sacred world? I think you're tired of living. Feng Wuchen was heavily injured by Lord True Immortal, and Long Shun and the others are also heavily injured. The Dragon God Temple's vitality has been greatly damaged. Coming to the profound saint world is simply suicide. They must have ascended from the divine world, right? It must be related to Feng Wuchen. None of them will survive today. A cold and terrifying murderous aura spread out, and a soul-stirring pressure shook the blood of Emperor Extermination and the others, making them feel powerless. Now that the martial spirit temple had the support of a mysterious true immortal expert, and they could use the Dragon God totem to heavily injure Feng Wuchen, plus the Dragon God temple's vitality had been greatly damaged, Shui Wuhan was naturally not afraid of the Dragon God temple. However, what Shui Wuhan didn't know was that the true immortal he was talking about was also not Feng Wuchen's opponent. Shui Yu smiled bitterly and said helplessly, are we too unlucky? We just set foot in the holy world, and we didn't even get to look around before our enemies came. Zhu Qing said solemnly, they are very terrifying experts to us. The aura of the leader is even more terrifying than Senior Shan Tong. Shan Tong, who are they? They seem to have a deep hatred for the guest elder. Emperor Extermination Pagoda's owner asked solemnly. You have just ascended to the holy world, so there are many things you don't know. It's hard to explain in a short time. You just need to know that they are enemies. Shan Tong said solemnly. Shan Tong, although it is not my intention to kill you in this way, young Master Gu Xian's order cannot be disobeyed. Today, no one can save you. Prepare to die. Attack. Kill without mercy. Shui Wuhan ordered coldly. Swish. Swish, swish. 6 Saint Emperors attacked at the same time. They were as fast as lightning, and a terrifying power surged out. Emperor Extermination said solemnly, everyone, be careful. Young Master Di Tong, the Sovereign Spirit Clan is the last one left. Why don't you just die? With your strength of a 7-star Saint Emperor, you are not my opponent. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. A 9-star Saint Emperor sneered mockingly, not putting Shan Tong in his eyes at all. He rushed towards Shan Tong with an irresistible aura, as if he wanted to kill him in one strike. Oh? Is that so? Shan Tong's lips curled up dangerously. He sneered and said, speaking of which, I have not had a chance to use my full strength since I returned to the holy world. Looks like I can give it a try now. Saint Technique. Big Bang Technique. Shan Tong put his hands together and activated the power of the Sovereign Spirit clan's bloodline. Dazzling golden light shot up to the sky as he roared. Buzz! An extremely terrifying power surged out crazily, and a surging aura swept out. The clothes on Shan Tong's upper body were torn apart, revealing his rock-hard muscles. In the next second, Shan Tong transformed. The muscles on his body suddenly enlarged, and an overbearing power surged out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying aura had soared to the level of a 9-star Saint Emperor, and his combat strength had increased by 2 stars. 9-star Saint Emperor! The 6 Saint Emperors were shocked, and they broke out in cold sweat. His combat strength has increased by 2 stars in an instant. The Sovereign Spirit clan does not have such a powerful saint technique. Shui Wuhan frowned slightly. Big Bang technique was so powerful. With a thought, a pair of gloves appeared, and his aura soared again. Peak 9-star Saint Emperor, Shan Tong sneered and said, "This is the top saint weapon that Brother Feng made for me. It is 3 times the attack power. How is that possible?" The 6 Saint Emperors were scared out of their wits, and they all stopped, not daring to get close to Shan Tong. Emperor Extermination and the others were also scared out of their wits by Shan Tong's terrifying power. No one had expected Shan Tong's combat strength to have reached such a terrifying level. Boom! Shan Tong suddenly stepped into the void, and with a boom, he turned into a bolt of golden lightning and shot out. His overbearing aura gave people a feeling of invincibility. The 6 Saint Emperors were completely stunned. Boom! Puff! In the blink of an eye, there was a sudden boom, and the 9-star Saint Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shot out like a cannonball, and he pierced through several towering mountains. He had defeated a 9-star Saint Emperor with one punch. This was Shan Tong's true power. The 5 Saint Emperors, Emperor Extermination, and the others were all dumbfounded. They were extremely shocked. Shan Tong has such strength. Shui Wuhan and the other 2 Saint Emperors were also shocked. End of chapter. One punch was enough to heavily injure a 9-star Holy Venerable, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Shan Tong's strength was unrivaled below the Holy Venerable realm. Aya, this power is not weak at all. It's stronger than I imagined. How satisfying. Shan Tong smirked. His expression was as despicable as it could get. Swish. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. With a thought, he used instant transmission. In an instant, the 5 holy emperors spat out blood at the same time. They were all sent flying by Shan Tong's punch. So powerful. He defeated 6 experts in the blink of an eye. Elder Mia's face stiffened. Xianxia said in shock, the 6 holy emperors couldn't even fight back, unimaginable power. Heartless, the 18 heavenly emperors, and everyone else were dumbfounded. Although they knew that Shan Tong was strong, they didn't know that he was this strong. Although they didn't know how terrifying the Holy World's holy emperors were, they could at least guess the gap. The Holy World's holy emperors were equivalent to the Divine World's holy emperor realm. Shan Tong, I have underestimated your strength, Shui Wuhan said coldly. However, Shui Wuhan found it very strange. How could the strong cultivators of the Dragon God Temple possess such terrifying spells? Shui Wuhan couldn't figure it out. Young Master Di Tong, your arrogance ends here. A 2-star Saint Venerate sneered in a mocking manner. A cold killing intent that seemed to have materialized radiated from him, causing one's body to stiffen. No matter how strong Shan Tong was, he didn't take him seriously. After all, Shan Tong's strength hadn't reached the Holy Venerable realm. Shan Tong shrugged and smirked, that might not be the case. A peak 9-star Holy Emperor's strength makes you so confident? The 2-star Holy Venerable sneered. The terrifying power in his body surged out like a flood. Then you can try. Shan Tong crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered, if I move, I lose. Shan Tong didn't take a 2-star Holy Venerable expert seriously. Arrogant. Super arrogant. Senior Shan Tong, aren't you being too arrogant? This person's aura is much more terrifying than the other 6 experts. Can Senior Shan Tong defeat him? Qing Lu was confused. Tian Kuei said solemnly, Senior Shan Tong has nothing to fear. Perhaps you can really deal with this person. The three big shots of the Divine Pagoda and Tian Sha were stunned once again. Where does Di Tong get his confidence from? No matter how strong Xiaochen was, his strength could not possibly surpass that of a holy venerate. Was he just bluffing? But his eyes don't seem to be lying. Shui Wuhan was secretly puzzled. Humph. You're courting death. The two-star holy venerate narrowed his eyes. Then, he stepped into the air and turned into a bolt of blue lightning that shot out. His aura suddenly soared and became even more terrifying. How horrifying was the speed of a two-star holy venerate. However, Shan Tong still crossed his arms in front of his chest, his expression not changing at all. Swish, in an instant, a two-star holy venerate arrived with a flash. Horrifying energy gathered in his palm, an absolute destructive energy. Emperor's Eye. Go to hell. The two-star holy master shouted angrily, and ruthlessly smashed his palm toward Shan Tong's head. Shan Tong was still indifferent. Just how confident was he? Was Shan Tong really not afraid of death? Tian Sha and the others held their breaths and stared at Shan Tong with their eyes wide open. They were extremely nervous and worried, but they could not do anything about it. However, just when the two-star holy venerate thought that he had succeeded, a miracle happened. Swish, boom, just when the two-star holy venerate's palm was half a meter away from Shan Tong, a black shadow suddenly appeared and threw a punch. There was an explosion, and an extremely domineering energy blasted the two-star holy venerate into a cloud of blood mist. The two-star holy venerate turned into ashes. There was dead silence in the air. Everyone at the scene, including Shui Wuhan, was dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. No one had expected this sudden turn of events. It was too sudden. Alliance. Alliance leader. Guest elder. Feng Wuchen. A moment later, Tian Sha, and the others were instantly awakened, and there was an uproar. The person who had arrived was Feng Wuchen. Hualing Tian did not appear. Feng Wuchen. Shui Wuhan and the other holy venerate were trembling in fear, and they could not help but take a few steps back. Feng Wuchen's existence was like a demon, deeply engraved in their souls. Shui Wuhan didn't dare to believe that Feng Wuchen had recovered completely. How is it? You didn't expect it, right? Shan Tong sneered mockingly and looked at Shui Wuhan with a gloating expression. Shan Tong was so confident because he knew that Feng Wuchen was here, and he had been here for a long time. Tian Sha, 9 Underworld's leader, Zhui Yue, Ming Yue, Tian Kuei, are you all right? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Mia Yuan smiled happily and said, we're fine. We're all fine. Guest elder, your cultivation base is already so powerful? Tian Sha asked excitedly. Master killed such a terrifying expert with a single punch, Nia Hanfeng said with fear and excitement. Zhu Feng smiled excitedly and said, as expected of the Alliance Master. You've only ascended to the Holy World not long ago, and your cultivation base has already become so strong. Thinking back to when Feng Wuchen had just arrived at the Sky Shadow Pavilion, he was pitifully weak. But now, he had already left everyone in the Sky Shadow Pavilion in the dust. He's already become so strong? Mingyue looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. She was shocked and confused. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, it's good that you're fine. I've been waiting for you guys to ascend. Brother Feng, let's get down to business first. We still have 2 bastards to deal with. Shan Tong looked at the terrified Shui Wuhan and the other holy venerates gloatingly. Looking at Shui Wuhan, Feng Wuchen asked coldly, Shui Wuhan, did you bring the message I asked you to pass to Nangongxian the other time? Boom. Bam, bam. Bam, before he finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion. The 3-star holy venerate beside Shui Wuhan instantly turned into a bloody mist, shaking the void. Feng Wuchen's speed was too terrifying. No one could react in time. A 3-star holy venerate did not even know how he died. Before Feng Wuchen, a holy venerate was like an ant. Shui Wuhan paled. Her back was already drenched in cold sweat. Gu Xian sent you? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His cold gaze scared Shui Wuhan out of her wits. Before Feng Wuchen, Shui Wuhan did not even have the heart to resist. Shui Wuhan did not even dare to say anything. She was so frightened that she could not speak. Feng Wuchen stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, pulling Shui Wuhan over. This scared Shui Wuhan so much that her courage shattered, her body and mind turning cold. That feeling of death had never been so intense or so clear. Feng Wuchen directly grabbed Shui Wuhan's throat and said coldly, "Gu Xian, you sent the people. Are you not going to save them? Do you not dare to show yourself? Are you afraid of death? Young Master Gu Xian, quickly save me." Shui Wuhan felt extreme fear. She finally could not take it anymore. End of this chapter. The strongest Shui Wuhan was like an ant before Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's strength once again shocked Emperor Extermination and the others. How long had it been since Feng Wuchen ascended to the Holy World? No one could imagine such a terrifying cultivation speed. Gu Xian, stop hiding. I know you're there. Do you need me to drag you out? Feng Wuchen said coldly, staring at the sky. Gu Xian was hiding there. Gu Xian did not show himself. Feng Wuchen tightened his grip on Shui Wuhan's throat. Young Master Gu Xian, save me. Shui Wuhan panicked. She had never been so scared before. Shui Wuhan, this is not the first time you've provoked me. Even if Gu Xian has the guts to show himself, do you think he can save you? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He did not take Gu Xian seriously at all. Gu Xian, who was hiding in the dark, looked ferocious. His eyes were almost spitting fire. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But Gu Xian did not dare to show himself. Feng Wuchen was so terrifying that even venerable Gu Xian turned pale and almost died. Gu Xian, who was not even a true immortal, was even worse. Don't kill me. Shui Wuhan said strenuously. She was already in despair. Looks like Gu Xian doesn't have the guts to save you. I'll send you on your way first, Feng Wuchen said coldly. His words were bone-chilling. There was no human emotion in them. Stop. Gu Xian's angry roar suddenly sounded. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen didn't stop. He twisted Shui Wuhan's head off without any mercy. Seeing that Gu Xian finally had the guts to show himself, Feng Wuchen sneered. Sorry, you're too late. You. Gu Xian was so angry that his organs were churning. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he could not take it anymore. But even so, Gu Xian still did not dare to attack. He's Gu Xian? Emperor Extermination and... The others looked at Gu Xian. Gu Xian hid very well. With their cultivation base, they could not see him at all. But Gu Xian gave them a very dangerous feeling. They had never felt such a strong sense of danger before. Feng Wuchen sneered, I gave you a chance, but you didn't dare to come out. Brother Feng, well done. Shan Tong grinned. Serves him right. This is the consequence of being arrogant in front of the Alliance Master. Xu Feng smirked. Kuei-Ying said coldly, no one has ever been able to survive against the Alliance Master. Moreover, they all died very cleanly. Senior Shan Tong, what realm has Master's cultivation reached? Heartless couldn't help but ask. Feng Wuchen had easily killed such a terrifying expert without even using the slightest bit of strength. This is not Brother Feng's power. Brother Feng's cultivation base is not that high. We will find out in the future. Shan Tong smiled faintly. It's not his power? Could it be that this brat has obtained another expert spirit body? Tian Sha quickly guessed. Emperor Extermination and the others were shocked. Gu Xian, go back and tell Gu Xuanzuan that the gate of the Holy World is controlled by the Dragon God Temple. The people of the Dragon God Temple and my people are not restricted by the rules of the Martial Spirit Temple. They can go wherever they want. If anything happens to my people in the Profound Saint territory, I will hold the Martial Spirit Temple responsible. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly. Alliance Master is still so domineering. Haha. The domineering words made Heartless and the others feel their blood boil. Also, tell Nangong Xian that his life is mine. Feng Wuchen continued, extremely arrogant. Gu Xian's face was ferocious. But in the end, he laughed and said, good, good, good. I will help you tell the great elder. Gu Xian knew very well that he was not Feng Wuchen's opponent. How could he let his emotions affect his decisions? Don't you want to avenge him? Didn't you provoke me to force me to take action? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. He mockingly crooked his finger at Gu Xian. Gu Xian's face twitched, and he clenched his fists. But he still smiled and said, even a true immortal is not your opponent. How can I defeat you? Shan Tong sneered disdainfully and said, the young master of the martial spirit temple, the top genius of the holy world, does not dare to take action. How shameful. If I were you, I would rather die. Young Master Di Tong, the sovereign spirit clan has been destroyed, and you are the only one left. Think of your parents, think of the people who died in the sovereign spirit clan. You are powerless to avenge them. The one who should die is you. Gu Xian sneered without fear, and glanced at Shan Tong with disdain. Gu Xian's words made Emperor Extermination and the others tremble. They immediately looked at Shan Tong. No one had expected Shan Tong to have such a tragic experience. Shan Tong shrugged and sneered, revenge is a dish best served cold. If you don't have the guts to take action, then get lost. Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. He did not plan to take action against Gu Xian. It was not that Feng Wuchen did not dare to take action, but it was not the right time. Feng Wuchen. Gu Xian gnashed his teeth. He wanted to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. But Gu Xian did not have the ability to do so, so he could only suppress his anger. This coward does not dare to take action. Emperor Extermination Pagoda Master, follow me to the Temple of Rakshasa, and then I will send you to the Holy Alchemist Pagoda. Feng Wuchen looked at Emperor Extermination and the others with a smile. Then he waved his hand and left with the others. When he left, he glanced at Gu Xian with disdain, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. After Feng Wuchen and the others left, Gu Xian's anger completely exploded. His face was ferocious, and a cold and terrifying murderous aura swept out without restraint. Feng Wuchen's glance and that mocking smile was a great humiliation to Gu Xian. Just you wait, I will not let you off. Gu Xian roared furiously. He was like a wild beast, and his eyes shone with blood-red light. If not for Gu Xian forcefully suppressing his anger, he would have taken action long ago. You are not his match. Even your grandfather could not defeat him. This Feng Wuchen is indeed a threat. His existence is a threat to us. Especially the mysterious power in his body. Till now, we have not found out which loser it is. It is quite mysterious. Just then, a cold voice was heard. It would be strange if they could find out. Who is it? Gu Xian shouted coldly, and looked over. Gu Xian had never seen the mysterious true immortal before, so he did not recognize him. I am the one who helped your grandfather break through to the true immortal realm. Who do you think I am? The mysterious man smiled and looked at Gu Xian. Lord True Immortal, Gu Xian immediately bowed respectfully. The mysterious man sized Gu Xian up and said with a smile, Gu Xian, your talent is not bad, and your comprehension is very high. Compared to your grandfather, your ambition is bigger, and you are also more vicious. Gu Xian was confused by the mysterious man's words. I can see that you want to kill Feng Wuchen, but you do not have the strength to do so. You are not feeling good about it, the mysterious man said with a smile. Lord True Immortal, please bestow some elixirs to help me break through to the true immortal realm. Gu Xian is willing to be loyal to Lord True Immortal. Gu Xian immediately cupped his fists and begged. End of chapter, swear loyalty to me. You don't have that right now. The mysterious man shook his head slightly. How could he not see through Gu Xian's intentions? Gu Xian was no match for Feng Wuchen now. He just wanted to find someone to back him up. How could the mysterious man be so stupid as to be used by Gu Xian? The mysterious man's words were arrogant, but Gu Xian did not have that right. Gu Xian was furious, but he dared not show it. If he angered the mysterious man and got himself killed, no one could avenge him. It was foolish to lose his temper in front of an expert. Even if Gu Xian had a powerful immortal body, he dared not say that the mysterious man did not have terrifying means to destroy the evil spirit. Where there's life, there's hope. Staying alive was the most important. Gu Xian knew this very well. We'll talk about it when you're strong enough, the mysterious man said with a smile. As he spoke, a pill flew toward Gu Xian. Gu Xian was furious. The moment he took the pill, he was stunned. He looked at the mysterious man and asked, "What's this?" "A pill to break through to the true immortal realm." "Don't you want it?" "You'll only have the right to swear loyalty to me after you break through to the true immortal realm," the mysterious man said with a smile. "Thank you, Lord True Immortal." Gu Xian was overjoyed. He quickly thanked him with cupped fists. "With your talent and comprehension, you should need less time to break through to the true immortal realm than your grandfather," the mysterious man said with a smile. The mysterious man smiled faintly. Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never appeared. Gu Xian looked at the strange pill in his hand with excitement. He said excitedly, "I finally have a chance to break through to the true immortal realm. There's actually such a powerful alchemist in the holy world who can refine such a pill." Clenching the pill in his fist, Gu Xian sneered fiercely. "Feng Wuchen, just you wait. Your nightmare is about to begin. So what if you have the power of a loser? Once I break through to the true immortal realm, I can use the evil spirit to devour stronger evil thoughts. By then, it's not impossible for me to break through to the true immortal realm. Feng Wuchen, I'll play with you slowly," Gu Xian said with a mocking sneer. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Temple of Rakshasa. Feng Wuchen, the Emperor of Destruction, and the others appeared in a flash. "This is the Rakshasa race's palace, and the hallmaster is Xiao. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. "Wow. How imposing. It's even grander than I imagined." Nia Hanfeng said excitedly. "Guest elder, are the others in seclusion?" Mia Yuan couldn't help but ask when he saw that the temple of Rakshasa was deserted. Apart from the guards and some maids, there was no one else around. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled faintly. "Xiao, Qin Yang, and the others are cultivating in seclusion. Kuang Bao, Feng Hun Shan, and the others have gone to empty Spirit Beast. Nidian, Qing Hun, and the others have joined the Divine Shadow Guards and should be cultivating now." "I see." Michin nodded. "Looks like we need to speed up our cultivation as well. Otherwise, when will we ever catch up to Tian Ming and the rest?" Zhu Feng could not wait to cultivate. Nia Hanfeng smiled, "We've just descended to the holy world, our cultivation is pitifully weak." "Alliance leader, what about the Dragon God Temple?" Qing Lu asked curiously. Long Qing also quickly asked, "Young lord, where are the Dragon Gods?" Feng Wuchen smiled, "There's already a Dragon God Temple in the holy world, so there's no need for a Dragon God Temple. The Dragon God race still needs to enter the Dragon God Temple. After all, the 3 primogenitors of the Dragon God race are in the Dragon God Temple. Senior Mia Hun has already built the Alchemist Saint Tower in the holy world. Mia Di, the tower's owner, and the others can go there. The others can stay in the Temple of Rakshasa to cultivate. There are also space rings, heaven-defying divine orbs, and medicinal pills." "That's great." Everyone cheered excitedly. "Guest elder, has Master built the Saint Tower?" Mia Di, Mia Yuan, and the others were ecstatic. "The Saint Tower has just been built. Mia Di, I'll have Shan Tong send you over in a few days." Feng Wuchen smiled happily. "Many thanks, guest elder." Mia Di and the others quickly thanked Huang Xiaolong. "Tian Sha, 9 Nether, you can also build the God Slayers." Feng Wuchen looked at Tian Sha and the others and smiled. 9 Nether shook his head and smiled faintly, "Now is not the time. We'll talk about it later." "Tower Master. Grand Elder. Guardian. Tian Kuei. Zhu Feng. Zhui Yue. You've all ascended. God Slayer's leader, Mia Di Pagoda's owner. Big Brother Heartless. Long Qing." At this time, Nia Huang, Tian Ming, Crimson Emperor, and the others rushed over from the Alchemy Pavilion and other palaces. Their faces were filled with joy and excitement. Big Brother Tian Ming, Qing Lu, Ming Yu, and the others were overjoyed. Tian Ming asked excitedly, "How is Ling Er? Is she alright?" "Don't worry, Big Brother Tian Ming. Ling Er is fine. She's working hard in her cultivation." It won't be long before she ascends to the holy world. Mingyu chuckled softly, revealing a mesmerizing smile. That's great. That's great. Tianming was overjoyed. He was looking forward to the day his daughter ascended to the holy world. Nia Huang. This kid has completely surpassed us. Very good, he didn't embarrass our celestial pagoda, haha. Nia Yuan laughed happily. Nia Huang laughed happily, this is because master taught me well. A few minutes later, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, and the others came out from the palace one after another. Needless to say, they were overjoyed. Senior Miadi, Assassin Tian Kuei, and the leader of the God-slayers. 18 heavenly emperors. Lu Qingyang's face was filled with excitement. Nia Hanfeng laughed happily, in the next few days, the Dragon God Temple's warriors will also ascend. There are also the Empire's princes Duan Henshi and Duan Wuqing, Feng Zhan, and Feng Yuan. Second brother, big brother is also ascending? Feng Wuchen asked excitedly. Miadi, Pagoda Master, your ascension must be celebrated. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily and was very polite. The Temple of Rakshasa held a grand banquet to welcome Miadi and the others to the holy world. After the banquet, Feng Wuchen arranged accommodations for everyone to cultivate. In the next few days, experts from the Divine World and the Space Divine World ascended one after another. The younger generation of cultivators from the Divine World also ascended. In total, there were hundreds of people ascending from the Divine World in 7 days. There were more than 200 warriors from the Dragon God Temple. Other than Long Tianqiu, Yun Yuzi, and the other experts from the Alliance's major forces, everyone else who had reached the Ascendant Realm had ascended. This exhausted Shan Tong. After that, he still had to send Miadi and the others to the northern region. With hundreds of people ascending, the Temple of Rakshasa was bustling with noise and excitement. They were all brothers who had fought side by side in the past and had gone through life and death together. Because of Feng Wuchen, everyone had come together. Feng Wuchen was right to lead the Chanquan Pagoda in the Divine World. Otherwise, they would not have ascended so quickly. He believed that not long after, the experts of the older generation of the God Realm would also ascend one after another. With so many people ascending, the Temple of Rakshasa would soon grow stronger with the help of the spatial rings, heaven-defying divine beads, and other vast cultivation resources. End of chapter. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. With the help of the spatial ring and the heaven-defying divine orb, everyone's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Their terrifying cultivation speed was absolutely insane. Half a month in the outside world was equivalent to 2.5 months in the spatial ring. After nearly 3 months of cultivation, even those who had just ascended had all stepped into the Holy Spirit realm. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had also soared to the level of an 8-star saint with the help of the heaven-defying divine orb and the powerful treasures left behind by Emperor Peerless. In the eyes of outsiders, this cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had only increased by 3 stars in an instant with the help of the heaven-defying divine orb. The next 2 stars were equivalent to 2.5 months of cultivation. Moreover, it was with the help of Emperor Peerless' powerful treasures that he was able to reach the 8-star saint realm. This power is indeed not weak. I won't be able to use the heaven-defying divine orb for a period of time. Master's treasures are enough for me to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. When the time comes, I can use the heaven-defying divine orb to increase my cultivation. Master's refining technique is truly terrifying. It won't be long before I become a Saint Emperor alchemist. Feng Wuchen grinned. With Feng Wuchen's current combat strength, he was absolutely invincible under the Saint Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen slowly stood up and sighed softly, I can't continue cultivating now. The great primogenitor and the others must have reached the true immortal realm. We have to deal with the Dragon God Totem as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer. After dealing with the suppression of the Dragon God Totem, it was time to settle the matter with the Sky Devil tribe and the Martial Spirit Temple. Great Primogenitor, have you all come out of seclusion? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. We've been out for a few days now. We've reached the true immortal realm. We were just waiting for you to return. Long Shishuan's extremely happy laughter rang out. A smile appeared on Feng Wuchen's face. He transmitted his voice, "I'll be back soon." Feng Wuchen looked back at the reincarnation pagoda. There was no movement on the 6th floor. This puzzled him. His cultivation had continuously increased by several stars. Logically speaking, the 6th level should have been unsealed. Forget it. It doesn't matter when the seal is lifted. Right now, I have the power of an emissary to use. That's enough. Feng Wuchen shook his head. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the divine ring. Greetings, Alliance Master. As soon as Feng Wuchen walked out of the main hall, some of the soldiers immediately saluted him respectfully. Apart from the officers and soldiers, quite a few people also came out of seclusion, all of their cultivations greatly increasing. Holy Spirit Realm. You've improved quite well. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. He was very satisfied. He sensed Ling Xiaoxiao's aura and asked, "Is Xiaoxiao still in seclusion?" Alliance Mistress and the others went out to play. They just came out of seclusion a few days ago, a soldier said respectfully. When they return, tell them that I'm going back to the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen instructed and returned to the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen, Gu Xian broke through to the true immortal realm. Just as Feng Wuchen was heading to the Dragon God Temple, Long Xiaofeng's voice suddenly came. Feng Wuchen was extremely surprised to receive Long Xiaofeng's voice transmission. Half a month to break through to the true immortal realm? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Seems like it must be related to that person. After half a month, with the help of pills, Gu Xian had also successfully stepped into the true immortal realm. Not only that, the Sky Devil clan's young master, Zhu Jun, had also successfully entered the true immortal realm. Is there any movement in the Martial Spirit Temple? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. Nothing. That mysterious true immortal admitted that he was not your opponent. Gu Xian and Zhu Tianma did not dare to provoke you. That true immortal did not touch you. I heard that he was going to take care of an old thing, but I'm not sure about the details, Long Xiaofeng said. It seems that there are quite a few experts in that space, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. I've always been curious. Why did you three betray us? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Long Xiaofeng suddenly stopped responding. Feng Wuchen did not mind. In that space, their cultivation should have reached the true immortal realm. The power of the sacred world space is unable to break through to the true immortal realm, but that space should be able to. After several hours of teleportation, Feng Wuchen finally returned to the Dragon God Temple. Brother Feng, you're here, Shan Tong said with a smile. Long Shirhan nodded. Long Shirhan and the other two ancestors had broken through to the true immortal realm. The Dragon God Temple now had 3 true immortals. Long Xiaoyang and the others had also recovered and their strength had increased by a lot. Welcome, Supreme Martial Artist. Feng Wuchen appeared in the square of the Dragon God Temple in a flash. Everyone respectfully knelt down on one knee. Feng Wuchen's current position in their hearts was a supreme existence in the Dragon God Temple, even higher than the 3 ancestors. This was because Feng Wuchen possessed a terrifying strength that could easily suppress true immortals. Welcome, Lord Supreme. Li Moyang and the other 2 rushed out of the palace excitedly. Their faces were filled with excitement and ecstasy as if they had won the lottery. Don't come near me, or I'll break your legs. Feng Wuchen glared at the 3 of them. With a wave of his hand, 3 holy Emperor Realm heaven-defying divine pearls flew out. After getting the pearls, the 3 who rushed out of the palace immediately retreated and closed the palace door. Supreme, please. At the palace door, the guard respectfully made an inviting gesture. In the main hall, the 3 ancestors and the upper echelons of the Dragon God Temple had already gathered. Congratulations to the 3 ancestors for breaking through to the true immortal realm. Feng Wuchen happily congratulated as soon as he entered the main hall. Feng Wuchen, do you have any powerful treasures suitable for the cultivation of Supreme? Give some to this elder. Yang Xuanyi was the first to speak. His tone was unyielding. No. Feng Wuchen glared at Yang Xuanyi. You stinking brat. The ancestors have already obtained them and even broke through to the true immortal realm. Would it kill you to give this elder one? Do you have to be so stingy? Yang Xuanyi angrily scolded. So what if I'm stingy? Even if I have them, I won't give them to you. What can you do to me? Feng Wuchen smirked. You. Yang Xuani exploded with anger. His old face turned red, but he couldn't say anything. He couldn't beat Feng Wuchen in a fight, and now he was asking for treasures. Yang Xuani was at his wit's end. Yang Xuani thought angrily, when I get the treasures, I'll make you pay for it. I say, third elder, it'd be strange if you could beat brother Feng. Long Xianxia laughed softly. Yang Xuani glared at Long Xianxia, and the latter immediately shut up. Yang Xilan couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Haha. The main hall was filled with laughter. First ancestor, let's begin. We have to deal with the dragon god totem as soon as possible. Otherwise, that guy will continue to suppress us. Feng Wuchen said seriously. I'll see if I can summon the dragon god totem. Long Shirhan nodded. End of chapter. Great Primogenitor, can you sense the dragon god totem? Feng Wuchen asked. Long Shirhan shook his head. The dragon god totem is not a divine or sacred artifact, so I can't sense it. I can only summon it as if it is alive. Then how do I summon the dragon god totem? Feng Wuchen asked again. To summon the dragon god totem, you need the dragon god's incantation. Since that mysterious person can summon it, he must know the incantation, but I don't know where he got it. Long Shirhan said seriously. Could it be Long Xiaofeng and the others? Long Xiaoyang frowned and gasped. Those 3 traitors don't know the incantation, only the 3 of us know it. Long Shirtian shook his head. Feng Wuchen frowned, thinking of what Long Xiaofeng said before. Long Xiaofeng said that old thing, could it be related to the dragon gods? Let's go out and try. Long Shirhan said seriously, not knowing if he could summon the dragon god totem. The upper echelons of the dragon god temple all flashed to the square. Everyone in the dragon god temple knelt on one knee respectfully. Buzz buzz. Long Shahun floated up into the air and took a deep breath. His origin energy was activated as he chanted the clan rune mantra. Surging energy burst out from his body and his imposing aura rolled out like a tsunami. Space collapsed quickly, and the sky changed color. It was completely dark. True immortal realm. Long Xiaoyang and Long Jianfeng were ecstatic, their eyes were full of passion, as if they couldn't wait to break through to the true immortal realm. A terrifying power spread across the entire dragon god realm. The aura of the great primogenitor. What a terrifying power. Has the great primogenitor's cultivation increased? It's even more terrifying than last time. What's going on? Has the battle started again? The great primogenitor's power is getting more and more terrifying. For a time, countless cultivators of the dragon god realm were frightened by Long Shihan's unimaginable power, and their souls flew away. Not only that, Long Shihan's terrifying aura had spread to the profound Saint realm, the western and southern regions. The terrifying aura spread to every corner of the sacred realm. Martial Spirit Temple. True Immortal Realm. Venerable Gu Xuanzuan suddenly looked in the direction of Dragon God Temple in shock. His face was filled with disbelief as he said, the cultivation of a peak 9-star holy venerate, no matter how he cultivates, he cannot increase it at all. Without powerful medicinal pills, it is impossible for Long Hun to break through. What is going on? The aura of the Dragon Slayer. He had also broken through to the true immortal realm. How is this possible? Gu Xian's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The Dragon Soul Killer's aura is as terrifying as Lord Gu Xuanzuan's. Nangong Xian and the other higher-ups were scared out of their wits. Heavenly Devil Race. Oh no! Long Shuling had broken through to the true immortal realm. This aura can't be wrong. Zhu Tianma opened his eyes in shock. How is this possible? It's impossible for Dragon Soul Killer to break through to the true immortal realm. Elder Wu Ji shook his head in horror, his old face stiff. Grandfather and I were able to break through to the true immortal realm because of that Lord's pills. Without that terrifying pill, it's impossible to break through to the true immortal realm. How did Long Shishun break through? Zhu Jun was shocked and puzzled. Zhu Huang was extremely terrified. Could it be that the true immortal is helping him? How is that possible? Pill Spirit Tower. This is the aura of Dragon Soul Killer. He actually broke through to the true immortal realm. Xianxia's eyeballs were about to fall out. Dragon Soul Killer broke through to the true immortal realm. Could the other two primogenitors have also broken through? Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror, his old face incomparably pale. A terrifying aura spread out from the Dragon God Temple. Even if it was far away, it felt close at hand. Swish! A resplendent golden light shot into the sky. In the void of the Dragon God Temple, an extremely large golden vortex condensed. A terrifying aura spread out from the vortex. It can summon the Dragon God Totem. Dragon Soul Killer was immediately overjoyed. Long Shiyun and everyone else relaxed, their faces revealing happy smiles. The things of the Dragon Gods will always be the things of the Dragon Gods. No one can take them away. Long Shitian laughed happily. Feng Wuchen slightly frowned and said, Great Primogenitor can summon the Dragon God Totem. That mysterious person can also summon it. But his strength is even stronger than Great Primogenitor. Brother Feng, you mean to say that mysterious person can control the Dragon God Totem at any time? Long Xiaoyang frowned and asked. Yes, even if Great Primogenitor can summon the Dragon God Totem, he can also use it to suppress our source energy. Feng Wuchen nodded. When Feng Wuchen said this, the smiles on everyone's faces instantly disappeared. In the mysterious space, the mysterious man who was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. Oh? True immortal realm? The mysterious man was extremely surprised and said in disbelief, that old thing Dragon Soul Killer can actually break through to the true immortal realm? The spiritual energy of the sacred world is controlled and one's strength is restricted. No matter how one cultivates, it is impossible to break through to the true immortal realm. How did Dragon Soul Killer do it? It's only been half a month. Logically speaking, it's impossible to completely recover from his injuries, let alone break through to the true immortal realm. There should be no accident. Could it be that the master of Feng Wuchen's mysterious power helped him? The mysterious man secretly guessed. Other than this guess, he couldn't think of anything else. Dragon Soul Killer, you want to summon the Dragon God Totem? You still have to see if I agree or not. With your little strength, you still want to snatch the control of the Dragon God Totem from me? You overestimate yourself. The mysterious man sneered disdainfully. Immediately, he activated his power and silently chanted an incantation. At the same time, above the void of the Dragon God Temple, the million-zhang huge Dragon God Totem emerged from the vortex after being summoned by Dragon Soul Killer. However, it suddenly shrank back into the vortex. Not good. There's a force preventing me from summoning. It must be him. Dragon Soul Killer's old face changed greatly. The Dragon God Totem disappeared. Sure enough. Long Shiyun's old face darkened. Bastard. Long Shitian gritted his teeth and cursed. The Dragon God Totem ignored Dragon Soul Killer's summoning power and forcibly shrank back. In the end, even the huge vortex disappeared. Preposterous. Dragon Soul Killer exploded in anger. He was extremely unwilling. The symbol of the Dragon Gods was actually controlled by someone else. Great Ancestor, quickly give up the summoning. Feng Wuchen quickly shouted. He was worried that the mysterious man would once again use the Dragon God Totem to suppress their origin power. Dragon Soul Killer retracted his power without hesitation. Dragon Soul Killer, you want to take back the Dragon God Totem? Even if you break through to the true immortal realm, you still won't be able to. The mysterious man's contemptuous sneer sounded. Long Shitian gritted his teeth and said angrily, sure enough, he's the one behind this. Dragon Soul Killer, I'm really surprised that you can break through to the true immortal realm. I'm also very curious about how you broke through to the true immortal realm. Are you the master of the power in Feng Wuchen's body? The mysterious man's voice sounded again. If it was me who summoned the Dragon God Totem, what do you think would happen? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. End of this chapter. As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, the mysterious man became silent. Clearly, the mysterious man's strength was no match for Feng Wuchen. Long Shihun and the rest looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. That's right, if Feng Wuchen summoned it, the mysterious man would not be able to control it. Why didn't they think of it? I'm just joking with you, don't take it seriously. I don't have the chant, don't be afraid. You're not from the dragon gods, the dragon god totem can't hurt you. Feng Wuchen sneered. It seems impossible for you to use the dragon god totem to suppress our power now. Feng Wuchen continued. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen was completely relieved. Feng brat, why didn't you say so earlier? Wasn't it better to let you summon it just now? Long Shirtian quickly berated. Third ancestor, I just thought of it. Feng Wuchen shrugged and laughed. Long Shirhun flicked his finger, and a strand of golden light entered between Feng Wuchen's eyebrows. This is the chant to summon the dragon god totem. Feng Wuchen, this is the chant to summon the dragon god totem. Long Shirhun laughed happily. Feng Wuchen laughed, thank you, great ancestor. I have the chant now. Why don't you try to stop me? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. This time, it was the mysterious man's turn to panic. Feng Wuchen, you stinking brat. For the first time, the mysterious man's face became gloomy, and a cold killing intent burst out crazily. Humph. Feng Wuchen, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that no one can deal with you? If it really doesn't work, do you think I have no other way? At most, I'll let my lord summon the dragon god totem. The mysterious man said fiercely. In the sky above the dragon god temple, the mysterious man's voice completely disappeared. Brother Feng, it seems that he's scared of you. Long Qi sneered complacently. Long Jianfeng said disdainfully, no one can take away the things of the dragon gods. Feng Wuchen borrowed the power of the emissary and immediately recited the incantation to summon the dragon god totem. Buzz. A horrifying power that surpassed the state of true immortals burst forth. Above the void, an even more horrifying golden vortex was formed. What a terrifying power! Long Hun and the others were instantly shocked to the point that they did not want to. They were all dumbfounded, unable to imagine what kind of terrifying power this was. This power that surpassed the power of the dragon soul slayer spread out and shook the sacred world once again, scaring countless cultivators out of their wits. Martial Spirit Temple. Feng Wuchen. He is summoning the dragon god totem. Gu Xuanzuan's old face was filled with fear and gloominess. What kind of aura is this? Gu Xian was scared out of his wits. This was the first time he felt the destructive aura that Feng Wuchen was emitting. It had completely exceeded Gu Xian's imagination. At that moment, Gu Xian felt like he had fallen into an endless dark world. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan said in fear, this is not the aura of a true immortal. I don't know how strong it is, Gu Xuanzuan had never felt such a terrifying aura before. Heavenly Devil Region. Grandfather, is this Feng Wuchen's aura? In the Heavenly Devil Region, Zhu Jun looked in the direction of the Dragon God Temple with extreme fear, his face pale. Other than him, no one else can have such a terrifying aura. Zhu Tianma said in fear, his voice trembling. Elder Wuji, Zhu Huang, and many other experts of the Heavenly Devil Region were all scared into vegetative states by this terrifying aura. In the huge vortex, the Dragon God Totem that was 1,000,000 feet long was summoned once again. The Dragon God Totem seemed to have traveled through time and space, filled with an ancient and terrifying aura. It's been summoned. Long Xianxia said in joy. Long Hun widened his eyes in shock and said, why do I feel that the power of the Dragon God Totem has become very terrifying? Could it be related to power? It shouldn't be wrong. Long Shiyun nodded in shock. As expected of Brother Feng, so powerful. Long Xiaoyang and the others were extremely excited. Hey, you, try to stop him again? Long Tai shouted excitedly into the void. The mysterious man was already scared witless by Feng Wuchen's terrifying aura. How could he dare to make a sound? The power of the defeated. The mysterious man gritted his teeth and said angrily. Oh? The power of the defeated? There's actually a defeated person in the sacred world. A top expert said in shock. Does this power come from the sacred world? Who could it be? Another expert asked in shock. What a terrifying aura. I'm afraid this isn't the power of the defeated. After all, it's not the aura of the ancient immortal world. An old man frowned as a hint of fear flashed through his deep old eyes. It wasn't just the mysterious man. All the experts in this mysterious space were shocked by this energy. The dragon god totem had already been summoned by Feng Wuchen. The mysterious man didn't dare to stop him at all. Once he did, he would definitely be heavily injured by Feng Wuchen. The mysterious man wasn't stupid enough to clash head-on with this power. Great primogenitor, how do I summon the dragon god's totem? Feng Wuchen asked. His figure had already flashed to the 1,000,000-feet-long dragon god totem. Whoosh! Long Shihun flicked his finger, and a golden light entered the space between Feng Wuchen's eyebrows. The dragon god totem has a sealing array. Opening the array will activate the power of the dragon god's totem. Long Shihun explained. I see. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. Then, he formed a seal with one hand and hit the dragon god totem with his palm. A golden array immediately appeared on the huge dragon god totem. The moment the array was activated, Feng Wuchen felt the powerful power of the dragon god's totem. The origin energy in his body also became violent. Feng Wuchen immediately activated the power of the dragon god's totem. Black runes quickly spread throughout Feng Wuchen's body, just like Long Shihun. With the dragon god totem attached to his body, Feng Wuchen's power clearly became much more terrifying. No wonder the great primogenitor was able to use the runes to increase his power. The dragon god totem and the origin energy complement each other. It's really not simple. Feng Wuchen secretly exclaimed at the power of the dragon god totem. The power of the dragon god totem has already lost its power when the dragon god totem's power entered my body. It is indeed the dragon god totem that can suppress the origin energy. Feng Wuchen secretly thought. Bang! Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen suddenly smashed his palm on the array, directly destroying it. Seeing this scene, Long Shihun and the others were shocked. What was Feng Wuchen trying to do? This stinking brat actually destroyed the array. Yang Xian was dumbfounded. Feng brat is planning to absorb the power of the clan runes? Without the power of the runes, the dragon god totem will quickly disappear. Long Shitian was puzzled. What is brother Feng doing? If the array is destroyed, what about the dragon god's totem? Long Xiaoyang was extremely shocked and stunned on the spot. Feng Wuchen flashed down and said with a faint smile, the power of the dragon god totem comes from the dragon god totem. Without the power of the runes, the dragon god totem is just a decoration. In the future, no one can use the totem to suppress our power. Speaking of this, Feng Wuchen looked at the void and said with a smile, I'll give you the dragon god totem. Take it away. End of chapter. This bastard actually sucked out the power of the dragon god totem. The mysterious man was so angry that he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. He clenched his fists tightly and his nails pierced into his flesh. This time even the chance to summon the dragon god totem was destroyed. Without the dragon god totem, how could he suppress the power of the dragon gods? How could he suppress Feng Wuchen? The more the mysterious man thought about it, the angrier he became. His face was sinister and his lungs were about to explode. Just as Long Shitian had said, if the dragon god's runes left the dragon god totem for too long, the dragon god totem would disappear. It had only been 5 minutes since the formation was broken by Feng Wuchen. The 1,000,000-foot-long dragon god totem slowly became illusory and finally disappeared. The dragon god totem has disappeared. Even if you want it, it's gone. The dragon god's runes are on my body. If you have the ability, come and try to snatch it. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen's current appearance could be said to be complacent. The mysterious man did not dare to appear. The dragon gods people cheered endlessly. It could be said that they were elated for once. That feeling was even better than sneezing. Brother Feng, what do you plan to do with this dragon god's rune? Long Xiaoyang asked. Feng Wuchen laughed. I plan to fuse it with the Great Ancestor's natal sacred artifact. The Great Ancestor can summon this power to increase his fighting strength, and it will be even more intimidating against Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma. Furthermore, this way, that mysterious person will no longer be able to summon it, and our threat will be removed. Although the power of the dragon god's runes was strong, Feng Wuchen did not need it. Lord Sovereign is right. If we get rid of the dragon god totem, that mysterious person will no longer be able to suppress us. Chu Tianshu nodded in agreement. That's the only way. Long Shirhan nodded. Dragon Soul Sacred Armor. Long Shirhan took out the ancient sacred artifact, which was filled with an extremely tyrannical aura. Feng Wuchen controlled the dragon god's runes and forcefully sent them into the Dragon Soul Sacred Armor. Then, he used a seal to seal the sacred armor. To Feng Wuchen, this was as easy as flipping his hand. Alright, Grand Primogenitor, try and see if you can use this power. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. So fast? Jing Wushuang and the others' faces were filled with shock. It's just a simple seal. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Although it was said to be a simple seal, if there was a formation grandmaster present, their jaws would definitely drop. Furthermore, the power of the seal came from the power of the emissary. It was already. Long Shirhan immediately activated the Dragon God clan mark. His entire body suddenly burst with golden light. Black runes instantly spread all over Long Shihan's body. Feng Wuchen, your formation domain is getting stronger and stronger. I don't need to undo the seal to summon the power of the Divine Dragon Clan mark. What a powerful force. Long Shirhan laughed happily. He was extremely excited. Younger brother Feng, can Grand Progenitor's strength crush Sky Candle? Nie Wufeng asked curiously. Even the 3 great ancestors can do it, let alone the great ancestor. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Looking at Long Shirhan, Feng Wuchen smiled. Great ancestor, now that you've broken through to the true immortal realm, it's time to end the 100,000-year grudge between the dragon gods and the sky demons. It's time to take revenge for those who died. It's time to end it. It's time to take revenge. Long Shirhan nodded. His old face turned fierce as he said coldly, Xiaoyang, pass down the order. All the forces under the Dragon God's sacred palace, including the experts above the Sage Emperor realm, are to gather at the Dragon God's sacred palace. The moment Long Shirhan said those words, Long Jianfeng, Long Qi, and the rest felt their blood boiling. The era of the dragon gods had arrived. Yes. Great ancestor. Long Xiaoyang respectfully accepted the order. Long Xiaoyang flashed into the sky and waved his hand. The Dragon Soul token flew into the sky and poured terrifying energy into it. The Dragon Soul token immediately exploded with an unparalleled aura. The Dragon Soul token. Countless forces in the Dragon God realm felt the Dragon Soul token's aura. The Dragon Soul token represented the supreme existence of the Dragon God's sacred palace. It's been 100,000 years. The Dragon Soul token has appeared again. The Dragon Soul token's appearance means that the Dragon God's sacred palace is going to war. This is a battle to the death. Pass down the order. Everyone is to be on standby. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. The forces under the Dragon God's sacred palace immediately gave the highest order. Long Xiaoyang released a terrifying aura and ordered, the great ancestor has given the order. All the forces under the Dragon God's sacred palace, sage emperors, and holy venerables are to gather at the Dragon God's sacred palace. A voice filled with supreme majesty resounded throughout the Dragon God realm. Feng Wuchen looked at the void and sneered, you should have heard it too, right? The dragon gods want to destroy the heavenly devil race. You must have secretly helped Heavenly Candle Demon to break through to the true immortal realm. If you have the guts, why don't you try helping them again? The mysterious man's face turned green with anger. This Feng Wuchen. He doesn't put me in his eyes at all. Do you really think that I can't touch you just because you have the support of the defeated? The mysterious man roared madly. Feng Wuchen, it's been a long time since someone made me this angry. Don't regret it. The mysterious man gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. That bastard is scared of Brother Feng. The Dragon God Totem was suppressing our origin energy before. Now that the Dragon God Totem is gone, he doesn't even have the guts to show himself. What bullshit, true immortal expert. In the end, he's still as cowardly as a mouse. Afraid of death? The mysterious man didn't respond. The experts of the Dragon God Temple laughed excitedly and mockingly. The moment Long Xiaoyang's voice fell, the Saint Emperors and Holy Venerables of the Dragon God Temple put down everything and rushed to the Dragon God Temple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Long Xiaoyang's voice fell, Yu Shuzi and the other Holy Venerables appeared one after another. Terrifying auras spread out one after another. In less than 2 minutes, tens of thousands of people had appeared in the square of the Dragon God Temple. It was a terrifying lineup. The tens of thousands of saint emperors and holy venerables had incomparably respectful expressions. Because they all knew that Long Hun had stepped into the true immortal realm. The Dragon Soul token is so terrifying. Tens of thousands of experts came in an instant. Seeing these experts appear, Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. The existence of the Dragon Soul token was clearly beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. The Dragon Soul token that Long Hun gave to Ling Xiaoxiao back then represented something. Zhu Tianma. It's time to settle the grudge between the Dragon God clan and the Heavenly Devil clan for 100,000 years. After 2 hours, I will personally lead the experts of the Dragon God clan to the Heavenly Devil territory. This time either your Heavenly Devil clan will be annihilated, or my Dragon God clan will perish. Long Shihun officially declared war on the Heavenly Devil clan. His majestic voice resounded throughout the western region. The Sky Devil race awaits. Zhu Tianma's powerful voice sounded. This battle was even more terrifying than 100,000 years ago. End of chapter, Heaven Demon Region. In the main hall, Zhu Tianma's old face was extremely gloomy. His deep old eyes flashed with viciousness. Long Shihun is really in a hurry to die. He just broke through to the true immortal realm. I'm not afraid of the Dragon God totem now. Besides, that lord can also summon the Dragon God totem. Zhu Tianma said fiercely. Now that the Heaven Demon clan had 2 true immortals, how could they be afraid of Long Shihun? Xinghuan. Pass down the order. All the experts under the Heaven Demon clan, gather at the Heaven Demon region immediately. Zhu Tianma ordered coldly. Yes. Old clan leader. Zhu Xinghuan said respectfully and disappeared in a flash. Long Shihun is in such a hurry to declare war. It seems that he's quite confident in his strength. Elder Wuji frowned and seemed to be worried. Long Shihun has cultivated a powerful skill that can increase his strength by several times. He's naturally confident that he can break through to the true immortal realm. Besides, he has the Dragon God totem. Zhu Huang said coldly and narrowed his eyes. Humph. The skill that Juner taught me is also very powerful. I might not lose to him. Besides, Juner has also broken through to the true immortal realm. They're dead for sure. Zhu Tianma sneered confidently. Old clan leader is right. No matter how strong Long Shihun's skill is, he can't defeat 2 true immortals. Zhu Aoyun sneered disdainfully. Unfortunately, they did not know that the 3 ancestors of the dragon gods had all broken through to the true immortal realm. That may be the case, but we can't underestimate Long Shihun. This battle will not end until one of us dies. It concerns the survival of the Heaven Demon clan. We must take it seriously. Don't forget that Feng Wuchen's strength is even more terrifying than that true immortal lord. Elder Wuji said seriously. At the mention of Feng Wuchen, Zhu Tianma and the others were filled with dread. Zhu Huang and Zhu Hun could not help but tremble. They had all seen with their own eyes how badly Candle Sky Demon had lost. The true immortal lord won't stand by and do nothing. Even if he can't defeat Feng Wuchen, the Dragon God totem can't suppress their strength. Also, don't we have powerful beings from different realms? Zhu Jun said seriously. Zhu Jun's words made them feel much more at ease. After the realms were split up, the powerful beings have already disappeared. There is no news of them as of now. However, with Lord True Immortal suppressing Feng Wuchen, that should be enough. Zhu Tianma shook his head helplessly. This is a serious matter, we can't be careless, Elder Wuji sighed and said, Old man, try to send a message to the Almighty again. Zhu Jun frowned, isn't there still the Martial Spirit Temple? Back then, the Martial Spirit Temple also secretly interfered. If not for Gu Xuanzuan's secret help, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the dragon gods so easily. Yes. Zhu Tianma nodded and immediately sent a message to Gu Xuanzuan. Gu Xuanzuan, Long Shihun has already declared war on my Sky Devil clan. Candle Sky Demon did not say much when he sent the message. Inside the Martial Spirit Temple, Gu Xuanzuan frowned. His face was a bit ugly. Are the dragon gods declaring war? Gu Xuanzuan sneered viciously, Grandfather, no matter how strong Long Shun is, he can't win against us true immortals, right? Feng Wuchen has Lord True Immortal suppressing him. The dragon gods will definitely lose. Grand Elder, what do you think? Gu Xuanzuan looked at Nan Gongxian and asked. Nan Gongxian was stunned. He immediately said respectfully, Lord Gu Xuanzuan, this is the best chance to eliminate the dragon gods. Young Master has Lord True Immortal backing him. Grand Elder is right. 3 true immortals are enough to eliminate Long Shun. Feng Wuchen will be dealt with by Lord True Immortal. Yi Tianshan nodded in agreement. Gu Xuanzuan did not say anything and fell into deep thought. Sky Devil Region. The moment the order was given, 2 million members of the Sky Devil clan quickly gathered in the Sky Devil region. The experts of the various factions under the Sky Devil clan also rushed to the Sky Devil region. More than 2 million soldiers gathered in the sky above the Sky Devil region. The formation was huge and imposing. However, there were only tens of thousands of Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables. I really don't understand. Why are they here to die? Why bother? Why bother? Isn't it good to live a little longer? Long Shun just broke through to the true immortal realm and he already declared war on the Sky Devil clan. He's asking for death. They must not know that our young master has also broken through to the true immortal realm. If they want to die, we can't do anything about it. It's a good opportunity for us to devour the origin energy of the dragon gods to increase our cultivation. The Sky Devil clan members discussed among themselves. Their faces were full of mockery as they waited for the dragon gods to come and seek death. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The dragon god temple was ready. In the sky above the dragon god temple, Long Shun shouted, "Let's fight! Destroy the Sky Devil clan! Destroy the Sky Devil clan!" Tens of thousands of experts roared. Their voices shook the sky and shook the soul. Long Shun waved his hand and disappeared with the tens of thousands of experts. Whoosh, when the tens of thousands of experts from the Dragon God Temple reappeared, they were already in the sky above the Sky Devil region. Their surging aura rolled out like angry waves. The space instantly froze. They're here. Zhu Huang frowned deeply. Welcome to the Sky Devil region. Zhu Tianma said coldly as he stared at Long Shun. The appearance of the tens of thousands of dragon gods made the Sky Devil clan army gloat. Long Shuyun and Long Shutian hid their aura. Otherwise, they might be scared to death. So many people, there must be more than 2 million, right? Long Jianfeng sneered. Looks like we can start a massacre today. Unfortunately, there are only 3 demon lords left in the Sky Devil clan. There are no decent opponents. Long Qi said fiercely as cold killing intent rolled out. Long Xianfeng said excitedly, I really miss the feeling of killing people. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Facing the 2 million strong army of the Sky Devil clan, not only were they not afraid, they were also very excited. Zhu Jun's aura. True immortal realm. Long Xiaoyang looked at Zhu Jun in shock. Yang Xian said gloomily, that mysterious person is really willing. I can't be wrong. This kid has indeed broken through to the true immortal realm. Looks like that mysterious person helped him. Long Shutian smiled. He's the young master of the Sky Devil clan, right? Feng Wuchen glanced at Zhu Jun indifferently. Zhu Jun was also sizing up Feng Wuchen at this moment. Yang Xilan said respectfully, that's him. Attack. Kill without mercy. Long Shun and Zhu Tianma stared at each other for a while, then suddenly shouted. Kill. Zhu Tianma also shouted angrily. Kill. The tens of thousands of experts of the Sky Fiend clan roared furiously at once. They took out all kinds of powerful magic treasures one after another. Buzz. The destructive energy waves were like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, the space shook violently and collapsed. It spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kill. Long Xiaoyang shouted. Long Jianfeng and tens of thousands of experts also rushed out. Their faces were filled with excitement and killing intent. End of chapter. The battle was about to begin. After 100,000 years, the battle between the dragon gods and the heaven demon race had begun once again. It was a battle to the death. Brothers! Let us kill to our heart's content. Long Qi roared excitedly. Divine Shadow Guards. Show us your true abilities. Leave no one alive. Ing Kue roared. His every word was filled with killing intent. Yes. The Divine Shadow Guards roared. Buzz buzz, waves of tyrannical and violent energy burst out one after another. Their might soared into the sky, and the space trembled even more violently. The dark space was covered by all kinds of resplendent energy light. It gave off the feeling of an invincible god of war. Zhuoyun, come and fight with me. Long Xiaoyang roared. His voice turned into a golden lightning bolt that shot out. Humph. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Zhuoyun roared furiously. All the energy in his body surged out. Zhuoyun was furious that he had to leave after being humiliated in the southern region. Now that he had the chance, he had to kill Long Xiaoyang even if he had to die. Zhu Xinghuan, your opponent is me. Long Jianfeng said excitedly. His terrifying aura locked onto Zhu Xinghuan as he charged forward. Zhu Xinghuan's expression was grave. He activated his bloodline power and took out his sacred artifact to fight with all his might. Ing Kue stared coldly at Zhu Yan and said, "Leave Zhu Yan to me." Zhu Yan's expression was ferocious. He activated his bloodline power and took out his sacred artifact. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Come then." He could not hold back in a battle of life and death. He had to go all out and fight to the death. Boom boom boom, buzz buzz, a great battle broke out as Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables clashed. A series of deafening explosions shook the heavens and earth. Destructive energy ripples rolled out with unstoppable force. Wherever they passed, countless saint mountains were turned to dust. The space and earth shook violently. It was truly destructive. In the battle of the southern region, 7 of the 10 demon sovereigns were killed. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to contain Long Jianfeng and the others. In the last battle, the second elder and 1 million of our clansmen were killed, causing the strength of our heavenly demon clan to be severely damaged. I'm afraid that we'll suffer even more casualties in this battle. Elder Wuji frowned deeply. As long as we kill Long Shihun and the others, and severely injure Feng Wuchen, the others won't be a threat at all. As long as we eliminate the dragon gods, what do casualties count for? Leave Long Shiyun and Long Shitian to me. Zhu Jun said solemnly. As a true immortal, he had the confidence to deal with 2 9-star peak holy venerables. Other than Zhu Jun, no one can contend against Long Shiyun and Long Shitian. Elder Wuji said coldly, Zhu Huang, you deal with Chu Tianshu and the other 2 elders. Great Elder, deal with Long Xianfeng and Long Qi. Third Elder, deal with Yang Xuani. Leave Jing Wushuang to me. Don't underestimate them. They are not weak. Attack. Zhu Huang shouted angrily. Swish. Swish, Zhu Huang and Third Elder immediately shot out. Their terrifying auras have already locked onto Long Qi, Long Xianfeng and the others. Zhu Huang, are you sure you want to fight with us? I'll fight you one-on-one. Long Xianfeng said with a mocking sneer. After killing a holy venerables with a palm strike, he immediately rushed towards Zhu Huang. Zhu Huang immediately shouted, Chu Tianshu. By Chongfeng. Come. This patriarch will be your opponent. Chu Tianshu stroked his beard and said with a straightforward smile, all right. After speaking, Chu Tianshu actually took the initiative to attack. He is not afraid at all. Terrifying power also erupted, 8-star holy venerables power crazily soared. In a blink of an eye, he broke through 9-star holy venerables. His surging aura is almost suffocating. This old thing's battle strength has actually increased so much. Zhu Huang is greatly shocked in his heart. Elder Wuji, it seems like you think that this protector is easy to bully. Sensing Elder Wuji's aura locking onto him, Jing Wushuang said with slight smile. Elder Wuji said indifferently, this elder will not underestimate anyone. Protector Wushuang is overthinking. Zhu Jun, are you planning to fight 1 against 2? Long Shitian asked with a sneer. Zhu Jun's face is expressionless as he said indifferently, if 2 primogenitors are afraid, you can choose not to fight. Long Shiyun and Long Shitian's old faces cannot help but reveal a brilliant smile. They are also not in a hurry to fight. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The battle between elders and protectors also began one after another. Even more terrifying and ferocious battle took place in the void. Destructive power mercilessly attacked the western region's space. The entire dusky void is a battlefield. Zhu Tianma and Long Shihun are still confronting each other. The two of them are motionless, no one is affected by the battle. It seems like they are not fighting, but their aura has already soared to the peak. Feng Wuchen is watching from afar. His expression is calm, his hands are crossed in front of his chest, he has no intention of interfering. Long Shihun, your cultivation has just broken through to true immortal and you can't wait to declare war. Are you that confident? Zhu Tianma asked coldly. Today, either you die or I die. Make your move. Long Shihun said indifferently. Xiao. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the next second, Long Shihun and Zhu Tianma's figures suddenly disappeared at the same time. Following that, there is a loud explosion. In the blink of an eye, the two of them are already hundreds of thousands of feet in the void. The terrifying collision power poured down, shaking the battle below. The fist collided and separated upon contact. Pairs of frightened eyes can't help but look at the void. The distance is too far, they can't see the figures at all. They can only feel the terrifying destructive power 10 times. In that instant, the millions of cultivators felt like the sky was collapsing as it pressed down heavily. The horrifying impact nearly crushed them. Zhu Tianma, you don't have to hold back. I will fight with all my strength. Long Shihun said fiercely. He is really using all his strength. 9 Suns Fire Universe. Dragon Soul Holy Armor. Long Shihun shouted. Fire attribute power burst out and covered his whole body. Long Shihun's fighting strength soared crazily. What kind of technique is this? It can actually increase such a powerful fighting strength. It is even more powerful than Devil Soul's Descent. Zhu Jun frowned, his heart is shocked. Elder Wuji, Zhu Huang and the rest are all stunned by the destructive power of Long Shihun. Long Shihun, I also have a divine art to increase my fighting strength. Then I will let you see my true strength. Zhu Tianma shouted, his aura suddenly soared. Sky Demon Transformation. Heavenly Demon Holy Armor. Ancient Holy Art. Devil Soul's Descent. Zhu Tianma shouted continuously. His body is covered in black light, his eyes are flickering with bloody light. His destructive and sinister aura soared crazily. His fighting strength is even more terrifying. Boom. Zhu Tianma is the first to burst out. With a flash of black light, he surpasses the speed of sound. His attack is unstoppable, like a demon from hell. Long Shihun is not to be outdone. He is like a golden meteor. His domineering and ferocious aura gives people the feeling that he is invincible. Long Shihun, who is using all his strength, is very powerful. End of chapter. Swish. Swish. Boom boom boom. The two streaks of light collided violently in the air. They moved as quickly as they could. Every single collision was devastating, enough to make the entire Saints world tremble. Their strength and speed were displayed to the fullest. The battle between true immortals caused all the cultivators in the sacred world to fall into a state of extreme panic. Did Long Shihun really just break through to the true immortal stage? Why is his combat power so much stronger than mine? Zhu Jun was extremely shocked. He had just advanced to the true immortal realm, but in terms of combat strength, he was no match for Long Shuling. What Zhu Jun did not know was that Long Shihun had not just stepped into the true immortal realm. In the 5-time space ring, Long Shihun had broken through to the true immortal realm 2 months in advance and had already consolidated his true immortal realm. Zhu Jun glanced at Long Shiyun and Long Shitian again and discovered that the two of them were not affected in the slightest. Their old faces were very calm, without any worry or nervousness, which made Zhu Jun extremely surprised. Zhu Jun thought, the strength of these two old things is indeed not simple. Long Shuling is actually able to contend against the old patriarch. Elder Wuji's face was filled with shock and disbelief. His strength and speed are on par with the old patriarch's. He isn't at a disadvantage at all. Zhu Huang's eyes widened in shock. Even though they could not see the figures of Long Shuling and Zhu Tianma, they could still feel the terrifying energy auras from both sides. For a time, the life and death battle actually fell into a temporary pause. However, it soon erupted again. Martial Spirit Temple. Has the battle begun? Lord Gu Xian slowly opened his eyes, and his figure disappeared into thin air. In the next second, Gu Xuanzuan had already arrived in the sky above the Martial Spirit Temple, looking in the direction of the great battle. Grandpa, who do you think will win this battle without the help of the Martial Spirit Temple? Asked Gu Xian, appearing out of nowhere. Nangong Xian and the others also appeared in the square of the Martial Spirit Temple. Long Xiaofeng and the other two also appeared. Feng Wuchen is an unpredictable variable. It's hard to say. Moreover, Long Hun hasn't used the Dragon God Totem yet. Gu Xuanzuan shook his head slightly. Venerable Gu Xuanzuan was not afraid of Long Sha Hun, but he was worried about Feng Wuchen. Seems like grandfather thinks that Zhu Tianmo will lose. The power of the Dragon Soul Killer is indeed terrifying. Gu Xian smiled faintly. Venerable Gu Xuanzuan did not reply. Let's go and take a look at the Sky Devil region. Long Xiaofeng said indifferently and was the first to disappear. Dragon Emperor and Long Xiaoyan also disappeared in a flash. Venerable Gu Xian, and the higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Temple also disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the Sky Devil battlefield. Boom boom boom. Buzz. This was a life and death battle on the battlefield. Deafening explosions rang out incessantly, and destructive energy ripples spread out continuously. You're here? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and looked at Gu Xuanzuan and the others. Feng Wuchen. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, Gu Xian's face turned ferocious and murderous. Gu Xuanzuan said in a low voice, "Don't be impulsive. You are not his opponent." Zhu Jun glanced at Gu Xuanzuan and the others and did not say anything. He then looked at the battle in the sky. True Immortal Realm? As expected of the young master of the Martial Spirit Temple. Long Shutian coldly glanced at him, somewhat surprised. Long Shuyun's gaze never left the battle in the sky. He chose to ignore Venerable Gu Xuanzuan and the others. Are you guys not going to interfere? Feng Wuchen asked with a harmless smile. No one answered. Nangong Xian, Shui Wuhan must have passed my words to you, right? Your life is mine. Feng Wuchen looked at Nangong Xian and asked. His eyes instantly became incomparably cold. One look scared Nangong Xian out of his wits. His entire body trembled in extreme fear. In the distant void, the hand-to-hand battle between Zhu Tianma and Long Shihun was nearing its end. No one could do anything to the other, and no one could gain the slightest advantage. In the end, they clashed again and ended the hand-to-hand battle. Long Shihun, I have underestimated you. You have just stepped into the true immortal realm, but you can actually contend against me. Your strength is not simple. Zhu Tianma said coldly. Long Shihun said domineeringly, how can the body of the heavenly devil race be compared to my dragon gods? Zhu Tianma, the dragon gods are not the same as before. In this battle, I will definitely destroy your heavenly devil race. Long Shihun shouted. His surging aura and killing intent did not decrease but instead increased. Is that so? Zhu Tianma said fiercely, Long Shihun. Summon the dragon god totem. Since you want to fight to the death, then don't hold back. Unleash your techniques. To deal with you, I don't need the dragon god totem. Long Shihun's domineering words carried a sense of arrogance. I will let you know the consequences of underestimating me. Zhu Tianma roared, his old face became sinister. As his roar fell, Zhu Tianma's power erupted like a volcano. His aura soared to the sky, extremely violent. Zhu Tianma quickly formed seals with his hands and roared, ancient sacred art. Devil Soul 9-layer seal. Devil Soul 9-layer seal. This is Zhu Jun's technique. Its power is extremely terrifying. Gu Xian frowned. Gu Xianzun said, what an astonishing aura. It is indeed powerful. This sovereign feels a trace of threat. Oh? Zhu Tianma, this old thing, still has such a powerful technique? Long Shutian said in surprise. Buzz buzz. An extremely destructive power condensed into a black energy seal that was hundreds of thousands of feet large in the blink of an eye. The holy world shook. The terrifying energy seal seemed to represent the power of darkness, an absolutely powerful power. Long Shirhun. Take this move. Zhu Tianma roared and suddenly waved his hand. A huge energy seal smashed towards Long Shirhun. Long Shirhun stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. He took out his holy saber and poured his origin energy and fire attribute energy into it. The saber's body exploded with golden light and hummed. An unparalleled power spread out like a divine power. Long Shihun's aura suddenly changed and became more and more tyrannical and terrifying. It was like a tsunami and the ultimate power was surging out uncontrollably. What a terrifying aura. Gu Xian's eyes were filled with fear and his expression was extremely stiff. What kind of technique is this? Zhu Jun was stupefied and dumbstruck. This is a terrifying technique from that time. Gu Xianzun frowned deeply, his eyes were filled with fear. Long Shirhun had relied on this technique to injure Zhu Tianma, who was a true immortal with his peak 9-star holy venerable cultivation. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Holy technique. Thousand flames demon flame. Long Shirhun suddenly exploded and the power of the saber light swept out. In an instant, the temperature of the space soared. The dark space became like a lava volcano, illuminating the void. Hearing Long Shihun's shout, Zhu Tianma's old face became incomparably solemn. He was well aware of the terror of this holy technique. Zhu Tianma. You should be very familiar with this holy technique, right? Can you block it? Long Hun laughed coldly in a ferocious manner. Soon after, he chopped down with his blade. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! Hundreds of thousands of feet large golden saber light broke through the air, carrying the power to destroy the holy world. It made countless cultivators feel as if they had fallen into a dark hell. How is this possible? The power of the saber light has increased by several times. The moment the saber light broke through the air, Gu Xian could not help but exclaim in horror. His eyeballs almost fell out. What kind of technique is this? This overbearing aura and power have completely exceeded the scope of the saint art. Zhu Jun's shock was no less than Gu Xian's. He was so shocked that he did not want to. The moment the saber light flew out, its power increased by several times. At that moment, the terrifying power of the saber light seemed to split the space of the holy world into two halves. The scene was extremely spectacular and shocking. This saint art was performed by Long Shirhun in the true immortal realm. It was completely different from when he was at the peak of the 9-star Saint Venerable realm. This was the first time Gu Xian and Zhu Jun saw Long Shirhun use the Thousand Flames demon fire. They had never heard of such an unimaginable technique. It would be strange if they were not frightened. Gu Xian's face was full of panic at this moment. His heart was beating wildly and cold sweat was pouring out. At this moment, the 2 million-strong army of the Heavenly Demon clan had long been scared out of their wits. They were dumbstruck and petrified. The Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables who were engaged in a life-and-death battle stopped fighting at this moment. They looked at the distant void in horror. Elder Wuji, Zhu Huang and the others all held their breaths. Their faces were pale and their bodies trembled. They were extremely worried. Long Xiaoyang shook his head and sneered, "Is there any use in worrying? Can the Candle Sky Devil block it?" Long Shirtian was gloating. Block? Does he dare? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. Whoosh! Rumble! Buzz! The indescribably overbearing power of the saber light, under the terrified and shocked eyes of everyone, forcibly split Zhu Tianma's energy seal into two halves. It was like cutting tofu and exploded, shaking the holy world. That's right. It was like cutting tofu. Long Shirhun sneered, "Zhu Tianma, is this all you have? You're just an ancient saint. How is this possible?" Zhu Tianma's old eyes bulged. He was extremely frightened. He did not dare to believe his eyes. Such a powerful technique could not even withstand a single blow. At this moment, it was impossible to describe Zhu Tianma's mood. Unable to resist at all. Zhu Jun was dumbfounded once more. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. How terrifying was the power of this saber light. Impossible. Long Shurhun has just broken through to the true immortal realm. In terms of strength, it's impossible for him to fight against Zhu Tianmo. Even if he has a super powerful technique, it's still impossible. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan couldn't help but exclaim, as huge waves surged in his heart. How could this be? Elder Wu Ji and Zhu Huang were completely dumbfounded as despair welled up in their hearts. They had never thought that such a situation would occur. Such a terrifying energy seal that was passed down by the ancestors of the Sky Fiend race was actually unable to withstand a single blow and was directly cleaved into two. They were both in the true immortal realm, so why was the gap between them so huge? The Sky Fiend clansmen were shocked and terrified. On the other hand, the experts of the Dragon God Temple were extremely excited. However, this was not the end. The massive saber radiance was not obstructed at all. It continued to slash toward the dumbfounded Zhu Tianmo with the power to destroy everything. From the looks of it, if Candle Sky Demon were to take it head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Long Jianfeng sneered, I dare guarantee that this old thing, Candle Sky Devil, won't be able to block it. You're a true immortal and the strongest of the heavenly fiend race. Don't tell me he doesn't dare to block you? Long Qi sneered mockingly, his face full of mockery. Elder Wuji. Be careful. Elder Wuji shouted in extreme panic. Grandfather. Get out of the way. Zhu Jun roared. Looking at the terrifying saber radiance flying toward him, Candle Sky Demon was even more terrified. His old face was extremely pale, and his psychological defenses had completely collapsed. Facing this domineering saber radiance, a strong sense of helplessness surged in his heart. It was as if this saber radiance from Dragon's Soul could wipe out the entire Sky Fiend race. What kind of technique is this? Why does it have such terrifying power? This aura can actually give me a strong suppressive force. How can the dragon-slaying soul have this kind of power? Zhu Tianmo said in his heart in fear. Was Dragon's Soul of the true immortal realm really that terrifying? There was no time for Candle Sky Demon to think. Looking at the terrifying saber radiance, Candle Sky Demon did not have the courage to block it at all and immediately dodged. Swish, boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the terrifying saber radiance blasted out a huge vacuum in the distant void. The explosion was deafening, and the resplendent explosion light shrouded the world. The explosion energy rippled wildly, and countless towering sacred mountains and palaces in the western region turned into nothingness. It was as if a natural disaster had descended in the western region. The energy ripples had already spread to every corner of the sacred world. No matter where one was, as long as one raised their head, they would be able to see the energy ripples rolling in the void. Looking at the majestic and shocking scene and the terrifying destructive power, Candle Sky Demon was dumbfounded. Gu Xuanzuan was also dumbfounded. They were both true immortals, but Gu Xuanzuan definitely did not dare to say that he could create such terrifying destructive power. Candle Sky Demon, Gu Xuanzuan, and the others were already stunned, as if they had been petrified. Everyone's pale faces were filled with fear and despair. It was indescribable how intense it was. Dragon Soul's power could crush Candle Sky Demon. Candle Sky Demon, choosing to dodge is the right choice because you don't have the strength to block it. If I had aimed this saber at the Sky Fiend race, how many of them do you think would have survived? Dragon Soul sneered. The reason why Dragon Soul was so confident was because he knew better than anyone how terrifying the technique's power was. Candle Sky Demon was speechless. Boom, while Candle Sky Demon was stunned, Dragon Soul had already teleported over and punched Candle Sky Demon's abdomen. The domineering power shook Candle Sky Demon so much that he almost vomited out his internal organs. Candle Sky Demon, at the same cultivation level, you have never won against me, Dragon Soul said proudly. Boom, pft. As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon Soul's fist landed on Candle Sky Demon's chest. The domineering power shook Candle Sky Demon until he spat out blood. Dragon Soul followed up with a sweep of his leg. With a boom, Candle Sky Demon was kicked tens of thousands of meters away. Boom, Dragon Soul held the Saint Saber in his hand and stepped on the void. He shot out ferociously with a loud boom. Candle Sky Demon, you have lost. I will let you die a quick death. Dragon Soul shouted. Terrifying power poured into the Saint Saber. The saber flashed with a dazzling golden light, spreading the domineering power of the saber. Candle Sky Demon would definitely die under Dragon Soul's slash. At this moment, everyone from the Sky Fiend race was in despair. Candle Sky Demon, I will send you on your way. Dragon Soul arrived in an instant and slashed down with the Saint Saber in his hand without hesitation. Candle Sky Demon lowered his head and did not move at all. It was as if he had accepted his fate. Old clan leader. Everyone from the Sky Fiend race screamed in grief and fear. End of chapter. Have you given up on resisting? Longsher Tian sneered. Giving up just like that? This isn't the end yet. Gu Xian's face was filled with disbelief. Long Xiaoyang sneered, the difference in strength is so great, even if we continue fighting, it's impossible to turn this situation around. Old Patriarch Zhu Huang, Elder Wuji, and the others roared. Seeing that Candle Sky Devil was motionless, everyone thought that Candle Sky Devil had given up resisting. After all, the strength that Longsher Hun had displayed was too terrifying. It was not something that Candle Sky Devil could defeat. If Candle Sky Devil gave up resisting, who else could contend against Longsher Hun? Bang! However, just as the Heavenly Devil clan members were panicking, Candle Sky Devil's right hand suddenly received Long Shihan's blade and blocked the domineering blade light. Longsher Hun frowned. Although the power of this blade was much weaker than the holy art, it was still extremely domineering. It was definitely not something that Candle Sky Devil could receive with one hand. It was strange that Candle Sky Devil could receive it so easily. In the next second, Candle Sky Devil's body emitted black gas. It was extremely strange. This is... Seeing this, Candle Lord's expression changed drastically. Old Patriarch, Elder Wuji, Zhu Huang, and the others trembled. Feng Wuchen frowned and looked at the black gas in confusion. That's not right. Candle Sky Devil did not give up resisting. It's a strange feeling. Long Shiyun frowned and felt a trace of danger. What's going on? Does Candle Sky Devil have an even more powerful strength? Long Xiaoyang frowned and also felt a dangerous aura. Gu Xian frowned and said, I feel an extremely dangerous aura. Is Candle Sky Devil still hiding his terrifying strength? Gu Xian said with a face full of shock. Everyone present sensed the change in Candle Sky Devil. The intense battle of life and death stopped once again. Everyone's gaze fell on Candle Sky Devil. Long Hun, your strength has indeed surprised me. Your techniques can indeed suppress me. You are the first one to force me to this point, Zhu Tianma said coldly. His words were filled with a ruthless aura, causing people to feel a strong sense of unease. His aura has become extremely evil. Longsher Hun frowned deeply, his old face extremely solemn. Dragon Soul Killer, have you seen my true face? Zhu Tianma asked coldly. A ghastly killing intent that he had never felt before spread out. True face? Long Shihan's face darkened. As soon as he finished speaking, Candle Sky Demon suddenly raised his head. His pair of blood-red eyes overflowed with blood chi. It was breathtaking, and a shocking aura swept out along with a violent storm. The terrifying eyes of the Candle Sky Demon were like those of a real demon, causing Long Shihan's heart to tremble. Demon God Transformation. Heavenly Devil God. The Candle Sky Demon roared furiously as a black light burst out from his body. An extremely evil energy surged out and sent the Dragon Soul Killer flying. The power of the Candle Sky Devil has increased. Just this aura alone is enough to push me back. What's going on with this evil power? Long Hun was extremely shocked. Resplendent black light exploded, and the illuminating Sky Devil was already wrapped up by the black chi that spread out from his body. Buzz. An extremely terrifying evil energy surged out, as if it came from the 18 levels of hell, filled with evil and resentment. This power is extremely evil. Is this a power unique to the Heavenly Devil clan? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. I've never seen this power of the Candle Sky Demon. Long Shiyun said solemnly. Long Tian said solemnly, this old thing can actually endure to this extent before he is willing to reveal his true face. Back then, when he was heavily injured and humiliated by me, he did not show it. The Candle Sky Demon actually has this kind of power? Gu Xian's face was filled with shock. He could not help but look at Zhu Jun in fear. As the young master of the Heavenly Devil clan, Zhu Jun should also have this kind of evil power. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Not long later, the candle sky demon who was wrapped in black chi suddenly shot out like a hot knife through butter. With a strong ear-piercing boom, his speed was extremely fast. So fast. Long Shihan's face changed greatly. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Pfft. The candle sky demon arrived in a flash and punched Long Shihan's chest. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power caused Long Shihan to spit out blood on the spot. His body flew out like a cannonball. Long Shihan, who had an extremely strong physical body, was actually unable to block a single punch from the candle sky demon. What a terrifying power. It's twice as strong as before. Long Shihan was once again shocked. Great ancestor. Long Xiaoyang and the rest turned pale with fright. No one dared to believe it. How is this possible? Long Jianfeng and the rest were extremely shocked, their expressions stiff. A single punch caused Long Shihan to vomit blood. It could be seen how terrifying this evil power was. However, the most frightening thing was the transformation of the candle sky demon. The candle sky demon has transformed. Everyone's eyes widened. This was the first time the candle sky demon had appeared in front of everyone with his true appearance. The demon god transformed candle sky demon's body had doubled in size. He was covered in black armor, his hands had sharp claws and teeth, a skeleton with blood-red eyes and a tail behind him. He was a real demon. This is simply a monster. Long Shirtian's old face was dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, while his body has grown larger, his strength and speed have also increased by more than 2 times. His strength has already surpassed the great ancestor. Is this the true appearance of the Heavenly Devil clan? Long Shihan looked at the candle sky demon in shock. This was the first time he had seen this form of the candle sky demon. Long Shihan. How is it? Are you satisfied with my strength? The candle sky demon's voice carried a hoarse double tone. Before he finished speaking, the gigantic candle sky demon had already appeared behind Long Shihan. So fast. Long Shihan's old face changed again. He simply did not have time to use teleportation. How fast was the candle sky demon's speed? Boom. The candle sky demon swept out with his leg. With an explosive sound, he kicked Long Shihan away again. The experts of the Dragon God Temple began to panic. The experts of the Heavenly Devil clan and their clansmen began to cheer excitedly. Long Shihan. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Aren't you very strong? The candle sky demon roared and once again shot out fiercely. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. Long Shihan's body transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. He was dozens of feet long and crazily charged at the candle sky demon. Boom. Buzz buzz. The 5-clawed golden dragon and the candle sky demon collided. With a loud bang, the terrifying collision force swept out unbridled. The death storm wreaked havoc and the sacred world space shook violently. Long Shihan. Is this all you've got? Isn't your physical body very strong? The candle sky demon roared fiercely. His sharp demon claws pierced deeply into the dragon's body. Dragon God's rune. Long Shihan roared. The black rune quickly spread across the huge dragon's body. Long Shihan's aura soared again. His strength also soared crazily. Scram. Long Shihan roared. Destructive chi burst out. End of chapter. Is this the power of the Dragon God Totem? These runes can't be wrong. Candle Sky Demon looked at Dragon Soul Killer in shock. The familiar black runes and this special power, but he didn't see the Dragon God Totem, which made him suspicious. You don't need to summon the Dragon God Totem to control this power? Gu Xuanzuan frowned. Dragon Soul Killer's power soared, and the destructive force forced Candle Sky Demon back. Boom. In that instant, the huge dragon tail swept out, and with an explosion, Candle Sky Demon flew out like a cannonball. Your strength has increased by quite a bit, but unfortunately, you still can't hurt me. Candle Sky Demon said arrogantly, but did not cause any damage. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded through the air once again, and the huge five-clawed golden dragon rushed out. Its terrifying power seemed to be above all things, and its monstrous might rolled unceasingly. Humph! Candle Sky Demon snorted coldly and shot out, unwilling to be outdone. Swish! Dragon Soul Killer's huge dragon body suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, its huge dragon claws were already ruthlessly grabbing at Candle Sky Demon, filled with deterrence. Is teleportation so slow? Candle Sky Demon sneered. His figure turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared, easily dodging the dragon claw attack. Dragon Soul Killer transformed into a five-clawed golden dragon. Its huge body caused its speed to decrease by a lot. When Candle Sky Demon appeared again, it was already on the huge golden dragon's body. Its sharp demon claws were about to pierce down. Dragon Soul Killer, no matter how strong your physical body is, it can't stop my power. Candle Sky Demon said fiercely, its demon claws condensing an extremely terrifying power. However, at that moment, the huge five-clawed golden dragon suddenly disappeared. Candle Sky Demon's old face changed. Boom! In the next second, Dragon Soul Killer's human figure suddenly appeared on the left side of Candle Sky Demon and punched him in the face, sending him flying. How can you understand the power of teleportation? Dragon Soul Killer said coldly. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Teleportation was used consecutively, and Dragon Soul Killer launched a fierce attack. The overbearing and ferocious moves all smashed onto Candle Sky Demon's body, causing explosions and destructive power to roll continuously. Teleportation was impossible to guard against. Furthermore, the one who attacked was Dragon Soul Killer. Boom. Pooh. In the end, Long Ling held the holy sword with both hands and swept it out. With a boom, the overbearing power of the sword radiance caused Xianxia to spit out blood. His body flew out like a cannonball. After a series of fierce attacks, Candle Sky Demon was already injured and his aura had weakened quite a bit. I had thought that you also possessed an immortal body and would not be injured. Long laughed coldly and viciously. His deep old eyes flickered with a vicious killing intent. Dragon Soul Killer, I will tear you apart in a while. Zhu Tianmo shouted angrily as an even more violent aura swept out. Roar! With a thought, the Soul Slayer dragon turned into a five-clawed golden dragon once again. Its roar shook the heavens and earth as it swung its tail. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Candle Sky Demon and struck out with its dragon claws. That terrifying power gave people a feeling of invincibility. Dragon Soul Killer, my power is above yours. Even if you turn into a golden dragon, you can't defeat my power. Zhu Tianmo shouted angrily and punched out fiercely, containing the power to destroy everything. Boom. Buzz buzz. The fist that was flashing with black light landed heavily on the dragon claws. With a boom, it shook the heavens and earth and was deafening. The destructive power of the collision carried the power to destroy everything. In the blink of an eye, it spread hundreds of thousands of feet away. In the fierce collision, no one was pushed back. Their powers were evenly matched. Zhu Tianmo, didn't you say that your power is above mine? Why can't you push me back? Long said coldly. His aura and aura were indeed inferior to Zhu Tianmo. However, the power of the dragon god's runes was definitely not weak. Moreover, Long Shihan's physical body was already very terrifying. In terms of power, he would not lose to Zhu Tianmo. My power is naturally above yours. Dragon Soul Killer, do you know the benefits of my true appearance? Zhu Tianmo asked with a cold smile. Long was shocked, he is absorbing my power. With a thought, the five-clawed golden dragon turned into a human again and Long retreated quickly. Although he had reacted immediately, a lot of his power had been absorbed by Zhu Tianmo. However, the moment Long retreated, Zhu Tianmo seized the opportunity. His blood-red eyes flashed fiercely and his body shot out at an extremely fast speed. Not good. Long Shihan's face changed. Long you can't dodge. Zhu Tianmo laughed sinisterly and threw out a palm. Boom. Pfft. The terrifying palm hit Long Shihan's chest and with a loud explosion, Long spat out blood again. His body turned into a black line and shot out. Zhu Tianmo. You shameless villain. Long Shihun was furious and could not help but curse. Zhu Tianmo sneered, is this your excuse for failure? After entering Long Shihun with a palm, Zhu Tianmo chased after him again. He did not intend to give Long Shihun a chance to catch his breath. You can absorb the opponent's power in battle? Furthermore, the absorption speed is extremely terrifying. It can directly transform into your own power. Feng Wuchen said in surprise. Long Shiyun frowned, in this way, Zhu Tianmo's power is inexhaustible. Once the great ancestor consumes too much power, he will definitely lose. Long Shitian gritted his teeth and said angrily, Big Brother's injuries have worsened a lot. Zhu Tianmo, you despicable and shameless old bastard. Great ancestor. Long Xiaoyang and the rest became even more alarmed, their faces filled with worry. Looks like the old patriarch is still stronger. Zhu Aoyun said with a gloating sneer. Old patriarch, kill Long Shihun. Zhu Yan shouted excitedly. Zhu Er sneered excitedly, that old thing Long Shihun can't hold on anymore. The heavenly fiend race experts cheered excitedly. Long Shihun's injuries are not light. Feng Wuchen, don't you plan to make a move? Or are you afraid that Lord True Immortal will summon the Dragon God Totem to suppress him? Gu Xian looked at Feng Wuchen with a gloating expression. I don't think that Zhu Tianmo can defeat the great ancestor. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders, not worried in the slightest. Are you that confident in Long Shihun's strength? Zhu Jun coldly glanced at Feng Wuchen. The battle is about to end. Isn't it enough to see the result? Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, as if he was in control of everything. Feng Wuchen was not confident in Long Shihun's strength, but in his immortal arts. Long Shihun had only used it once. Long Shihun, hand over your life. Zhu Tianmo roared angrily, his killing intent soared to the sky, he chased after him like lightning and struck out with his palm again. The power of this palm strike was even more terrifying than before. It seemed like he planned to kill Long Shihun with one strike. Long Shihun forcefully stabilized his body, a mysterious sneer appearing on his old face. End of chapter. Holy technique. Ah, the heavens! Long Hun shouted angrily, and a dragon roar that shook the heavens swept out mercilessly. The destructive and violent dragon roar caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Not good. This is a sound wave technique. Zhu Tianma's expression changed. Even though he reacted immediately, it was too late. The sudden and terrifying dragon roar pierced Zhu Tianma's eardrums, and his mind collapsed. Zhu Tianma had also been at a disadvantage because of the sound wave technique in the previous battle with Long Hun. This was the second time. Sound wave technique. Elder Limitless and the others were shocked and covered their ears. Long Hun has such a rare technique. Gu Xuanzuan's expression changed, and he sealed his hearing immediately. The terrifying sound wave energy swept out without restraint, and countless cultivators' eardrums buzzed. It was extremely painful, and they felt dizzy, and their minds were scattered. Those with weak cultivations fainted on the spot. The Skyfiend clan's 2 million-strong army was shaken to the point that they vomited blood and fell below the Skyfiend palace. Zhu Tianmo, although your strength is stronger than mine, my skill is not something you can contend against. Long Shihun said in a cold and arrogant manner. Whoosh, Long Hun teleported over, and his fist was filled with domineering power. He shouted, Dragon God Fist. Boom, pft, the fist landed on Zhu Tianma's chest, and there was a loud explosion. The domineering power caused Zhu Tianma to vomit blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Zhu Tianma suffered an even more terrifying sound wave energy attack, and it was an attack at close range. His mind collapsed, and his eardrums hurt. His head was about to explode, and there was no way he could avoid it. Long Hun, who was a true immortal, used a sound wave technique, and its power was imaginable. Caught off guard, he was hit by Long Hun's fist, and one could imagine how serious the damage was. Old clan leader. Elder Wuji and the others panicked again. The sudden reversal of the battle was hard for the Skyfiend clan to accept. Holy technique. Blazing finger technique. Long Hun formed a seal with his right hand, and his aura surged wildly. Finally, he shouted and pointed at the air. Whoosh! Buzz! A golden energy beam as thick as an arm shot out like a bolt of lightning. Its power instantly increased by several times, bringing with it the power to pierce through heaven and earth. What? His strength instantly increased by several times. Grandpa, be careful. Zhu Jun's eyes widened in horror. What kind of spell is this? This aura is actually so terrifying. Gu Xian's entire body trembled. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. One must know that Gu Xian was at the true immortal realm. At this moment, he was actually intimidated by Long Shuling's holy technique. Venerable Gu Xuanzuan frowned deeply and said, "The spell is the most terrifying part of the Soul Killer Dragon." Of the people present, only Lord Gu Xuanzuan knew that it was an extremely frightening immortal technique. Even that mysterious true immortal did not possess such a powerful immortal art. Old Patriarch, be careful. Elder Wuji, Zhu Huang, and the others all cried out in horror. They all looked at Zhu Tianma in horror. Even if he wanted to help, he didn't dare to, nor could he. Boom. Pooh. Buzz. Zhu Tianma, whose mind was in a mess and his head almost exploded, had not recovered yet. The terrifying golden light beam instantly hit his body. The immeasurable power caused Zhu Tianma to spit out a mouthful of blood and his body to fly out. This terrifying explosion caused Zhu Tianma to be heavily injured. 3 times the power was just that terrifying. Long Xiaofeng said softly, "Zhu Tianma lost." Old Patriarch. Elder Wuji and the rest of the sky demons panicked to the extreme. They were scared out of their wits. Zhu Huang said with a panicked expression, "Old Patriarch is heavily injured. I'm afraid he can't win against Long Shuling." Indeed, he can't win. Chu Tianshu smiled faintly. Jing Wushuang stopped attacking and sneered, "Elder Wuji, it seems like Zhu Tianma can't hold on anymore. The true face's power is indeed terrifying, but unfortunately, it can't beat the first primogenitor." Yang Xian sneered proudly, "Zhu Tianma's injuries are not light. I wonder if he can still withstand the first primogenitor's spell attack. The first primogenitor is really something. He made us so worried just now." Long Qi shrugged and smiled. Ying Kuei glanced at Zhu Tianma expressionlessly and thought, "I'm afraid the first primogenitor is no match for Zhu Tianma in terms of power." Zhu Tianma's demon god transformation allowed him to obtain an extremely terrifying evil power. It was indeed not something that Long Shuling could contend against. In the distant void, Zhu Tianma's aura had weakened greatly. He was heavily injured. Fortunately, his physical body was strong and the golden light beam did not penetrate his body. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was because Long Shuling attacked the heart. Zhu Tianma had already regained consciousness, but the pain in his head and eardrums was still there. Long Shuling. Zhu Tianma was furious and roared crazily. A terrifying ruthless aura swept out, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Long Shuling walked over step by step and said coldly, "Zhu Tianma, your injuries are serious. Even if you can fight again, you are no match for me. Your time of death has come." "Humph. If you didn't use that shameless sound wave spell, do you think you could injure me?" Zhu Tianma roared. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Is sound wave spell a shameless spell? Even if you don't have it, you don't need to insult me like this, right? Feng Wuchen sneered. This old thing is jealous. Long Shitian mocked. Gu Xuanzuan, my injuries are serious. How long do you plan to watch? Long Shuling has also suffered, why aren't you making a move? Don't forget that your martial spirit temple also interfered in the war back then. Zhu Tianma's blood-red eyes swept towards Gu Xuanzuan and shouted angrily. Gu Xuanzuan slightly frowned as monstrous anger surged in his heart. Martial Spirit Temple also interfered? Long Shuling's fierce gaze swept towards Gu Xuanzuan. This really surprised me. Long Shutian's cold and murderous gaze swept towards Gu Xuanzuan. Long Xiaoyang, Jing Wushuang and the other experts also swept their gazes towards Gu Xuanzuan. They didn't know that Martial Spirit Temple also interfered in the war back then. Feng Wuchen glanced at Gu Xuanzuan and said with a smile, "Gu Xuanzuan, Zhu Tianma asked you to make a move, didn't you hear? Don't tell me you don't dare? Since you interfered and you also came, then die together." Long Shuling coldly said, his monstrous killing intent erupted once again. Long Shuling. Don't be so arrogant. You have already consumed a lot of power, do you think you can defeat my grandfather? Gu Xuanzuan furiously shouted, his face is filled with disdain. Attack together, for true immortals, I don't believe that we can't kill Long Shuling. Zhu Junjun coldly said, the power of true immortal realm erupted with all his strength. That's hard to say. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a sneer. Feng Wuchen, if you have the guts, you can give it a try. If true immortals take action, their dragon gods' totems will be enough to heavily injure all of their dragon gods. Zhu Tianma furiously shouted. End of chapter. Did you see me interfere? Feng Wuchen shrugged. Gu Xian sneered, I don't think you have the guts. Gu Xian hoped that Feng Wuchen would interfere. When the time came, the mysterious true immortal expert would naturally appear. As long as the dragon god's totem severely injured Feng Wuchen, they could also destroy the dragon gods. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the dragon god's totem was no longer a threat. Feng Wuchen didn't plan to interfere at all. Anyway, the mysterious true immortal wouldn't dare to come out. So, he just watched the battle with the attitude of watching a show. Grandfather, do it. Gu Xian said fiercely. He couldn't wait to kill Long Shihun. Long Shihun was injured and used up a lot of energy. This was the best opportunity. The stronger the skill, the more energy it consumes. Long Shihun, it seems that you are destined to die here today. Gu Xian said coldly. The power of a true immortal slowly increased. Buzz. The space that had just recovered a bit of light shook violently again. Gu Xian's aura was extremely terrifying. His immeasurable power was not below Long Shihun. Hearing this, Long Shihun sneered, Gu Xian, show me your full strength. Let me see if you are stronger or if I am stronger. As you wish. Gu Xian said coldly. He took out a powerful saint weapon and his aura soared again. Long Shihun, with the four of us working together, you won't be able to escape. Gu Xian sneered. Long Shihun ignored Gu Xian. Grandfather, your injuries are serious. I will be the main attacker. Zhu Jun flashed over and the aura of a true immortal exploded. Don't underestimate him. Long Shihun's skill is very powerful. Zhu Tianma warned seriously. Isn't grandfather too arrogant? He already used up a lot of energy to deal with Zhu Tianma. Gu Xian's strength is not weaker than Zhu Tianma. Why bother with Gu Xian and Zhu Jun? Isn't he courting death? Dragon Emperor frowned. 1 against 4, there is no chance of winning. Long Xiaoyan shook his head. Feng Wuchen is not worried in the slightest. Could it be that first grandfather truly has the strength to fight against 4 people? Long Xiaofeng was secretly doubtful. His gaze glanced at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's calmness surprised Long Xiaofeng. Seeing that the great battle was about to begin, Long Shiyun suddenly opened his mouth and said, You guys are bullying me with numbers, don't you have to ask me first? I also want to move my muscles and bones. Long Shitian sneered. The moment the two of them spoke, it attracted the astonished gazes of Gu Xuanzuan and the others. A 9-star saint fighting a true immortal? Stop joking, okay, didn't you see how the true immortal tortured Long Shishir the last time? Long Shitian, with your little bit of ability, you still want to fight with a true immortal? The way I see it, you're just courting death, right? Zhu Huang sneered disdainfully. Zhu Aoyan laughed and said, Haha. Did I hear wrongly? The 2 primogenitors also wanted to fight? Haha. Don't you know what you're capable of? It's fine if you want to make a fool of yourselves, Sol Zhui mocked and glanced at the 2 progenitors disdainfully. Reckless. Zhu Yan said coldly. The Heavenly Devil clan experts all mocked, feeling that the 2 primogenitors were overestimating themselves. In their opinion, the 2 primogenitors wanting to fight a true immortal was simply a joke. Long Shiyun, Long Shitian, your strength is indeed very strong, but in front of a true immortal, you're just ants. Why are you in such a hurry to die? Elder Wuji could not help but mock. But they did not seem to notice that the Dragon God Temple experts did not stand out to refute. If this was before, they would have been furious. Long Shitian, who was known for his explosive temper, did not explode this time for the first time, but had a happy smile on his face. How would you know if you don't try? Long Shirtian sneered. Since the two primogenitors insist on fighting, then Junior won't be polite. Gu Xian sneered, his face full of contempt, terrifying aura locked onto the two primogenitors. Long Shirtian grinned and hooked his finger at Gu Xian. Long Shirhan had already decided to teach Gu Xian a good lesson. Whoosh, Gu Xian suddenly flashed over, his speed is comparable to teleportation, overbearing and condescending. Gu Xian snorted disdainfully and directly punched at Long Shirtian, as if to say, I'll let you see the power of a true immortal. The moment Gu Xian attacked, Long Shirtian also punched, unwilling to be outdone. Seeing Long Shirtian dare to punch, the disdain on Gu Xian's face increased. Gu Xuanzuan and the others all had gloating expressions. But in the next second, Gu Xuanzuan and the others were dumbfounded. Boom! Crack! Buzz buzz, in an instant, two fists fiercely collided. With a loud explosion, Gu Xian's disdainful and arrogant face suddenly changed. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking, Gu Xian screamed miserably, his body flew out like a cannonball, causing the space to shake violently. Long Shirtian instantly erupted with terrifying power. Gu Xian, who underestimated his opponent, had his right hand crippled. How is this possible? Long Shirtian is a true immortal. Gu Xian's heart was greatly shaken. The overbearing power continuously crippled his arm and shook him to the point that he almost vomited blood. This is the result of underestimating the enemy. Xian Gu Xuanzuan's old face greatly changed. True immortal. Zhu Jun and Zhu Tianma could not help but cry out in alarm. Long Shirtian is also a true immortal. Elder Wuji shouted in alarm. One by one, they looked at Long Shirtian with frightened eyes. True immortal. Long Xiaofeng and the other two also opened their eyes wide, they are extremely shocked. No wonder the fiery-tempered Long Shirtian could endure his anger. It turns out that Long Shirtian simply treated Gu Xuanzuan and the others as clowns. Long Shirtian is a true immortal, this is something that Gu Xuanzuan and the others did not expect. To think that they were mocking and ridiculing him just now. Little did they know that in the eyes of others, they are the biggest joke. Long Shirtian said with a mocking sneer, Yo, true immortal realm can't even withstand a single blow? Long Shirtian's face-slapping speed is definitely number one. Haha. I'm suffocating to death. I almost exposed myself. Haha. Long Qi finally could not help but laugh loudly. Haha. Long Xiaoyang and the others all laughed loudly. This old thing. Gu Xian's face is sinister, the anger in his eyes is almost erupting. Long Shirtian said with a mocking sneer, this seat's strength is not bad, right? Third brother, I'll leave Zhu Jun and Gu Xian to you. Big brother, I'll leave Zhu Tianma to you. Long Shiyun looked at Gu Xuanzuan and said, Gu Xuanzuan, this seat will be your opponent. Buzz buzz. While speaking, Long Shiyun's body suddenly erupted with destructive power. Resplendent golden light soared into the sky and condensed into a huge golden vortex in the dusky sky. A terrifying might that could topple mountains and overturn seas violently swept out. True immortal realm, Gu Xuanzuan and the others are once again greatly shocked. Long Shiyun is actually also a true immortal realm, Long Shiyun's aura is as strong as Long Shihan's at the beginning. Don't be silly, make your move, I can't wait any longer. Long Shirtian sneered. Long Shirtian slowly floated to a higher altitude. Third ancestor, don't be careless, Gu Xian also has an undying body, he also has an evil spirit in his body. Feng Wuchen reminded. Oh? Evil spirit? Long Shirtian was slightly surprised, then sneered, that's even better, I can fight to my heart's content. Evil spirit? Long Shirhan, Long Shiyun and the others looked at him in shock. Evil spirit has an undying body, it can't be killed, it is undoubtedly an invincible existence. Unless Feng Wuchen makes a move. Old thing. Gu Xian stared at Long Shirtian with a fierce gaze. His crippled arm has already recovered. An incomparably berserk aura swept out from Gu Xian's body, giving people a feeling that he is undefeatable. Zhu Jun, leave Long Shirtian to me. Gu Xian said confidently, he wants to personally tear Long Shirtian into 10,000 pieces. Oh? What big words. Long Shirtian sneered, his deep old eyes sizing up Gu Xian. Long Shirtian sneered again, sure enough, you recovered, I also want to try the power of evil spirit. You will soon taste it, I will use evil spirit to devour you. Gu Xian said fiercely, the terrifying power in his body violently surged out and fiercely shot out. Xiao xiao xiao. Gu Xian's figure flickered left and right, in an instant, he left behind tens of thousands of afterimages in all directions around Long Shirtian, causing people to be dazzled. His speed is fast to the extreme. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than the dragon god's teleportation? Insignificant skill can't deceive my eyes. Long Shirtian sneered, his expression did not change. Long Shirtian has already locked onto Gu Xian's position, no matter how Gu Xian moves, Long Shirtian can immediately lock onto him. Xiao. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the next second, Gu Xian suddenly flashed over and ruthlessly smashed a fist towards Long Shirtian's head. The latter met it with a fist, and with a bang, the destructive power of the collision madly rolled out without any restraint. Humph. Just this little bit of power? You have an undying body, if you don't use your full strength, you can't do anything to me. Long Shirtian sneered. Gu Xian did not say anything. His face was cold and ferocious. Boom boom boom. Buzz. Gu Xian suddenly launched a ferocious attack. An intense battle took place. Hard clashes were unceasing. Earth-shaking explosions resounded incessantly. Waves of destructive energy rolled out continuously like furious waves. Meanwhile, Gu Xuanzuan, let's make our move as well. Long Shiyun said with an indifferent smile. Retracting his gaze from Long Shirtian, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's expression was grave and stern. He took a step forward in the air, and an energy ripple appeared under his feet. It looked like he had only taken a step, but in an instant, Gu Xuanzuan had already appeared before Long Shiyun. His speed was unimaginably fast. The instant Gu Xuanzuan appeared, his fist had already smashed towards Long Shiyun. It did not seem fancy, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Boom. Buzz. There was still a faint smile on Long Shiyun's old face. He bent his hand into a claw and easily received Gu Xuanzuan's ferocious punch. A terrifying power swept out and wreaked havoc in the air. However, it was unable to push Long Shiyun back even half a step. Gu Xuanzuan, there's no need to probe, right? You might not be a match for me. Long Shiyun said with a faint smile and slowly let go of his hand. Gu Xuanzuan's aura suddenly changed as he activated his power with all his might. He said coldly, Long Shiyun, other than the power of the dragon god totem, it seems that your strength is about the same as Long Shirhun. You are worthy of the sovereign's full strength. Then let's go all out. Long Shiyun said with a smile as a strong fighting intent erupted. Gu Xuanzuan did not waste any more words and suddenly launched a ferocious attack. Long Shiyun activated his origin power with all his might and engaged in a life-and-death battle with Gu Xuanzuan. At the same time, Grandfather, let's join hands to kill Long Shirhun first. Zhu Jun said coldly as a monstrous aura erupted. Heavenly Demon Transformation. Devil Soul Birth. Zhu Jun clasped his hands together as a terrifying power erupted one after another. His aura rapidly soared. Buzz. An immeasurable destructive power surged out like a volcanic eruption. Zhu Jun immediately took out his sacred artifact and his fighting strength soared once again. The space of the sacred world shook violently. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Jun's aura had soared to its peak. Even if it was not at the peak of Long Shirhun, it was not much weaker. Now, it had even surpassed Long Shirhun. After all, Long Shirhun was injured and had consumed a lot of energy. Juner's fighting strength is not weak. Zhu Tianma heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Zhu Jun, Long Shirhun asked with a faint smile, Young Master Zhu Jun, don't you know Demon God Transformation? If you do, then use it. A terrifying killing intent locked onto Long Shirhun as he stared at Long Shirhun with a sinister gaze. Zhu Jun said coldly, cut the crap and die. Boom. Boom. Zhu Jun and Zhu Tianma immediately launched their attacks and charged at Long Shirhun at full speed, bringing about a strong rumbling sound. Long Shirhun sneered, although I'm injured, it doesn't affect my fighting strength. If this is your strongest power, then it's a pity. Boom. 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 Buzz. The grandfather and grandson pair launched a fierce attack. Long Shirhan was not willing to be outdone and attacked with all his strength, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The battle between true immortal experts had completely erupted. Long Shirtian fought Gu Xuanzuan, Long Shiryun fought Gu Xuanzuan, and Long Shirhan fought Zhu Tianma and Zhu Jun. Each of them erupted with their peak strength. An unimaginable destructive power covered the space of the sacred world as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless cultivators were in despair. In every corner of the sacred world, the destructive power could be clearly felt as if it was right in front of them. Aren't you guys going to make a move? Zhu Tianma and the others won't be able to hold on for long. Feng Wuchen looked at Nangong Xian and the others and asked with a dangerous smile. After an intense battle, Elder Wuji, Zhu Huang, and the other heavenly demon experts were all forcefully suppressed by the experts of the Dragon God Temple. Under the bombardment of various powerful spells, they all suffered varying degrees of injuries. Tianshan said solemnly, "The Dragon God spells are too terrifying. If we don't make a move, their lives will be in danger. Reinforce the heavenly demon race." Nangong Xian ordered gloomily. More than 10 Saint Venerables immediately made a move. Long Xiaofeng and the other two did not say anything, nor did they have any intention of making a move. "What about the three of you?" Feng Wuchen asked as his gaze finally landed on Long Xiaofeng. Long Xiaofeng glanced at Feng Wuchen and asked, "Feng Wuchen, are you that confident in them? That mysterious true immortal hasn't made a move yet. Would he dare to come?" Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. "Feng Wuchen, where did the experts of the Dragon God Temple obtain their spells? This is definitely not a spell that the sacred world possesses." Dragon Emperor could not help but ask. "Tell me the reason why the three of you betrayed the dragon gods and I might tell you." "Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. If the heavenly demon race and the martial spirit temple are defeated, you won't be able to live either." Feng Wuchen sneered. End of chapter. Long Xiaofeng and the other two remained silent when asked about the reason for their betrayal. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. "That's true. Betrayal is betrayal. There's no need for a reason." Long Xiaofeng and the other two remained expressionless. "Master, why don't you kill them now?" Long Xinjian asked. "Although the three traitors aren't weak, it's easy for Master to kill them. Why wait until the end of the battle?" Sacred Armor asked. "Under normal circumstances, would the traitors dare to watch the battle so calmly? Although they aren't true immortals, they aren't afraid of true immortals. They aren't even afraid of me. I'm afraid there's an expert behind them." Feng Wuchen said. "Long Xiaofeng and the other two aren't afraid at all." "Sacred," I said. Feng Wuchen didn't attack because he wanted to see who was behind Long Xiaofeng and the others. Back to the battle. The hand-to-hand battle had lasted for more than 10 minutes. Candle Demon and Candle Lord attacked together fiercely. They used all kinds of tricky moves and were on par with Long Shirhan. However, it was impossible to suppress Long Shirhan. Long Shihan's body was extremely strong. Candle Demon and Candle Lord's fierce attacks couldn't hurt him at all. Even if they used powerful saint techniques, they would be suppressed by Long Shihan's more powerful saint techniques. They wasted their energy for nothing. "Candle Demon, how long can you last with your serious injuries?" Long Shirhan asked with a cold smile. The heavily injured Candle Demon couldn't withstand Long Shihan's power. If it wasn't for Candle Lord, Candle Demon would have been killed long ago. Candle Demon roared and moved to Long Shihan's right side. He threw out a fierce and merciless palm. At the same time, Candle Lord's fierce attacks never stopped. Boom! Candle Demon's palm hit Long Shihan's back. However, it couldn't shake Long Shirhan at all. Candle Demon was shocked. "Dragon God Barrier." Long Shirhan sneered while fighting Candle Lord. "Candle Demon, I don't care about your strength. Don't even think about absorbing my strength." Long Hun had always been guarding against the Candle Sky Devil from absorbing his energy, so he had set up a Dragon God Barrier on the surface of his body. Firstly, it could block the Sky Candle Devil's sneak attack. Secondly, it could prevent the Sky Candle Devil from absorbing energy. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying force exploded and sent Zhu Tianmo, who was behind him, flying. Grandpa! Zhu Jun's expression changed drastically. Swish, just as Zhu Jun was distracted, Long Hun had already used teleportation and disappeared. Not good. Zhu Jun's expression changed again. When Dragon Slayer appeared again, he was already above Candle Sky Devil. His terrifying aura once again locked onto Candle Sky Devil. What? Candle Demon was shocked again. Boom. Pooh. Long Shuling's palm smashed down fiercely. With a boom, it hit Zhu Tianma's chest. The overbearing and ferocious power shook Zhu Tianma until he spat out blood. His body turned into a black line and fell down. This palm strike was undoubtedly one disaster after another for Zhu Tianma. His injuries immediately worsened and he could no longer maintain his demon god transformation. He took on the appearance of the illuminating demon. Long Shutian glanced at him and sneered, "Is this old thing Zhu Tianma finally unable to hold on?" Old Patriarch. Elder Wuji became more and more frightened. The demon god transformation is gone. Zhu Aoyun was so frightened that he was panicking. Grandpa. Zhu Jun panicked and immediately flashed down. Long Xiaoyang sneered, "If you want to save someone, then go. I will definitely not stop you." Save someone? Wasn't this courting death? Who among them would be able to withstand such terrifying power? Holy art. 9 Heavenly Dipper Seal. Long Hun clasped his hands together and a monstrous power erupted. With a loud roar, a golden energy seal that was hundreds of thousands of feet long condensed in the air. Its surface was burning with flames and a bright golden light illuminated the dark space. The moment the energy seal condensed, its power increased by several times. Gulp. The tens of thousands of experts who were engaged in a life-and-death battle were once again frightened out of their wits by this terrifying power. Buzz buzz. With a wave of his hand, the energy seal smashed down. The space shook violently with an invincible and domineering aura. "Juner, be careful!" Zhu Tianma exclaimed. Zhu Jun's face was ferocious as he stared at the terrifying energy seal that was smashing down. His ferocious aura continued to rise. It seemed that he was going to meet it head-on. Zhu Jun grabbed the air and took out a black longsword. It was an ancient holy sword. Once the holy sword was out, Zhu Jun's combat strength increased again. Black chi spread around the sword as all his strength was injected into it. An immeasurable sword. Light burst forth. Blood demon sword. So it's in your hands. Looks like you plan to meet me head-on, Long Hun said in surprise as his lips curled into a cold smile. Juner. Dodge quickly. Long Hun's technique consumes a lot of energy, and it's too powerful. You can't block it. Don't meet it head-on. Dodge his attack and we still have a chance. Zhu Tianma shouted anxiously. Grandpa, if I dodge, the heavenly devil race will be finished. Zhu Jun gritted his teeth and said angrily. Zhu Tianma looked down and realized that it was the heavenly devil race. Below them was the sky demon domain. If Zhu Jun dodged, the 2 million sky demon army below would definitely be reduced to ashes. Grandpa, give me your power. Quick. Zhu Jun bellowed ferociously. He had a desperate look on his face as he channeled all of his energy into the blood demon sword. Long Hun. You've already planned this, haven't you? Zhu Tianma was furious, but he had no choice. He did not dare to hesitate and immediately struck Zhu Jun's back with all his strength. Long Hun. Come on. Zhu Jun shouted as he released all his strength. Ancient holy technique. Demonic ninth heaven. Zhu Jun roared as he held the blood demon sword tightly with both hands. He slashed out with a domineering aura that could split Mount Hua. Swish, buzz. Buzz, a black sword light that was hundreds of thousands of feet long soared into the sky like a crescent moon. Its power exploded instantly and the terrifying aura seemed to split the space in half. The holy technique passed down by the ancestors. Zhu Tianma was shocked. This was definitely Zhu Jun's strongest trump card. Boom, boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, while countless cultivators in the western region were in despair, the two unimaginable energy seals and the sword light collided fiercely. There was an explosion that reverberated through the holy world. It was like Mars had collided with Earth, causing countless people's eardrums to hurt. Zhu Tianma and Zhu Jun both vomited blood at the same time. The heavily injured Zhu Tianma could not withstand it and fell down. "Grandpa!" Zhu Jun shouted in panic, but he could not stop. Otherwise, the sword light would be wasted. "Old Patriarch!" Seeing Zhu Tianma fall, Elder Wuji and the others cried out in panic. Long Hun sneered. "Zhu Jun, you don't know the demon god transformation. With your strength, can you block my holy technique?" End of chapter. Buzz. The two destructive forces were still clashing wildly. The energy ripples kept rolling as Zhu Jun resisted with all his might. "Young master, you must hold on." Zhu Xinghuan was worried and nervous. Long Jianfeng smiled coldly. "Zhu Jun definitely can't hold on. Dragon Soul Killer is injured and has used up so much energy, but he can still suppress Zhu Jun and Zhu Tianma." Gu Xian was secretly shocked by Dragon Soul Killer's terrifying strength. The power of a top-tier immortal art is indeed terrifying. "If it were me, I wouldn't be able to block it," Venerable Gu Xian thought to himself. A strong sense of fear flashed through his old eyes. "Young master." Zhu Yan, Zhu Aoyun, and the rest looked at Zhu Jun in horror. They prayed that he could block Dragon Soul Killer's holy art. If he could not block it, Zhu Jun would be severely injured. "Lord True Immortal, please save our Heavenly Devil tribe." Elder Wuji sent a voice transmission in panic. "Lord Almighty, are you still alive? Can you hear what I'm saying? Save our Heavenly Devil tribe." Elder Wuji sent another voice transmission to the Almighty. However, what made Elder Wuji despair was that there had been no response from the beginning. "You can hold on for so long." As expected of the Heavenly Devil tribe's young master. "Not simple," Feng Wuchen praised. It had to be said that Zhu Jun's strength was indeed terrifying. At this moment, there were already Heavenly Devils below the Heavenly Devil region who had soared into the sky to catch the heavily injured Zhu Tianma. Although Zhu Tianma was not dead, he had completely lost his ability to fight. His injuries were very serious. "Quick! Help the old patriarch heal. The old patriarch's injuries are very serious. He won't die, right? Our pills don't work at all. Without holy venerate pills, we can't save the old patriarch. What should we do?" Many Heavenly Devil tribe members rushed over. They were extremely panicked and lost. Zhu Tianma's injuries were too serious. Puff, puff. At the same time, Zhu Jun, who was desperately resisting in the air, could no longer hold on under the rapid depletion of the sword light's power. He spat out blood as his injuries worsened. Zhu Jun gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn it. I can't hold on. The holy art passed down by the ancestors can't block it." "Young master." Seeing this scene, Elder Wuji and the others felt despair and became nervous. "Young master Zhu Jun, it looks like this is your limit." Long Shihun sneered. Then, he bent his hand into a claw and made a grabbing motion in the air. "What?" Zhu Jun's expression changed drastically when he saw Long Shishir's actions. Rumble. Pooh. Buzz. The Dragon Soul Slayer detonated the energy seal and forcefully destroyed the black sword light. The terrifying explosive energy caused Zhu Jun to spit out a mouthful of blood and was directly swallowed by the energy ripples. The space of the holy world shook violently. "Dragon Slaughter Soul. You bastard." Zhu Jun gritted his teeth and cursed. "Young master." Elder Wuji and the others were all scared silly. They were terrified to the extreme. "Juner." Zhu Huang's body trembled. He was extremely worried. Jing Wushuang smiled faintly and said, "Elder Wuji, it seems that young master Zhu Jun has also been defeated." "See, I told you I can't hold on." Long Jianfeng sneered complacently. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, showing an arrogant attitude. TSK, his injuries aren't light." Long Qi laughed gloatingly. Long Xianfeng spread out his hands and said with a smile, "I wonder if he can survive such a terrifying power." "Stop talking nonsense. Use your full strength and finish off your enemies as soon as possible." Long Xiaoyang said. A cold murderous aura burst out. Zhu Xinghuan, do you still remember the skill I used previously? I'll show you again. Long Jianfeng sneered. It's time to end this battle. Long Qi's aura burst out. The life and death battle had only just begun. The experts of the Dragon God Temple had all brought out their true abilities. Big Brother's strength is almost exhausted. Gu Xuanzuan, it's time for us to determine the victor. Long Shiyun smiled faintly. He was not in a hurry to attack. After an intense battle, Long Shiyun and Gu Xuanzuan's strength were on par. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Gu Xuanzuan did not speak. He looked at the center of the terrifying explosion. He lost so quickly? Gu Xuanzuan's eyes widened. He was extremely shocked. Gu Xuanzuan is very clear about how powerful Zhu Jun is. He can't believe that Zhu Jun would be defeated so miserably. Gu Xuanzuan, if I use this move, can you block it? Long Tian looked at Gu Xuanzuan and asked with a sneer. Hearing this, Gu Xuanzuan's face changed. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Such a terrifying power, no matter how confident Gu Xuanzuan is in his own strength, he doesn't dare to say that he can block it. So what? Even if I can't block it, you can't kill me. When your strength is exhausted, the one who will die will be you. Gu Xuanzuan furiously shouted. He is secretly glad that he has an immortal body. Otherwise, he would have died today. Is that so? Long Tian is not afraid at all. He once again launched a fierce attack. The terrifying energy ripples lasted for a full 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. In the dusky space, under the radiance of the battle energy, Zhu Jun's figure appeared. Zhu Jun's aura is very weak. His injuries are extremely serious. His entire body is covered in blood. The holy sword in his hand has already broken. His body that is floating in the void is constantly swaying. He can fall down at any time. He fought with all his strength and even borrowed the power of Zhu Tianma, but he was still unable to defeat Long Shihun. This made Zhu Jun extremely unwilling. You are indeed still alive. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Young master. Seeing Zhu Jun's appearance, the experts of Heavenly Fiend clan are all dumbfounded. Zhu Jun, I didn't expect you to be able to survive. It really surprises me. Long Shihun sneered. After an intense life and death battle, Long Shihun can be considered to be an arrow at the end of its flight. Without a powerful technique, you can't defeat me. I only lose to your technique. Zhu Jun said weakly. His voice is very soft. Long Shihun shook his head and said, my strength is not something you can contend against. Even without a powerful technique, with my peak strength, it is enough to kill you. With that said, Long Shihun teleported in front of Zhu Jun and said, I will send you on your way now. Your grandfather will come and find you soon. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Cut the crap. Zhu Jun said in a low voice. Long Shihun, stop. Elder Wuji roared in extreme panic. He kept sending voice transmissions to the mysterious man and the Almighty. Juner. Long Shihun. If you dare to kill my son, I will definitely bury all of you with him. Zhu Huang roared crazily and shot out in a frenzy. Before I kill you, I will let you know. I have already stabilized my true immortal realm. Long Shihun sneered and sent out a palm strike. No. Zhu Huang roared crazily. Boom. Buzz buzz. A terrifying palm strike struck Zhu Jun's chest. The terrifying power blasted Zhu Jun into a bloody mist. Juner. Zhu Huang roared heartbreakingly. End of chapter. Boom. An explosion paused the battle of life and death. Everyone looked over at the same time. Zhu Jun had turned into a bloody mist. The young master of the Sky Demon clan had died. Long Shihun ignored Zhu Huang's threat and killed Zhu Jun with one palm. The Sky Fiend clan elites, including the Shadow Fiend Honorable and the other elites of the major factions, were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with fear. Good kill. What a tragic death. That's called overestimating yourself. The experts of the Dragon God Temple were all excited. This feeling is. Long Xiaofeng and the other two didn't look right. Feng Wuchen frowned. What was that just now? I suddenly felt something, but I couldn't grasp it. It was a very strange feeling. However, Feng Wuchen couldn't explain it. The young master was killed. Elder Wuji, Zhu Ning, and the others couldn't believe it. Zhu Jun's aura has disappeared. Gu Xian's eyes widened, his expression stiff. Long Shihun really killed young master Zhu Jun. Nangong Xian and the others were also shocked and in disbelief. Long Shihun. Zhu Huang was completely enraged. He looked up at the sky and charged at Long Shihun like a mad beast. Clan leader, stop. Zhu Ning shouted. Clan leader. Elder Wuji was about to go out and stop Long Shihun, but Jing Wushuang stopped him. Jing Wushuang sneered. Elder Wuji, you haven't attacked me yet. Where do you think you're going? Long Shihun glanced at Zhu Huang and sneered. Zhu Huang, even your father is no match for me. You? Boom. Before Zhu Huang could even get close, Long Shihun suddenly waved his hand and a terrifying force swept out like a landslide. With a loud explosion, it shook Zhu Huang until he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. With just a wave of his hand, Long Shihun had severely injured Zhu Huang. Even though Long Shihun was a spent force, he was still terrifying. He could easily deal with a holy venerable. This was the terror of a true immortal. Candle Sky Demon, it's your turn now. Long Shihun sneered. With a wave of his hand, the heavily injured Candle Sky Demon was sucked up. Old clan head. The members of the heavenly fiend race cried out in panic, but no one could stop them. Zhu Aoyun shouted angrily, Dragon Soul Killer. How dare you? Dragon Slaughter Soul. Isn't it enough to kill young Master Zhu Jun? Elder Wuji roared madly. His heart was filled with grief as he sent a voice transmission, Lord True Immortal. Hurry up and attack. Save my Heaven Devil race. Lord Almighty, I beg you to save my Heaven Devil race. Elder Wuji had never given up on asking for help. Long Shihun said coldly, all Heavenly Devil clansmen must die. Cold killing intent swept out, the Dragon Slayer was incomparably domineering. The claw grabbed Candle Sky Demon's throat, and the latter was unable to resist at all. Dragon Soul Eater, for 100,000 years, I never thought that you, the dragon gods, would ever see the light of day again, nor did I think that I would die at your hands. Candle Sky Demon strenuously watched his grandson being killed without being able to do anything. That kind of intense pain like a knife twisting in his heart made Candle Sky Demon feel incomparably sorrowful. It's been 100,000 years, you should have a good rest. I'll give you a quick death. Long Shihun said indifferently. The Heaven Devil race has dominated the sacred world for 100,000 years, and it's going to be destroyed just like that. I'm really unwilling. Candle Sky Demon laughed sorrowfully, his laughter was incomparably miserable. Long Shihun said coldly, Karma, all of this is your Heaven Devil race's fault, this is retribution. Retribution? Candle Sky Demon's face was filled with disdain as he said, I don't believe in karma, I only believe in strength, strength decides everything. Candle Sky Demon was right, there was no such thing as karma at all. As long as you had enough strength, you could control karma. Perhaps you're right, go on your way. Long Shihun said coldly, not denying Candle Sky Demon's words. In a world where strength was respected, what mattered was powerful strength. Long Shihun, even if I become a ghost, I won't let any of you dragon gods off. Candle Sky Demon roared crazily, showing how unwilling he was in his heart. Long Shihun shook his head and directly broke Candle Sky Demon's head, his domineering strength destroying his soul. Candle Sky Demon fell. Candle Sky Demon's aura completely disappeared. Old Patriarch. The Heaven Devil race experts roared with grief and indignation, all of them crying bitterly. Elder Wuji was completely dumbfounded, his old face filled with disbelief. Below the Heaven Devil region, a large number of Heaven Devil race people were in despair. Great Primogenitor is so powerful. Candle Sky Demon is finally killed, haha. Even two true immortals can't defeat Great Primogenitor, Heaven Devil race is dead for sure this time. Great Primogenitor. Good kill. On the other hand, the Dragon God Temple experts were all cheering excitedly. Candle Sky Demon is dead. Gu Xuanzuan's expression was shocked stiff, he didn't dare to believe it. Long Shihun really killed Candle Sky Demon. Gu Xuanzuan's face was full of shock, his body was trembling. Nangong Xian and the martial spirit temple experts were completely shocked, their expressions were full of fear. Long Shirhan was too terrifying. Candle Sky Demon and Candle Lord were killed, this was already destined for Heaven Devil race's destruction. This battle, Dragon God Temple was bound to win. The feeling just now appeared again, but it disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Such a strange feeling, why didn't I find anything? Feng Wuchen frowned, his heart was incomparably puzzled. He couldn't feel anything, nor could he see anything unusual, but Feng Wuchen just had that strange feeling. Long Xiaofeng and the other two's expressions became more and more serious. They also had that strange feeling, but they seemed to know what was going on. Candle Sky Demon and Candle Lord were killed one after another, tens of thousands of Heaven Devil race experts fell into fear and despair, plus their strength was no match for the Dragon God Temple experts. At this moment, they were crazily killed and suffered heavy casualties. Facing the terrifying magic arts of Dragon God Temple experts, none of them were able to resist. The Divine Shadow Guards led by Kuei Ying were invincible existences, they killed the most of the tens of thousands of enemy experts. The experts of Dragon God Temple's major forces also suffered many casualties, but it was not as tragic as Heaven Devil races. The grudge of 100,000 years has finally been settled. Long Shirhan heaved a long sigh, it could be considered as revenge for many of his clansmen who died that year. Father, Mother, and all the clansmen of Sovereign Spirit Clan, did you see? Candle Sky Demon is dead. Your great hatred has been avenged, it's been 100,000 years, you can rest in peace. Shan Tong thought, his eyes moist. Kuei Ying. Pass down the order. Kill all Heaven Devil race members without mercy. Long Shirhan ordered, he would not let any Heaven Devil race member go. Yes. Great Primogenitor. Kuei Ying respectfully accepted the order, then immediately shouted, those who defeat the enemy, immediately attack and destroy the Heaven Devil race. Yes. A large number of Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables dived down, killing intent soaring to the sky. Quickly kill your opponents, go down and kill to your heart's content. Long Xianxia shouted excitedly. End of chapter 2687. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.